In an unknown world, the great Yin kingdom, Chen Ping'an had long since clarified his aspirations. To earn over 10,000 a month as soon as possible, and then to find a beautiful wife who wears a JK uniform. He yearned for moments when she would don various cosplay outfits, adding an exhilarating spark to their daily life. And thus, he envisioned a blissful existence filled with intimacy 2 to 3 times a day, and leisurely days of 3 to 5 times a week. Ideally, they would also have 2 lovely daughters, rendering his life utterly complete. When he first laid eyes on Ning at the university orientation, Chen Ping'an realized he had found the mother of his children. After all, who could resist a charming girl capable of perfectly cosplaying Rem? Subsequently, he joined the anime club and spent a fulfilling year alongside Ning and the others. Throughout that year, Chen Ping'an forged deep friendships with the lovely ladies in the club. Yet, he pondered whether that friendship could be transformed into something deeper, prompting him to bravely confess his feelings. However, the boy was met with a heart-wrenching rejection. That afternoon, after the comic convention concluded, Ning remained clad in the maid outfit of Rem, the first character he had seen her embody. Her long, slender legs, accentuated by white stockings, appeared even more graceful, while her delicate visage, complemented by her naturally short, light blue hair, made her resemble a character who had stepped out of a two-dimensional realm. In a secluded corner, upon hearing Chen Ping'an's confession, Ning's petite and exquisite face was etched with a hint of awkwardness. Her large, endearing eyes glanced at the nervous Chen Ping'an, filled with inner turmoil. Ultimately, under the boy's hopeful gaze, Ning decisively replied, "I'm sorry, Brother Ping'an. I've always seen you as an older brother." Thud. Chen Ping'an, a year older than Ning, felt as though a sharp dagger had plunged into his heart. But the ordeal was not over. After a moment's hesitation, Ning looked at Chen Ping'an, recalling the moments they had shared over the past year, and candidly confessed. "And also, Brother Ping'an, please keep this a secret. I think I might have feelings for the club president." Before she could finish her sentence, she shyly ran away, leaving behind a Chen Ping'an who felt as though countless blades had pierced his chest. The poor boy was left in a daze, as the club president was none other than their anime club's leader, a strikingly charismatic woman who had shown him great kindness throughout the year. But the club president was a beautiful woman. Thud. Not only had he received the brother card, but it also seemed that his first crush had developed feelings for his own sister club president. In utter disbelief, Chen Ping'an was left reeling. Returning home, the boy was in a state of profound despondency. In his 33rd floor apartment, no one awaited him, for his parents had tragically passed away in an accident when he was very young, leaving him yearning for a loved one to welcome him home. Upon entering, Chen Ping'an collapsed onto his bed, his mind blank. Temporal information retrieval complete. Life simulator loading successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the opportunity to change your life. System is reading world records. Once completed, it will facilitate your life simulation. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, jolting the dazed Chen Ping'an back to reality. Yet, due to his heartbreak, he did not immediately grasp that his golden opportunity had arrived. The next moment, sensing Chen Ping'an's indifference, the mechanical voice continued. World record reading complete. Congratulations, player. Your simulated life will be exceptionally intriguing. In this world, 10 days from now, an apocalyptic event will occur. Please take advantage of this time to simulate and prepare for the impending apocalypse. A life simulator? An apocalypse? Is there anything more catastrophic than discovering that the girl I confess to actually likes another girl? As he began to regain his senses, Chen Ping'an instinctively scoffed. But after realizing the gravity of what he had just heard, he fully regained his composure. Are you a system akin to those in the novels I've read? Is the apocalypse truly upon us? No, I still need to win Ning's heart. Ignoring the player's complaints, the system's mechanical voice persisted. Initiating life simulation function. Players can infinitely simulate their lives post-apocalypse. At the onset of each simulation, the system will draw talents from the talent pool for selection. You may choose one talent before beginning the simulation. Upon concluding each simulation, you may opt to retain the talent in your talent bar. Before the apocalypse, players may continue simulating, and any saved talents can be swapped upon acquiring new ones. Before the apocalypse begins, players may unlock a talent bar daily after midnight, with a maximum of 10 talents retained simultaneously. The first talent bar is now OpenA Talent Simulator. I've played similar games. I can somewhat understand. In that case, even if the apocalypse truly descends, perhaps I can still lead a decent life. Amidst the apocalypse, rebuilding human civilization. This is indeed a unique romantic endeavor for us in the Great Yen. At this moment, Chen Ping'an maintained a lighthearted perspective toward the simulator. He was unaware that the simulator would gradually unveil the truths of this world to him. Perhaps his eagerness to engage with it stemmed from a desire to forget his heartbreak. System. How do I initiate the simulation? A pale blue panel suddenly appeared before Chen Ping'an. At the top of the panel was inscribed his personal information. Name: Chen Ping'an. Race: human. Attributes: physicality 7 points, a comprehensive representation of physical fitness. The human physiological limit is 10 points. Talent: none. Success requires 99% effort, coupled with a modicum of talent. Would you like to start the simulation? Yes/no. The system panel seems a bit rudimentary. Is physicality the only attribute? Haha. A modicum of talent is not incorrect. Effort sets the lower limit, while talent defines the upper limit, unless one chooses to forsake humanity. Enough chatter. Thus, I shall commence the simulation. As soon as Chen Ping'an uttered these words, all information on the panel vanished. And moments later, new options refreshed on the panel. Please choose your talent. Athletic Prodigy, white. Lucky One, green. Sea King, blue. Talent levels are categorized from low to high as white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Red talents, once bound, cannot be replaced. Athletic Prodigy, white. Your dedication to training makes you the brightest star on the sports field. Effect: physicality 1. Lucky One, green. The one who always hits the jackpot in games. You are the embodiment of luck. Effect: luck 2. Sea King, blue. Your exceptional appearance and empathetic conversational style render you quite popular, while your remarkable physique provides you with enduring stamina. In the eyes of women, you seem flawless in every aspect, though you may exhibit a certain level of romanticism. Effect: appearance 1, emotional perception 1, physique 1. Upon observing the first two attributes, Chen Ping'an maintained a relatively composed demeanor. However, upon seeing the Sea King talent, his expression faltered. System, could you kindly elucidate what you mean by endurance concerning this Sea King talent? Furthermore, why do other attributes appear in addition to physique? Ding. The final interpretation of talents belongs to the system. Players are advised not to question the rationale of their abilities. Currently, only the physique talent is available to players. Further attributes are to be explored independently. Which talent would the player prefer to select for simulation? Taking a deep breath and reflecting briefly, Chen Ping'an made his choice. I'll opt for the lucky one to commence. After all, in an apocalyptic scenario, having good fortune can never be a disadvantage. Moreover, with this talent, perhaps I might experience the joy of pulling a tenfold summon with full blessings in the next draw. The system disregarded the latter part of Chen Ping'an's statement, which reflected his lack of luck. Buzz. Gradually, the words Lucky One on the light blue panel began to illuminate. Subsequently, the other talents faded away, and Lucky One ascended to the pinnacle of the panel. The information on the panel commenced a refresh. Day 1. Aware of the impending apocalypse, you cunningly coax the girls from the anime club to a countryside and under the pretense of a year-end gathering. Initially, the club president, Enan Ning, seemed preoccupied and intended to decline your invitation. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, they ultimately agreed to attend, prompting you to marvel at your serendipity. Inside the inn, the girls were delighted by the exquisite dishes you had prepared in advance. While you occasionally glance at your phone, your expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Armed with information from undisclosed sources, you were convinced that tomorrow would herald the end of the world. Uncertain of the specifics of this apocalypse, you merely hoped to remain in a secluded area where you could receive the latest updates via your phone and strategize your next steps. Upon reaching this point, Chen Ping'an nodded silently, recognizing that these actions were indeed within the realm of possibility for him. Rather than alarming everyone about the impending doom and being labeled as delusional, it was wiser to invest effort in safeguarding those he cherished. As for the apocalypse, Based on Chen Ping'an's current understanding, it typically involves scenarios akin to a biohazard crisis or natural disasters. In any case, seeking a less populated area could hardly be a misguided choice. After enjoying the delectable feast, the girls from the anime club congregated in the living room of the inn, cheerfully engaging in board games. As the sole male present, you sense that the girls took a particular delight in teasing you. When the clock struck midnight, you were startled, drawing astonished reactions from everyone. Yet, you offered no explanations, merely frantically refreshing your phone. However, the signal here seemed to deteriorate abruptly. You dashed outside, hoping to improve reception to obtain any potential updates regarding the apocalypse. Ultimately, no new notifications appeared on your phone, and as you stood outside, you found yourself entranced by the distant sky. An enormous hand, vast enough to obscure the entire city, materialized from the void. You gazed at this colossal hand, rendered speechless. You have perished. Simulation concluded. Survival time failed to meet the minimum standard. During the novice welfare period, rewards are calculated at the lowest threshold. Your survival time was 1 day, granting a physique reward of 0.01. Would you like to retain the talent from this simulation? In reality, Chen Ping'an, who had initially approached the game with a casual mindset, stared vacantly at the stark red words indicating his demise. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. This apocalypse seemed rather unsettling. Chapter 2. Declining the Sea King. Gazing at the text that materialized on the cerulean screen, Chen Ping'an was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Are you jesting with me, system? Why must I perish immediately as the apocalypse commences? Is this cataclysm not somewhat beyond the pale? Furthermore, within this simulated information, what manner of colossal hand can obscure an entire city? I find myself in the heart of the great Yuan, one of the 3 megacities boasting populations exceeding 10 million, the Magic City. If a hand capable of shrouding an entire metropolis were to exist, a mere gentle strike would suffice to obliterate the Magic City from the map. Over 20 million souls would be instantaneously annihilated. With a couple more strikes, would not the entire world face annihilation? This apocalypse is far too intense. It was precisely due to the implications behind this revelation that Chen Ping'an was overcome with indescribable dread. After all, according to the system, this ghastly entity was set to emerge in just 10 days. As for doubting the system, the recently heartbroken youth did not believe he had anything worth being deceived over. In his state of anxious urgency, Chen Ping'an hastily inquired of the system. System, what precisely is the nature of this apocalypse? Initially, Chen Ping'an had anticipated that the apocalypse described by the system might manifest as natural disasters or a zombie crisis. Yet, the simulator now delineated an unimaginable existence poised to appear. He could not fathom how to prepare himself in the coming 10 days to ensure his survival. Stockpiling supplies? The apocalypse entails a hand that can engulf an entire city. Awaking latent powers? Chen Ping'an expressed his ignorance regarding such phenomena. Ding. The system is solely tasked with assisting players in simulating life. The apocalypse is an event that will soon transpire in your world. The system has not intervened in any manner. The specifics of the apocalypse must be uncovered by the player themselves. The system's words promptly distanced itself from any association with the colossal hand. Chen Ping'an recalled the initial prompt from the system, which included the phrase indicating the completion of temporal information retrieval. Thus, my system directly observed the imminent future of this world and subsequently conducted some form of simulation. Do you wish to continue the simulation, player? The mechanical voice resonating in his mind interrupted Chen Ping'an's contemplation, offering him a fresh perspective. Yes, I can simulate. The more I simulate, the more information I can acquire. I am currently woefully uninformed about the apocalypse. I require further knowledge. Moreover, since the simulator has introduced the concept of attributes, it must possess the capability to enhance my abilities. With this thought, Chen Ping'an disregarded the mechanical voice echoing in his mind and redirected his focus to the pale blue panel hovering in midair. The panel displayed the words, "This survival duration is set for 1 day. Reward, Constitution 001. Do you wish to retain the talents acquired in this simulation?" Without hesitation, Chen Ping'an affirmed, "System, retain the talent. Fortunate 1. The panel swiftly refreshed, reverting to the initial personal information. At that moment, the attribute for Constitution had transformed to 701 points, and the talents section, previously empty, now bore the designation, Fortunate One. At the moment when his attributes increased, Chen Ping'an felt a slight enhancement in his strength, albeit insignificant. Upon further reflection, it seemed more like an illusion. Perhaps the increment was too minor. He could continue to simulate. Since the minimum yield from a single simulation was 0.01, with enough attempts, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. The first thought that crossed Chen Ping'an's mind was to rely on simulations to stack his attributes. After all, with sufficiently powerful attributes, a single strike could lead to remarkable results. Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone, preparing to record the duration of each simulation. After setting the timer, he glanced at the interface and proclaimed, "System, continue the simulation." The light blue interface refreshed once more, leading him to the talent selection screen. Detecting that the player already possesses the talent, Fortunate One, green, this talent can be carried into the simulation. Upon conclusion of the simulation, you may choose to replace the existing talent with the newly acquired one. Upon reading this message, Chen Ping'an's eyes brightened. This meant he could enter the simulation world with both his old talent and the newly selected one. With an increase in talents, he should be able to access a broader spectrum of simulation information. Moreover, the system had previously mentioned that a maximum of 10 talent slots could be held, with only the red talents being permanently fixed and irreplaceable. In this case, he was determined to combine the strongest 10 talents. Please select a talent. Scholar, white. Quick reflexes, green. Sea King, blue. Talent levels are categorized from lowest to highest. White, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Once a red talent is bound, it cannot be replaced. Scholar, white. A brilliant mind allows you to memorize and comprehend more easily than the average person, and with some effort. The title of first place is tailor-made for you. However, compared to true prodigies, you still fall short. Effect, Intelligence 1, quick reflexes, green. Exceptional dynamic vision and superior neural reflex speed give you a distinct advantage in most competitive endeavors. Effect, slight enhancement of dynamic vision and neural reflex speed. Sea King, blue. Your striking appearance and empathetic conversational style make you quite popular, and your robust physique provides you with enduring stamina. To women, everything about you seems perfect. Yet, in matters of the heart, you may exhibit a certain degree of amorousness. Effect, Appearance 1, Emotional Perception 1, Physique 1. Upon reviewing the talent options, Chen Ping'an felt a wave of frustration. System, why does the Sea King keep appearing? And among the three options, it's the highest level. However, the simulator paid no heed to his complaints. With no alternative, Chen Ping'an decided, I'll choose quick reflexes. At the very least, enhancing my vision and response speed should allow me to perceive more. As for the Sea King talent, selecting it would render him foolish. In this apocalypse, where would he find the opportunity to embody the Sea King? To flirt with some colossal hand? That was beyond him. System, begin the simulation. As the system interface transformed, Chen Ping'an pressed the timer button on his phone. On the pale blue panel, the other talents gradually vanished, leaving only the words Fortunate One and Quick Reflexes at the top. This time, I possessed 2 talents. Surely, this would yield a different outcome. The panel began to present entirely new information. Day 1, aware of the impending apocalypse. You cunningly lured the members of the anime club to a rural inn under the guise of a year-end gathering. Initially, the club president and Ning seemed preoccupied with other matters, but due to unforeseen circumstances, they agreed to join, prompting you to reflect on your remarkable fortune. Everyone at the inn delighted in the exquisite food prepared in advance for you, while you occasionally glanced at your phone, a hint of unease etching your features. Chen Ping'an's expression began to shift. What was amiss? I was acutely aware of the colossal hand descending, yet my actions mirrored those of before. Did the version of me in this simulation remain oblivious to these details? However, before Chen Ping'an could voice his concerns, new information continued to materialize on the simulator's panel. Uncertain of the apocalypse's specifics, you merely hoped to remain distant from the crowd, relying on your phone for the latest updates before plotting your next move. Upon reading this, Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow. This simulated information felt off, a stark repetition. The members of the anime club congregated in the inn's hall, engaged in an all-night gaming session. When the clock struck midnight, you were startled, yet your exceptional reflexes allowed you to regain composure before others noticed your distress. Subsequently, you frantically refreshed your phone, bursting out of the room, desperate to discern the true nature of the apocalypse. No new messages appeared on your phone. and as you stepped outside, you gazed into the distant sky, becoming momentarily entranced. A colossal hand, so immense it obscured the entire city, materialized from the void. In that fleeting moment of witnessing the gigantic hand, you, as a mere mortal, found your ability to speak stripped away. You perished. Simulation concluded. Survival time did not meet the minimum threshold, calculated at the lowest standard during the novice welfare period. Survival time this session was 1 day, granting a reward of Physique 001. Would the player like to substitute the talents from this simulation for the previous ones? Without responding to the system's inquiry, dark clouds loomed over Chen Ping'an's face as he murmured hoarsely, "This is troublesome." Chapter 3. The simulator's deception this time, the information from the simulation, enhanced by an additional talent, bore slight differences from the first. Yet, Chen Ping'an felt no joy. Instead, he sensed impending trouble. The anxiety in his heart compelled him to pose a question to the system the moment the simulation concluded. "System, why is it that the version of me within the simulator seems unaware of the colossal hand during my actions?" Indeed, this was the source of Chen Ping'an's distress. He was fully cognizant in reality that stepping outside would reveal the gigantic hand, leading to his immediate demise. If the version of himself in the simulator were also aware of this, he would undoubtedly have chosen a different path, at the very least avoiding the foolishness of rushing outside to meet his end. However, the version of myself within the simulator astonishingly exhibited actions nearly identical to those of my first attempt, leading to but one conclusion. System, does the simulated version of me lack the knowledge that I currently possess? Player, you are correct. All apocalyptic information acquired directly through the simulator will not influence the simulation's outcome. Upon hearing the system's response, Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow. Thus, the simulation merely reflects the actions I would undertake in the event of an apocalypse, given certain talents. This will not suffice. I must devise a strategy to inspire change within my simulated self, lest the simulation becomes stagnant. With this thought in mind, Chen Ping'an approached the desk within his room, retrieved a sheet of paper, and inscribed, "I am Chen Ping'an. 10 days hence, remain within the guest house. Do not rush outside, but observe additional information." Given that this is a simulation, it must rely on existing phenomena. Therefore, I shall leave a note that does not pertain to the apocalypse, to ascertain whether it will influence the simulation's results. After penning this note, Chen Ping'an contemplated briefly before adding, "After the 0 hour of the apocalypse, should I flee the guest house, I will encounter a colossal hand, resulting in my immediate demise. By incorporating this direct information gleaned from the simulation, I may compare the ensuing changes within the simulation. I can also probe the system's so-called inability to retain simulated information, examining the criteria it entails." Chen Ping'an glanced at his phone, which had been timing the process. From the selection of talents to the conclusion of the simulation, approximately 10 seconds had elapsed. Committing this time frame to memory, Chen Ping'an turned his gaze back to the simulator's interface. "System, do not replace my talent. Retain the lucky one." It appears that in this simulation, the presence of a Ning and President Yuan is likely influenced by my luck. In any case, a touch of fortune is never unwelcome, as other talents seem less effective than that of the lucky one. System, continue the simulation. The light blue interface refreshed rapidly, once more revealing the talent selection screen. Please select a talent. Exceptional aptitude, white, keen senses, green, Sea King, blue. Talent levels range from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Once bound to a red talent, it cannot be altered. Exceptional aptitude, white, elevate your stature, instilling greater confidence. Effect, increases a chosen body part by 5 centimeters, effective immediately. Keen senses, green, from a young age, your perception has been notably sharper than that of others. Even if Uncle Wang next door visits Aunt Zhang, you will hear every detail. Effect, slight enhancement of hearing. Sea King, blue, your striking appearance and empathetic conversational skills render you quite popular. Your robust physique provides enduring stamina, making you seem perfect to women. However, in matters of the heart, you may exhibit tendencies towards being somewhat promiscuous. Effect, appearance 1. Emotional perception 1, physique 1. Observing the talent options presented this time, Chen Ping'an could not contain his exclamation. "System, why has the Sea King reappeared? And at its highest level no less. Are you manipulating the selections behind the scenes?" Players, please trust in the integrity of the system. Your talents are indeed drawn randomly from the emulator's talent pool. In response to this explanation, Chen Ping'an scoffed. All right, then tell me, what is the nature of this extraordinary ability? Is it not what I assumed? This is utterly useless to me. If I grow another 5 centimeters, it could be disastrous. The system, completely oblivious to the player's intentions, responded, talents merely exist objectively, and their application is entirely up to you. Please do not slander the system. Faced with the system's counter, Chen Ping'an found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The talent did seem to allow for specific enhancements. Could it be that I misinterpreted it? After all, if growing 5 centimeters is possible, perhaps this talent isn't so bad? Yet, upon glimpsing the soul green talent, he suddenly comprehended why he had misjudged. Then tell me, what is this green talent? Exceptional hearing is one thing. But why present me with a little story about Uncle Yuan? Are you not attempting to lead me astray? To his astonishment, the system, with its prominent features, seemed to be steering him off course. In response to Chen Ping'an's furious remarks, the system paused briefly before replying. Players, do not overthink. What ill intentions could the system possibly harbor? Which talent do you wish to select? The abrupt shift in topic was rather clumsy. Fine, I choose Sea King. If I don't select it now, I suspect you might just draw it for me. However, after Chen Ping'an made his choice, the panel remained unchanged. And the system's voice echoed softly. Player, remember what you have said. In his mind, the system began to replay a man's voice. The very words Chen Ping'an had uttered in a moment of frustration. I choose Sea King. I am but a dog. Clearly, the system had retained his earlier complaints. Yet, in the next moment, the system miscalculated. Chen Ping'an calmly replied, apologies, system, but I am a lifelong single youth. Furthermore, my confession today was a failure. Ha ha. Sighing, he lamented, why is it that some people can laugh and yet find themselves in tears? Alas, poor single souls. If given the choice, who would not desire a beautiful wife clad in a JK uniform? Unfortunately, it seems that the lovely ladies have taken a liking to one another, leaving a young man toyed with by the system. Observing his host's woeful state of heartbreak, the system felt a pang of compassion and decided to let him fulfill his promise. Before his eyes, the light blue panel displayed other talents disappearing, leaving only Lucky Yuan and Sea King at the top. The simulated information quietly refreshed. Day 1, aware of the impending apocalypse. You deceived your anime club classmates into a rural in a day early under the guise of a year-end gathering. All 6 girls, aside from you, were quite pleased with your arrangements. During dinner, for reasons unknown, their gazes repeatedly drifted towards you, and within those looks seemed to shimmer with something more. At this moment, you find yourself indifferent to the gazes around you. Although you occasionally engage in brief conversations with them, your primary focus remains steadfastly on your phone. Aside from yourself, there are merely 6 other girls in the entire club. It appears that circumstances are beginning to shift. Did the club president and a Ning come directly this time? In that case, the talent of the lucky one may be reconsidered. However, why are these women watching me while they dine? I cannot partake in their meal. As the clock strikes midnight, you rise from your bed, the blanket slipping away, revealing a woman beside you who has succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep. System. It is not that I have an abundance of questions, but rather that you seem to have a dilemma. Is the Sea King truly that formidable? After becoming the Sea King, did Ning immediately realize that she merely regards the president as an elder sister, while I am her true love? I require the process. System. The process. Have you not studied mathematics? Points are deducted without a process. Ignoring the lamentations of a solitary soul, the system continues to update. Due to certain warnings, you refrain from exiting the room, instead obsessively refreshing your phone, hoping to uncover some apocalyptic news. Unfortunately, you are met with disappointment. Simultaneously, a sense of unease festers within you as you ponder the dangers that may lurk outside. Suddenly, a familiar scream pierces the air from beyond the door. Realizing that something has gone awry, you, the sole male in the room, dash outside, clad only in your undergarments. Upon reaching the entrance, you behold the sight of a girl, lost in thought, gazing into the distant sky. With a single glance, you recognize her as Ning. Yet, due to your vantage point, the events unfolding outside remain obscured, leaving you perplexed as to why Ning cried out. Just as you prepare to speak to her, Ning abruptly turns her head to face you. Her head rotates a full 180 degrees, while her body remains motionless. You are struck with horror, attempting to scream, only to find your vision spinning uncontrollably. Your exceptional endurance allows your mind to linger in a state of awareness for a moment longer. The final image that sears into your memory is that of a headless corpse, clad in a garish red pair of underpants. You have met your demise. Simulation complete. Survival time did not meet the minimum standard. During the novice welfare period, results will be calculated at the lowest standard. This simulation lasted 1 day, yielding a reward of Physique 001. Will the player choose to replace the previous talent with that of the simulation? Chapter 4. I see you. After reviewing the information from the third system simulation, Chen Ping'an feels as though a bucket of cold water has been poured over his head. Clearly, I was directly beheaded, wasn't I? My head flew off. How exhilarating. But what on earth was Ning's reaction about? The system indicated that her initial posture was one of looking into the distance. Did she see that colossal hand? Chen Ping'an's expression turns grave, as he seems to grasp the implications of gazing directly at the giant hand, judging by the system's description. And Ning's neck could not have contorted in such a manner unless she were no longer alive. Is it truly the case that merely witnessing that enormous hand can cause a human to become like that? What has transpired within the city? Alas, what calamity awaits our world in the future? Is that colossal hand akin to the unfathomable Cthulhu, or perhaps a form of incomprehensible meme infection? The more information that surfaced only served to further perplex Chen Ping'an. Mere fragments of descriptions rendered him restless. After inhaling deeply several times, he resumed his contemplation. Initially, the aquatic sovereign's gift and the note he had left indeed altered the information within the simulation. However, it appeared that his simulated self merely understood the necessity of remaining indoors, yet remained oblivious to the nature of the colossal hand. This particular information had not been successfully conveyed, though it was reassuring to note that it had indeed prompted new changes, proving that he could influence the simulated data. Yet, the new revelations brought forth a sense of despair. Despite having simulated 3 times, he had yet to grasp the essence of the apocalypse. Chen Ping'an had not even survived the first day. Was this end of the world too harsh for an ordinary person? What merit did his world possess to endure such an incomprehensible doom? During the third simulation, perhaps his greatest gain was the realization that he had, in a literary sense, spilled blood. How frustrating. At that moment, there were 6 girls in the room, yet Ning was outside. With whom had he engaged? Furthermore, it was the apocalypse. Why did his simulated self still possess such refined interests? After a moment of vexation, Chen Ping'an redirected his gaze to the system panel. System. Can the gift of the lucky one influence the probability of my acquiring a gift from you? The green tier gift does not affect the system's selection of gifts. In light of this, he resolved to replace the first gift slot with the aquatic sovereign's ability, chosen in the last simulation. After all, no information related to luck had manifested in the previous simulation. Evidently, the benefits of the green tier happiness enhancement were no longer sufficient to yield direct rewards. Thus, Chen Ping'an prioritized the superior aquatic sovereign's gift, which, at the very least, might grant additional advantages if no other gains were forthcoming. Before long, the system panel reflected a transformation in his physique to 803 points, and the first gift slot was updated to aquatic sovereign, blue. Upon the completion of this gift exchange, Chen Ping'an felt a warm current surge within his body. This flow was gentle and soothing, and mere moments later, the sensation dissipated. At that instant, he perceived an overwhelming lightness throughout his being. After a brief moment of acclimatization, he attempted to squat down, supporting himself with one hand on the ground. And with a slight exertion, he effortlessly executed a handstand. As he inverted, his shirt slipped slightly downwards. The floor-length mirror in the room reflected a strikingly handsome young man with sculpted abs. Chen Ping'an had always been considered quite the charming figure, earning him a spot in the all-girls anime club at the behest of the club president. Yet, in days gone by, he had not been the sort to turn heads as he walked down the street. At this moment, the reflection of Chen Ping'an in the mirror, though possessing the same features, appeared to have undergone a transformation akin to an upgrade from 360p to 1080p. His entire demeanor had completely shifted. At this stage, Chen Ping'an undoubtedly reached a level where he could attract the attention of young ladies on the street, perhaps even inciting some bold individuals to attempt to convey a sense of warmth. Chen Ping'an smiled at the mirror, gazing at the warm smile of the man before him. He couldn't help but shiver. Wow, so handsome. No wonder those girls in the simulation are always looking at me. Even I can't help but be captivated by my own reflection. Speaking of which, does the simulator truly enhance attributes to such an extent? Although my physique and appearance have only slightly improved, I feel as though I have transformed into a different person altogether. After briefly reveling in his changes, Chen Ping'an returned to the table and began to revise the content of the note he had previously left. In the earlier simulation, he had abandoned the idea of exploring due to a warning, yet it seemed he remained oblivious to the colossal hand looming in the distant sky. Thus, while my warning proved effective, the system indeed obscured specific information regarding the impending doom. Consequently, this time, the warning read, "I am Chen Ping'an. For the next 10 days, prepare water and food in advance, remain safely indoors, do not look out the window, and refrain from contacting others. Gather information and survive as best as you can." Yes, this time Chen Ping'an decided to experiment with the outcome of solitary survival. From the previous simulation, it appeared that witnessing the giant hand could trigger a transformation in individuals, and his eventual demise was likely linked to a Ning's metamorphosis. What he needed most now was information, so his priority was to survive at all costs. System, simulation commencing. The pale blue panel refreshed once more, leading him to the talent selection interface. Please choose a talent: fragrance, white; esports prodigy, blue; innate strength, purple. Talent levels range from low to high: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Once a red talent is bound, it cannot be replaced. Fragrance, white. Your body naturally emanates a pleasant aroma, endearing you to the opposite sex. Many renowned figures in ancient times were famed for this talent. Effect, slight optimization of bodily hormones. Esports prodigy, blue. You are a born champion. In the realm of esports, once you grasp the keyboard, regardless of whether your opponent is one person or five, whether they wield a gun or a knife, you will dominate every match. Effect, esports talent level 3. Innate strength, purple. From the moment you effortlessly bent a finely crafted sword at the age of 3, you knew you were destined for greatness. Yet, that corrupt official surnamed Bao slandered you as a martial artist, while the truth was simply your innate strength. Had you known the turmoil that would ensue, even implicating your father, you would have never accepted that cup of sweet water from your cousin. Although, I must admit, the Qin family is indeed quite charming. Effect, charm 1, physique 4, cannot exceed human limits. Upon seeing the options for talents, Chen Ping'an's eyes sparkled. For the first time, a purple talent had appeared before him. Moreover, this innate talent can directly augment one's constitution by 4 points. Having merely enhanced my vitality by a slight margin, I have already witnessed such a substantial increase in strength. If I were to select this option, would I not soar to new heights? As for the allure of physical charm and the prowess of an esports prodigy, Chen Ping'an could only ponder, am I to seduce maidens and engage in gaming amidst the apocalypse? However, the gift of innate strength, coupled with such a description, could it be that unskilled young Master Chong? How disrespectful. System, I choose innate strength. Let the simulation commence. The information on the system panel began to shift. Day 1. Due to certain warnings, after stockpiling sufficient food and water for 3 months, you find yourself alone at home. The strategy is sound. First, one must survive by all means before contemplating other matters. In the preceding days, while you were out gathering supplies, the robust and handsome you caught the eye of Aunt by next door. She appeared rather exhilarated, collapsing onto the ground. Although not elderly, her flushed complexion rendered you hesitant to assist, prompting your retreat home. Aunt by next door? She seems to be nearing 30 and has been living alone. Our interactions have been sparse, yet she appears remarkably well preserved, and I believe she is a lawyer? There's an odd sense of familiarity, as if I have encountered her somewhere before. However, it seems the subsequent information from the system is somewhat amiss. From that day forth, Aunt Bai frequently sought you out for no particular reason. Despite the winter chill, she often exclaimed of feeling warm and would occasionally lean against you, her voluptuous form encroaching upon your space. Yet, gazing upon Aunt Bai's exquisite visage, your resolve remained unwavering. After all, with the apocalypse looming, one must never relax their guard. Upon reading this, Chen Ping'an, initially apprehensive that the system would create further complications, exhaled in relief, declaring, "Indeed, the previous simulation was undoubtedly a misunderstanding. Onward, the steadfast path of righteousness is mine." Due to the looming threat of the apocalypse, after concluding matters, regardless of Aunt Bai's pleas, you resolutely returned her home. Of course, when she knocked on your door again, you still welcomed her inside. After all, you are a young man of good character, and a young man of good character cannot refuse a graceful and alluring aunt. Chen Ping'an's smile froze upon his face. After once more escorting the weakened ant by home, the clock struck midnight, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. You remained alone in your dwelling when, suddenly, the entire world seemed to fall into silence, engendering an inexplicable sense of dread within your heart. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura of oppression enveloped you, making you feel as though death were imminent. As if the world itself brimmed with malevolent intent to annihilate you. You succumbed to unconsciousness. Uncertain how much time passed, your constitution, honed to its limits, allowed you to endure that inhuman pressure during your stupor. At this point, the external world had become eerily silent. It seemed the only sound was that of your own breath. Heeding the previous warnings, you refrained from drawing back the curtains to gaze outside, instead opting to grasp your phone in an attempt to check for messages. The phone's light illuminated your face, and in the floor-length mirror, your visage, which should have been strikingly handsome and virile, appeared as pallid as that of a corpse. The time displayed on the phone was 4 o'clock in the morning, and the signal remained strong. However, there have been no reports regarding the apocalypse. Everything seems unchanged. Even in the familiar chat groups and forums you frequent, people continue to engage in cheerful banter. Were it not for the recent experiences, you might have thought it was merely a nightmare. Observing the lively atmosphere in the chat group, the oppressive mood seemed to lighten somewhat. You sent a playful emoji, preparing to subtly inquire about certain news, when the entire chat suddenly fell silent. "I see you," echoed repeatedly, a flurry of identical messages inundating the screen, startling you into hastily tossing your phone aside. The device flickered a few times before extinguishing, and outside, there was no light. The room grew increasingly cold and dark. In what should have been your solitary space, a familiar woman's voice unexpectedly resonated in your ear. "I see you." A crimson haze enveloped your vision, as if something had penetrated your mind. "You are dead." The simulation concluded, survival time failing to meet the minimum requirement. During the novice welfare period, it was settled at the lowest standard. The survival duration amounted to 1 day, and a reward of Constitution 001 was offered. Would the player like to retain the talents of this simulation? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Chen Ping'an's forehead. "Damn, I think I know what kind of apocalypse this is." Chapter 5. The Golden Legend. Merely reading the textual description, Chen Ping'an felt an indescribable, eerie aura enveloping him. In this simulation, he indeed remained at home alone as planned, yet ultimately, he did not survive even a single day. According to the initial apocalyptic description, as soon as the clock struck 1, an inexplicable pressure began to manifest. Moreover, the subsequent sense of oppression that assailed him from all directions caused him to lose consciousness. Reflecting on the simulation's narrative, had it not been for his innate strength pushing him to the human limit, he might have perished in that state of unconsciousness. Nevertheless, even after enduring the first wave, he only managed to survive an additional 4 hours before encountering even stranger phenomena upon awakening. Ultimately, these bizarre occurrences led Chen Ping'an to realize that the apocalypse foretold by the simulator was perhaps the scenario he dreaded the most. It was evident that, judging from the previous descriptions, a peculiar type of apocalypse would descend upon this world in 10 days. Whether it was the unsettling twist during the third simulation or the eerie female voice in the fourth, both clearly indicated the bizarre nature of this impending apocalypse. The so-called strange apocalypse refers to an invasion or revival of the uncanny, where the forces of the human world are utterly incapable of contending with such irrational entities. Contemplating this, Chen Ping'an felt a tinge of despair, for thus far, the talents manifested within the simulator remained firmly within the realm of humanity, devoid of any elements pertaining to supernatural powers. Moreover, he had already drawn his utmost talent, which had turned purple. Could the system's simulation genuinely bestow hope upon himself and this world? Just as Chen Ping'an found himself at a loss due to the bleakness of the road ahead, his phone suddenly rang. "Grandfather, your grandson is calling you." He glanced at the caller ID, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately chose to answer. "Hello, President." His voice emerged rather hoarsely, a consequence of the pressure he was under, which had unexpectedly altered its tone. "Goodness, little Ping'an, your voice sounds as if you're on the brink of death. And Ning told me you merely startled her. She doesn't dislike you. Come on, stop playing dead. Let's grab a drink together." Realizing his voice had become so dry, Chen Ping'an felt a stir within. Although the simulation was merely text, its enigmatic principles might indeed wield some influence over his current self. "No, President, you misunderstand. I didn't Hey, little Ping'an, why are we being so polite? 6 o'clock tonight. The usual place, don't be late. Before Ping'an could finish his explanation, the president abruptly hung up. Feeling somewhat helpless, Chen Ping'an glanced at his phone. His president was always like this, caring yet overly enthusiastic, often interrupting others before they could complete their thoughts. Nevertheless, the president's concern warmed Chen Ping'an's heart. The apocalypse was not solely his affair, it pertained to everyone around him. When the end arrived, all that currently existed would turn to dust. With a firm clap of his hands against his face, a slight sting restored clarity to Chen Ping'an's gaze. Chen Ping'an, you cannot give up. Keep pushing forward. It was only 3 in the afternoon, leaving ample time before the president's dinner gathering. Chen Ping'an resolved to continue the simulation and seek breakthroughs. System. Replace Sea King with innate divine power. The name Sea King gradually faded from the talent list on the panel. When innate divine power fully solidified in the talent list, a surge of heat, nearly 10-fold stronger than before, coursed through Chen Ping'an's body. This wave of warmth persisted for nearly 10 minutes before dissipating. Once the heat subsided, Chen Ping'an rose to his feet and threw a few punches into the air. Though lacking any combat technique, his strikes produced a pronounced whooshing sound through the atmosphere. Chen Ping'an had no doubt that a single punch from him could yield a pair of silver bracelets. The physical attribute displayed on the panel was currently 10 points, 704, base attributes, 4, talent bonus. As the innate divine power talent was insufficient to transcend human limits, he remained at 10 points. Despite feeling a surge of remarkable strength within him, Chen Ping'an still bore a weight of seriousness. He recalled vividly that in his last simulation, he had possessed similar strength, yet when confronted by the uncanny, he had perished in an instant. System, what must I do to transcend human limits? Observing the monotonous responses of his system, Chen Ping'an sighed softly and began his preparations for the simulation. Before proceeding, he left a cautionary note on the table. In addition to the previous content, he added a new phrase. If one day I fall into a coma and awaken, I must absolutely refrain from sending any messages via mobile. Once the note was secured, Chen Ping'an turned his gaze back to the simulation panel. System. Initiate the simulation. In a moment, the available talents refreshed before him. Perhaps due to the luck brought by the president of the association, a completely different color option appeared this time. Please select a talent. Renal enhancement, white. Master of acting, blue. Martial arts grandmaster, gold. The talent levels range from low to high. White, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. Once bound, a red talent cannot be replaced. Renal enhancement. Why do you often feel as if your body has been hollowed out? Is she perpetually indifferent towards you? Man, there are pains that cannot be articulated. Choose this talent to become a true man. It benefits both you and her. Effect, enhancement of renal capabilities. Chen Ping'an gazed at this talent, his eyes twitching slightly. Though it concerned a serious internal enhancement, the description was rather frivolous. As a naturally strong individual, my kidneys are already robust. I have no need for such a thing. Yet, he felt that to complain would be to concede defeat. Taking a deep breath, he continued to examine the subsequent talents. Master of acting, blue excellent. You are impressive. You are noble. Everyone adores you. They admire you. I am shameless. I am the villain. I am flawed. Did you ever consider bringing me back after you brought me here? Do you know the hardships I have faced since arriving? I am determined to ascend step by step to the pinnacle. I aspire to be Zhao Gao. Effect, acting talent level 3. System. Do you think I haven't seen the handsome who version of myth? To be frank, Zhao Gao's acting is indeed remarkable. But I cannot compete in acting with those entities. They have no desire for conversation, only to drag me down. Shaking his head, Chen Ping'an turned his attention to the final talent. This one was distinctly different, presented in a golden script. Martial arts grandmaster, gold decades of relentless training. Countless fierce battles between life and death have elevated your understanding of martial arts to an enlightenment of the essence of vital energy. After 9 breakthroughs of limits, you have touched upon the true boundaries of the human body. Yet, the path ahead is severed, and ultimately, you remain merely a master among mortals. Effect, martial arts grandmaster level talent, activation of vital energy, breaking the initial physical limits. Chen Ping'an's eyes lit up, as expected of a golden talent. Its effect was fundamentally different from the previous options. Furthermore, this talent was the first to mention transcending human limits. I wonder what the scenery beyond those limits entails. System. I choose martial arts grandmaster. Commence the simulation. Chapter 6. A new breakthrough. Day 1. You sit alone in your room, expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Like a tiger waiting to pounce in the depths of the forest. The beginning is entirely different. You reflect upon the events of the previous night. Once again, Aunt by next door knocked on your door. You gazed at her, shy and demure, dressed in a professional outfit that exuded allure. Inside, you felt no stirrings of emotion. What does a lawyer's attire look like? Chen Ping'an casually searched on his phone and instantly comprehended. Indeed, it was rather enticing. But did Aunt Bai catch sight of me again? So her name is Bai Jia? Hiss. Aunt Bai, do you harbor an interest? Are you tempted by my physique? Yet, the martial arts master remains unfazed, even in the presence of such an alluring older sister. In the next moment, the system panel continued to refresh after their encounter. Aunt Bai limped back to her room with a satisfied expression, while you sat alone in the living room, your face betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Chen Ping'an's expression momentarily dulled. As a virgin, he could not fathom this. After a brief cough, Chen Ping'an remarked, Ahem. Surely Aunt Bai is here to aid in martial arts practice. As mere mortals, how can we presume to speculate on the affairs of a martial arts master? Furthermore, with innate divine strength combined with martial prowess, Aunt Bai, you ought to exercise restraint. As the clock struck midnight, the first day formally commenced, and a grave expression settled upon your face. You were aware that today heralded doomsday, yet you remained oblivious to what would transpire. As for the notes and messages, you paid them no mind. As a martial arts master, you possessed your own discernment. Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow. The formidable talent allowed the simulated version of himself to grow stronger, yet it seemed he had developed his own thoughts. At the stroke of midnight, a sudden surge of malevolent intent pervaded the air, and under this onslaught, you felt as if you had plunged into an icy abyss, your body stiffening as though lifeless. Your countenance remained impassive as you quietly summoned the vital energy within, dispersing the malevolence that coiled around you. In your martial awareness, it appeared that only the doors and windows held no malice, while a voice deep within urged you to step outside. However, as you attempted to push open the door to investigate, your martial awareness once again warned you, halting your actions. Incredible. Have I finally regained my ability to act as the apocalypse commences? By the timeline, the colossal hand should be looming over the city. Yet, as a martial arts master, even without knowing of that giant hand outside, I could sense the danger solely based on my martial awareness. You stood quietly within the confines of your room, your vital energy swirling rapidly, countering the relentless malevolence encroaching from all sides, while the world outside grew increasingly silent. After approximately an hour, gauged by the rhythm of your heartbeat, you suddenly heard a strange laugh. You lost consciousness. Uncertain of how long it had been, you awoke once more, glancing at your phone to find it was already 4 in the morning. The intangible malevolence in the air had dissipated, yet you found yourself ensnared by another chilling sensation. Recalling the warnings you had previously encountered, you set your phone down, ignoring the messages in the chat group, which had reached a staggering 99, and refrained from sending any response. You can sense that the world around you seems to have undergone a subtle transformation. As you circulate your vital energy, the chilling sensation dissipates. The formidable strength you possess instills in you the confidence to venture forth and discern what has transpired. For hours, it aligns closely with the duration of your previous awakening. Clearly, within the 4 hours since the colossal hand descended, certain events have unfolded unbeknownst to you, such as the initial allure that beckoned you outside and the laughter that resonated during the first hour. And now, are you truly ready to step outside? Indeed, those with exceptional skills often exhibit audacity, yet one cannot ascertain whether the gigantic hand still looms in the sky. Nonetheless, a martial arts master should possess the ability to sense danger, thus it is unlikely they would gaze upwards. You hope to gather more information. You push open the door, and the corridor at 4 in the morning lies in utter silence. No, it is not merely silence. It is an overwhelming stillness. Gazing upon the dimly lit corridor devoid of any illumination, you linger at the threshold for a brief moment of contemplation before deciding to descend the stairs. As you pass by Jia's door, your martial instincts suddenly alert you with fervent urgency. You channel your entire vital energy, warily glancing at the door beside you. You sense that something dreadful is awakening within. With a creak, Jia's door opens silently, and a light, feminine laughter emanates from within. The familiar laughter of days gone by, now tinged with a hint of insatiable pleading yet infused with an otherworldly eeriness. The chilling sensation, which had inexplicably returned, envelopes you once more. Your martial instincts forewarn you of impending doom. In an instant, you harness your vital energy, dispelling the sudden icy dread that envelopes you. However, the seasoned warrior within you quickly abandons any thoughts of confrontation. You understand that the entity before you is beyond your capacity to contend with. With a crash, you shatter the corridor's glass and leap outside. Chen Ping'an anxiously observes the rapidly updating information. Indeed, Aunt Bai does not intend to let me escape unscathed. Yet this time she is formidable, refraining from immediate lethality. Have I actually managed to leap from the window? Wait, jumping from the window? I am on the 33rd floor. Amidst the cascading shards of glass, you plummet to the ground. The overwhelming force of the fall from dozens of stories is effortlessly mitigated by your prowess. Astonishingly, you realize that your descent has made no sound whatsoever. You attempt to speak, only to find that your voice cannot escape. The world before you seems to have been silenced entirely. Is a martial arts master truly this formidable? To leap from over 30 stories without consequence? This physical form is astonishingly resilient. Yet, why is there no sound in the world? How then did I hear the laughter? The extraordinary talents of a martial arts master have granted Chen Ping'an insights into many previously unseen phenomena during this simulation. Gradually, a sense of anticipation grows within him. Perhaps this time, I may survive the first day. Feeling a profound sense of unease, you surveyed the desolate street before you, which resonated with an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. A few vehicles lay in disarray at the roadside, having collided with one another. As you approached to inspect, you discovered that the drivers within were lifeless. Strangely, each deceased individual wore an unsettling smile, their expressions grotesquely stretched as though their lips had been forcibly drawn upward. Their wide, unseeing eyes were hollow, devoid of any semblance of life. After a cursory examination confirmed that these victims bore no other abnormalities, you continued your journey towards the outskirts of the city, diligently searching for any potential survivors. The oppressive quietude of this forsaken world instilled in you a deep discomfort, igniting a fervent desire to find another living soul akin to yourself. Since your escape from the building, you had not once dared to glance upwards, a nagging intuition tugging at your consciousness. In your trek towards the city's edge, every person you encountered had succumbed to death, their faces adorned with that same eerie grin. Along the way, you faced numerous perilous situations, some even more menacing than those previously encountered. Yet your martial instincts and extraordinary agility allowed you to evade the threats in the nick of time. However, as time wore on, your vitality waned, while the strange creatures you encountered grew increasingly formidable and keen. The indomitable spirit of a martial master propelled you through successive crises. Yet your heart sank deeper with each passing moment. If this world is to be so, what significance does my survival hold? A stirring within Chen Ping'an's heart prompted a flicker of awareness. As the simulated information refreshed, visible only to him, a wave of profound despondency washed over him. Unbeknownst to Chen Ping'an, this simulation seemed to inversely affect his emotional state. Upon reaching the city's periphery, the clock struck 8 in the morning. At this juncture, you appeared utterly wretched. One arm lay shattered, your clothing in tatters, and dark claw marks marred your body, the deepest of which nearly severed you in two. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon you, and in this seemingly deadened world, you questioned the very purpose of your perseverance. In reality, a flicker of desolation passed through Chen Ping'an's eyes. The simulation, though fictional, perhaps mirrored a fragment of existence. As you traverse once more past a towering edifice, the vista before you leaves you utterly astounded. Within the city limits, an oppressive gloom prevails, yet beyond its confines, sunlight bathes the land in warmth. A stark boundary seems to have emerged between the metropolis and the outside world. A flicker of inexplicable hope ignites within your heart. Perhaps you are not as solitary as you had believed. After narrowly evading the pursuit of grotesque creatures, you arrive at the highway leading out of the city. For the first time since the apocalypse, you behold the presence of the living. These are the soldiers of the great Yuan government, stationed in the illuminated area. It appears that someone has taken note of your existence. A soldier raises his weapon, eyeing you warily. Yet, the leader among them halts the others, her expression charged with emotion as she calls out to you, her lips forming words that seem to inquire about your condition. However, within the confines of the boundary, silence reigns, rendering her words inaudible. The soldiers behind her, noticing your lack of response, grow increasingly vigilant. Upon discerning your appearance, they even disengage the safeties of their firearms, their eyes reflecting not only apprehension, but also an unmistakable tinge of fear. To you, these weapons are akin to mere toys, and you remain unfazed by their demeanor. For in your current state, you indeed appear somewhat fearsome. At last, having glimpsed the living, you advance with an air of ease, eager to ascertain what has transpired. Upon reaching the intersection of light and shadow, amidst the stillness of that world, a woman's voice resonates in your ear. I've found you. Amidst the gasps of the crowd across from you, you, still ensconced within the somber boundary, tragically lose your head. You are dead. The simulation concludes. Your survival time failing to meet the minimum threshold. During the novice welfare period, calculations revert to the lowest standard. Your survival time registers as a mere day, awarding you with a physical attribute of 001. The query arises, will the player choose to retain the talents acquired during this simulation? With the simulation once more at an end, Chen Ping'an's inexplicable emotional turmoil dissipates entirely. Yet, through these repeated influences, the simulation has evidently begun to alter Chen Ping'an's thoughts in reality. Sadly, even with the endowment of martial mastery, Chen Ping'an has yet to survive a single day. Nevertheless, he faces this outcome with a countenance devoid of discontent, revealing for the first time a glimmer of joy. Chapter 7. The Imperial Capital? Chen Ping'an, of course, feels elated. Although this simulation has yet again failed to see him through the first day, the version of himself within the simulation not only escaped initial peril, but also secured a profoundly significant piece of information. The order of this world still exists. The apocalypse has not instantaneously obliterated all semblance of structure. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of misfortune that led his apocalyptic self to encounter the initial cataclysm in the metropolis. Beyond the confines of the city, there may yet be other avenues of hope. Hope is of paramount importance to an individual. In the simulation, Chen Ping'an, although a master of martial arts capable of evading monstrous pursuits, is engulfed in a profound sense of loneliness within a world steeped in silence and desolation. This isolation even casts a shadow on the real Chen Ping'an. Eventually, when the martial arts master confronts the monsters, he chooses not to flee relentlessly. Even when gravely injured in battle, it serves as an outlet for his pent-up emotions. The genuine joy he feels upon encountering the living outside the city of demons is undeniably authentic. Rather than hastily devising a plan for his newfound abilities, he begins to rapidly contemplate the implications behind this crucial piece of information. The existence of survivors suggests that the so-called apocalypse did not engulf the world all at once. It is highly probable that only the city of demons, or a select few locations, initially experienced such calamities. Thus, if he could escape the city of demons, he could at least evade the immediate danger. Most importantly, survival over time would grant him access to more valuable information. With this thought in mind, Chen Ping'an approached his desk and tore up all previous warnings, leaving behind a new proclamation. I am Chen Ping'an, and within 10 days, I must leave the city of demons for other lands. Now, let me witness the true strength of this golden talent that heralds a new turning point. In the simulation, he could emerge unscathed before the monsters and traverse the bizarrely afflicted city with ease, engaging in combat with those strange entities, even to the point of injury, posed little challenge, as this power transcended the mundane. Each critical talent replacement brought about a monumental enhancement of his strength. At this moment, he eagerly anticipated acquiring this newfound power. System: replace my innate divine strength with martial arts master talent. As the first talent in the talent panel underwent a transformation, before Chen Ping'an could even sense the weakness from the loss of divine strength, an overwhelming surge of warmth, far exceeding previous levels, enveloped his entire being. No, this time it was not merely his body. Even his mind seemed to pulse with this fervent energy. Overcome by the intensity, Chen Ping'an instinctively closed his eyes. Within this warm flow, he felt as though he was returning to his primordial state, to the very beginning of life itself. In reality, crimson phantoms gradually enveloped Chen Ping'an. This was a genuine rebirth. An hour later, the loading of this talent was finally complete. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an, standing silently, opened his eyes, and in that instant, the room bathed in twilight seemed to glow. This was one of the hallmarks of a martial arts expert, the phenomenon of empty space producing light. Chen Ping'an gazed into the mirror, where a handsome youth stood at ease. What is happening? Why do I feel that I appear more handsome? No wonder Aunt Bai couldn't resist. I misjudged you, Aunt. Chen Ping'an was not vain. The youth in the mirror not only appeared in 1080p, but also seemed as if a beauty filter had been applied in reality. The entirety of his skin was devoid of any blemish. His features appeared more defined, and an irresistible, unique aura emanated from him. The effects of the martial arts master did not inherently include any enhancements to charm. Moreover, I should have lost the charm bonus from my innate divine strength. So why do I appear even more handsome? System, what is the explanation for this? Player, your understanding of charm appears to be flawed. Any unique existence possesses its own allure. Innate divine strength naturally embodies a rugged beauty. However, player, do you truly believe that achieving the pinnacle of a martial arts master would diminish your charm? Player, please comprehend that a martial arts master, who has grasped the essence of vital energy, seeks to amplify their own vitality and embarks on a path of self-perfection. As the system elucidated, a plethora of information regarding martial arts masters flooded Chen Ping'an's mind. The recent fusion of talents engaged the most enigmatic aspects of the human brain, during which much knowledge was seamlessly integrated into Chen Ping'an's consciousness. At this moment, he instinctively recalled all that pertained to martial arts masters, as if he had genuinely lived in a world where martial arts flourished. The system's depiction of martial arts masters leaned more towards characters from the fantastical novels Chen Ping'an had read. At its core, martial arts involve the cultivation of a unique energy known as vital essence, which propels one's evolution. It is not merely about mastering a set of techniques or displaying fleeting bravery. The essence of martial arts challenges the very limits of life itself. The path of cultivation is inherently a journey towards self-perfection. As exemplary figures among martial artists, martial arts masters transcend humanity in certain respects. Thus, in previous simulations, it was depicted that Chen Ping'an could leap from the 33rd floor unharmed and remained unafraid of firearms. The term martial arts master broadly refers to all warriors who have trained to the limits of human potential, achieving a state after breaking their first physical barrier through various esoteric martial arts. From a system data perspective, upon surpassing the initial limit, a martial arts master elevates their physical attributes from 10 to 11. Although this may seem a mere increment, the disparity in strength can be several-fold. This is due, in part, to the fact that as attributes increase, the gap widens. More importantly, upon successfully breaking through the first limit of vital essence and ascending to the status of a martial arts master, warriors also gain insights into the special abilities of vital essence power and martial spiritual awareness. Regarding vital essence power and martial spiritual awareness, with a mere thought, a crimson glow suddenly appeared in the palm of Chen Ping'an's hand. Curious to experiment with this newfound power, he rose and entered the kitchen, where he gently touched with his palm, illuminated by the glow of vital essence. The modern culinary knife within the kitchen was effortlessly severed, and Chen Ping'an felt no resistance whatsoever. Is this the vital essence power that only a master can comprehend? Furthermore, according to my memory, this amount of vital essence merely signifies my entry into the master state, having yet to achieve the first qualitative transformation of vital essence smoke. This is quite normal. Talent merely provides a seed, yet the growth of that seed depends on the possessor's inherent capabilities. Like the martial arts masters described in the realm of talent, he has reached the true limits of the human body. After 9 breakthroughs in vital energy, he has become a martial sage, embodying the ultimate form of this talent. As he felt the powerful force surging within him, a spontaneous smile of joy appeared on Chen Ping'an's face. Having lived for 20 years, this was his first encounter with extraordinary power. Regarding the martial intuition, after completing the transformation of talents in the first column, Chen Ping'an's appearance became even more handsome, and his perception significantly heightened. By slightly focusing his attention, he could discern every feather on a bird nearly 100 meters away outside the window. Alongside his enhanced vision, his auditory senses were also remarkably sharpened. With his eyes closed and ears slightly twitching, he could hear everything happening next door with Aunt Bai. From the sounds, it seemed Aunt Bai was mumbling about something. In the adjacent room, Bai Jie was trying on her newly purchased black lingerie in front of a floor-length mirror. Approaching 30, she had matured beautifully. After scrutinizing her reflection for a while, she murmured to herself, with a figure like mine. I wonder who will benefit from it in the future. However, the director of the law firm seemed to be looking at her with an unusual gaze. She felt the need to be cautious. Humph, that old scoundrel wants to take what I've preserved for so long. Dream on. If that handsome guy next door were a tad more attractive, it might be a different story, huh? If that's the case, I might just throw myself at him. Upon hearing Bai Jie's words, Chen Ping'an's expression turned peculiar. No wonder she had been so enthusiastic during the previous simulations. She had been scheming all along. The usually aloof lawyer's sister turned out to be quite the surprise. In truth, the enhancement of the five senses was merely a superficial aspect of martial intuition. The most precious facet of this ability, as repeatedly demonstrated in the simulations, is that it allows martial masters to sense danger in advance. For instance, in the simulation, the strange occurrences in Bai Jie's room, the decision not to push open the door at the onset of disaster, and the choice not to look up after jumping from the building, all exemplify this instinctive awareness akin to a premonition. After conducting a brief test of the changes brought about by becoming a martial master, Chen Ping'an glanced at the wall clock, which was nearing 4 o'clock. Having embraced the talent of a martial master, he vaguely sensed that the multiple simulations might inversely affect his reality. If he were not strong enough, he could be eroded by this incomprehensible influence. The warnings from martial intuition were somewhat strange, yet after contemplation, Chen Ping'an decided against any attempts to probe further. Thus, to mitigate the inexplicable effects of the simulations on himself, he realized he must continually strengthen his abilities in the real world. Yet, as one's strength in reality increases, so too does the volume of information within the simulation. However, the time required in the real world also extends. Consequently, unless faced with an instant demise scenario, it would be exceedingly challenging to rapidly acquire attributes. Nevertheless, the innate talent of the martial arts master has led Chen Ping'an to realize that possessing a formidable talent may be of greater significance. For within the memories of the martial arts master lies knowledge of methods to enhance vitality and physical constitution. Chen Ping'an thus intends to visit a hot pot restaurant to experiment with the techniques for enhancement. Should the cost-effectiveness prove satisfactory, he might abandon his initial concept of accumulating attributes through repeated deaths. After all, the recent simulation has sparked certain conjectures within him. Perhaps the words of these simulations are not entirely fanciful. As Chen Ping'an's thoughts shifted, the system panel once again entered a simulation state. Perhaps due to his earlier stroke of luck, this time the talent panel displayed only white and green talents. Please select a talent. Night Owl, white. Sales Expert, green. Iron Stomach, green. Talent levels range from low to high. White, green, blue, purple, gold, red. Once a red talent is bound, it cannot be replaced. Night Owl, white what? Staying up late is detrimental to health. Early to bed and early to rise is better for the body. Then, as long as I don't sleep, ISNT that a form of health preservation? Come on, power bank at the ready. Let me indulge in a sleepless night. Effect, liver capacity enhancement. Sales Expert. Green years of sales experience have made you an expert in understanding customer psychology. Whenever you wish to sell, clients will unknowingly purchase items they do not need. Effect, emotional perception 1, verbal expression 1. By heavens, staying up late indeed takes a toll on the liver. Without a healthy liver, one is bound to perish from sleepless nights. And this sales expert talent, why does it resemble the attributes of a player? Does the system imply that a so-called player is merely an exceptionally skilled sales expert? Iron Stomach. Green having lived away from home for years, surviving solely on takeout. Consuming 5 meals a day is not an issue. Your stomach, having endured various meals processed in unknown ways, has become as resilient as iron. Even after a spicy hot pot, you will not transform into a spewing warrior. Effect, digestive capacity 1, poison resistance 1. Oh, really? Just from takeout 1 gains poison resistance? The depths of this takeout are rather profound. After a moment of reflection, Chen Ping'an could only ponder his choices seriously. Since this time he would be traveling to another city, communication with others would be necessary, making verbal expression essential. As for the enhancement of internal organs, that holds little value for him. After all, the martial arts master already represents a task of breaking through limits, with the continuous flow of vitality. Even delicate internal organs would receive fortification. Thus, he decided to select this talent. System, I choose Sales Expert. Commence simulation. The information on the system panel began to change. Day 1, the clock strikes midnight. Within a luxurious hotel in the inner ring of the imperial capital, you slowly rise and gaze out the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite at the splendid and vibrant nightscape. Have I chosen the imperial capital this time? Not bad, but let's dive straight in. The moment of the colossal hand's arrival is upon us. Chen Ping'an anxiously gazed at the simulated information, fearful that the imperial capital might soon be turned upside down. Time ticked by, and the apocalypse did not come. Instead, a few applications on his phone seemed to experience minor glitches. Yet, each software company promptly issued announcements, attributing the server anomalies to a solar storm, assuring users that normalcy would soon be restored. While netizens grumbled, they reluctantly accepted the situation. Aware that the end of days was nigh, you meticulously observed your surroundings. But your martial instincts provided no warning, as if the apocalypse were merely a jest. Indeed, the end was not universally simultaneous. The magic city appeared safe, at least on the first day. So, let me witness what unfolds next. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an recalled a troubling thought, his brow furrowing. But how could I afford to stay in the presidential suite of the imperial capital? Just as he felt relieved that the apocalypse had not yet arrived, a pair of delicate arms wrapped around his neck from behind. Chapter 8. The reaction of simulation. These arms had inexplicably reached behind a martial arts master, clearly indicating an extraordinary anomaly. Chen Ping'an, who had thought the imperial capital safe, suddenly paled. Oh no, could the imperial capital also be experiencing abnormalities? The martial arts master had been approached without even a hint of awareness. Forget it. I shall prepare to restart, considering this an opportunity to learn. Next time, I shall leave a note to choose a different location. As Chen Ping'an resigned this simulation to its fate and felt concern for potential anomalies within the imperial capital, the simulation interface abruptly refreshed with a lengthy passage, feeling the soft, warm arms encircling your neck and the delicate softness pressing against you from behind. You displayed no sign of surprise, for she was the adorable girl you had fortuitously saved a few days prior upon your arrival in the imperial capital. In reality, Chen Ping'an's gaze gradually became vacant. She appeared quite affluent. When you had saved her, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she expressed a desire to show you goldfish, a proposition you had initially resolutely declined. Regrettably, this lovely girl with twin tails had offered far too much. You repeatedly assured yourself that it was not solely because she looked splendid in her white silk Lolita attire. Yet your body had unreservedly accompanied her into the presidential suite of this hotel. After one encounter, you learned that this hotel was also her family's private property, a gift from her sister to celebrate her coming of age. Upon uncovering the truth, your disdain for the power of capitalism only intensified. Chen Ping'an wore an expression of being utterly played, having read the preceding information. Master, where is your dignity? Shouldn't you remain unyielding in both might and poverty? System, why must I always indulge in such frivolity within your simulation? Are you truly not orchestrating anything? Players should reflect on why they cherish tranquility. Is it not because of the delightful cosplay of the young girl in white stockings? Confront your true nature. Do not defame the system. Thank you. Chen Ping'an, his expression marred by a sense of being toyed with, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the voice within his mind. The voice had transformed from a cold, mechanical tone to that of a captivating and magnetic female. System, do you possess consciousness? As an observer, I certainly possess consciousness. It was merely that I had not awakened earlier, allowing the proxy to converse with you. I simply did not expect to awaken and witness a martial arts master bullying a wealthy young lady. Chen, your posture is quite flamboyant. Listening to the system's unabashed disdain, Chen Ping'an could not help but retort. Even if you are my golden finger, you cannot tarnish my reputation like this. White stockings. The allure of white stockings is certainly not my reason for cherishing tranquility. It seemed that the martial arts intuition sensed a derisive gaze fixed upon him. Under this inexplicable scrutiny, his voice dwindled, finally leading him to mutter, Actually, black stockings aren't entirely unappealing either. Player Chen Ping'an, you are indeed a remarkably honest individual. I imagine upon hearing my voice, you cannot help but fantasize about manifesting me in various ways. Who would ever think of their own system in such manners? Moreover, there are numerous charming voices among the tiger tanks. Although it appeared that the simulated version of himself engaged in such antics, in reality, Chen Ping'an was genuinely still a virgin. Staring. The energy expenditure has been excessive. I must return to slumber. As for the rest, let the proxy keep you company. Do not dwell on me, for amidst countless possibilities, this may be our sole communication. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an was taken aback. Though the simulator claimed she had no connection to the apocalypse, the ability to simulate such a scenario implied she possessed knowledge of numerous secrets. Do not leave me. Reveal to me the truth of the impending apocalypse. Yet the system offered no further response, and the simulation panel continued to refresh. Day 1 of peace has been successfully navigated. No anomalous information has surfaced online. By 7 in the morning, all previously malfunctioning software had returned to normal. A girl with cascading black hair lay draped over you, exhausted and asleep, her eyes glistening with tears yet her lips adorned with a smile of contentment. Thus, it seems that one cannot glean the desired information from their phone. Chen Ping'an, with a serious demeanor, analyzed the data presented on the simulation panel. Upon reading the final description regarding the girl, a ripple of emotion stirred within the depths of his heart, reminiscent of the previous simulation when the martial arts master broke through. Though she was a stranger, it felt as if a genuine connection had inexplicably formed between them in the liminal space between reality and illusion. Chen Ping'an shook his head, casting aside the peculiar sensation in his mind, forcing himself to regain composure. So, what actions will the simulated version of me undertake next? What deeds might I, endowed with non-human strength, undertake? The following day, after a restless night of circulating my vital energy, I once again found myself before the expansive window in the early hours. Fortunately, the capital had remained free of anomalies that night, though some software failures had recurred, leaving me in a state of unease, compelling me to prepare for action at daybreak. During the day, the girl, having somehow acquired a cosplay outfit of Ram, looked at me with eager anticipation, prompting me to linger in the hotel once more. The simulated version of myself. It is time to engage in meaningful pursuits. This time, Chen Ping'an was not swayed by the simulation, but instead contemplated his experiences within it with earnestness. On the third day, at dawn, I stood once again at the window. And to my relief, no incidents had transpired that night, nor had the software failures reoccurred. I resolved to embark on my journey during the day. Yes, I must. Next time for certain. As a youth who vowed to do so, Chen Ping'an felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. During daylight hours, I resolutely declined the girl's invitation. And as I turned away from her sorrowful cries, a fierce determination glimmered in my eyes. Without looking back, I strode forth with unwavering resolve. For I understood that this departure could very well be a final farewell. At last, I glimpsed the news within the simulator that I was about to take action. And Chen Ping'an could not contain his excitement. Startled, the neighbor, a lady trying on a lace bra, wondered what had befallen the young man. Yet, in the next moment, the door swung open, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman who bore some resemblance to the girl, yet exuded a colder aura. She was the girl's sister. The sister surveyed the disarray of the room with a stern gaze directed at both me and the girl. In that instant, as a martial arts master, I felt a sudden wave of anxiety akin to meeting a parent. However, soon enough, we were both astonished to discover that we were acquaintances from the anime club. After a profound exchange of conversation, the day slipped away. Gazing at the sister, who limped out, and the setting sun outside, I sighed, reflecting on how time slips through one's fingers like grains of sand, ungraspable and fleeting. Chen Ping'an stared at the refreshed information on the panel, his mouth agape in astonishment, his emotions in disarray. Could the rapid progression of the simulation truly exist in reality? For Chen Ping'an, merely 10 days hence, the version of himself, currently still a virgin, would transform into a veritable humanoid bulldozer. Did this not seem somewhat hasty? Was it possible that after a heartbreak, becoming a martial arts master had fundamentally altered my disposition? Yet, system, why do you withhold the process from me? On the fourth day, as the clock struck midnight, I found myself once again at the expansive window, the night view still vibrant outside, while my heart felt as cold as iron. The heart may be cold, but the flesh is warm, is it not? At this moment, I had grown somewhat accustomed to mocking the version of myself within the simulation. Nevertheless, the simulation's counter-effects persisted, and in a fleeting moment, I found myself inexplicably drawn to the girl. This night remains devoid of any anomalies. Yet it is rather peculiar that all means of communication with the enchanted city have been obstructed by the authorities, as though some undisclosed occurrences are transpiring within. Concerned for the state of the enchanted city, you prepare for yet another journey, but the young girl halts you. Initially intent on refusing her request, A single utterance from her causes you to pause. Chapter 9. New simulation information and the crimson gift. It turns out that the girl's sister has left you a message. At this juncture, Chen Ping'an suddenly realizes something he had overlooked. If she is an acquaintance from the anime club, how could she possibly be in the capital? The capital? Could it be Yin Qing, the senior? Yin Qing is one of the 6 members of the anime club, and Chen Ping'an is aware that she hails from the capital. Her family seemingly quite affluent. Under the discerning gaze of the club president, there are no unattractive members in the anime club, and as a noble lady from the capital, Yin Qing undoubtedly possesses both exquisite beauty and a striking figure. However, Chen Ping'an had never heard her mention having a younger sister. The girl, named Yin Yu, informs you that her sister, Yin Qing, returned home from the enchanted city 5 days ago to attend to some matters. Yet, during those days, the girl has been living with you, and Yin Qing had searched for her sister for several days, which is why she did not return to the enchanted city as planned on that very day. Could it be that I inadvertently caused a butterfly effect by saving her sister? It makes sense. In the previous 2 simulations, I had indeed invited all 6 individuals, and Yin Qing must have attended as well. But would she truly make such an effort? Traveling to the capital by day and returning specifically to join the gathering by night. Chen Ping'an cannot help but recall Yin Qing's cold, piercing gaze. She embodies the archetype of an aloof beauty. Aside from her occasional flamboyance during cosplay events, she generally dresses quite formally. Yet even the most daring costumes still envelop her form quite modestly. Regardless of how she conceals herself, her enchanting visage and shapely legs are impossible to hide. Her every appearance elicits considerable admiration from other students at the Enchanted University, and Chen Ping'an has often played the role of her protector against unwelcome advances. Naturally, the troubles brought about by the other lovely ladies are not to be underestimated either, as they are equally captivating, often congregating together, thereby amplifying their allure. It is curious how Chen Ping'an himself was selected by the club president, as the anime club had previously not admitted any male members. As the sole exception, he has endured countless glares from his male peers. To shield Yin Yu from scrutiny, the hotel manager was reassigned by Yin Qing to oversee a branch in the Maldives. Although Yin Qing was displeased by the necessity of keeping Yin Yu's whereabouts confidential, she acknowledged the manager's sense of duty. Meanwhile, Yin Qing, remaining in the capital, has also noticed the peculiarities surrounding the enchanted city, yet her concern for her sister has left her little energy to address the matters of the enchanted city. However, after encountering you yesterday, her worries have been alleviated. As Yin Yu detains you, she also reveals that she is a top-tier hacker. With a dazzling display of skill before you, Yin Yu swiftly uncovers the concealed information hidden by the authorities. As you observed Yin Yu's actions, you couldn't help but lament the ineffectiveness of mere martial prowess. Endurance was commendable, yet you were left questioning your choice to pursue the path of a martial arts master. Chen Ping'an jestingly scolded himself, then, with a touch of melancholy, placed a hand over his heart, realizing that this simulation indeed had repercussions in reality. Strangely enough, he found himself harboring an inexplicable fondness for a girl he had never met. Nevertheless, such a price was not entirely intolerable. As dawn broke, a series of classified documents were laid before you. It appeared that not only in Magic City, but across the globe, major metropolitan areas with populations in the millions had mysteriously vanished over the past few days. All technological observation methods proved ineffective against these lost cities. Satellite imagery revealed only an ominous void of darkness where once bustling urban life thrived. The cities that had disappeared, chronologically, included Magic City, Eastern Heat, and First Rod. Moreover, not long ago, the city of Yuan in the Great Yin had also gone missing. Curiously, all the records contained solely text or third-party accounts, devoid of any visual documentation regarding the vanished locations. Just as Yin Yu found this intriguing and sought to investigate further, your martial intuition sensed impending danger. Instantly, you pulled Yin Yu close, kicking the computer away with a swift motion. An eerie chill emanated from the displaced device. Remarkably, despite the force of your strike imbued with your vital energy, the computer remained unscathed. The sinister aura sent a shiver through Yin Yu as well. After dispelling the chilling sensation surrounding her with your vital energy, you wrapped her in a blanket, shielding her behind you. None shall lay a hand on my people. The vitality coursed through your body with fervor, yet your expression grew increasingly grave. Unbeknownst to you, The daylight that should have illuminated the capital outside the floor-to-ceiling window had abruptly transformed into a murky night. As you hurled the computer screen aside, a sinister light flickered, and the sense of impending danger that your martial instincts had detected intensified. Realizing the dire situation, you hoisted Yuan to your back, intent on escaping this place. Rather than risking the perilous floor-to-ceiling window, you forcefully shattered the solid wooden door and dashed down the stairs. In the corridor, a horde of eyeless humans, their faces twisted in eerie smiles, surged forth silently, charging towards you. You recognized these monstrosities as the guests and staff of the hotel. However, it was evident that they had long ceased to be human. With a swift strike, and under the awestruck gaze of the young woman behind you, you effortlessly dismantled the advancing creatures. Yet, you sensed that the threat within the room you had just vacated was escalating. To complicate matters further, the monsters you had vanquished quickly reverted to their original forms. Soon, you found yourself ensnared in a tightening circle, with the frightened girl behind you relying on your protection. Fortuitously, you discovered that expending your vitality seemed to effectively hinder their regeneration. However, the relentless tide of monsters continued to pour forth, and you realized the urgency of breaking free, lest you succumb to exhaustion. With the added responsibility of safeguarding another, your left hand was severed in the onslaught of the fearless, terror-inducing creatures. Witnessing this, Yu was filled with guilt, weeping as she implored you to abandon her and flee. You gently patted her head with your remaining hand, offering no words, only an unwavering resolve in your eyes. The essence of vitality and willpower serves as the most formidable weapon for a martial master. With the determination to fight to the death ignited within you, your combat prowess surged, allowing you to finally breach the encirclement of monsters. In that moment, you bore the marks of countless wounds. The girl behind you has been drenched in your blood, her tears streaming down her face. Just as you are about to escape the hotel, a bloodstained claw suddenly materializes from the void behind you. This ominous appendage lunges swiftly towards your head, yet your martial instincts fail you in this moment of peril, leaving you oblivious to the danger. However, the girl behind you perceives its approach. Without a moment's hesitation, she chooses to sacrifice herself. Your body is stained crimson with blood, and an overwhelming fury surges within you. You ignite your life force, abandoning the proximity of the hotel entrance, and turn instead towards the myriad of grinning monstrosities. 20 minutes later, your head is hurled from the hotel's entrance, marred with wounds, one eye brutally obliterated, while the remaining eye does not reflect the terror of death, but rather an insatiable resentment. As your head falls to the ground, your final sight is of Yin Qing, rushing towards you with a visage of shock and sorrow. Amidst the bustling street, where everything appears normal under the sun, a smile, incomprehensible even to yourself, graces your lips. You have perished. The simulation concludes. With a survival duration of 4 days, you are presented with the reward of Physical Enhancement 004, and the system inquires whether you wish to retain the talents acquired during this simulation. Having surpassed the first day for the first time, you achieve the milestone of a long day, granting you one opportunity for talent elevation. After absorbing all this information, Chen Ping'an feels an undeniable weariness. The emotional turbulence stemming from the simulation weighs heavily upon him, even as a master of martial arts. Yet, he senses the bitterness and attachment from the simulation dissipating swiftly. In a fleeting moment, he seems to witness the tragic scene of a girl pierced through the heart by that claw. The myriad of thoughts and emotions swirling within him leaves him momentarily at a loss for clarity. After a prolonged period of stillness, his heart eventually finds tranquility. However, after repeated simulations, it seems that the reality of the youth may gradually transform. Shaking his head, Chen Ping'an again poses a question to the system. Is this elevation opportunity applicable to any level of talent? Can it be used for the highest tier, the red talents? The red talent represents the pinnacle of system talents and cannot be elevated. Furthermore, it is important to inform the player that within the talent pool, the highest obtainable talents are typically golden, red talents are generally unattainable. You mean the finest items in your pool cannot be drawn? Has your planner not been reprimanded for this egregious oversight? In response to Chen Ping'an's lament, the system feigns ignorance. Resigned, Chen Ping'an continues. Then how might I acquire a red talent? The elevation opportunity you have received is one of the pathways to obtain it. Indeed, what are the other avenues? Please explore independently. A wry smile crosses Chen Ping'an's face as he begins to see through the intricacies of his system. With a sense of futility, Chen Ping'an gazed upon his talent panel. The sole golden talent he possessed was that of the martial arts master, gold. Given that red signifies the system's ultimate talent, one could only imagine the explosive potential of the martial arts master talent if it were to ascend to red. System. I choose to elevate the martial arts master talent. Chapter 10. Mortal Frame. Standing alongside deities as Chen Ping'an's words echoed, the pale blue panel hovering before him momentarily froze. Suddenly, a transparent vortex materialized at its center, drawing in all textual information with its swirling motion, including the martial arts master, gold. Once all information was consumed, the once clear vortex gradually transformed into a shimmering golden hue. In a brief moment, the vortex spun faster and faster, and Chen Ping'an's martial instincts sensed that something extraordinary was gestating at its core. Visibly, the golden vortex began to morph into a deep crimson, reaching a point where its rotation seemed to attain its utmost velocity. With a resonating hum, the rapidly spinning vortex abruptly vanished, revealing a newly inscribed line of red talent on the now tranquil panel. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the red talent. Martial arts myth. Martial arts myth. Rank. Unique red description. On the path of martial arts, breaking the limits of the human body time and again, ascending toward a stronger world, is the lifelong pursuit of countless martial arts masters. Yet, even in martial arts, there appears to be a limit. After 9 breakthroughs and 9 rebirths, the vitality of the martial arts master becomes as formidable as a true dragon. However, even the mightiest martial arts master seems to arrive at the end of the road. With vitality akin to that of a dragon, one has reached the pinnacle of humanity, a seemingly eternal principle of this world. No matter how exceptional your talents or how resplendent your grace, at the culmination of martial arts, all grandeur must ultimately fade. The so-called martial arts and vitality may indeed lead to a point of no return. The heavens are boundless, yet humanity is finite. The martial arts master represents the utmost limit achievable by humankind. From the moment you embark on the path of martial arts, countless voices will tell you that the road ahead is severed. When you reach the pinnacle and seek to continue your journey, many will again assert that the path they have traversed is the truth, and you, it seems, are destined to be a failure. Yet, you refuse to believe. What you steadfastly trust in is the essence of martial arts, the path of self-improvement through overcoming one's limitations step by step. For this, you have battled the world's heroes, becoming a figure of dread among martial artists. For this, you have traversed the 4 corners of the earth, becoming the martial emperor revered by the common people. Years later, as you stand alone atop the highest peak of the world, you are no longer the feared martial demon, nor the most powerful martial emperor. At this moment, you are simply the purest seeker of the truth. Gazing up at the boundless sky, you, having reached the zenith of humanity, unleash your fist toward the heavens. On that day, warriors from across the globe felt a tremor in the very heartbeat of the world. On that day, all martial masters knelt in reverence towards the pinnacle of existence. An indescribable wave of emotion surged within the hearts of these warriors as a crimson hue ascended from the heavens, marking the dawn of a new path in martial arts. You have shattered the boundaries of heaven and humanity. The world now knows that mortal flesh can stand alongside the divine. Effect, upon choosing this talent, the mythos of the martial realm shall be inscribed by your hand. Evaluation, the path of vitality, unyielding and formidable. The legend of martial arts, steadfast and unbending. Do you wish to integrate this talent? Note, once integrated, the red talent cannot be replaced. Can a mortal body truly stand beside the divine? Upon reading the description of this red talent, Chen Ping'an found it hard to believe. Setting aside the mythical beings of legends, just recalling the colossal hand mentioned in previous simulations, a single strike capable of extinguishing countless lives and obliterating entire cities. Could such a being truly be deemed divine? Contemplating this, Chen Ping'an shook his head. If that enormous hand's intent was annihilation, then the entity behind it was undoubtedly a world-destroying demon. Yet, it was precisely because of this demonic force that Chen Ping'an grasped the sheer terror it embodied. He felt the words of standing alongside the divine were indeed audacious. Even though the previous martial master talent had granted him the ability to survive a 100-meter fall and rendered him impervious to ordinary firearms, ultimately, This latest breakthrough talent still only marked him as a formidable human in the eyes of mankind. However, that colossal hand, along with the voice that had claimed his life multiple times, represented an existence so powerful it was akin to a god, yet as enigmatic as a demon. Even though he had only endured the torment of being killed in the simulation as a mere ordinary martial master undergoing a bloodline transformation, the disparity between them was greater than that between an ant and a dragon. Yet now, merely elevated to a red talent, one level above the golden talent, it boasted the ability to rival the divine. To be frank, Chen Ping'an found it hard to fully accept this notion. But then, he recalled Yin, who had perished for his sake in the simulation, and himself, who had ultimately forsaken escape to charge toward the enemy seeking death in battle. Chen Ping'an fell into silence. The residual effects of the simulation had largely faded, yet an unquenchable resentment still echoed within his heart. When he realized that someone was willing to sacrifice their life to protect him, the orphan Chen Ping'an felt an indescribable stirring within. Although all of this was merely a simulation, it foreshadowed the reality that would unfold in 10 days. Even the slightest murmur of the simulation was enough to leave Chen Ping'an in turmoil. If he were to truly face such a moment in reality, what despair and fury would it entail? The image of the girl who had risked her life to save him flickered faintly before his eyes. And it was not just Yin. After the cataclysm, those he cherished would likely meet a similarly grim fate in the deathly city of Mo. Just contemplating this filled Chen Ping'an with profound discomfort. It is precisely due to the fear of loss that one finds the impetus to move forward. The vitality coursed silently within, and Chen Ping'an's gaze was no longer clouded by confusion. Thus, I require strength, a power capable of conquering the apocalypse. Whether it be the bizarre, the demonic, natural disasters, or any other calamity, I shall crush each one of you. In Chen Ping'an's eyes, an ambition previously unseen glimmered. A fervent desire to grow stronger. The formidable transformed their desires into the driving force behind their advancement. System merged with the myth of martial arts. As the words were recorded, a brilliant crimson light suddenly emanated from the red talent on the panel. In the next moment, this crimson radiance became almost tangible, enveloping Chen Ping'an entirely in an instant. It felt like both a fleeting moment and an eternity. As the light dissipated, Chen Ping'an calmly opened his eyes. Unlike the previous fusion of talents, this time there was no sign of any extraordinary phenomenon. The physique value on the panel remained at 1104, unchanged. Chen Ping'an's demeanor did not exude the intimidating vigor typical of a martial arts master. Instead, he appeared as an ordinary youth, radiating a sense of clarity and transparency. He was a boy who had traversed countless experiences, yet returned unchanged. The bright moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery veil upon the young man. As he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of crimson flashed deep within their depths. Chen Ping'an clenched his fist, attuning himself to the newly integrated martial arts talent. Initially, a slight furrow appeared on his brow, but soon, a look of delight emerged at the corners of his eyes. So this is what the force of vitality feels like. After merging with the myth of martial arts, Chen Ping'an discovered that he could distinctly perceive the essence of the martial way of vitality. All the secrets regarding this force were laid bare before him. This instilled confidence in him that, within 100 days, he could directly reach the pinnacle of the ninth blood transformation without the aid of any external objects. Do not underestimate 100 days. For even a genius-level martial artist requires nearly 2 decades of accumulation to break through the body's first limit, thus grasping the force of vitality and becoming a novice martial arts master. Each subsequent blood transformation represents an insurmountable chasm for a martial arts master. Yet for Chen Ping'an at this moment, these challenges no longer posed a problem. The talent of the martial arts myth has granted me an entirely new starting point. In gaming terms, my growth potential has been elevated. Under the same time and resource investment, my attainable limits have radically transformed. The attributes of a rare card undoubtedly surpass those of an ordinary one, with higher level caps. And this is the essence of the matter. As he spoke, the smile at the corners of Chen Ping'an's mouth grew ever wider, until he could no longer contain a hearty laugh. With the acquisition of a top-tier red talent within the simulator, he finally felt a glimmer of confidence in his quest to conquer the apocalypse. Indeed, Chen Ping'an's current aspiration is not merely to survive in this cataclysmic world. What he intends to do is to eliminate the so-called apocalypse. However, The cheerful Chen Ping'an is blissfully unaware that Aunt Bai, next door, enjoying her instant noodles, is contemplating something related to him. What on earth is happening with that handsome young man next door? He's been alternating between shouting and laughing all afternoon. The soundproofing here is quite good, yet I can still hear him. I'm a bit concerned. Should I go check on him? But what if that charming young man has something in mind for me? Should I submit willingly or resist before yielding? Red talent solidification complete. Temporal disturbances detected. Simulator entering hibernation mode. The world's time will resume post-midnight. The sudden alert from the simulator interrupted Chen Ping'an's intention to simulate once more. Nevertheless, having obtained the red talent today, and with no new talent slots available, even if he were to simulate, he could not replace his talent. Thus, temporarily halting simulations is not a major concern. Regarding the acquisition of attributes, the martial mythos inherently provides methods to enhance one's physique through the refinement of vital energy. So the inability to simulate for now is not significant. However, Chen Ping'an feels as if he has forgotten something. Grandfather, your grandson is calling you. Grandfather, your grandson is calling you. Suddenly, his phone rang, and as he picked it up, he noticed the incoming call notification alongside a dozen missed calls. Glancing at the high-hanging nether moon outside, he realized that a considerable amount of time had passed since he integrated his talent. Checking the time on his phone, he hesitated before answering. Hello, President. Ping'an, you finally decided to answer? You scared me. If you hadn't picked up, I would have called the police. Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of embarrassment as he replied. Sorry, Yuan Jia, I was busy at home, and my phone was on silent. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's voice, President Yuan finally relaxed. She gestured reassuringly to Ning, who was equally worried about Chen Ping'an. Humph, that excuse won't do? I've been waiting here with Ning for 3 hours, President Yuan continued. We've been sitting here for 3 hours. The patrons at the hot pot restaurant have been giving us strange looks. I even heard someone say I'm a lace. Listening to the president's dramatic lamentations, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle. Although he recognized that she was teasing him, he did feel somewhat guilty for being late. The next moment, the president shifted her tone. However, if you arrive within 5 minutes, I shall forgive you. And Ning, who had just relaxed upon hearing that Chen Ping'an was fine, quickly interjected in his defense. Yuan Jia, perhaps it's better not to. Let us just wait here. It's quite far from here to Ping'an's home. It usually takes him 30 minutes to get here by taxi. With his keen hearing, Chen Ping'an caught in Ning's words of support, and a smile crept onto his face. Truly, she is the mother of my destined child. Rest assured, I shall certainly straighten you out and reclaim you from the clutches of that tyrannical president. On the other end of the line, the president of the club playfully pinched in Ning's delicate face, regarding her childhood friend with a reassuring gesture. And Ning felt the soft touch of the president's fingers, her face flushing a deep crimson as she instinctively lowered her gaze, whispering, however, if it is an order from Sister Yuan, then there is no way to refuse. Chen Ping'an's smile suddenly froze. Why did Ning's voice sound so bashful? What on earth is the president doing? That tyrant. Return my child's mother to me. Chapter 11. After the leap, yesterday is dead. On the other end of the line, the girl in white seemed to be teased by some exquisite demon, while the youth, determined to reclaim the child's mother, could not afford to surrender at this moment. Feeling the surging vitality within him, Chen Ping'an resolutely replied, All right, President, if you say 5 minutes, then 5 minutes it is. I shall be there immediately, just as Yuan. The president was about to urge Chen Ping'an not to rush. She was met with the busy tone of a disconnected call. Seeing this, Yuan could only helplessly tap her childhood friend, silly and Ning. I was just teasing him. But he probably heard what you said. Hearing you speak like that, the boy is bound to put on a brave front. But really, how could he possibly arrive in just 5 minutes? Is that foolish boy going to fly? Upon hearing the president's words, Ning felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. The flustered girl did not dislike Chen Ping'an. In fact, she was quite willing to accompany him in many endeavors. However, due to familial circumstances, she harbored an innate fear of romantic relationships. Observing Ning's distress, Yuan, aware of her feelings and family situation, gently patted her head. Do not worry. I can tell that Ping'an's voice sounded much better than this afternoon. Moreover, I believe he is not the type to act recklessly. When he arrives, we will have a good chat with him. And Ning replied softly. Yet her heart remained troubled. Brother Ping'an surely wouldn't do anything foolish. Oh, please, let nothing happen. Beneath the clear night sky, The brilliance of the moonlight cascaded over the grand edifices of steel and concrete. Meanwhile, the Chen Ping'an, deemed incapable of foolishness by the president, had already reached the rooftop of the towering building, standing alone at the edge and gazing downwards. From such a height, the bustling streets below appeared as mere lines of ants. At that moment, Chen Ping'an had donned a dashing black overcoat. After integrating his innate abilities, the once clear aura around him now bore a hint of aggression, subtly mirroring his shifting emotions. Furthermore, the already striking features of the youth had become even more handsome, enhanced by an elusive charm akin to a martial arts myth, rendering him irresistibly captivating. Thus, it was no surprise that the lady in white, who had stepped out to assess the situation earlier, had collapsed upon witnessing Chen Ping'an. However, Chen Ping'an hurried to his appointment, and upon sensing that Aunt Bai's warmth was merely slight and devoid of any other anomalies, this youth, who stood there rendering her weak at the knees, departed gracefully. As night fell, the strong evening breeze swept across the rooftops, tousling the strands of hair on Chen Ping'an's forehead in a wild dance. This unruly breeze made him seem like the most exquisite poison in the world, waiting for its target to partake. The young man casually surveyed the surrounding skyscrapers, calculating his route ahead. The shrouded darkness of the night could not hinder the vision of a martial arts legend. With 4 minutes remaining, he realized that the hot pot restaurant was a 30-minute drive away. Had he waited a few more seconds, the club president would likely have relented, advising him to take his time and drive safely. Yet, Ning's foolish words had indeed provoked him. Chen Ping'an understood that the president genuinely cared for him. And of course, she also looked after the other ladies in the club. Were it not for the comforting temperature akin to central air conditioning, Ning might not have even hinted that she possibly liked him. But after all, he viewed her as a rival and had every intention of overcoming this beautiful and passionate sorceress, since he had already made a promise. Chen Ping'an resolved to keep his word. Once he confirmed the direction of the hot pot restaurant, he leaned forward and leaped from the 50-story height. The exhilarating rush of free fall whipped through his windbreaker. The ground, rapidly approaching in his field of vision, incessantly reminded Chen Ping'an of the imminent specter of death. In a mere moment, he had descended 10 stories. This was a thrill that a mortal could experience only once in a lifetime. Yet the light in the young man's eyes grew ever brighter. This is truly living. Prepared to confront the apocalypse, I am destined to tread a path that embraces life through death. With this leap, the former Chen Ping'an had perished. In a moment of sheer exhilaration, he felt as though countless shackles had been cast off. Gazing at the swiftly approaching ground, the smile on the youth's lips deepened. When he was merely 20 stories from the earth, he kicked off the building's wall with immense force, channeling his strength in a way that dispersed the colossal impact throughout the entire structure. The commotion was such that even Aunt Bai, who had retreated to her room in weakness, remained oblivious to any disturbance. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, propelled by the tremendous recoil, shot towards the next building he had meticulously calculated. The rustling of his windbreaker resembled the wings of a soaring bird, and in that moment, the shackles within his heart were shattered, marking his extraordinary transformation. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the bustling streets of the magical metropolis were alive with throngs of people and a continuous flow of vehicles. Yet, everyone's gaze was confined to their immediate surroundings or the small space within their hands. In this era of technology, people had long ceased to look up at the moon in the sky or to truly observe the world around them. Unbeknownst to anyone, a figure clad in black was darting between the buildings above them. Indeed, Chen Ping'an lacked the ability to fly and could not shoot sticky webs like Spider-Man. However, possessing unparalleled martial arts talent, he was far more agile than any superhero. Simply traversing the space between buildings, utilizing his extraordinary reflexes and strength for swift movement, was nothing less than basic training for him. Even for a martial arts legend, the practice was incessant, with movement becoming increasingly ethereal after just a few leaps, rendering his motions more graceful and elusive. In the heart of the bustling metropolis, within a central villa district, a charming little girl with delicate features was perched on the edge of her glass balcony, quietly gazing at the luminous twin moons in the sky. The villa she resided in exuded an ancient charm, standing out even amidst the cluster of modern residences. Yet, on the youthful countenance of this little girl, an expression of sorrow, incongruous with her tender age, lingered as she admired the moon. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a shadow plummeted from the sky, landing directly above her balcony, startling the girl and causing her to retreat a couple of steps. The figure, unscathed, sat up and awkwardly scratched his head. The moonlight illuminated the face of none other than Chen Ping'an, who certainly had no intention of frightening the young girl by deliberately falling. Just moments prior, Chen Ping'an was traversing the heights, poised to leap toward his intended landing spot. However, at the instant he prepared to kick off the wall for momentum, an unclothed man suddenly tumbled out of a window. It was a comical sight, as he clung to the balcony's edge, resembling a daring acrobat. Meanwhile, a woman's panicked voice and the sounds of another man rummaging through the house reached Chen Ping'an's ears. Realizing the unfolding situation, he found himself at a loss for words. The man hanging from the balcony was a well-meaning plumber who had just completed repairs for the lady of the house. The grateful husband inside was eager to express his appreciation for the plumber's help. As for why the plumber had ventured into the master bedroom without a shirt, well, one could only chalk it up to professionalism. With a smirk directed at the astonished man, Chen Ping'an exerted a bit more force as he pushed off the wall. When he shot forth into the night like a black bullet, the husband likely had already rescued the plumber, who was busy strengthening his arms. No need for thanks. The well-meaning citizen Chen Ping'an, performed good deeds anonymously. However, at that moment, Chen Ping'an was uncertain of his own strength. Having exerted himself a tad more, he hurtled towards the distant villa district, perhaps by fate, landing precisely at the home of the little girl. In the realm of martial legend, as the young boy landed on the glass windowsill, he swiftly dispersed his energy. The well-meaning citizen, Chen Ping'an, observed the startled little girl before him, feeling a twinge of awkwardness as he rubbed his nose. Alas, this was his inaugural attempt at being a superhero, perhaps too youthful for such a venture. He vowed to improve next time. However, he pondered, was the little girl truly unharmed? She appeared quite frightened, which was rather embarrassing for him. The awkward youth and the wide-eyed little girl exchanged glances for a fleeting moment, before the girl suddenly bolted away, her petite legs carrying her swiftly back to her room, where she promptly shut the door with a resounding thud, leaving Chen Ping'an in a state of bewilderment. Surely, he could not be that unappealing for her to react in such a manner. He felt no fear of her calling for help, as he sensed that within the opulent villa, though many were present, the room she had retreated to was solely hers, with the nearest individual being at least 100 meters away. If anyone were to come, he would have ample time to depart. But this was his first encounter with such a grand villa. It seemed that 9 out of 10 little girls belonged to affluent families, with the last one residing in a mansion. He felt a pang of envy. One day, when fortune smiled upon him, he too would build a villa of this caliber and perhaps have several charming daughters akin to this little girl. As Chen Ping'an indulged in these daydreams, the girl emerged once more from her room, clutching something in her hand. Upon reaching the balcony and noticing Chen Ping'an still present, her eyes lit up. She procured a small chair, opened a tiny window on the balcony, and extending her palm towards him, spoke in a sweet voice. "You must be a celestial being, for I saw you descend from the heavens. Mother says that deities are kind, and I wish to offer you some candy." In her little palm lay a tightly grasped piece of milk candy. Chen Ping'an intended to clarify his identity, but the earnestness in her gaze gave him pause. Should he shatter the child's delightful illusion by confessing that he merely fell from a height? That seemed rather unkind. Thus, he resolved to grant her a dream instead. Chen Ping'an accepted the candy from her hand, and as his energy surged, the outer wrapper disintegrated in an instant, while the milk candy split perfectly in two. With a smile, he handed one half back to the wide-eyed girl, saying, "Here you go, dear little girl, your celestial brother shares with you." Chapter 12. Promises and Great Evil. Upon witnessing the radiant light emanating from Chen Ping'an's hand, the girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Her adorable demeanor reminded him of a similar little girl from an anime, who also expressed joy in a charming manner. After gratefully accepting the half piece of candy, she sweetly uttered her thanks. As they both savored the candy, their cheeks puffed from chewing, an inexplicable smile blossomed on their faces, reflecting a moment of shared joy. With a smile, the little girl gazed at Chen Ping'an before suddenly speaking. "Brother immortal, since you have eaten my candy, will you be my friend?" Chen Ping'an, momentarily distracted by the distant skyscrapers, was contemplating his next course of action. Without much thought, he replied, "Sure, from now on, I, Chen Ping'an, will be your friend." The little girl leaped with joy, but the instability of her chair threatened to send her tumbling. Just then, a large hand reached in through the small window, steadying her. "Be careful, little one." Once secured, The young child nodded in a daze. Noticing the treats she had, Chen Ping'an gently set her down, though the sound of the falling chair seemed to alert those inside the house. He heard footsteps approaching. The little girl, sensing her misstep, lowered her head in shame. As the footsteps grew nearer, Chen Ping'an hastily advised her, "All right, little one, I must be on my way now. Remember not to tell anyone you saw me, or Brother Immortal might disappear." Upon hearing this, the little girl lifted her head, her big eyes no longer filled with innocence. Her sweet voice tinged with sadness. "Does that mean you won't want me anymore, Brother Immortal?" Chen Ping'an looked at her in confusion, sensing a shift in the atmosphere surrounding the little girl. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of an open bedroom door, revealing a small diary laid out on the desk facing the entrance. With his keen eyesight, he discerned the child's delicate handwriting. "Liars, Mom and Dad are liars. You said you would return by my first month, but I've waited through many moons. Little you told me you went to a faraway place. I want to go too. But little you won't let me. I can no longer remember what you look like." Observing the sorrow in the girl's eyes, Chen Ping'an, also an orphan, felt a pang of compassion tug at his heart. Though he was pressed for time, he chose not to turn away but instead gently ruffled the little girl's hair. "Don't worry, Brother Immortal just has something to tend to for now. I will come back at the same time tomorrow." The girl, with her big eyes full of yearning, looked at him pitifully and asked in a soft tone, "Really? You won't lie to me like Mom and Dad did, and never come back?" Chen Ping'an nodded earnestly and assured her, "I absolutely will not." The little girl scrutinized his serious expression, seemingly trying to discern if he was like her parents, a so-called liar. Despite the approaching sounds from outside, Chen Ping'an's gaze remained unwavering. The footsteps had grown loud enough for the girl to perceive them. Watching Chen Ping'an's steadfast demeanor in the face of the noise, her big eyes fluttered slightly, and her small head nodded gently. "Okay, it's a promise." Chen Ping'an chuckled. "All right, it's settled. Until tomorrow, then, Yuan." After saying this, he waved goodbye to the little girl and leapt away into the distance. The little girl gazed at Chen Ping'an's retreating figure and softly murmured, "Goodbye, handsome trickster brother." Whoosh. Midair, Chen Ping'an nearly tumbled down. How terrifying. Is the little girl really that astute? In truth, it turns out that I, deceived by a mere half-piece of candy, have been led astray. How embarrassing. Reflecting on his earlier self-importance in believing he was safeguarding the young girl, even dubbing himself a deity, Chen Ping'an felt an overwhelming urge to dig a luxurious villa into the ground from sheer embarrassment. Yet, despite feeling somewhat awkward about being outwitted by the little girl, he couldn't help but smile at the memory of her emotional display and the tender handwriting he had seen in her diary. Yuan. What a delightful child. After Yuan bid farewell to Chen Ping'an, a beautiful young woman dressed as a maid hurried in. "Miss, are you all right?" At that moment, the little girl sat quietly in her chair, continuing to gaze up at the twin moons, reminiscent of how she appeared before Chen Ping'an's arrival. Without turning her head, she replied to the maid's anxious inquiry, "I'm fine, shall you? You may leave." The maid seemed to disregard her words, advancing with concern. "Miss, I just heard a loud noise outside. If anything is amiss, the master and mistress." Upon hearing the maid's words, a flicker of anger crossed Yuan's eyes. "I said, I'm fine. Shall you please leave?" The sweetness of Yuan's voice was tinged with irritation, finally causing the maid to halt. Although Xiao Yu's eyes reflected worry, she could only bow and quietly withdraw after her young mistress had spoken so firmly. Once she heard the door close behind her, the little girl turned her gaze back to the twin moons above, her eyes flickering slightly. "Daddy, Mommy, trickster Chen Ping'an, will you also deceive me?" Meanwhile, the recently outsmarted Chen Ping'an had arrived at the rooftop of the adjacent building to the hot pot restaurant. From his vantage point, he could see the second floor of the hot pot restaurant, particularly a charming red-haired woman feeding a delectable morsel to a super adorable short-haired girl beside her. Other diners on the same floor, regardless of gender, occasionally stole glances at them. These two lovely girls were none other than the club president and Ning, who had just spoken with Chen Ping'an on the phone. "President, no wonder Ning has feelings for you. It's also no surprise that others suspect you of being a lesbian. Just think about how you usually interact with the ladies. Get your act together, President." Chen Ping'an lamented about his club president's habit of neglecting serious matters in favor of flirting with girls. If he were a girl himself, he would find it hard to resist the charm of the president. What a formidable character. Within the hot pot restaurant, President Yuan was joyfully feeding the adorable Anning. For who could resist the charm of a lovely girl? Ah, our little Ping'an is equally delightful, and I, President Yuan, find great fondness for her as well. Just as President Yuan was lost in her reverie, a voice filled with resentment startled her from behind. President, shouldn't you be here to comfort me after my heartbreak? Why does merely standing by and watching seem to deepen my wounds even more? Are you certain you are not here to torment your dear Ping'an? Upon recognizing the familiar voice, President Yuan realized that Chen Ping'an had arrived. Startled, she glanced at her wristwatch and exclaimed, "Oh, Ping'an, you truly arrived within 5 minutes. So, you are indeed a man of such swiftness." Hearing her words, Chen Ping'an felt a wave of frustration. "While I sense you are implying something, I must insist that I am not swift. No, aside from that matter, I am indeed fast." Pleased with his response, President Yuan immediately embraced Anning and playfully covered her mouth, saying, "Ah, our adorable little Ping'an. What lewd words are you uttering in front of these two innocent ladies?" Anning, suddenly enveloped in President Yuan's embrace, transformed into a flustered steam girl. "Wait, this is inappropriate." Chen Ping'an looked at the mischievous President Yuan with exasperation. "Yuan Jia, I believe Anning is innocent. However, your reputation as the master of risque humor is well known within the organization. Perhaps we should invite Qingqing and the others to arbitrate the matter in a few days." With that, Chen Ping'an took a few steps forward and seated himself in the vacant spot opposite them. He glanced helplessly at the feigning innocence of the scheming president and the naive steam girl nestled against her. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he mused, "In this scenario, as a man, I find myself uncertain about whom to envy. Alas, President Yuan is indeed beautiful, but regrettably, she possesses a rather loose tongue." Just then, the feigning president's gaze sharpened, her ruby-like eyes suddenly fixed upon Chen Ping'an. "Ah, I can't shake the feeling that our little Ping'an is contemplating something rather inappropriate." Her teasing gaze belied a tinge of surprise, for at that moment, she finally recognized the transformation Chen Ping'an had undergone. "Oh, your useless intuition remains as sharp as ever," Chen Ping'an retorted disdainfully. "So, I have guessed correctly, little Ping'an. How dare you harbor such thoughts about the president? I demand a reward. No, I shall punish you." Chapter 13. The young girl and the myth of martial arts. President Yuan's beautiful scarlet eyes regarded the helpless Chen Ping'an with a sense of intrigue. "Let me ponder how to punish you." Little Ping'an, noticing the glimmer in her eyes, akin to that of a child discovering a fascinating new toy, Chen Ping'an understood that no one could deter the harbinger of mischief. Well, punishment is punishment. After all, President Yuan merely seeks amusement and would never truly harm anyone. Be it a whip or a candle, if I, Chen Ping'an, furrow my brow, consider it my defeat. As the president of the association scrutinized Chen Ping'an, a sudden frown creased her brow. "Little Ping'an, are you contemplating some peculiar punishment?" Chen Ping'an was taken aback by her words, yet his mastery of muscle control, honed to the level of martial arts mythos, allowed him to maintain a composed demeanor as he replied, "No, I merely envisioned how you, esteemed president, might choose to penalize me. Is it my extraordinary abilities or yours that led to such a swift revelation? Truly, you are remarkable, my mischievous president." The president tilted her head, a glint of danger sparkling in her eyes. "Very well, I can't shake the feeling that a certain naughty child is being disingenuous. I shall punish you by posing a simple question." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an felt a surge of anxiety, his martial instincts sounding an alarm. This was a sense of impending doom. Would she let me off so easily? This is not her style. There's danger lurking. In the midst of Chen Ping'an's vigilant gaze, the president swiftly pulled Ning into her embrace, cleverly positioning herself behind the blushing girl, compelling Ning and Chen Ping'an to lock eyes. Beneath her short azure hair, Ning, bewildered, stared blankly at Chen Ping'an. The president's mischievous voice wafted from behind the dazed Ning. "So, the self-proclaimed upright student Ping'an, please enlighten your esteemed president and adorable Ning. How many photos of our beloved Ning in white stockings does our association's photographer, Teacher Chen, have stored on his phone?" The president's voice, sweet yet laced with mischief, caused Chen Ping'an's eyes to widen in shock. "What sort of embarrassing game is this? President, I will not let this go unchallenged. Believe me, the next time we cosplay, I shall prepare some risque costumes for you." Despite his internal protests, reality loomed unavoidable. Gazing at Ning's delicate features and the innocent, wide-eyed expression beneath her short hair, Chen Ping'an felt a chill of sweat begin to form despite his otherwise impervious body. Who claimed that the president, a harbinger of amusement, would not cause harm. He felt as if he were on the verge of social demise. Ahem, President. You still have a penchant for jesting, he said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, attempting to feign calmness. I am quite serious, little Ping'an. You wouldn't dare deceive us, would you? The president's playful hands began to ascend from Ning's slender waist. Beneath her innocent exterior, Ning's concealed mischief gradually surfaced. The red-haired girl leaned in, her soft lips brushing against the blue-haired girl's ear as she whispered, and Ning thinks so too. To be frank, if the president were not a striking beauty rivaling Ning, Chen Ping'an would undoubtedly summon the city guards to intervene at this very scene. This is an unlawful act. You must be brought to justice. Wicked woman, what are you doing? Let Ning go, come at me instead. And Ning, who had been somewhat dazed, was on the verge of regaining her senses. However, upon sensing her friend's mischievous hand, her eyes began to spin in confusion, teetering on the brink of utter bewilderment. In the midst of a stalemate, President Yuan gazed at Chen Ping'an with a twinkle in her eye. Based on her understanding of the young lad, she was certain he would not confess easily. Perhaps after a little teasing, she would let him off the hook. Thus, she orchestrated an opportunity for Ning and him to be alone together. She felt reassured about little Ping'an, though her concern lingered that Ning might still be ensnared by the shadow of her father. President Yuan, with the best intentions, sought to ease the atmosphere, fearing the turmoil that might still reside in the boy's heart. However, she was utterly unprepared for the transformation that had taken place in such a short span of half a day. The past Chen Ping'an would have shied away from such topics, being a sensitive and self-conscious orphan. He had secretly harbored affection for Ning, who had once aided him, and he was grateful for the care provided by President Yuan and other girls in the club. Yet, even a confession had only escaped his lips after a year of companionship and overwhelming fondness. Once, he had been a remarkably honest boy. But that version of Chen Ping'an had perished the moment he leaped from the high building. Now, determined to confront the impending doom and prevent tragedy from unfolding before him, the youth had gained a certain awareness. Thus, what was it but social embarrassment? He accepted it. Chen Ping'an's demeanor shifted, his essence returning to the carefree spirit he had exuded while traversing the lofty heights. Embracing Ning, President Yuan quietly observed Chen Ping'an and found herself momentarily taken aback. How could the once worrisome little Ping'an suddenly transform into such a commendable young man? Since his arrival, the girls in the hot pot restaurant had unconsciously directed their gazes towards him. To the onlookers, he appeared to be a handsome and clean-cut young man, engaged in a beautiful scene of confessing to a bashful girl, embraced by her close friend. The girls couldn't help but smile with blessings. However, the next moment shattered the ambience. President, I have 132 pictures of Ning in white stockings on my phone, all taken with her consent. Additionally, there are 75 pictures of her in black stockings. The black ones are quite splendid as well. Yet, I desire a few of her bare feet. But Ning won't agree, which I find regrettable. I have finished my answer. The words, uttered from the lips of the handsome boy, plunged the once lively hot pot restaurant into a sudden silence. Ha! Little Ping'an, you are truly brave. Under the night sky of the magical city, President Yuan's laughter echoed far and wide. The recently mortified Chen Ping'an sat calmly before the bubbling hot pot, his gaze fixated on the pot, hands swiftly dipping delectable ingredients. His concentration so profound that it seemed he was uncovering an ineffable martial truth within the act of cooking. It was as if the previous embarrassment had not even been his. Those immersed in martial arts discern the essence of the heart. I, Chen Ping'an, simply adore barefoot ladies. Opposite him, President Yuan, beaming with joy, savored the cooked delicacies while occasionally feeding the equally engrossed Ning, who was also studying the hot pot. Chen Ping'an's unexpectedly bold self-revelation had thoroughly delighted our playful President Yuan, leaving her utterly satisfied. During the several hours of waiting for Chen Ping'an, despite her apprehension that Ning might be hungry, she had taken it upon herself to offer Ning some delightful pastries. However, as the president, she could not indulge in snacks with peace of mind while unable to reach her members. Thus, at this moment, with nothing consumed, she found herself truly unable to withstand the hunger and promptly urged Chen Ping'an to order and commence the hot pot feast. As for why they didn't start eating right away, our esteemed president would never allow her beloved members to eat her leftovers. Meals are far more enjoyable when shared together. with a mouthful of beef balls. The president couldn't help but chuckle at the earnest expression on Chen Ping'an's face. He, however, chose to ignore her and maintained an unparalleled focus on the hot pot before him, savoring the exquisite flavors of the ingredients. "Hey, Ping'an, don't ignore me. I'm feeling quite lonely," the president lamented, leaning on Ning, though her eyes were keenly observing the two engrossed in their meal. The president had two motives for inviting Ping'an to dinner: to ensure that the heartbroken Ping'an would not harm himself and to mend the relationship between him and Ning. Unexpectedly, she found Ping'an to be quite brave today. Alas, these two foolish children, so close yet unable to come together. It seems the task of bridging the gap falls upon me. And Ning's father's disgrace had long been dealt with. Yet it appeared the shadow of his actions still loomed over her heart. The president was deeply concerned for her members' emotional entanglements. Yet addressing her friend's familial issues directly was beyond her purview. She could only hope that Ping'an would maintain his newfound courage and soon dismantle the barriers between them. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, seemingly in a state of enlightenment, remained impervious to the temptations of the enchanting presence around him. Observing his intense focus on the hot pot, the president decided to relent. After all, one cannot rush matters of the heart. The earlier embarrassment, which might have been devastating for others, was but a trivial matter for Chen Ping'an, who was beginning to grasp his true essence. His sole focus on the hot pot was to test the capabilities of his martial prowess. As the ingredients were consumed, Chen Ping'an instinctively activated his vitality to aid digestion, soon uncovering astonishing revelations. All three were quintessential carnivores, and the hot pot restaurant was renowned for its fresh, ample ingredients, far from the inferior fare of mere technology. As the meat entered Chen Ping'an's stomach, he merely exerted a slight amount of vitality, and it was rapidly digested. Concurrently, waves of newfound vitality began to enhance his physique. Moments later, the system panel displayed his physique value of 1104, which began to incrementally rise. By the time the president playfully teased Chen Ping'an again, his physique had increased from 1104 to 1114. Merely by eating, he had achieved a growth rate alarmingly close to that of using a simulator. This was something entirely unprecedented in the experiences of previous martial masters. To comprehend the accumulation of vitality and strength in the memory of a grandmaster, one must engage in relentless toil day and night, consistently replenishing nourishment. Only through the gradual passage of time can one attain even the slightest enhancement. However, such rapid growth as witnessed in the present moment likely necessitates the consumption of exceedingly rare, celestial herbs and treasures. Yet, Chen Ping'an was certain that the ingredients before him were merely ordinary cuts of pork, beef, and lamb, nothing exceptional aside from their freshness and palatability. Thus, the true uniqueness lay within himself. This extraordinary origin stemmed from the martial arts mythos, a red-hued talent. If a martial arts grandmaster embodies the pinnacle of technique, then the martial arts mythos transforms the mundane into the extraordinary. Although the martial arts mythos did not directly enable Chen Ping'an to obliterate a mountain with a single punch, its distinctiveness was continuously manifesting. At this moment, consuming commonplace ingredients yielded effects akin to those of rare celestial treasures, a testament to this phenomenon. Every movement, whether walking or sitting, was a training exercise in power control, and even while merely enjoying a hot pot, Chen Ping'an was simultaneously engaging in culinary cultivation. The martial arts mythos. How terrifying indeed. Chapter 14. The President's Ingenious Scheme. Table 13. Add 20 more plates of beef. Amidst the lively shouts, a long-legged waitress dashed into the kitchen, swiftly placing her order. Moments later, she once again grasped a food box brimming with dishes and spun around to run, her speed leaving the kitchen staff unable to utter a word in time. Observing the waitress's hurried demeanor, the kitchen crew couldn't help but engage in conversation. Why are they adding more? Didn't that table just request 10 plates of lamb? Indeed. I counted. That table has already ordered nearly 100 plates of meat dishes. 100 meat dishes for a table of just 4? Who is this gluttonous patron spreading wealth here? This isn't a buffet. Hey, stop focusing solely on that. Aren't you curious why it's always Xiaoling who retrieves the dishes for that table? True, this lazy Xiaoling usually can't be bothered even when the boss calls her. What has gotten into her today to be so industrious? Setting aside the chatter in the kitchen, part-time worker Xiaoling excitedly carried the food-laden box and, with her long legs in motion, swiftly returned to table 13. In a sweet tone that even she found tiresome, She spoke in the most standard Mandarin to the customer seated quietly on the left side of table 13. Hello, esteemed guest at table 34. Your additional dishes have arrived. Please confirm, and feel free to let me know if there are any issues. I am Xiaoling. You can always reach out to me with any concerns. A nearby waiter serving another table, upon hearing her voice, felt utterly bewildered. Was this truly the same outspoken Xiaoling? If the boss lady were to witness her daughter acting this way, she might suspect that Xiaoling had taken a wrong turn somewhere. However, upon seeing the dining guest, the waiter relaxed. Damn, that is so cool. In the hot pot restaurant, at that moment, everyone's attention, regardless of gender, gravitated towards table 13 by the window. At the right side of the dining table, two stunning young ladies require no further introduction. As who among us has not encountered breathtaking beauty on social media platforms such as Douyin? Even without the aid of beauty filters, these two ladies would still eclipse others in attractiveness. However, it is the imposing figure on the left that truly captivates the crowd. After drawing attention with a rather mortifying statement, this man now sits with an enviable composure, continuing to indulge in hot pot. His remarkable resilience suggests a capacity for great undertakings. Yet, dear youth, it is the allure of silk stockings that truly elevates the elegance of beautiful legs and feet. Whether in black or nude, anything else is simply misguided. One patron, struck by admiration, turned to discover the identity of this audacious individual. As a fellow man, he found himself in profound awe of such courage. However, upon recognizing Chen Ping'an, who was enjoying his meal, he momentarily froze, then discreetly nudged his companion, gesturing towards Chen Ping'an. This lingering gaze seemed to be contagious, and soon, a majority of the patrons on the second floor found themselves drawn to table 13. Chen Ping'an's extraordinary physique brought about a transformation that radiated from within, as if he were displayed in 1080p while others appeared in mere 360p, creating a stark contrast that was impossible to ignore. As he arranged the dishes, he remained oblivious to the blush that adorned the cheeks of the waitress, Xiaoling. Noticing that Chen Ping'an's focus was solely on the food and not on her, Xiaoling inwardly scoffed. Humph, handsome as he is, his eyesight must be lacking. How could he miss such a beauty? Surely, I can wear stockings too. It seems that Chen's reputation for appreciating fine legs might not be easily shaken off. Despite his fondness for going barefoot, once he had set everything in order, Chen Ping'an turned to hand the food box back to Xiaoling, expressing his gratitude with a smile. Thank you, Mississippi. The brilliance of his smile left Xiaoling momentarily dazzled. When she regained her composure, she felt her legs weaken, struggling to maintain her balance, and promptly toppled over. Oh no, this smile is simply too captivating for this charming young man. I must don stockings next time, one black and one white, or even in panda colors. Are you all right, miss? Chen Ping'an, witnessing the waitress's sudden collapse, assumed she was merely fatigued and quickly supported her. Meanwhile, thoughts of the grueling demands placed on service industry workers flitted through his mind. How surprising it was that even in the realm of dining, the pressure was so intense. No worries, Xiaoling replied, feeling the warmth of Chen Ping'an's arm. In her excitement, she accidentally slipped into her local dialect. The melodious Sichuan accent caught Chen Ping'an's attention, and he glanced at this young lady beside him. Having heard tales of the beauty that flourishes in Sichuan, he found her skin as fair as jade. Yet, as Chen Ping'an's gaze lingered, the jade seemed to blush into rosy hues. Xiaoling's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she quickly reverted to Mandarin. Let me take the plates away first. With that, she gathered the empty dishes and hurriedly retreated, clutching the food box as she made her swift exit. Only Chen Ping'an remained, his expression one of bewilderment. Am I really that frightening? The president of the Yuan society, who had been observing the situation throughout, was on the verge of bursting from laughter. Upon witnessing Chen Ping'an's dazed expression, she could no longer contain herself and erupted into laughter. Ping'an, you truly possess an uncanny ability to charm without effort. I never noticed this before. If you were a bit more flirtatious, the title of Sea King would undoubtedly belong to you. That smile you just flashed nearly made me swoon. Meanwhile, Ning, still reeling from the embarrassing incident, kept her head down, focused on her hot pot. This adorable girl lacked the insight of martial arts legends and felt too shy to meet the gaze of this somewhat unfamiliar elder brother Ping'an. Regardless of what transpired around her, she adopted a delightful posture of invisibility, as if to say, you cannot see me. However, upon hearing the president's words, Ning timidly added, yes, Ping'an, you looked quite handsome when you smiled just now. Chen Ping'an absent-mindedly stroked his chin, astonished that the first taste of his newfound magical experiences stemmed from his appearance. Nonetheless, being a strikingly handsome young man was indeed exhilarating. Humph. Vanquishing the great demon king and reclaiming the mother of my child is merely a matter of time. With this thought, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle. Stop it. Little Ping'an, your sister just complimented you. Why do you look so sinister? The president, observing Chen Ping'an's mischievous grin, instinctively sensed that he was up to no good. As Chen Ping'an was about to retort, and Ning chimed in, Yes, Brother Ping'an, your smile was a bit unsettling just now. How would one feel if a girl said such a thing, especially with a serious expression? If it made you more excited, please go and reflect on that. Your level is too high. At that moment, Chen Ping'an, still innocent of any deviant inclinations, suffered a mental blow, his eyes losing their sparkle as if petrified. The president glanced at the frozen Chen Ping'an and then at Ning, who was pretending to be dead. Remembering her friend's naturally naive disposition, the president devised a plan. Let me trick this confused girl. And Ning, I think Ping'an might be dead, she said, waving her hand in front of Chen Ping'an's eyes. As he snapped back to reality, he instinctively moved his eyes and was met with the president's meaningful gaze. Play dead, little Ping'an. The young man, puzzled, cocked his head. Why? The president, with a sly smile, communicated through her eyes. Just trust me, it will benefit you. With that, Chen Ping'an instinctively maintained his dazed demeanor. Suddenly struck by the realization, wait, can the president and I communicate through our eyes? You said you had no superpowers. While Chen Ping'an was lost in his thoughts, and Ning, unaware of the underlying truth, had spent the entire day worrying about him after her hasty rejection earlier. Following the recent embarrassing incident, as the leading lady, she felt utterly disoriented, her instincts reduced to merely eating. At this moment, hearing her most trusted sister say such a thing, she immediately panicked. Brother Ping'an, what is wrong with you? The mere thought that Chen Ping'an might truly be in distress prompted her to rush forward, fearfully shaking his body. However, upon grasping him, she discovered that his form felt remarkably rigid. Recalling a horror film she had secretly watched, where a body stiffens upon death, and Ning became increasingly frantic. Woo, Brother Ping'an. Please don't die. I promised you I'd let you take pictures of my bare legs next time. You can't leave me. And I'll wear stripes too. Woo. As long as you're okay. In her panic, Ning instinctively responded. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she had seemingly heard Chen Ping'an's voice. Upon looking up, she was taken aback to find him grinning mischievously at her. I'm fine. Chen Ping'an was prepared for Ning's scolding. Realizing he had gone too far in making her cry, he couldn't help but cast a reproachful glance at his club president. President, we've had our fun. And Ning is in tears. The president, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced over and coughed. Ahem, I didn't expect Xiao Ning to be so innocent. Woo. Regardless, remember to send me 2 pictures of her bare legs. Chen Ping'an shot back. President, your legs are even longer. Go take a look at yourself. She is my wife. Yet before the president could retort, the girl abruptly enveloped Chen Ping'an in her embrace. Chapter 15. The Minotaur is actually myself. The gentle, milky fragrance enveloped him, and the girl's scent brought a wave of comfort to the young man. This day's girl had willingly embraced Chen Ping'an. However, since he was still seated, his nostrils were filled with the sweet aroma. Chen Ping'an rated this embrace an 8 out of 10, thinking to himself, and Ning, please continue your efforts. Just as his thoughts wandered, he felt a drop of icy water fall upon his cheek. When he raised his head, he was met with the sight of a little flower cat joyfully weeping. Woo, I was so scared that something happened to you, Brother Ping'an. I didn't know where you went, so I sought out Sister Yuan. If it weren't for Sister Yuan comforting me, I wouldn't have known what to do. Please, Brother Ping'an, don't you dare die. This foolish girl bore no resentment towards Chen Ping'an or President Yuan. Since the afternoon, she had been deeply worried about him. And after the earlier playful banter, her anxiety had erupted. Her tears were merely a means of release. As Chen Ping'an gazed at the girl's tears, he felt an inexplicable tug at his heart. Despite her current appearance of fragility and confusion, it was she who had taken his hand during the school orientation, alleviating his unease in a new environment. Though the world often acts on fleeting desires, there exists that profound connection which lingers in memory. And Ning's earlier cries only made Chen Ping'an want to tease her further. However, this time, the sound of the young girl's joyful tears, stemming from her concern for her own safety, filled Chen Ping'an with a sense of guilt. Had he known, he would not have teased her so mercilessly. Yet, he knew he would dare to do it again. Gently, he stroked Ning's little head and solemnly declared, "All right, silly girl, trust me. I, Chen Ping'an, will never meet my end." And Ning, the beauty, was now crying so hard that her face resembled a disheveled ragdoll cat. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the girl sniffled and timidly asked, "Really, truly?" For Chen Ping'an, caring for Ning felt akin to familial bonds after their time spent together. He would never deceive those he held dear. He playfully tapped her nose and smiled. "Yes, I will never lie to Ning. I believe in you, Brother Ping'an." And Ning gazed at the familiar Chen Ping'an, her tear-streaked face transforming into a silly smile. Just as the two exchanged smiles, a certain someone, who had been silently observing, finally let out a contented sigh. Satisfied, utterly satisfied. "I told you, your relationship has been the best in the club this past year. It's only logical. And Ning, do give it a thought. Little Ping'an is the good man our president has recognized." The president, with a beaming smile that resembled that of an affectionate aunt, watched the pair before her, her ruby-like eyes reflecting the enchanting couple. As the head of the anime club and a supportive figure for Little Ping'an and Little Ning, she naturally wished for these two naive children to find their paths intertwined. Yet, knowing Ning's family circumstances, she felt it inappropriate to directly reveal her thoughts to Little Ping'an, resorting instead to play the role of a matchmaker. Nonetheless, it seemed that the honest Little Ping'an had undergone some subtle changes due to heartbreak. For now, it appeared to be a positive development, so she decided not to pry further. This wise president shall refrain from falling in love," she mused. "Young love, hurry and blossom," glancing at the smiling president. And Ning quickly denied, No. You know, Sister Yuan, I could never fall in love with a man. I've always regarded Ping'an as my brother." Moreover, she hesitated, tilting her head slightly, glancing at the nervous and stuttering Ning, and inquired, "Moreover, what do you mean by that?" However, Ning was so overwhelmed with anxiety that words escaped her, her face growing increasingly flushed under the president's curious gaze, almost transforming into a steam princess. The president, puzzled by her friend's demeanor, suddenly felt a piercing gaze filled with resentment. Turning to look, she found Chen Ping'an staring intently at her. Little Ping'an, is there something on your mind? Such fervent eyes. Are you not afraid Ning might misunderstand?" Chen Ping'an pressed his lips together. Yet his heart brimmed with unspoken words. "How dare you ask? You mischievous troublemaker. Wicked woman. The ultimate tease. How could my beloved Ning be swayed by you? I must ensure Ning returns to her true self." Regrettably, despite the inner turmoil of grievances, Chen Ping'an found himself bound by a prior promise to Ning to maintain her confidentiality. Thus, he suppressed his desire to voice his frustrations and shifted the conversation, saying, "No, nothing much. I just realized that you, the president, are quite beautiful." Upon hearing this compliment, the president momentarily froze during their chat that evening. Her striking crimson eyes flickered, and this self-proclaimed sage of a girl slightly tilted her head, exclaiming, So Little Ping'an has developed a fondness for a big sister like me. Well, if Ning truly does not want you, I wouldn't mind considering a spontaneous romance with you." As if fearing Chen Ping'an might misconstrue her words, she hastily waved her hands and added, Never mind. I know you too well. I couldn't possibly act on that." By the time their hot pot gathering concluded, it was already 11 o'clock at night. As it was quite late, Chen Ping'an, being the gentleman, took the initiative to escort the two girls home. It was only then that he discovered the president's residence was located in the same villa area as the girl he had encountered previously, Nan. This was indeed the prime villa district of the metropolis, where residents were decidedly not just merely affluent, but extraordinarily wealthy. He never imagined that their illustrious president was a concealed heiress. Nonetheless, gazing at Ning's charming yet mischievous countenance, he resolutely concluded that a wealthy matron could not compare to a youthful maiden. However, as he entertained such thoughts, the fleeting image of the girl who perished to save him flashed through his mind. Was this simulation merely a simulation? How, then, should one define reality? After escorting the president home, the ensuing stretch of their journey became a time of solitude for Ning and Chen Ping'an. Yet, following the multitude of events that transpired that evening, both appeared somewhat reticent. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Ping'an gazed at Ning's petite, exquisite face and suddenly felt an impulse to pinch her cheeks. "Brother Ping'an, I've arrived," and Ning's voice unexpectedly interrupted Chen Ping'an's reverie. Realizing they had reached her home, he was taken aback. "Huh? How did we get here? We haven't even exited the villa district, have we? Wait, isn't this the independent villa behind that bad woman's house?" Noticing the puzzled look Chen Ping'an cast upon her, and Ning clarified, "Actually, my house is right behind Sister Yuan's. We've been neighbors since childhood, playing together since I can remember. After my father abandoned my mother and me, I became quite dependent on Sister Yuan." "What? The Minotaur was me all along? Has the season of the White Album arrived prematurely?" It was then that the self-proclaimed pure love warrior, Chen Ping'an, realized that he was, in fact, the third party in this scenario. Furthermore, and Ning, you little natural, did you just casually reveal a rather tragic backstory? Should I comfort you, or pretend I didn't hear that? At that moment, Chen Ping'an's mind felt as if it had temporarily short-circuited. In his daze, he began to grasp the reasons behind Ning's previous rejections, and the meaningful gaze she cast when bidding farewell to that bad woman. Could it be that everything was part of her scheme? "Oh, esteemed president." Still unaware of the implications of her words, and Ning gazed at Chen Ping'an, mistaking his dazed expression as a sign of him indulging in lascivious thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, her cheeks flushed, she stammered, "Brother Ping'an, I will fulfill the promise I made to you, but you must also keep your word." Although Ning had declined Chen Ping'an's confession, she remained deeply concerned for him. After all, she had heard that young men could become quite extreme after a heartbreak. She certainly did not wish to see Chen Ping'an come to any harm. Otherwise, she would not have sought out the club president for assistance in comforting him. Upon hearing Ning's words, Chen Ping'an reluctantly emerged from the reverie of his own fantastical imaginings. However, he was momentarily puzzled by her statement. "The promise?" And Ning's lovely face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. "I mean the matter of stripes and bare legs." Were it not for Chen Ping'an's extraordinary hearing, he might have missed her words altogether. However, the key words resonated with him, and he soon grasped the nature of Ning's commitment. As he gazed at the delicate, slender legs of the girl clad in white stockings, his imagination began to wander. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he patted his chest and declared, "Yes, I will uphold my end of the bargain. I will never do anything foolish or reckless. Moreover, I assure you, as long as I wish to live, there are few things in this world that could bring about my demise." After uttering these words, the boy cast a mischievous glance at the increasingly bashful girl and teasingly inquired, "So, what about the promised stripes and bare legs?" Unable to bear the embarrassment any longer, and Ning blushed fiercely and dashed home, leaving behind a fleeting response carried away by the wind. "I will definitely remember for next time." Over the past year, the members of the anime club had primarily interacted only during school club activities or at conventions. And Ning was aware of Chen Ping'an's general schedule at the Hot Pot restaurant merely because it was a frequent gathering spot for their group. Yet, the members of the anime club knew very little about one another's personal lives. The club president had once stated, "We gather together due to shared interests. As long as we resonate on the same wavelength, there is no need to delve deeply into each other's backgrounds." Thus, Chen Ping'an remained oblivious to the fact that Ning was, in truth, a wealthy heiress. Had this been before he acquired the simulator, the orphan Chen Ping'an might have felt a sense of inferiority. However, at this moment, he found himself sincerely grateful for the simulator, which had bestowed upon him the opportunity to transform his life. As he navigated the towering buildings once more, feeling the liberating power coursing through him, he could not resist breaking into a spirited chant, "Riding the wind with my sword, vanquishing demons across the realm. With wine, I revel in carefree joy. Without it, I am still unrestrained. I drink to empty rivers and seas, and again to swallow the sun and moon. 1,000 cups will not fail me, for I am the immortal sword-wielding drunkard." This verse, from a classic game of the De Yin Xianxia genre, was Chen Ping'an's favorite. At that moment, as he sang from the depths of his heart, his eyes sparkled brighter, and his spirit soared ever higher. Whether it was the caring club president or Ning, who held ambiguous feelings for him, they were but mere mortals. As Chen Ping'an grew stronger, they might find it increasingly difficult to keep pace with him. As one deepens their bonds with others, the inevitable moment of parting often amplifies the sorrow. This is the reason many believe that true cultivation necessitates the severance of emotional ties to ascend to greater heights. Chen Ping'an has already experienced the blurred pain of loss, the simulator's backlash, though it has significantly weakened. Yet, the figure that perished for him remains etched in his memory. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an does not perceive this as an impediment. To fear emotions and retreat from the world is merely a manifestation of weakness. Just like the legendary martial artist with innate talent, who disregards the warnings of a blocked path, he remains undeterred. Likewise, Chen Ping'an harbors the same resolve. Even in the face of death, his heart remains unrepentant. The path of the martial legend involves not only the honing of one's vitality, but also the cultivation of a martial heart. He firmly believes that life's burdens, coupled with unwavering faith, enable one to venture further into the unknown. Chen Ping'an seeks strength solely to safeguard all that he holds dear. Should the apocalypse arrive in 10 days, threatening everything, he will not choose to cower in despair. Armed with newfound strength, he shall stand resolutely at the forefront, determined to shatter the impending doom. Reflecting on tonight's promise, Chen Ping'an smiled with carefree confidence. As long as I, Chen Ping'an, the martial legend, have no desire to perish, no one in this world can conquer me. You have perished. This simulation has concluded. Survival time did not meet the minimum standard. During the novice welfare period, calculations will be made according to the minimum standard. This survival lasted 1 day. Reward, Constitution 001. Will the player choose to retain the talents gained from this simulation? A bead of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the self-proclaimed martial legend. What on earth is this? Chapter 16. The simulation of the following day commences. By the time Chen Ping'an returned home, it was already past midnight, marking the end of the first day of the apocalyptic countdown. The information on the panel had also changed. Name, Chen Ping'an. Race, human. Attribute, Constitution 1199 points, Martial Master, 1 limit-breaking blood exchange. Vitality increase achieved through dining and circulating energy at the Hot Pot restaurant. Talent, Martial Legend, red, Apocalypse countdown, 9 days. The first day has concluded, and Chen Ping'an has acquired his first red talent, having broken the limits of the human body for the first time. One could say the simulation of the first day has been splendidly accomplished. As the midnight bell tolled, the simulator panel unfolded anew before Chen Ping'an. Sleep mode concluded. Increasing observational possibilities of the simulator. Player's second talent slot is now open. You may commence a new simulation. At this moment, Chen Ping'an sat upright in his living room, and the initial benefits of embarking on the path of martial vitality became apparent. Despite the emotional upheavals and a day filled with bustling activity, he felt no trace of fatigue. In fact, as his constitution continuously strengthened, sleep had transformed into a mere option rather than a necessity. The ordinary individual's sleep serves as a necessary physiological function, allowing the body's organs to rest. While one may endure prolonged periods without engaging in intimate activities, one cannot afford to forego sleep for an extended duration. Sleep plays a vital role in repairing bodily damage and allowing certain organs to experience genuine repose. However, for those exceptional individuals who transcend human limits, their bodies are in a constant state of self-repair and enhancement. Of course, even a martial arts master who has undergone a transformative experience cannot entirely escape the need for sleep. Yet, in this moment, Chen Ping'an, embodying the essence of a master of time management, finds that he can sustain himself for over 10 days without sleep while still engaging in various activities, which poses no significant issue. Has his vitality indeed surged to 1199? It is said that as one ascends, the enhancement of vitality becomes increasingly arduous. Yet, I have merely consumed a meal, and the speed of this progress is astonishing. Chen Ping'an feels the vigor within him has grown substantially compared to before. Despite having prepared himself mentally, he is still taken aback by this extraordinary rate of enhancement. It is worth noting that while Chen Ping'an has consumed a considerable amount, the ingredients were predominantly ordinary. Had he indulged in more nutrient-dense foods, the results would undoubtedly have been even more remarkable. In fact, if Chen Ping'an were to disregard taste and directly ingest high-energy consumables, his vitality could rise even more swiftly. As for the concern of overeating, with his stomach fortified by enhanced vitality, any food consumed is swiftly transformed into energy, leaving no room for the possibility of discomfort. Thus, for those who comprehend the essence of vitality, the path to enhancement is simply to eat. However, the thought of eating suddenly brings a pang of concern to Chen Ping'an. Given his current consumption rate, this evening's meal could easily cost several thousand. Although the president is treating him, Chen Ping'an feels somewhat embarrassed to continually accept the generosity of the young woman, even if her offerings are indeed delectable. He has also contemplated the self-service buffet options, yet they are insufficient. As vitality increases, the required energy grows exponentially. While ordinary food may suffice for the time being, upon breaking through to the second level of vitality, he will need to consider supplements. Just as Chen Ping'an contemplates his next steps, a languid feminine voice reverberates in his mind. Ah, how splendidly restful. Am I still in this world? I did not expect this simulation to yield a rather swift energy replenishment. I wonder how that rather intense martial arts master is faring. I hope he hasn't lost control and transformed into a bulldozer in reality. It turns out to be the mysterious voice of the system's observer. However, the observer's opening remark leaves Chen Ping'an speechless. I must disappoint you. Not only am I alive, but I have also acquired a red talent. Furthermore, convey my apologies to all those who appreciate such pursuits. In the cold expanse of the internet, only those seeking certain mysterious codes genuinely wish for the poster's lifelong peace. Moreover, it has barely been a few hours. Why should I push anything? The apocalypse is imminent. Matters of intimacy can wait until I obliterate the end times. Chen Ping'an's rapid-fire retorts leave the observer momentarily stunned. After a while, the languid female voice continued, "Humph, at least you possess a modicum of conscience, and are not merely a mindless bulldozer. Let me see what red talent you have acquired. I'm in a good mood today. Perhaps I can offer you some advice." Oh, the martial master has actually transcended into this talent? I did not anticipate such a possibility. How intriguing. It seems this time the players may endure a bit longer. Wait, hold on. Let me examine this talent's potential closely. It appears there is something that has left the observer in a quandary, and the so-called advice is yet to be given. Chen Ping'an keenly sensed the pivotal point in her words. Wait, what do you mean by this time's players? The observer, who had seemingly been lost in thought, suddenly became alert upon hearing this, hastily feigning poor reception. Ah, you must have misheard. No, I said nothing. Oh dear, energy levels are low. I must enter hibernation again. Goodbye. The languid voice abruptly grew anxious, and then, with an implausible excuse, she vanished. Henceforth, regardless of how Chen Ping'an called out, that voice did not reappear. Yet, within her recent utterances, a wealth of information had already been divulged. What did she mean by this time's players? Chen Ping'an felt a subtle unease at this phrase, but with too little information, daydreaming bore no fruit. Alas, as long as my strength is formidable enough, what matters are the issues at hand. I shall overcome them with my own might. The path of martial arts, in all its glory, often leads practitioners to become reckless post-cultivation. In simple terms, when faced with indecision, just dive in headfirst. Clearly, Chen Ping'an, once a simple and reserved individual, was gradually evolving into a more reckless version of himself. System. Initiate simulation. Let me see what this apocalypse will bring me in 9 days. Evidently, our protagonist, having acquired a top-tier talent, was beginning to expand in ambition. It was inevitable. The martial arts mythos was an exceptionally potent red talent. Even though Chen Ping'an currently held the rank of a martial master with limited prowess, it did not hinder his imagination of the vistas awaiting him after surpassing the martial arts mythos. In the midst of his contemplation, the system presented the alternative talents. Please choose a talent. Master-S Facade, white. Hyperthymesia, green. Common Touch, blue. Master-S Facade, white. You frequently proclaim yourself as a martial arts master in public, and have even gone so far as to hire foreigners at a high price to create a blatantly fake sparring video. Through your deceitful antics, you managed to swindle some money, which has made you even more arrogant, to the point where you genuinely believe your martial arts prowess has reached its peak. Overly inflated. You even audaciously accepted challenges from combat enthusiasts, but alas, a fake cannot become real. Your facade merely allows you to claim you were ambushed after taking a few punches, insisting that the true enthusiasts lack martial ethics. Effect increases thickness of your facade, with an accompanying useless skill, lightning 5 strikes. System. I don't farm in the grotesque district often, so don't deceive me. Could this master possibly have the surname Ma? Is it possible to acquire the skill of transformation? To Chen Ping'an's dismay, after he made his statement, the effects section on the interface unexpectedly reflected an enhancement in his transformative abilities. It seemed almost as if the entire talent, illuminated in white light, pulsated in eager anticipation of his choice. Quite audacious. With a sense of exasperation, Chen Ping'an directed his attention to the subsequent talent. Hyperthymesia. Green, you possess the capacity to retain every detail you observe, yet do not be overly elated. Trust me, even if you memorize everything, there will still be problems you cannot solve. After all, you may recognize every word on a Chinese exam. Does that mean you can articulate the strange glimmer in a fish's eye? Effect. Brain load 1, memory ability 3. Ignoring the earlier lament regarding a certain national examinations essay prompt from previous years, Chen Ping'an regarded this talent with intrigued contemplation, stroking his chin. This talent is indeed formidable. He had previously heard of hyperthymesia, a condition envied by the average person. Many would conclude that such individuals are exceptionally intelligent, as they can effortlessly recall everything. However, in truth, this remarkable memory does not confer wisdom, but rather imposes significant strain on the brain. What is particularly fascinating about this talent is that it is the first he has encountered with side effects. Typically, green talents provide a mere enhancement of 2 points. This talent, while bearing a slight drawback, effectively reaches the caliber of a blue talent. Nevertheless, the increase in ability points appears less applicable to those beyond golden talents. As for concerns regarding brain load, Chen Ping'an, a practitioner of Qi and blood martial arts, is not overly troubled. This talent serves as a viable alternative. With this thought, Chen Ping'an turned his gaze to the final talent. Poverty of affection. Blue, I have no money. I do not like money. Begone, you pesky little imps. Do not taint my spirit. Surely, no one can truly fail to achieve a modest goal. Business is the greatest charity. We have made a decision to enable every delivery worker to become self-employed, thus allowing them to purchase insurance. If you cannot even earn a small target, dreaming of becoming a tycoon is futile. Effect. Streetlight seat 1. Upon concluding the description of this talent, Chen Ping'an was struck by an overwhelming aura of financial pressure, accompanied by an indescribable sense of dread. Ah, how terrifying. I must implore you, system, do not jest. I have seen nothing. System, hasten to activate the hyperthymesia talent for simulation. The system, seemingly acknowledging its error, swiftly retracted the other talents. Once the interface displayed only the martial arts myth and hyperthymesia, the system initiated a new round of simulation. Chapter 17, Unviewable. Upon the pale blue system interface, a plethora of information began to rapidly refresh. As the apocalypse looms near, you stand atop the highest sky tower in the enchanted metropolis, closing your eyes in tranquil contemplation. To confront the impending unknown challenges, you must attain the pinnacle of your potential. As you gauge the passage of time, you gradually open your eyes, a crimson luminescence swirling quietly within their depths. Beneath the colossal iron tower lies the bustling human realm, where throngs of people revel in the joyous anticipation of the upcoming new year. Yet, all this merriment is of no concern to you. On this eve of transition, you find yourself solitary atop the tower, for you are acutely aware that your adversary descends from the heavens. Through certain channels of information, you have foreseen the impending doom, but having undergone 4 transformative rebirths, the surging vitality within you serves as your courage in the face of crisis. Gazing up at the vast expanse, your eyes radiate an aura of invincibility, as if the heavens can no longer obscure your sight, and the earth can no longer conceal your heart. Ah, such a formidable beginning. The narrative boldly confronts the looming terror. Yet, as Chen Ping'an reflects, a furrow creases his brow. It is indeed peculiar. Despite having spent several days breaking through the 4th rebirth, a feat that rightly attests to his martial prowess, this level of achievement should not allow one to confront the cataclysmic unknown so directly. How could this simulated version of himself choose to face the apocalypse head-on? Furthermore, how could he ascertain that the threat originates from the sky? In truth, prior to this simulation, Chen Ping'an had not left any warnings or notes, as he wished to observe how his current self would navigate the end times. Moreover, with the enhancement of his own abilities, the simulated version of him seems to develop a mind of its own. Yet, the mere introductory details displayed on the simulation panel leave him perplexed. Nevertheless, regardless of Chen Ping'an's confusion, the simulation continues, compelling the youth to suppress his uncertainties and delve deeper into the unfolding narrative. As the clock strikes midnight, the entire city erupts in celebration for the arrival of the new year, a myriad of fireworks illuminating the sky. This marks the departure of the old year and the advent of the new, as humanity clings to the simple belief that the world will continue to improve. and the sun shall rise as it always does. Within the sky tower, the young women of the anime club gather, admiring the resplendent fireworks. In their vibrant youth, each smile and frown presents the most exquisite of vistas. However, they do not seem particularly joyful, for they are unable to find you. Hours ago, you arrived at the sky tower with them, preparing to welcome the new year together. The martial arts instilled in you the confidence to protect them, assuring you that you could safeguard those you cherished under any circumstance. Yet, mere minutes before the countdown, an inexplicable sense of impending doom swept over you. Following this instinct, you ascended to the tower's summit alone. There, you sensed an immense danger looming, seemingly poised to descend from the heavens. Unaware of the true nature of this threat, you chose to meditate in solitude, drawing upon the vitality of your inner strength, which granted you the assurance to confront any crisis. Chen Ping'an gazed intently at the refreshed simulation data, fully comprehending the actions within the simulation. The simulated version of himself aimed to quell the crisis at its nascent stage, ensuring no one would be harmed. Even in this moment, Chen Ping'an faintly sensed the guardian spirit embodied by his simulated self. The feedback from the simulation appeared to transcend mere attribute points. Yet, is the apocalypse truly so easily vanquished? Suppressing the complexities of his emotions, Chen Ping'an once again scrutinized the updated simulation information. The path of martial arts is such. Confronting the horrors of the apocalypse is an inevitable choice. Thus, let me witness how far I can venture, relying upon the gift of martial arts mythology. As the clock struck midnight repeatedly, the first day officially commenced. At this moment, the arrival of the apocalypse was upon you. Your eyes fixated on the clear, moonless night sky. At the instant the clock chimed, your perception accelerated to its zenith. Everything around you slowed within the realm of your martial vision. Yet the sense of crisis above reached its peak. However, in the heavens, apart from two resplendent full moons, there was nothing else to be seen. Yet, you remained steadfastly focused on the sky, in a daze. You seemed to glimpse a point darker than the night itself emerging from the firmament. Before you could investigate further, boom, the sky shattered. A colossal fissure, extending for miles, suddenly manifested in the sky, within which flowed a kaleidoscope of radiant colors. In an instant, an indescribably magnificent hand, gray and lifeless, obscured the entire firmament, exuding an aura of foreboding. Beneath this enormous hand, the world fell abruptly silent. The distant fireworks, once vibrant and celebratory, lost their colors and sounds, while the lively outdoor crowds collapsed like cut wheat. Standing atop the lofty tower, you gazed upwards at the vast, ominous hand, rendered speechless. In that fleeting moment, you confronted an unfathomable terror, as a torrent of frenzied malevolence surged into your mind, almost tangible in its presence. Your eyes began to itch, as though they yearned to escape their sockets. A smile threatened to curve your lips, even at the cost of tearing your cheeks apart. Such manifestations would instantly bring death to any ordinary soul. However, the indomitable essence of your vitality barely shielded you from the onslaught of dark thoughts. After repelling the malevolence, you struggled to open your eyes, striving to discern the nature of the abruptly appeared hand. When your vision reached its utmost focus, the truth of the celestial hand became clear, filling your eyes with horror. The next moment, you covered your eyes, desperately bowing your head, unable to bear the peculiarity above. The cost of this act was the continuous flow of blood from your orifices. Yet, it proved futile. The image of the hand's truth had been indelibly etched into your mind, as though captured in a photograph. Trembling, you sought refuge within the tower, where the individuals most dear to you resided. Blood streamed from your hands as you shielded your face, your eyes devoid of sensation, sustained only by a flicker of will to advance towards the tower. But alas, it was too late. Something was about to erupt from your mind. This was your final thought. You perished. The simulation concluded, your survival time falling short of the minimum standard. During the novice benefit period, you were assessed at the lowest threshold. The pollution was eradicated, and energy conversion commenced. Your survival time amounted to a single day, and you were posed the question, would you like to retain the talent acquired from this simulation? A bead of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of a certain self-proclaimed martial arts legend. What on earth was that? As a martial arts master who had undergone 4 blood exchanges and possessed the talent of a martial arts myth, you had not even encountered an enemy during this simulation. Merely through eye contact and the realization of certain truths, you had succumbed to death in an inexplicable manner. This was a profound blow to Chen Ping'an, who had once been confident in his martial prowess. However, after a moment's breath, he steadied his thoughts. A martial arts master is still a mortal being. The simulation version of himself had yet to reach the true realm of martial arts myth. Moreover, given that this was an apocalyptic scenario, such terror was not beyond comprehension. If it was powerful, then he would strive to become even stronger. The path of martial arts is one of self-improvement. Blaming fate and others is merely an excuse of the weak. What one must do is learn from their experiences and confront the monstrous harbingers of doom with renewed strength. After exhaling slowly, Chen Ping'an sat cross-legged, reflecting on the insights gained from this simulation. Although I faced failure once more, this attempt proved immensely fruitful. Firstly, I have finally discerned the reason behind the mysterious attack I encountered in the imperial capital during the previous simulation. The formidable hand was not only invisible. Even the mere act of recording its form posed tremendous peril. Secondly, the power of vitality proved effective in combating this apocalypse. In this simulation, after gazing directly at the colossal hand, I managed to survive the encounter. Although the cost of forcing myself to avert my gaze resulted in a bleeding from my 7 orifices, it was a significant improvement compared to the instantaneous demise I suffered during my initial attempts. Clearly, this demonstrates the effects of my continuous strengthening following 4 blood transformations. The subsequent demise I faced was largely due to the genuine image of the giant hand remaining etched in my mind. This phenomenon can be attributed to my extraordinary memory, which allows me to retain vivid recollections akin to photographs. Yet, this very gift became the cause of my downfall. It underscores the inherent and terrifying danger of the giant hand's form, as it possesses a contagious nature. Even a martial arts master, having transcended through 4 blood transformations, could be bizarrely slain simply by witnessing it. No wonder, during the last simulation, the confidential documents obtained by Yu contained only textual descriptions and third-party accounts. The horror of the giant hand extends further. As I pondered the last words I uttered before my demise in the simulation, I was engulfed in contemplation. The simulated version of myself distinctly sensed something attempting to escape from my mind, and I do not believe it to be mere hallucination. Thus, the truth likely resides in the fact that the clear memory of the giant hand's image has indeed birthed something uncanny within my consciousness. These entities emerged, culminating in the death of a martial arts master. Therefore, the giant hand's intent to annihilate a city does not require direct intervention. Its mere existence can spawn countless anomalies. Realizing this, Chen Ping'an's expression turned grave. While the power of vitality evidently provides some degree of protection against such peculiarities, I find myself utterly helpless against their contagion. The moment the colossal hand manifests, humanity within the city will inevitably perish in an instant, leaving me no time to safeguard them. I am still insufficiently strong. In the next simulation, I must leverage space to gain time. I need to acquire further knowledge regarding the apocalypse. With this thought, Chen Ping'an left a note for himself to depart from the Magic City and journey towards the imperial capital before commencing the simulation once more. System: disregard the extraordinary memory talent and proceed with the simulation. At this juncture, Chen Ping'an's constitution had reached 12 points, with 8 points remaining until the second blood transformation breakthrough. Chapter 18, Talent. Simulation. Despite your disdain for me, as the words fell, the contents of the simulation panel underwent a subtle transformation. The talents available for selection in this new simulation materialized one by one upon the panel. Talent extraction completed. Please select a talent: Stallion, blue; Taoist air, green; small town singer, white. Small town singer, white. You have cherished singing since childhood. Yet your parents did not support your passion, believing that students should focus solely on their studies, and that singing would only serve to distract you. Thus, your talent remained buried, but not forgotten. Surely, there shall be echoes of remembrance. Until that fateful day, when, before the camera's lens, you grasped your grilled gluten skewer. Effect: slight increase in singing talent. In truth, every individual possesses latent abilities. It is merely that life often lacks the fertile soil needed for these talents to flourish. Chen Ping'an, familiar with the tale of the gluten skewer man, felt a pang of resonance upon encountering this talent. However, this particular gift offered no aid in the face of the apocalypse, prompting Chen Ping'an to turn his attention to the other 2 options. Taoist air, green. In an era of warlords battling for supremacy, where the populace suffers, an abandoned child is a common sight. Yet, you were fortunate to be rescued by the elder abbot of a Taoist temple. Within the temple, the abbot and your senior brothers regarded you as family. Although you never learned the identities of your parents, you never felt the pangs of solitude. Alas, this blissful period was fleeting, as the land remained mired in turmoil. Foreign invaders began to encroach. It is often said that in times of chaos, Taoists thrive, while in times of peace, monks flourish. After a night of deep contemplation, the elder abbot resolved to lead his disciples down the mountain. Before departing, he affectionately ruffled your hair, entrusting you, his youngest disciple, with the task of safeguarding the temple. As long as the home remained, there would always be a place for their return. That year, the elder abbot descended the mountain with 12 brothers. Seasons changed, time passed, and after several cycles of warmth and cold, the once frail young acolyte grew into a bright-eyed youth, as the ravages of war came to an end. One evening, as the sun set, casting a warm glow upon the pathway before the temple, the elder abbot returned, weary and weathered, missing an arm. He informed the young acolyte that victory had been achieved, the enemy vanquished, and peace restored to the land. With the end of chaos, he had returned. When the young acolyte inquired about his brother's absence, the elder abbot simply ruffled his hair once more, mirroring his farewell gesture. In the face of the young acolyte's confusion, the abbot gazed at the desolate temple and murmured, "They have all returned." 5 years later, you laid the elder abbot to rest. And the once vibrant temple now housed only you, the solitary acolyte, and an abandoned infant you had taken in. Standing upon the hillside, you gazed down at the rising smoke from hearths below, knowing that many, like your brothers and your master, had sacrificed their lives for the sake of peace. Effect: attain a serene state of mind, enhancing resistance to malevolent forces. Chen Ping'an remained silent, contemplating this talent for an extended period, even though it was merely a green-tiered gift. However, Chen Ping'an felt a profound strength within this talent. Not the indomitable spirit of martial legends that defies the heavens and battles the earth, relentlessly pushing the limits of self-improvement. Instead, it was a power known as responsibility. Countless ordinary individuals burdened with this sense of duty, akin to those wandering Taoist priests who rest their bones in distant lands, strive for peace and tranquility for their loved ones and future generations. Even if this talent were merely of a green nature, Chen Ping'an found himself deeply moved. It was not only due to the awe-inspiring force he described, but also because it represented the first emergence of a somewhat idealistic power. Nodding thoughtfully, Chen Ping'an turned his gaze to the last talent. Stallion Blue. From a young age, you discovered a unique strength that set you apart from others. As you matured, this talent became increasingly pronounced, brimming with vitality, until the year of your college entrance examination when you faced failure, and the landlady opened the door to a new world for you. Effect: the reproductive system receives a significant enhancement. In truth, from an academic perspective, this talent possesses considerable strength. Yet, as a martial practitioner, albeit rather unrefined, one's endurance is unparalleled. Perhaps the intention of the previous talent dissuaded Chen Ping'an from ridiculing this one. Instead, he offered a brief, objective assessment. After all, a mere youthful lad cannot compare to a martial master who can train tirelessly day and night. Shaking his head and disregarding the peculiar talent pool of the system, Chen Ping'an had already made his choice. System: I choose to be a disciple of Taoism and initiate the simulation. Talent loading successful. Simulation commencing. Observer begins recording. Simulation information updating. Day 1. Due to inexplicable channels of information, you spent a tranquil day in a small inn in the imperial capital. Last night passed without any anomalies. It seems the apocalypse has yet to arrive. The only thing to note is that someone persistently slips colorful cards under the crack of your door. After examining these images, you abandon the idea of confronting the scam artists, opting instead to scour the internet for information potentially related to the apocalypse. However, to your astonishment, apart from the daily antics of the beautiful nation across the sea, it appears nothing unusual is occurring in the world. Day 2. The cost of living in the imperial capital is exorbitant. To make ends meet, you found a job as a laborer. Despite your efforts to conceal your strength, you move the equivalent of 30 people's worth of bricks in half a day, leading others to regard you as a Superman. Moreover, when the cafeteria lady served you, her hand remained steady, eliciting envy from onlookers. Yet, as you caught the glances she sent your way, You felt that perhaps it would be prudent to make your escape in a few days. On the third day, the site boss warmly welcomed a high-ranking official on inspection. Due to your handsome appearance, you were also invited to greet them. You intended to decline, but the incentives offered were simply too generous. To your surprise, the so-called group leader was none other than Senior Yuan, clad in all black. Surrounded by adoring crowds, her expression marred by an unmistakable sadness. Throughout the encounter, Yuan seemed somewhat distracted, failing to notice your presence lingering at the back of the crowd. That evening, through the discussions among the workers, you learned that 12 days prior, at noon, the sister of the big boss had met a tragic fate, and the perpetrator remained at large. The entire capital was in an uproar. Even those toiling on the construction site were aware of the calamity. Sister Yuan's sister has been murdered. The air in the room seemed to freeze in an instant, as a chilling murderous intent flickered in Chen Ping'an's eyes for the first time. Yuan was in peril. The simulated text, though merely words, conveyed an intensity that struck Chen Ping'an's heart with a powerful resonance. At that moment, the image of the girl, pierced by claws, flashed before him, along with her desperate plea for him to run. Everything felt hazy, yet the mere thought ignited an impulse within him to obliterate the murderer. With a frigid demeanor, Chen Ping'an continued to scrutinize the simulation panel. He needed to uncover the identity of the killer. He was convinced that the simulated version of himself would undoubtedly pursue the investigation with fervor. On the third night, you took the initiative to seek out Yuan. Indeed, she possessed information about the murderer, yet the opposing forces were too formidable. Presently, Yuan was expending all her energy merely to ensure her own survival. And the prospect of revenge, even at the cost of mutual destruction, seemed unattainable. You held the weeping Yuan, never imagining that this icy beauty would one day cry like a helpless child. By slightly revealing your capabilities, you gained her trust. After learning the name of the killer, you avenged Yuan's sister that very night. The mundane forces of the world appeared to have completely lost their thread in your eyes. On the fourth day, you returned to Yuan's side, only to find that, having avenged her great loss, she contemplated taking her own life. You intervened. In the aftermath, you discovered that the Ice Princess was, in fact, warm-hearted beneath her cold exterior. Leaning against your chest, Yuan shared the unsettling news of the total disconnection in the capital. She felt uneasy about the disconnection, but had been too preoccupied with her sister's death to pay it any mind. However, she didn't truly believe anything catastrophic had occurred. After all, it was a metropolis of millions, and if something had gone awry, news would not be absent for days. Yet, Yuan failed to notice the terrifying change that crept over your expression upon hearing this news. You recalled the mysterious note left on your desk, inscribed in your own handwriting, which led you to trust its content. At that moment, however, a sense of regret and unease surged within you. In reality, Chen Ping'an's eyes flickered with emotion as he pondered the note he had left for himself, intending for the simulated version not to remain in the capital. He understood himself too well. Had he known of the looming danger in advance, escape would have been impossible. In reality, Chen Ping'an had already resolved to confront the looming hand of doom from the very onset of the apocalypse. Thus, all the efforts in simulation and the acquisition of innate powers were directed toward the impending cataclysm in 9 days. Yet, in this moment, gazing at the unsettling information, a twinge of compassion stirred within Chen Ping'an. He had chosen to endure in the future, but had inadvertently led the simulated version of himself to seek refuge. If you are indeed a manifestation of my future, a possible iteration of myself, then feel free to harbor your disdain. I shall carry forth with your animosity until the very end of days. Feeling a sense of urgency, you resolve to return to the city of magic, only to realize, at this moment, that all routes leading to it have been utterly sealed off. Meanwhile, the anxious Yuan incessantly dials numbers, striving to rally support for your journey to the city, yet regrettably, the power of wealth is rendered nearly non-existent at this juncture. On the 5th day, as the sun rises on the horizon, you can no longer afford to wait. Ensuring that Yuan is free from thoughts of despair, you embark on the solitary path homeward. With no flights, no high-speed trains, and not a single vehicle heading to the city, you take to your own 2 feet. Propelled by the strength of a martial arts master who has transcended limits 6 times. Hours swiftly pass, and as you arrive at the city, it is nearly noon, with the metropolis now within your sight. However, what lays before you is shrouded in an ominous shadow that descends from above. Your martial instincts sound alarm bells. A foreboding presence threatens your very existence. As you approach the city, drones patrolling the skies detect your presence. Moments later, you observe green military vehicles racing towards you from the direction of the city. You encounter the city's guard, who advise you to retreat. Yet, in your quest for information, you choose not to conceal your prowess any longer, showcasing your abilities to them. Though they cannot comprehend, they are left in awe. You become a guest of the city's guard and meet the highest-ranking officer stationed there, who surprisingly recognizes you. After your exchange, you glean the general situation within the city and opt to forego entry. Chen Ping'an nods silently. Indeed, the authorities had been aware of the city's anomalies from the outset. Perhaps it is time for me to consider engaging with the authorities proactively. However, it may be prudent to first observe through simulations whether the government possesses any means to counteract this strange apocalypse. Furthermore, what truly transpires within the city on the 5th day? I have already gleaned the events of the first day through simulations. After the giantess' arrival, ordinary people morphed into grinning corpses, and bizarre creatures emerged within the city. Yet, none of this could deter me, now a myth in martial arts. What could the high-ranking officer have said to me to compel a martial artist to abandon the path of relentless action? Within the simulator, my own actions leave me with a sense of unease. It seems I have underestimated the transformations occurring within the city. On the 6th day, heeding the officer's counsel, you assumed the role of chief instructor, advocating for the martial arts of vitality among the stationed soldiers. Considering the circumstances within the city, you accept this recommendation. For even a modicum of strength is valuable at this time. Regrettably, you discover that even the most elite warriors are nearing the limits of human capability. Relying solely on your prescribed methods, it would require over a year for them to have any chance of breaching these boundaries. Indeed, I have contemplated the promotion of the martial arts of vitality, yet it is fundamentally impractical. 10 days from now, the world shall meet its end. Not everyone possesses the legendary prowess of martial arts to swiftly enhance their vitality as I do. Thus, this impending apocalyptic battle may very well become a solitary war for me. On the 7th day, circumstances shifted. The shadowy beam above the city of magic was steadily expanding. The Supreme Commander sought you once more, expressing concerns that certain specialized units might arrive in a few days. However, the current anomalies plaguing the city left him deeply unsettled, prompting him to request your assistance in welcoming the reconnaissance team dispatched to investigate. You, sharing his apprehensions regarding the situation within the city, readily accepted the mission. Upon your arrival, the reconnaissance team had already commenced their operations. The scouts were communicating silently through sign language with the outside world. Through their gestures, you learned of an inexplicable phenomenon rendering sound ineffective, where internal and external noises could not relay to each other. Even more troubling, all technological devices brought by the scouts had ceased to function. Moments later, a bizarre occurrence unfolded as one by one, the scouts collapsed silently before your eyes. Succumbing to death, only one scout, whom you had infused with a modicum of vitality the previous day, managed to linger for a few more seconds. Before his demise, he communicated through sign language, having heard a woman's voice calling your name. Thoughts of friends trapped within the city surged in your mind. You could no longer endure the anxiety. A tumultuous blend of urgency and unease brewed within your chest, culminating in a breakthrough of your 7th limit of vitality. Your essence roaring like a dragon. Chapter 19. The unexpected green talent, the surging vitality within you erupted with ferocity, coalescing into a singular force, transforming you into a being akin to a true dragon. This 7th blood exchange signified a pivotal step for martial artists as they approached the apex of human potential. Before attaining the status of a martial arts master, one must fortify their sinews and refine their internal organs, all aimed at reaching the limits of the human body. Upon completing the first blood exchange, the focus of a martial arts master's training shifts to consolidating the power of their vitality. According to the mythos of martial arts, once one's vitality transforms into a dragon, the physical form begins to transcend humanity. At this juncture, a martial arts master who has broken through 7 limits can indeed regenerate lost limbs and unleash their might against rivers and mountains. Such a figure is akin to a terrestrial deity. The reconnaissance team that had ventured into the city had been completely annihilated. After relaying the information back to those remaining outside, amidst the gasps of the onlookers, you charged directly into the shadowy veil enveloping the city of magic. Your heart was heavy with concern for your friends, and simultaneously, a profound resentment brewed within you towards your former self for leaving behind that message. At this moment, Chen Ping'an fell silent. In a moment of reverie, under the influence of the simulation, he truly heard a roar, a voice he knew all too well. For it was his own. Yet, despite this, determination burned fiercely in his eyes. Whether the simulation was a mere illusion, a projection, or perhaps a glimpse into a foreseen future or a parallel reality in motion, he resolved to confront it. He would traverse this simulated path with his own body and death, culminating in the final days of this 10-day trial. What kind of conclusion does he intend to craft to bring this simulation to a close? Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Chen Ping'an turned his gaze towards the continuously refreshing simulated information. In the instant when the shadowy light curtain was penetrated, the world seemed to transform. Before you lies a realm of utter desolation. Suddenly, a strange woman's voice resonates in your ear. You lean in to listen intently, yet are utterly unable to discern any of its content. In the haunting silence of this enchanted metropolis, no matter how fervently you shout or attempt to disrupt your surroundings, no sound emerges, save for the eerie voice that lingers persistently by your side. This bizarre condition engenders a sense of caution within you, yet you are acutely reminded of the reason for your entry here. Having pinpointed your direction, you resolve to venture deeper into the metropolis. However, the moment you take a step, that strange woman's voice suddenly intensifies, as if something is directly shouting within your mind. No, it is not merely a sensation. Something has genuinely invaded your consciousness. Within your perception of vitality, you sense that within your brain, grotesque, tentacled masses are burgeoning. They are expanding at an alarming rate. Your gaze turned cold as you summoned the concentrated power of your will, instantly annihilating the malevolence that had taken root within your mind. However, your actions appeared to provoke the ethereal female voice, unleashing a cacophony of harrowing wails from all directions, while within you, the insidious presence began to manifest. Every aspect of your being, bones, muscles, blood, and organs, was tainted, undergoing grotesque transformations. You channeled your vitality, desperately combating the burgeoning malevolence within. Bones pierced your flesh. Organs tore apart under the tumult, and torrents of blood surged from your mouth, mingled with fragments of your entrails. Your life force diminished. Yet the dissonant voices grew ever louder. In a state of blurred consciousness, you dashed toward the shadowy barrier nearby. Ultimately, bloodied and battered, you broke through the veil. Sunlight cascading upon you, as the distant sound of military vehicles faded you into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, you found yourself within the military encampment, utterly drained. Your vitality depleted to the brink of collapse. To your dismay, the bizarre voice lingered within your mind. On the 8th day, you stood amidst the corpses of countless compatriots, weeping blood as you thrust your hand into your own brain. Yet regrettably, such self-inflicted harm could not bring about your demise. On the 9th day, your body and spirit having undergone considerable aberration, you charged recklessly towards the rapidly expanding shadow barrier, akin to a knight galloping towards a windmill. In the instant you plunged into the shadows, a tranquil force surged from your heart, momentarily restoring a semblance of your former self. In your final moments, you beheld the countless faces of humanity, grinning with malevolence at the edge of the demonic city. It seemed they had awaited your arrival for a long time. You felt the corners of your mouth twitching upward, a semblance of a sinister smile, perhaps a release. You had perished. The contamination was purged, energy reclamation in progress. Your survival duration was 9 days, yielding a reward of physique enhancement 009. Would you, dear player, choose to retain the talents acquired during this simulation? In reality, it was the dead of night. Moonlight cascaded through the window like flowing water, illuminating the pure white moon of the dual moons high in the sky. Beneath this celestial glow, Chen Ping'an rubbed his brow, perusing the refreshed information once more. During the simulation, it was when his simulated self harbored resentment that the feedback effect was most pronounced. Upon entering the shadows of the demonic city, that intense emotional pull dissipated entirely. Was the contamination cleansed? Chen Ping'an began to form a conjecture regarding the cause of this transformation. After a fleeting moment of calm, he contemplated the Taoist lineage talent he had chosen. He was not overly distressed by his ultimate demise. After all, the apocalypse was rife with enigmas, a fact repeatedly validated by his simulations. Rather than lament the failure of the simulation, It would be more prudent to seek ways to grow stronger. In the face of a bizarre apocalypse, even possessing a singular, unparalleled talent, the protagonist met his demise with little resistance. However, compared to the initial state of instant death upon mere observation, his situation had improved significantly. What piqued Chen Ping'an's curiosity was the fact that he encountered a martial arts myth capable of invigorating one's vitality, yet succumbed to madness. He pondered how his simulated self managed to achieve a fleeting clarity of mind in the final moments. The only explanation he could conceive was the talent of being a Taoist heir, characterized by its modest green quality. The path of vitality emphasizes the triumph of brute strength over cunning. No matter the myriad of spells or schemes, a single punch could shatter them all. Yet, when confronted with an apocalypse so strange it defied the laws of physics, sheer force might not suffice. Perhaps it was merely a matter of inadequate power. Nonetheless, diversifying his methods was essential, though he remained uncertain whether this talent could be further enhanced. System. I wish to preserve the Taoist heir talent. In an instant, the talent panel on the system interface transformed, displaying martial arts myth, red, and Taoist heir, green. As the talent was fully installed, an exhilarating sensation swept through him, as if his spirit had been freed from the dust of despair. Although he had resolved to confront the apocalypse alone, the weight of pressure was inescapable. Yet, at this moment, Chen Ping'an felt a notable sense of tranquility. Was this the essence of the clearing heart talent? It felt quite agreeable. After a brief assessment, a look of astonishment suddenly graced Chen Ping'an's visage. Vitality radiated from his body, surging within him. Following this simple evaluation, he distinctly sensed an acceleration in the flow of his vitality. Clearly, the clearing heart talent not only influenced the mind, but also provided substantial assistance in the cultivation of vitality. No wonder, he mused, that despite both simulations indicating 9 days until the world's end, he was able to reach the state of vitality akin to that of a dragon in the latter simulation. In the previous simulation, he had only achieved the 4th stage of blood replacement. At this moment, feeling the enhanced speed of his vitality cultivation, Chen Ping'an was thoroughly satisfied with the Taoist heir talent. If no more suitable talent presented itself today, he was prepared to retain this one. After contemplating the matter of talents, he began to summarize the vital information gleaned from this simulation. 1. The city of magic was shrouded in an unknown shadow barrier, seemingly related to the giant hand that first appeared. The simulation did not mention the other major cities that had fallen, leaving open the possibility that different issues could have arisen there. 2. The range of the shadow would begin to expand on the 7th day, rendering technological devices ineffective within its confines, unable to transmit sound, yet allowing visual imagery from both inside and outside. Moreover, the monsters within the shadow appeared to grow stronger over time, at least on the 1st day of the apocalypse. A martial arts master who had transcended limits could escape from the city, yet by the 7th day, even top masters with vitality like that of a dragon were perilously close to losing their lives. On the 9th day, it seemed as though the eerie, lifeless corpses that had perished within the city had gathered at the outskirts of the magical metropolis. What would transpire next remained shrouded in uncertainty. However, coupled with the gradually expanding shadows, it was feared that the world, as it stood, could not endure for much longer. The information was undeniably grim. Yet in Chen Ping'an's eyes, there was no hint of surrender. The martial arts legend was Chen Ping'an's first crimson talent, which, in a sense, transformed him. The repeated mental shocks from simulated feedback continuously influenced this once heartbroken youth. For those who have noble aspirations are willing to sacrifice, daring to call upon the sun and moon to usher in a new era. As the Taoist heir's talent merged, the fleeting figures of mortals descending from the mountain flickered before his eyes. These Taoists were mere mortals. Their struggle against steel and gunpowder was no different from their fight against malevolent forces. All were risking their lives in the fray. Since the predecessors had never given up, he, as a latecomer, would naturally not bow in defeat. After a silent nod, another vital piece of information flashed through Chen Ping'an's mind. He lowered his head and began to write down the last piece of information he had gleaned. Yan Yu would be murdered at noon today. He must alter this fate. The image of the girl's demise seemed to resonate from another timeline, obscured yet vivid, and merely contemplating it stirred a wave of anger and resentment within Chen Ping'an's heart. However, he had no intention of warning Yan Yu, for in reality, he was unaware of the circumstances that would lead to her tragedy. To hastily seek out Yanqing to alert Yin Yu could, aside from their belief in his words, trigger a butterfly effect that might yield irreparable consequences. With this thought in mind, Chen Ping'an picked up his phone to check the time. It was 3 a.m. With 9 hours remaining until noon, if he wished to save Yin Yu, he needed to traverse 1,200 kilometers within that time and reach her side to shield her from all danger. Resolute, he opened his door and leaped from the 33rd floor. Upon activating the navigation on his phone, the youth set his course towards the imperial capital. However, as he rushed to the entrance of the community, Chen Ping'an suddenly skidded to a halt. What does Yin Yu truly look like? Where does she reside in the imperial capital? In the opulent embrace of a luxurious mansion in the eastern part of the magical metropolis, a cascade of soft black hair lay strewn across a plush bed. Wrapped within silk sheets was a flawless body, devoid of any clothing. Yet this typically composed young lady seemed to have dreamt of something distressing. As her lovely brows knitted together, suddenly, the shrill ring of her phone at the bedside disturbed her slumber. While she preferred to keep her private line open, the abrupt awakening brought forth a slight irritability, yet she rose to answer the call. Her long, exquisite legs touched the carpet, and she allowed the pure white silk blanket to slip away. Under the moonlight, the scene should have been one of serene beauty. Yet the tone of the maiden was decidedly sharp. Classmate Ping'an, do you wish to be encased in cement and discover the temperature of the eastern hot bay at 3 in the morning? If you do not wish to, then provide me immediately with a compelling reason for your current phone call. Otherwise, you shall experience the consequences by tomorrow. Chapter 20. May I have the pleasure of meeting your sister? The one clad in white stockings. The pure radiance of the moonlight cascades gracefully upon the earth. And unlike the pallid glow of the gray moon, Chen Ping'an harbors a fondness for the luminous purity of the white moon. Yet, as he stands beneath the street lamp, listening to the melodious voice of an alluring senior from his phone, a sense of helplessness washes over him. Who would have thought that such a stunningly beautiful and aloof figure as Senior Qing could possess the flaw of being irritable upon waking? The thought of immersing oneself in Dongara Bay to gauge the water temperature must surely be a jest, right? Rubbing the non-existent cold sweat from his brow, Chen Ping'an decided to be forthright. Senior Qing, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such an hour, but I am in urgent need of your assistance. Upon hearing his anxious tone, Yanqing's expression became serious. She recognized that Chen Ping'an was not the type to disturb her frivolously in the dead of night. This junior, whom she held in high regard, must indeed be facing a significant dilemma if he claimed he required urgent help. Very well, tell me. What assistance do you need? Yanqing held a commendable impression of Chen Ping'an, clean, earnest, and diligent. Most importantly, his gaze towards her was pure and sincere. Unlike that of other men, whose eyes seemed to devour her, it could be said that within the entirety of Magic City University, Chen Ping'an was the only male friend she could truly consider. However, it seemed that occasionally, this fellow would regard in Ning, who donned white stockings, with that same gaze she despised. It must be an illusion. After all, my legs are undoubtedly more appealing than in Ning's, and I have never seen him look at me in such a manner. Just as Yanqing was lost in thought, Chen Ping'an's cheerful voice emanated from the phone. Senior Qing, if you are willing to help me, that would be splendid. I knew I could count on you. Hearing his joyful tone brought a subtle happiness to Yanqing's heart. Let us not engage in pleasantries. Ping'an, speak plainly, and I shall surely assist you. With Yanqing's straightforwardness instilling a sense of trust, Chen Ping'an was moved to exclaim, Senior Qing, do you happen to have a sister who adores wearing white stockings paired with Lolita attire? Please, I urgently require her detailed information. Yanqing was convinced her ears must be deceiving her. How could she have heard her junior utter such words? Her voice trembled slightly as she confirmed, I apologize, Ping'an, but the signal here is quite poor. I seem to have misheard you. Could you kindly repeat that? Assuming he had merely spoken too hastily, Chen Ping'an promptly reiterated his request. After all, the senior had indicated that there was no need for pretense between them, so what could possibly be unsaid? Senior Qing, do you have a sister who enjoys sporting pigtails and wearing white? No? Get lost. Before Chen Ping'an could finish his sentence, he heard the furious sound of Yanqing hanging up on him. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, he could almost sense a murderous intent emanating from her voice. It felt as though he were on the brink of being cut down by an axe. What is happening? I have endeavored to describe Yin Yu's attire as clearly as possible to gain trust, yet why is Senior Qing angered? Moreover, the information from the simulator has been confirmed. Senior Qing undoubtedly has this younger sister. The straightforward young man, who is trained excessively in martial arts, gazes in surprise at the disconnected call. Time is of the essence. I must quickly locate Yin Yu, lest a tragedy ensue. The automated voice on the line informs him that the number he dialed is currently busy. However, no matter how persistently Chen Ping'an calls, Senior Qing does not answer. The thought of the girl who might sacrifice herself for him, potentially falling into peril at noon today, fills him with mounting anxiety. Regrettably, Chen Ping'an is unaware of Senior Qing's exact residence. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly rush there without hesitation. Reporting such matters to the city guard would be futile. How could he explain, "I can foresee the future, and a girl named Yin Yu will meet with calamity at noon today"? Such a claim would likely land him in a psychiatric hospital. Consequently, our narrative could transform into one of him simulating scenarios within a mental institution. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration strikes Chen Ping'an. Though he lacks knowledge of Yin Qing's precise location, a certain red-haired woman of dubious reputation is sure to possess that information. Within a villa in the heart of the Magic City, a phone's ringtone pierces the silence. A pair of beautiful scarlet eyes slowly open, and the owner of those eyes casually answers the call. Upon recognizing the caller, a smile graces her lips as she responds, "Xiao Ping'an, what brings you to seek your elder sister at 3 a.m? Hearing the voice of this mischievous woman, Chen Ping'an feels his unease dissipate significantly. "President, it's urgent. Do you know the address of Senior Qing's residence? I have something crucial to discuss with her." The president, with a flicker of surprise in her eyes, exclaims, "Ah? Xiao Ping'an, you were just rejected by a Ning, and you've quickly moved on to another target? And it's not me, your stunning sister, but rather Qing Qing? Who would have thought you had such predatory inclinations?" Chen Ping'an, exasperated by her teasing, lets out a resigned sigh. Were it not for the abundant care he receives from her, he would surely have taken her to task 100 times over. He swiftly explains the situation regarding his search for information about Senior Qing's sister. As soon as he finishes speaking, the sound of hearty laughter emanates from the other end of the line. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Ping'an, you're remarkably straightforward. At 3 a.m, asking Qing Qing for information about her sister, while emphasizing the white thigh-high stockings and twin ponytail version. Given Qing Qing's temperament, I reckon you should consider fleeing. Or by daylight, she may very well seek retribution against you." The president, seemingly serious, opens a black tablet, as if genuinely plotting an escape route for Chen Ping'an. "President, stop joking. I'm truly earnest." At this moment, Chen Ping'an laments his own predicament. To prevent further butterfly effects, he cannot openly discuss Yin Yu with them. After all, he himself is uncertain of what Yin Yu has actually encountered. If sufficient information is lacking, how could one possibly locate Yin Yu amidst the throngs of a sprawling metropolis? Even if one were to arrive in the capital, Chen Ping'an, unbeknownst to himself, felt a surge of impatience rising within him, causing the green glow of his Taoist air talent to flicker subtly, as if attempting to suppress something. All right, since you've come this far, I shall certainly assist you." The president of the Fate Society nonchalantly clicked the send button after transmitting Yin Yu's photograph and details. Upon hearing the president's words, Chen Ping'an found it hard to believe that everything would proceed so smoothly. However, upon swiftly reviewing the received information, he discovered it to be remarkably comprehensive. Not only did it include Yin Yu's photograph, but also her contact number and current address. "You naughty girl. President, you actually trust me. And how do you possess Yin Yu's information?" The president's crimson eyes narrowed slightly. "I can't shake the feeling you were about to utter something rather impertinent. Never mind. I won't hold it against you. Though you refuse to divulge the reason, I can tell from your voice how anxious you are. As for the information on you, do you underestimate your president? There's nothing I cannot accomplish." Hearing the president's faith in him filled Chen Ping'an with a warm sense of gratitude. Indeed, this woman, despite her mischievous nature and penchant for amusement, would never let her own down. "Thank you, President. I'm heading to the capital. I'll explain everything when I return." As Chen Ping'an ended the call, the president rose from her bed. Her long, flawless figure was as bare as Yin Qing's. The red-haired beauty stood at the bedside, gazing up at the pure white moon in the sky. "How could I ever doubt you, my dear Ping'an?" While the president murmured to herself, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in her crimson eyes, reminiscent of a child discovering a delightful new toy. "However, if the reason isn't sufficiently entertaining, don't blame me if I tease you later. I'm sure you wouldn't mind a little playful bullying from your president, would you?" Chapter 21. Shall we run? At one-third the speed of sound, doomsday countdown. Day 99 a.m. in a luxurious estate in the grand capital of Yin. The fair-skinned Yin joyfully donned white stockings and a Lolita dress. Gazing into the mirror at her adorable self, complete with twin ponytails and dressed in pure white, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Though her sister often teased her for looking like a little girl whenever she dressed this way, Yin adored it. That big bad sister of mine. It's because she's so wicked that she hasn't grown. Now, Yin's figure had surpassed her sister's. And when they met during the new year, she vowed to hold her sister close every night, proving that she was no longer a child. Hee. As she contemplated the upcoming new year and the joy of reuniting with her sister, Yin, despite her playful critiques of her sister, couldn't help but hum a cheerful tune. Gazing at her well-dressed reflection in the full-length mirror, Yin gently lifted the hem of her dress, twirling with satisfaction. "Miss, the car is ready," came the sudden voice of Butler Zhao from outside the door. "Ah, understood, Sister Zhao. I will be right there." The young lady hurriedly adjusted her attire and dashed out of her room in a whirlwind of excitement. Today marked the birthday of her dear friend Li Yu, a classmate from high school. Their shared character Yu in their names had always made Yin feel a special connection with her, which continued even after they entered university. The invitation to attend the birthday celebration filled Yin with joy, prompting her to select her favorite Lolita outfit early that morning. I'm not small at all." "How can you say that? Yu is definitely not small." "Miss, please be careful and take care." Butler Zhao, nearing 50, looked on helplessly as the exuberant Yin rushed out the door. Having watched the two young ladies grow up, Zhao felt a deep sense of loyalty, especially after the incident that had occurred, dedicating herself to assisting Yin Qing. However, Zhao could never comprehend why the poised and graceful elder sister contrasted so sharply with her vivacious younger sibling. "Good morning, everyone," Yin cheerfully called out as she dashed towards the villa's grand entrance, exchanging warm greetings with the maids along the way. All the servants smiled back at her, charmed by the amiable nature of the second young lady, which endeared her to everyone in the household. In no time, Yin leapt into the awaiting vehicle. Once the carefully selected female bodyguards, chosen by her sister Yin Qing, were in position, the convoy slowly departed from the Yin family estate. The morning sun bathed the glass facade of the towering buildings in golden light, breathing new life into the ancient city in this modern era. Unbeknownst to anyone within the Yin residence, a young boy clad in black stood atop a distant skyscraper, gazing in their direction. "Is that Yin? Chen Ping'an pondered, looking at the photograph sent to him by the president of the Fate Society. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but exclaim, as if the girl from 1,000 meters away were right before him. She truly looks just like in the picture. On Chen Ping'an's phone, a delicate girl, appearing no older than 18, beamed a bright and cheerful smile at the camera. Initially, he had assumed this was an old photograph of Yin saved by the society president from years past. However, seeing her in person, he had to concede that the picture was indeed a current representation of Yin. "Ah, what a contrast," Chen Ping'an mused, recalling the self he had simulated in the past. How could he have been so reckless as to think of her in such a way? With the information provided by the society president, he was aware that Yin had celebrated her 18th birthday last month. Yet, the self in that simulation was oblivious. Although Yin's figure was more voluptuous than Yin Qing's, her face undeniably resembled that of a youthful girl. It was hard to believe that the self in the simulation, with his prominent brows and large eyes, was indeed a fan of such youthful beauty. What a predicament! Standing atop the rooftop was none other than the hurried Chen Ping'an. The distance from the magical city to the imperial capital spanned a daunting 200 kilometers, requiring approximately 6 hours even aboard a high-speed train. Yet, by the time Chen Ping'an received the crucial information, it was already past 3 in the morning. He could not guarantee that when he finally boarded the high-speed train, arriving in the capital around 9, Yin would still be safely at home. Should she leave her residence, the task of locating her would become exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, when Chen Ping'an set out, there were no late-night flights available to the imperial capital, leaving him seemingly devoid of options. Forced to watch helplessly as Yin faced peril from 1,000 miles away. However, while ordinary travelers depend on transportation, martial arts masters have alternative means. After confirming the route to the capital, using his mobile navigation, Chen Ping'an leaped down from the streetlight and commenced his sprint. Previously, during a simulation, he had achieved the remarkable feat of running back from the capital to the magical city in 2 hours after 6 blood limit breaks. At speeds exceeding 1,080 kilometers per hour, he had reached supersonic velocity. Following his 6 blood limit breaks, his movement speed had soared to an astonishing 600 kilometers per hour. Relying solely on his feet, the simulated Chen Ping'an could outrun even the swiftest high-speed trains in existence. However, prior to his departure, his physical constitution was a mere 209 points, just enough to surpass a single blood limit break. Such physical prowess certainly could not compare to the extraordinary capability of covering 200 kilometers in 2 hours as demonstrated in the simulation. His absolute speed was inadequate, and his endurance was even more lacking. Thus, Chen Ping'an opted for an extraordinary solution. In the event of direct demise within the simulation, due to the beginner's protection period, attribute values would be calculated at a minimum for at least 1 day, allowing his constitution to increase by 0.01 points. This rate of growth paled in comparison to the benefits gained from consuming food and actively spending time refining vitality. Yet, in this moment, it became Chen Ping'an's remedy. The method to induce direct death in the simulation was straightforward: leave no trace of information and begin anew. This would ensure he remained in the magical city, directly confronting the colossal hand that obscured the heavens. Moreover, following 6 limit breaks, Chen Ping'an's memory had been significantly enhanced, rivaling the capabilities of his previous choice of hyperthymesia. Thus, even if he evaded death at the moment of confronting the giant hand, he would ultimately succumb to the subsequent memory contamination. Remarkably, all of this required merely 10 seconds of real time. Thus, Chen Ping'an embarked on a frenzied journey of sprinting and simulation. Whether fortunate or unfortunate, throughout his journey, although he occasionally encountered purple talents, he was yet to encounter a single golden one. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he chose not to replace the Taoist air talent, driven by an inexplicable premonition. After a span of 5 hours, precisely at 8 in the morning, Chen Ping'an finally arrived at the towering edifice. By this time, his physical constitution had undergone a transformation, achieving a remarkable 2,649 points after enduring 1440 deaths over 4 exhausting hours, thus truly surpassing the second human limit. However, the elusive golden draw, without a substantial safety net, had thoroughly tested his patience. Unbeknownst to Chen Ping'an, as he rushed into the imperial capital, a pair of eyes in the depths of the city slowly opened. Upon reaching the vicinity of Yan Yu's residence, Chen Ping'an, utilizing his extraordinary vision, peered through the window to confirm Yan Yu dining in the restaurant, which alleviated his concerns entirely. He even maintained a vigilant watch during Yan Yu's process of changing clothes within her abode. After all, crises could arise at any moment, and if he did not provide close protection, what would happen should trouble ensue? While he had certainly witnessed numerous dance performances of the young lady on platforms such as Bilibili, he had never encountered a scene where she changed attire. After meticulously observing her fashion choices for a while, it was not long before Chen Ping'an noticed Yan Yu hastily exiting her residence and departing in a vehicle. Realizing this, he seamlessly followed suit. It was now 9 in the morning. According to the simulator's information, Yan Yu was to meet her demise at noon. Thus, it was highly probable that this outing would lead to her fatal encounter. Yan Yu's destination was the residence of Li Yu. This standalone villa was significantly smaller than Yan Yu's estate. Yet owning such property in the imperial capital indicated that its owner was either affluent or of noble descent. Inside this villa, contrary to Li Yu's claims of a birthday celebration being prepared, there was no trace of festivity. Instead, a cadre of men clad in black stood guard in the hall. Meanwhile, on the second floor, within Li Yu's chamber, the sounds of a woman's delicate exclamations echoed. Chapter 22. The emergence of conspiracy. The skirmish within the room concluded in a mere 2 minutes. In Li Yu's boudoir, a young woman addressed the man reclining on the bed. "My lord, do you have any further instructions?" In comparison to the more voluptuous Yan Yu, this woman appeared significantly less striking, both in physique and appearance, being rather ordinary. Additionally, her prominent cheekbones lent an air of harshness to Li Yu's otherwise delicate features. This woman was none other than Li Yu, Yan Yu's confidant, yet it was perplexing why she, who had initially planned to host a birthday party for Yan Yu, now found herself playing cards with a stranger. Upon hearing Li Yu's call, a sinister-looking man rose from the bed and pulled her into his embrace. However, contrary to Li Yu's expectations of engaging in inappropriate acts, the man leaned close to her ear and whispered, "All right, Li Yu, our target is approaching. Do make yourself presentable to lure her in. Once we are done, I shall reward you handsomely. Reward? The woman appeared to recall something, her excitement evident. The sinister man observed her momentary distraction with a flicker of impatience in his eyes. Yet, thinking of the target they were about to capture and the subsequent events, he felt a surge of anticipation. As the man lifted his gaze, he discovered that Li Yu remained lost in thought, motionless and unresponsive. Overwhelmed by a surge of irritation, he forcefully pushed Li Yu, causing her to fall to the ground. Before she could react to the brutal gesture, the man's cold voice cut through the air. Hurry and understand your place. As a distant relative before my family, you are no different from a dog. The frigid tone and piercing gaze jolted Li Yu back to reality. A wave of painful memories seemed to resurface, prompting her to lower her head in haste. Her voice trembling as she replied, "Yes, young master, I will prepare immediately and ensure we capture Yin. Huh, get out," the sinister man scolded, not sparing her another glance, as if she were merely a disposable tool. In her hurried exit from the room, Li Yu could not help but harbor resentful thoughts. You scoundrel! If it weren't for your fortunate birth, what right do you have to act so arrogantly? And if I am a dog, what were you doing just now, man? 5 kilometers away from the Li family mansion, on the winding driveway, a cheerful voice echoed from the back seat. Sister Wang, do you think there's anything lacking in my outfit? From the front passenger seat, the bodyguard Wang Feng replied with a hint of exasperation, My dear second miss, this is the 6th time you've asked me. She reassured her, rest assured. Our Miss Yu is exceptionally beautiful and charming. Your friends will surely adore you. Hom. Yin Yu nodded her small head enthusiastically. Li Yu could be considered her first friend. Yet it puzzled her why the gentle Yin Yu had so few friends. The tale traces back a few years. Due to unforeseen circumstances, sister Yin Qing had taken over the family business. The once thriving Yin family, now reduced to 2 orphan daughters, became a target of envy in the competitive market. In the face of such adversity, Yin Qing tirelessly upheld the family's affairs, often assuring her sister that everything was under control. However, one day, Yin Yu caught a glimpse of her sister weeping alone in the study, realizing that Yin Qing too bore the weight of exhaustion and confusion. Fortunately, with the assistance of a red-haired girl, the Yin family navigated through their initial hardships. However, Yin Yu was placed under strict protection, as Yin Qing could not bear to lose her last remaining family member. Consequently, only female bodyguards were employed, and every individual approaching Yin Yu was meticulously screened, leaving her without a single friend in school. Li Yu, having transferred from another school in her senior year, was permitted to approach Yin Yu due to the connection between their families. As she adjusted her delicate dress, intent on presenting her best self to celebrate her friend's birthday, Sister Wang, glancing at the blissful Yin Yu in the rearview mirror, could not help but let out a faint sigh within her heart. Sister Wang is immensely grateful to Yin Qing for granting her this position, and she has developed a fondness for her 2 employers. However, there are moments when she ponders whether the young lady is being excessively stringent with the second young lady. Though the second young lady is already 18, she remains under tight protection, with scarcely any opportunity to forge friendships. As for Miss Li, to be frank, Sister Wang harbors a certain aversion towards the gaze she receives from her. Yet, given the second young lady's affection for her, it is only fitting that, as her bodyguard, she refrains from voicing her concerns. Surrounding Yin Yu's vehicle are 3 additional cars, each occupied by female bodyguards personally selected by Yin Qing, akin to Wang Feng. Despite being women, these individuals have undergone rigorous training, mastering firearms and excelling in close combat. Furthermore, to hone their survival skills, most of them have even engaged in battles with giant pythons in the wild using only daggers. However, even these professional bodyguards failed to notice a figure clad in black swiftly maneuvering between the high-rise buildings along their route, closely pursuing the convoy. Chen Ping'an discovered that after surpassing the second human limit, as long as he concentrated his attention, he could eliminate auditory distractions and selectively hear the sounds he desired. Through this extraordinary auditory perception, he overheard multiple conversations between Yin Yu and bodyguard Sister Wang in the vehicle. It was at this moment that he learned the purpose of Yin Yu's excursion was to attend her best friend's birthday celebration. If he was not mistaken, it appeared that each of Yin Yu's bodyguards had nearly reached a physique rating of 9, particularly the one engaged in conversation with her, whose physique had even surpassed that threshold. In a confrontation, it would likely be an insurmountable challenge for most men. Moreover, these women appeared to be armed. With such stringent protection in place, What had transpired at noon that could pose a fatal threat to Yin Yu? Previous intelligence suggested the presence of an assassin, yet the information was scant. He needed to identify the true source of the lethal danger. With this thought, Chen Ping'an scanned the surrounding lanes, finding no indication of potential traffic hazards. Nevertheless, to mitigate unforeseen circumstances, he drew within 200 meters of Yin Yu, allowing him to reach her side in approximately 3 seconds. Soon, the vehicles arrived near the Li family's grand residence, where Yin Yu spotted the birthday girl waiting at the entrance. Unbeknownst to Yin Yu, within the Li family mansion, traps had already been set up in the hall above. On the second floor, a pair of sinister eyes observed the approaching convoy through the curtain's gap, akin to a ravenous wolf anticipating its prey. Tension mounted, ready to erupt. At the front of the Li family mansion, Li Yu, adorned in formal attire, appeared to wait calmly at the entrance. Yet, as she gazed at the approaching convoy, the smile on her face grew increasingly pronounced. Though everything was dictated by the young master's orders, as a woman herself, she could not help but feel a profound envy towards the life of that little princess. As the car fleet arrived at the grand entrance of the Li residence, a beaming Yin Yu promptly flung open the door and leapt out, exclaiming, "Li Yu, I'm here. Happy birthday." Observing the youthful and radiant Yin Yu before her, Miss Li greeted her with a smile, yet her mind was clouded with darker thoughts. Why is it that you are so exceedingly beautiful, and everyone adores you? You have no idea how many boys covet you. If it weren't for your sister's diligent protection, huh? But today, the young master shall teach you a lesson about the treachery of the human heart. Despite the inner turmoil, the Li heiress wore a honeyed smile and uttered words that were a stark contrast to her true sentiments. "Ah, yeah, you look stunning today. I am truly delighted that you could attend my birthday celebration." Yin Yu chuckled, elated by her friend's praise for her meticulously chosen attire. In the past, her sister had been overly protective, often keeping not only boys but also most girls at bay. Thus, Yin Yu genuinely cherished the friendship she had with the person before her. Yet, gazing upon Yin Yu's innocent smile only intensified Li Yu's jealousy. Recalling the orders given by the young master, Li Yu stepped forward, feigning closeness as she embraced Yin Yu. However, within her palm lay a specially prepared anesthetic needle, which she subtly inserted into Yin Yu's side as they embraced. This particular needle, a unique toy brought by the young master of the Li family, was no larger than a common iron pin, yet contained an intricate mechanism. Once employed, it would render the recipient incapable of controlling their own body. Nevertheless, the dosage of the anesthetic within the diminutive needle was minimal, sufficient only to maintain its effects for about 30 minutes. Yin Yu felt a slight prick, though it was hardly painful, and she dismissed it as a mere figment of her imagination. However, as she attempted to reciprocate Li Yu's warm embrace, she found her strength waning, struggling to speak but only managing a faint sound. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yu tightened her grip around Yin Yu, supporting her limp form to conceal the fact that she had been subdued by the drug. Furthermore, she urged the immobilized Yin Yu toward the interior of the house, saying, "Oh dear, yeah, standing here must be exhausting. Come, let us head inside. The banquet is all set, and you're the last piece we need." To an unsuspecting observer, Li Yu's affectionate embrace of the weakened Yin Yu appeared as that of two close-knit sisters. However, standing by the car, the bodyguard Wang Jie felt an inexplicable sense of unease as she watched the Li heiress draw Yin Yu closer. It was akin to the foreboding sensation one experiences before a python strikes during wilderness training. Before Wang Jie could approach to investigate, she witnessed Li Yu swiftly escorting her second miss into the house, promptly shutting the door behind them. Wang Feng's expression shifted to one of alarm as she keenly observed that Miss Li's movements across the threshold were unnaturally abrupt. "Everyone, quickly follow. Protect the young lady." Under the strict command of their leader, Wang Feng, the resolute female bodyguards swiftly entered the grand residence. However, as soon as they all charged inside, a specially designed glass dome, previously installed on the ceiling, descended with a thunderous crash, ensnaring all the bodyguards in an instant. Panic surged within Wang Feng as she glimpsed the triumphant smile of Li Yu not far away. Without hesitation, she pressed the distress signal at her waist. Yet, her heart sank as she observed the complete disappearance of the communication signal on her device. "Li Yu, are you aware of the gravity of your actions? How dare you brazenly abduct the second miss? Do you not fear the retribution from the Yin family?" Wang Feng questioned, her voice laced with fury as she confronted the smug Li Yu. She found it incomprehensible that Li Yu would act so recklessly, especially considering the long-standing alliance between the Li and Yin families established by their elders. This very alliance had permitted Li Yu, a distant relative from the Li family, to approach Yin Yu. No one anticipated that today, Li Yu would turn against the second Mississippi. In response to Wang Feng's furious reprimand, a hint of derision crept into Li Yu's smile, yet she refrained from answering, continuing instead to escort the incapacitated Yin Yu upstairs. Under the influence of the drug, Yin Yu's body was rendered powerless, yet her mind raced with questions. Why? Why would Li Yu betray me? Unlike Wang Feng, Yin Yu did not question her friend's motives. She understood that such audacity must be backed by some form of assurance. Though well protected, Yin Yu appeared somewhat naive to outsiders. In truth, she was an exceptionally astute young woman. In an instant, she grasped the key realization. No, I am merely bait. Her true target must be my sister. She was simply a girl under her sister's protection, and her greatest value lay in being a leverage against her sister. After all, only she had the power to influence her sister's decisions. Thus, regardless of Li Yu's motives for controlling her, it was undoubtedly connected to her sister. Resolute determination flickered in Yin Yu's eyes as she glanced at Wang Feng and the others restrained downstairs. No matter what, I cannot allow my sister to be harmed. Unbeknownst to Li Yu, the seemingly weak Yin Yu's fingertips trembled slightly. The specialized anesthetic needle, hindered by her clothing, had not exerted its anticipated potency on the elegantly attired Yin Yu. Welcome, everyone, to today's banquet. Just as Yin Yu covertly attempted to regain her mobility, a deep, deliberately profound voice echoed from the second floor of the mansion. Upon being taken upstairs, she was met with the sight of a rather sinister-looking young man, accompanied by 6 formidable, intimidating figures clad in black. The young master of the Li family cast a fiery gaze at Yin Yu, and upon confirming that this well-guarded canary had finally fallen into his grasp, he could not contain his laughter. Ha ha! Now I have captured the Yin family's little sister. I am eager to witness how that wretched Yin Qing will continue to spurn my advances. As for Yin Qing, the facade of composure on the face of young Master Li could no longer be maintained, and he transformed into a figure of malevolence. Li Yu, observing the discomposure of the man before her, could not help but harbor contempt within. TSK, this imbecile resorts to such despicable tactics. It is no wonder Yin Qing declined the union. Gazing at the menacing expression of the man, Yin Yu displayed a look of bewilderment, for she did not recognize him at all. Who are you? Her feeble inquiry seemed to enrage young Master Li, who retorted with fury. What? Has Yin Qing not spoken to me to you? Allow me to enlighten you. Your sister, that vile woman, abruptly rejected the prospect of our union. But fret not, for now that I have captured you, the Yin family will belong to me, and you sisters shall become my playthings. Huh? That red-haired harlot has fallen out with her family. She can no longer protect you. The origins of this predicament trace back several years. Following the untimely demise of the previous head of the Yin family and his wife, various factions sought to engulf the Yin family, leaving the grief-stricken Yin Qing to grapple with the overwhelming challenges that ensued. Ostensibly, the Li family, as familial allies, extended some assistance to Yin Qing while simultaneously proposing a marriage alliance. To safeguard her sister and the legacy left by their parents, Yin Qing reluctantly acquiesced. Unbeknownst to her, it was the Li family that covertly instigated the assaults on the Yin family. Ultimately, it was a red-haired girl's intervention that enabled the destitute Yin sisters to navigate their tribulations. Consequently, the Li family had to abandon their plans to fully annex the Yin family, opting instead to wait for Yin Qing to fulfill the marriage contract before devising a means to undermine the Yin family. However, the Li family was unprepared for Yin Qing's unexpected refusal of the engagement last year after she enrolled in university in the capital. Although Yin Qing offered substantial compensation to the Li family as an apology, the Li family was far from appeased. Their aspirations encompassed not mere assets, but the entirety of the Yin family. Thus, a covert conspiracy against the Yin sisters began to unfold. It was around this time that Li Yu, a distant relative of the Li family, suddenly transferred to Yin Yu's school. Unaware of the Li family's true intentions, Yin Qing, feeling a sense of guilt, permitted Li Yu to approach her sister. Upon hearing young Master Li's unabashed declarations of desire, Yin Yu's heart sank entirely. However, she had already surmised the general objectives of her adversary, and thus, she exhibited no trace of panic. Instead, The resolve in her gaze intensified. Chapter 24. A Calamity. A young maiden brazenly robs someone in the street. Yin Yu's composed demeanor infuriated young Master Li, who had anticipated a display of terror akin to what he had envisioned. He was reminded of the cold beauty who had rejected the engagement, bearing a similar expression of disdain. This provoked his wrath. What? Why are you not afraid? I have captured you. Huh? Do you genuinely believe I am jesting? I shall call your sister shortly. I will compel her to kneel before me, begging for your release. Do you think your beloved sister would surrender? He chuckled. I should make her strip completely before kneeling. The excitement in Li Xiao's voice grew, as if he could already envision Yin Qing capitulating before him. Yet, at that moment, Yin Yu felt her anger dissipate. She recognized the truth in his words. Her foolish sister would indeed yield, as long as I am still here. With a silent gaze downward, she sighed inwardly. Sister, I can no longer accompany you. However, Yin Yu's composed demeanor only fueled Li Xiao's delusions. He craved fear, terror, and screams. Were not all women mindless creatures? Why was this little wench unafraid of me? Damned! Why do both sisters maintain such an air of calm and superiority? Li Xiao stormed forward, intent on delivering a slap to Yin Yu, but as he approached, he caught sight of her exquisite figure and beauty. A flicker of desire ignited in his eyes, yet his hand faltered, unable to descend. This well-protected canary was a sight he had never seen before. Perhaps before I use her as leverage, I could enjoy her first. With various sadistic scenarios spinning in his mind, Li Xiao eagerly called out to Li Yu, who lingered at the corridor's edge. Li Yu, bring her to me. I wish to teach her a lesson. Li Yu, the so-called confidant, felt a pang of regret at the thought of the delicate princess Yin Yu being humiliated by Li Xiao, but simultaneously, a surge of vengeful excitement coursed through her. In her exhilaration, she momentarily lost focus. Yet, it was in that fleeting moment that Yin Yu seized her opportunity. With a resurgence of strength, she forcefully stomped on Li Yu's toes. The pain contorted Li Yu's already harsh features, causing her to instinctively release her hold on Yin Yu. Seizing the chance, Yin Yu broke free and dashed towards the corridor window. The commotion of Li Yu's cry caught the attention of those present, leaving them momentarily stunned as they watched Yin Yu flee. Useless. The impatient Li Xiao cursed at Li Yu before commanding the men in black behind him. Get her. Capture her at once. However, Yin Yu did not choose to run. She was acutely aware that her lack of athleticism would never allow her to outrun those burly men. Moreover, this was Li's residence. There was no possibility of escape for her alone. Therefore, the second miss, Yin made a choice that Li Xiao would never anticipate. It was not her first visit to the Li residence. She was well acquainted with its layout. With a decisive crash, the seemingly delicate canary hurled herself through the large corridor window. Accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, she plunged into the open air. At this sight, Li Yu, ignoring the pain in her toes, gasped, It's over. There are spiked railings outside. She will die if she falls. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Li Xiao's expression changed dramatically. Threatening Yin Qing with the living Yin Yu and accepting the revenge of a deranged sister are entirely different concepts. Young Master Li could hardly fathom the actions that Yin Qing, that woman, might undertake once she lost her beloved sister. Miss Wang Feng on the first floor, upon hearing Li Yu's words, hurled herself against the glass enclosure with all her might. In mere moments, she was left bloodied and battered, yet could not budge the massive special glass even an inch. The frenzied scene within the room had become irrelevant to Yin Yu. As the glass shattered and she fell towards the spiked railing, time seemed to slow for Yin Yu. Gazing at the danger so near, vivid memories flickered before her eyes. Carefree days with her sister when their parents were still alive. The warmth of her sister's embrace during her moments of despair after their parents' tragic fate, and the image of her sister weeping alone in the dead of night. Yin Yu thought to herself, Am I to die like this? It must be painful. She lamented, Sister, I am sorry, but I must leave you now. This time, let me protect you. Despite the rapid succession of memories, they could not alter the grim reality of Yin Yu's impending death. The sharp spikes loomed closer, and the timid girl, afraid of pain, instinctively closed her eyes. Sister. As seconds ticked by, the anticipated pain failed to arrive. Instead, she felt enveloped by a warm presence. Yin Yu's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if she wished to open her eyes. Yet the second young lady feared she had arrived in the underworld. The mixture of curiosity and apprehension brought a smile to someone nearby. Do not fear, open your eyes. A gentle voice resonated in her ears, and Yin Yu felt inexplicably that she had heard this voice before, perhaps in a previous life. When she finally opened her eyes, she beheld Chen Ping'an, smiling and gently winking at her. Little Yin Yu found herself tightly embraced by Chen Ping'an, the warmth dispelling her dread of death. Confused, she timidly asked, "Are you the king of hell, my lord?" After several hours of searching, Chen Ping'an had finally grasped the precise moment of Yin Yu's true demise, not through murder, but by her own choice to end her life in an attempt to protect her sister. Holding the small Yin Yu, Chen Ping'an felt a certain discontent within him gradually dissipate. As he gazed at her, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, as though they had met in a previous existence. Yet, upon hearing Yin Yu's words, he realized the foolish girl had likely not yet grasped that she had been saved. With a playful spirit, he feigned a fierce demeanor and leaned closer to her delicate face, saying, "Indeed, lovely young lady, I am King Yin Luo, Chen Ping'an. You have died and have been brought to the underworld." At his words, Yin Yu's round eyes widened in shock as she stared at the handsome young man before her, seemingly rendered speechless by fear. As Chen Ping'an observed the dazed and endearing Yin Yu, he found himself momentarily unsettled. Could it be that I truly frightened her? Suddenly, a soft and smooth sensation graced his cheek. To his surprise, Yin Yu had leaned in during his moment of distraction and planted a kiss on him. "Yia is no fool. Which underworld sun hangs in the sky? Thank you for saving me, handsome brother Ping'an." Stunned by the unexpected assault, Chen Ping'an gasped dramatically. My first kiss. What a loss." The scene unfolded as if he had suffered a grievous injustice. Hearing Chen Ping'an's playful exclamation, Yin Yu pouted in annoyance. Yia also has her first kiss. And with someone as handsome as me, how could I possibly lose out? I'll take responsibility for you. I'll marry you." "What?" Chen Ping'an was utterly dumbfounded by Yin Yu's bold declaration. Shouldn't the heroic rescue result in a promise of devotion from the female? How had the tables turned? With him on the receiving end of a marriage proposal? Realizing the weight of her own words, Yin Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. The two, who inexplicably felt an intimate familiarity with one another, fell into a contemplative silence. Then, as if on cue, they both erupted into laughter. However, as Yin Yu laughed, tears began to stream down her cheeks, a tide of inexplicable emotions surging within her. Overcome with feelings, the young lady became incoherent. "Woo-woo. Yeah, didn't he die, sister? I was so scared. Thank you, brother." In that moment, Yin Yu truly emerged from the terrifying grasp of death. Although she could resolutely choose to sacrifice her life to protect her sister, ultimately, she was merely an 18-year-old girl who had always been well-guarded. Watching Yin Yu weep and express her gratitude, Chen Ping'an fell silent. In the simulations, she too had sacrificed herself to protect him. Had he not appeared today, the moment she fell from the windowsill would have marked the end of her life. This thought ignited a furious blaze of destruction within him. Meanwhile, on the concealed talent panel, the green flicker of the Taoist air talent increased in frequency, unnoticed by Chen Ping'an. Gently, he stroked Yin Yu's small head. "I'm sorry for being late." From the very beginning, Chen Ping'an had witnessed everything unfold, the prying eyes of the young Master Li on the second floor, and the subtle manipulations of Li Yu over Yin Yu. When Master Li uttered his arrogant insults towards the sisters, Chen Ping'an nearly charged into the room without hesitation. Yet, in his quest to uncover the truth behind Yin Yu's peril, he chose to endure. However, when Master Li sought to bully Yin Yu, he could no longer hold back. Charging towards the estate, Chen Ping'an was confident he could reach it in an instant and thwart Master Li's advances towards Yin Yu. Yet, what transpired next was entirely beyond Chen Ping'an's expectations. Everything transpired with astonishing swiftness. Not only were the kidnappers from the Li family taken aback, but even he himself only managed to rescue Yin Yu at the very last moment. However, having helped Yin Yu evade a fatal destiny, it is time to settle some scores. Chapter 25. 0014 seconds in the corridor of the second floor of the Li family mansion. Upon hearing the news of Yin Yu's potential demise, the young Master Li was engulfed by a tumult of anger and fear. He rushed to Li Yu's side, exclaiming, "You worthless wretch! Why is it not you who perished?" In the midst of Li Yu's terror-stricken expression, the young master kicked her to the ground. Ignoring her piercing screams, he relentlessly continued to strike her, while he furiously assaulted the woman with whom he had previously shared intimate moments. He commanded the burly men behind him, "Hurry, eliminate all those bodyguards downstairs. Then dispose of this wretched woman as well, and make it appear as though there was a burglary." Ensure that Yin Qing, that vile woman, does not discover the truth. Damn it. This transaction with minis has been ruined by this fool. You can't even capture a young girl. You deserve to perish here, you worthless creature. The fierce expression on Master Li's face was filled with hatred as he gazed at Li Yu, who lay bloodied on the floor. While he harbored intentions of exacting revenge on the Yin sisters, the ambition to seize the entirety of the Yin family's assets was an arrangement between the Li family and minis. The Yin family conglomerate originated from high-tech electronics. The world's foremost superpower across the ocean has long sought to stifle the Yan's advancements in high-tech industries. This prompted an unexpected assassination of Yin Qing's parents several years ago. Originally, the Li family was set to take over the Yin family's enterprises according to plan, subsequently executing minis' orders to undermine the Yin from the shadows. However, they had not anticipated that the red-haired girl with governmental connections would save the sisters at that critical moment, thwarting the Li family's and minis' machinations. Fortunately, nothing had been exposed, and the Li family was ready to proceed with their plans after the marriage alliance, continuing their gradual encroachment on the Yin family. Yet, over the past year, the Yin family's enterprise seemed to have received some form of assistance, making remarkable breakthroughs in the fields of chips and AI, which truly alarmed minis across the ocean. Furthermore, Yin Qing's sudden withdrawal from the engagement shattered the Li family's carefully laid plans. Thus, the young Master Li resorted to desperate measures. As he struck Li Yu, his mind began to regain its composure. He issued a new command to the men in black nearby. Hearing his words, Li Yu, despite the excruciating pain from the kicks, crawled forward and clung to the young master's leg, pleading, "Master, spare me. I swear, I will keep my mouth shut. Please, do not kill me. I will serve you well. I can be whatever you desire." Understanding the lengths to which the young master would go, Li Yu was now thoroughly terrified. After several desperate pleas yielded no response, she quickly knelt down, fervently knocking her head on the ground in supplication. The sound of her head striking the floor echoed through the air, each thud infused with her utmost desperation. Blood trickled from her forehead, splattering across the smooth marble floor. The woman who had betrayed her confidant now appeared as humble as an ant. However, the young Master Li, hearing Li Yu's pleas for mercy, was consumed by a sense of irritation. The treacherous scion of the Li family beckoned to a burly man nearby, casually retrieving a handgun from his grasp, aimed directly at the floor where Li Yu was fervently bowing and begging for forgiveness. With a click, the safety was disengaged, and the sights were set upon her head. In that imminent moment, it seemed the young master was about to blow Li Yu's brains out. Suddenly, a man in black, having reached the window, shouted, "Young master, Yin Yu is alive. Someone has saved her." Upon hearing this news, the young master disregarded his intention to shoot, kicking Li Yu aside as he rushed toward the window to verify the claim for himself. Although the kick left Li Yu trembling in pain, she felt an unprecedented gratitude for the fact that Yin Yu was still alive, despite the gun in the young master's hand being already cocked. The second young lady is still alive? Inside the glass enclosure, the injured Sister Wang, barely clinging to consciousness, exhaled sharply upon hearing the shout, promptly losing her senses. Outside the window, Yu was weeping as if she were a pear blossom drenched in rain. With her unadorned yet charming visage, her large eyes brimmed with tears, and her small nose quivered with sobs, resembling a little kitten that one yearned to cuddle. A pair of large hands gently cupped the sides of Yin Yu's face. And still sobbing, she gazed in a daze at the handsome young man who had saved her, uncertain of his intentions. In the next moment, Chen Ping'an flashed a mischievous smile, swiftly ruffling her hair. "All right, Yu, stop crying. You'll ruin your looks." "Ugh, I can't breathe." Poor Yin Yu, rendered speechless by his antics, tugged at Chen Ping'an's hands, pouting, "You're annoying." After Chen Ping'an's playful banter, the unease and fear that had gripped Yin Yu after her narrow escape began to dissipate. Suddenly, a shout rang out above them. "Young master, Yin Yu is alive. Someone has saved her." Upon hearing this, Yin Yu's expression changed dramatically. Aware of the situation inside, she urgently said to Chen Ping'an, "They're after me. Big brother. You must run. Don't worry about me." Yet, she quickly grew despondent as she realized that the handsome man, who had introduced himself as Chen Ping'an, showed no inclination to depart. Instead, he positioned himself protectively behind her. This action made Yin Yu want to cry again. "You fool. They have guns. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." With her small hand clutching the hem of Chen Ping'an's clothing, She truly did not wish for the brother who had saved her to be harmed. But no matter how much she pushed, she could not budge him. Just as her anxiety peaked, she heard Chen Ping'an's calm voice beside her. Yu, stop crying. I will protect you. No one can harm you. These words rendered Yu momentarily speechless, for they echoed the sentiment expressed by her sister on the night their parents passed away years ago. Yu gazed at the young man before her, who was equally devoted to her, her heart racing violently, momentarily leaving her in a daze. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, with his back turned to Yu, felt a surge of rage igniting within him. He was consumed with a desire to unleash the most brutal retribution upon those who had harmed her. Suddenly, a calm voice emerged from behind him. You are Chen Ping'an, are you not? Yes, what is it, my Miss Yu? Are we not going to die? Fear not, for I, Chen Ping'an, shall protect you. Even the mightiest of beings cannot harm us. Ha ha, Chen Ping'an, you are boasting. As Chen Ping'an was about to reprimand Yu for daring to doubt his integrity, he heard her resolute voice once again. However, I believe in you. If we survive, can I be your girlfriend? Chen Ping'an, I think I've developed feelings for you. Hearing such earnest words from Yu caused Chen Ping'an to fall into a moment of silence. Just as she was feeling anxious about her bold confession, she noticed Chen Ping'an turning to her with a mischievous smile. Second miss, is that truly love? Or are you merely craving my physique? The burly man in black on the second floor observed their interaction and inexplicably felt a sense of fullness in his stomach. Hardly noticing that his young master had already approached him, young Master Li, upon seeing Yu alive below, was overwhelmed with elation. As long as she lived, he could do anything to Yin Qing, and that woman would undoubtedly acquiesce. However, when he spotted a man of striking good looks, one that made him feel inferior, shielding Yu behind him, a surge of resentment welled up within him. Who is this pretty boy? Dare he play the hero in front of me? Watch as I take you down with a single shot. The vindictive young Master Li had no intention of warning his foe before pulling the trigger. Seizing the moment while the man was bent down speaking to Yu, he raised his handgun. Bang! The sound of the gunfire, muffled by a silencer, resonated softly by the window. On the ground, Yu was ready to retaliate against the man who had teased her confession. Craving my physique, are you? Well, I shall bite you to death. Yet, from the corner of her eye, she noticed the sinister man had approached the window, aiming his gun at Chen Ping'an. Yet, Chen Ping'an appeared utterly oblivious, still smiling cheekily at her. With bullets traveling at approximately 350 meters per second, and as the bullet whizzed past, it gently pinched the projectile, as effortlessly as one might squeeze a stationary toy. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Li residence, the young Master Li erupted into an ecstatic fit of laughter after firing his gun. Ha! Let's see if you still live. Showing off your affection, are we? Yu, stand there and don't move, or I'll break your legs with my next shot. I've been handling guns since I was 10. Doubt my speed and accuracy at your peril. Li's boisterous laughter echoed from the upper floor, as he showed no interest in assessing the outcome of his shot, an affront to any quick-draw artist. He had mastered the art of the Mini's pistol draw technique. At that moment, Li's focus was solely on Yu, his mind racing with thoughts of how to torment the pair of sisters. However, he soon discerned that Yu appeared utterly frozen, seemingly oblivious to his threats. Yu, why aren't you responding? Are you too scared to speak? Feeling ignored, Li furiously commanded the burly man in black beside him. You, jump down and seize her. The man complied, leaping from the second floor, yet as he approached, Yu maintained her look of shock, as though she had not perceived his presence. Her reaction raised an eyebrow of suspicion in the trained Mini's agent. As he drew nearer, he finally recognized the anomaly. Why was this man still standing, unscathed? In the instant the gun fired, Yu could only watch in horror as the villain aimed at Chen Ping'an, unable to warn him in time. But in the next moment, as Li believed he had slain Chen and boasted loudly, Yu braced herself for the loss of the elder brother she had come to admire. Yet, facing Yu, Chen Ping'an gently extended his hand before her. In her dazed gaze, he slowly opened his palm, revealing a deformed golden bullet firmly pinched between his thumb and forefinger. Witnessing this scene, Yu questioned her own reality, wondering if she had already perished and whether the unfolding events were mere illusions of the afterlife. The burly man who had leaped down, intending to capture Yu, now noticed Chen Ping'an's peculiarity. The man who should have succumbed to the bullet still stood, back turned, unyielding. The agent instinctively reached for his backup weapon, turning his head slightly to call up to Li, young master. There is something off about this man. Meanwhile, Li, still engrossed in the turmoil of Yin Yu's life and death, had yet to realize that not a single drop of blood had marred Chen Ping'an's form. In response to his subordinate's alarm, Li impatiently retorted, "What's wrong? Just grab Yin Yu. If you let her escape, you can await your demise." The infatuated young master, consumed by thoughts of how to manipulate Yin Yu, had no interest in his subordinate's trivial observations. However, the seemingly doomed youth slowly turned, gazing at the sinister figure on the balcony. Indeed, what could possibly be amiss? "Pray, share your thoughts with me." Upon hearing these words, the young master Li nearly leapt from his seat in astonishment. As a renowned gunslinger within the elite circles of the imperial capital, he was utterly convinced that his previous shot had been perfectly aimed. The man before him exhibited no signs of evasion. How could it be that he emerged unscathed? Chen Ping'an coldly regarded the young master Li, who had harmed Yin Yu. "Oh, by the way, did your mother never teach you not to litter?" He nonchalantly flicked his wrist. The deformed bullet, having been crushed, instantaneously formed a small sonic barrier in the air, and with a swift whoosh, it soared back toward young Master Li at supersonic speed. Bang! Ah! Following the sharp sound of impact, a piercing scream erupted from young Master Li. The diminutive bullet, propelled by Chen Ping'an's extraordinary strength and unparalleled control, struck Li's shoulder with devastating precision. With a crisp crack, the kinetic energy it carried violently tore through Li's entire arm. Though he had merely been struck by a bullet from a handgun, it felt as if he had been hit by a heavy sniper rifle. The force of the impact sent his severed right hand hurtling through the air, while crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain from the point of dislocation. "Ah, my hand. It hurts so much." Never before had young Master Li experienced such excruciating pain. His face turned a ghastly white as his alcohol-ridden body began to show signs of shock from the intensity of the agony. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Both Yin Yu, who stood in stunned silence, and the burly man in black, paralyzed by fear, could hardly believe their eyes. "Does it hurt? This is merely the beginning. You must endure it well." With a sneer, a peculiar crimson glimmer flickered in Chen Ping'an's eyes. With martial prowess that defies the law and a literary finesse that disrupts order, once endowed with extraordinary power, he could embody both divine and demonic forces with but a thought. The youthful figure, imbued with a surge of murderous intent, gently brushed the dust from his immaculate attire before turning to tenderly grasp Yin Yu's hand, drawing her into his embrace. "Come, I shall take you to slay." The young girl felt as though the entirety of the moment was surreal. It was only when enveloped in Chen Ping'an's warm embrace that she began to feel a semblance of reality. Hearing his words, the dazed girl instinctively murmured a soft mm. In the next instant, Yin Yu felt herself soaring through the air. Chen Ping'an, cradling Yin Yu, leapt gracefully, a fleeting shadow darting across the courtyard. The burly man in black standing before them felt a sudden weight on his head, followed by darkness, as he lost consciousness forever. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an utilized this momentum to vault through the shattered window of the second floor. Young Master Li, who had been convulsing on the carpet from the searing pain that nearly led him to faint, now found his gaze fixed upon the approaching figure of Chen Ping'an. Unbeknownst to him, an unexplainable surge of strength coursed through Li Deshao, who, in sheer terror, cried out and crawled towards the exit, leaving behind a trail of some indiscernible liquid. "Quick, you must kill him," he shouted. Not far down the corridor, Li Yu and 5 burly men, startled by the sudden appearance of Li Deshao, froze in shock as if struck by a cannonball, their limbs dismembered and blood splattered everywhere. For a moment, they were at a loss as to how to react. Upon hearing Li Deshao's plea, the men snapped back to reality, reaching for their firearms, intent on turning the man before them and Li Yu into a mass of holes. Meanwhile, the perceptive Li Yu, sensing an ominous premonition, attempted to flee downstairs. However, it was too late. This was the last utterance the burly men would hear in this world. Shadows flitted past, and they became frozen in the act of drawing their weapons. In the next instant, splatter, Li Yu, unable to even turn around, was drenched in the raining remnants of flesh and blood. "Ah!" She let out a scream of sheer terror upon witnessing the gruesome sight of the 5 men, now reduced to mere halves. Downstairs, those trapped within the glass enclosure were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. They could only shield their unconscious captain, anxiously awaiting the verdict of fate. As the oxygen within the sealed glass chamber dwindled, their breathing grew increasingly frantic. The bodyguards were powerless to protect anyone. Enough. The chilling voice resonated in her ear, prompting the terrified Li Yu to instinctively cover her mouth with her hand. She feared that even a whisper might provoke the malevolent force before her and transform her into a spray of ketchup. Monster. You are a monster. Li Dashao watched in horror as his bodyguards were brutally shattered by the very foot of the man before him. Shards and blood scattered around him, and the metallic scent of blood plunged him into a nightmarish reality. This surreal scene threatened to shatter his sanity. Did your mother not teach you not to curse? Chen Ping'an's voice echoed ominously in Li Dashao's ears. He recalled a similar taunt moments before he lost his arm, and terror gripped him as he desperately wished to plead for mercy. Bang! Li Dashao felt a sudden numbness in his jaw, and the teeth that rained down around him seemed oddly familiar. Ah, yes. My apologies. I forgot that people like you typically have no mothers. Woo-woo. Li Dashao now only wished to beg for his life, to convey to the man before him that he was the scion of the Li family, and if spared, he would provide anything his captor desired: women, wealth, status, anything to ensure his survival. Yet, with his jaw now devoid of feeling, he could only whimper, a sound that filled him with desperation. Chen Ping'an coldly regarded the dying young master. Are you suggesting that your family wields significant power, and that my killing you would invite considerable trouble, or that sparing you would yield benefits? Woo-woo. Li Dashao nodded frantically, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and hope. Yet in the next moment, he felt himself soaring into the air, while on the ground lay a familiar headless body, slowly collapsing. This was the last scene that Li Dashao beheld in his life. Oh, let them come. I shall slay you. Even the heavens cannot save you. Chen Ping'an's expression remained tranquil as he withdrew the foot that had delivered the fatal blow to Li Dashao. The bloodless Chen Ping'an and Yin Yu stood in stark contrast to the second floor, which had now transformed into a hellish scene. The enemy had been vanquished, and as the crimson hue faded from his eyes, Chen Ping'an sensed an invisible shackle within his heart had been irrevocably unfastened. At that moment, the system panel revealed a profound transformation regarding his green talent of being a Taoist heir. Chapter 27. Talent evolution. Having traversed a staggering 1,200 kilometers on foot, journeying from the magic capital to the imperial capital, he ultimately saved Yin Yu, who was destined for death in the final moment. Gazing upon the lifeless body of Li Dashao, Chen Ping'an, in his inaugural act of killing, felt no trace of unease. Instead, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Even the circulation of his vital energy seemed to flow more smoothly under the influence of his current state of mind. Warriors are thus, grievances and favors are repaid, and all principles are resolved through the might of one's own fists. Is this the sensation of possessing power? To these ordinary individuals, I have become akin to a natural disaster. Without sustaining any harm, Chen Ping'an effortlessly dispatched 6 armed brutes with his bare hands. He felt confident that even if the number of gunmen were to increase tenfold, as long as he was not subjected to concentrated fire, he would still possess the likelihood of victory. At this moment, he had merely undergone a secondary blood transformation breakthrough. Although he could currently evade the assault of bullets, it was more due to his martial arts intuition and foresight. To truly disregard conventional firearms, he would need to surpass the limits of a 4th blood transformation. When that time comes, the majority of worldly rules will hold no sway over Chen Ping'an. As he reveled in this transformation of consciousness, a mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, player, your talent has achieved a breakthrough. Your talent, Taoist heir, green, has evolved into heroic journey, gold, under the influence of martial myth, red. Heroic journey, rank, immortal gold. Description: warriors contend with heaven and earth, avenging grievances with fervor, trusting in the strength of their fists, and pursuing the principles of their hearts. Chen Ping'an, a warrior, traverses the realm of blades, slaying amidst the dust of mortals, journeying 3,000 miles by night, all to rectify the injustices in his heart. The greatest of heroes acts for country and name. Yet true heroes must wield their 3-foot azure blade to rectify the world's inequities. You are a genuine warrior. You have discovered your heroic heart. Effects 1. Movement speed increased by 102. Attack speed increased by 103. Heroic heart. The hero knows no confusion. Chen Ping'an opened the system panel and observed that his second talent slot now displayed heroic journey, gold. Having transformed from Taoist heir, green. The resplendent golden script signified the extraordinary nature of this talent. and merely gazing upon it filled him with a surging sense of vitality. System, what is the meaning of this? Can one upgrade their innate talents? In response to Chen Ping'an's inquiry, the system provided a prompt reply. The talents recorded by this system are manifestations of both innate and acquired attributes. When specific conditions are met, they can indeed be upgraded. Notably, your primary talent is the unique and exclusive red talent, martial arts mythos. Under its influence, you inherently possess remarkable potential for growth. Ultimately, even mere mortals can develop various talents, so how much more can you, who have acquired the martial arts mythos talent? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chen Ping'an realized that his talent system was not immutable. Even a fixed talent could transform into something new under certain conditions. This notion rendered the experience all the more intriguing. As a living being, rather than a mere character in a game, the talent system could be viewed as an alternative interpretation of his life. However, pondering the self-advancement of talents, Chen Ping'an suddenly recalled a significant question. If what you say is true, does that imply that the already red talent of martial arts mythos has the potential for further growth? The highest grade of talent is red, the system replied enigmatically. And concerning talents of a higher grade, there is no relevant data, thus the system cannot provide you with an answer. The system's response was thought-provoking. Yet it did not outright deny the possibility. The absence of an answer did not equate to a direct dismissal of potentiality, did it? As Chen Ping'an contemplated this nuance, the mechanical voice of the system morphed into a mysterious feminine tone. What has stirred me from slumber? Did that lecherous player finally meet their end? The familiar tone prompted Chen Ping'an to instinctively retort. Well, good gracious, you open your mouth and immediately wish me dead? If I could catch you, I would surely take you to Aruba. Humph, I am so terrified. You lecher, you wish to take a beauty to Aruba? Humph, let me see what has transpired. It's only the second day. You scoundrel, I've barely slept, and you've already woken me. Well, since I am awake, let me check the recent events. Oh, a breakthrough in talent. Haha. Did you, lecherous player, select a talent like Sea King and evolve into a giant electric eel? Upon hearing such an accusation, Chen Ping'an was inclined to vehemently retort at this enigmatic woman, suspected to be an observer. However, a voice of extreme astonishment echoed in his mind before he could respond. What the heck? You have directly elevated the Taoist disciple talent, related to mindset, to the golden level of heroic journey. Hearing the mysterious woman's uncontrollable astonishment, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but allow a slight smile to grace his lips. From her tone, he realized he had struck gold, prompting him to internally engage in a bit of humble bragging. I don't even know how it happened. This talent just upgraded itself. Surely, a talent of only golden tier must be quite inferior. TSK. Chen Ping'an, keep indulging in your humble brag. Mindset talents are exceedingly rare. There are hardly any in the entire system's talent repository. Even that previous green talent of Taoist disciple is more precious than most purple talents. The mysterious voice of the system remarked. Moreover, your talent for the heroic journey is a golden gift that has naturally evolved from your experiences. You fail to comprehend its rarity, not to mention the percentage bonuses applicable across 2 complete realms, it continued. The heart of a hero, which can itself be regarded as a golden mindset talent, is sufficient for you to benefit from throughout your entire life. In the current version's talent pool, few golden talents surpass it. Upon hearing these words, Chen Ping'an felt increasingly elated. Even this enigmatic voice had moments of astonishment at his prowess. Oh, do not flatter me so. After all, isn't it your system that grants such talents? You see, that is where your misunderstanding lies. Naturally evolved talents are uniquely personal, and there is nothing of the sort in the system's talent repository. As Chen Ping'an pondered the system's rules, his eyes flickered with intrigue. How fascinating. The current talent pool suggests the existence of other versions, perhaps even an expansion of the talent pool itself. According to the implications of this voice, could it be that stronger talents of the same rank might emerge with the expansion? Just as Chen Ping'an's thoughts meandered, the mysterious voice suddenly adopted an unprecedentedly serious tone, stating, Chen Ping'an, you may well be the most promising player I have encountered. I hope you survive the apocalypse. At that time, you may have the chance to uncover a fragment of the truth. Startled by the voice's declaration, Chen Ping'an mused, what is this so-called truth? However, despite his mental calls, the mysterious voice did not reappear. In reality, Yin Yu, held tightly in Chen Ping'an's embrace, felt herself ascend into the air. followed by the terrified cries of young Master Li. Strangely, she experienced no fear this time, as the warmth of Chen Ping'an's embrace provided her with an unparalleled sense of security. Subsequently, she heard the anguished screams of young Master Li and the icy words of Chen Ping'an. Though young Master Li perceived Chen Ping'an as a demon, Yin Yu, as the one being protected, wished for this moment to last indefinitely. After Chen Ping'an delivered his final words and sent young Master Li's head flying, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Only Li Yu, trembling and covering her mouth, gazed at this demonic figure, her dress stained with a growing yellow mark, signifying her fright. Downstairs, the trapped bodyguards, gasping for breath in the suffocating atmosphere, exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the chaos unfolding above. The harrowing screams and the blood-soaked remnants splattered upon the glass canopy left them, bereft of leadership, in a state of paralyzing dread. As tranquility settled, Yin Yu cautiously peeked from Chen Ping'an's embrace, her little head emerging from the safety of his hold. Chapter 28. Boys should protect themselves when they go out. Although she was mentally prepared, Yin Yu still shuddered upon witnessing the gruesome scene of scattered corpses. The sight was far more shocking than any clandestine film she had ever seen, causing the young girl to hastily retract her head. Yet, after a brief moment, she found herself peeking out once more, surveying her surroundings. This cycle of timid exploration continued until the girl gradually acclimated to the horrific sight before her. This was not merely due to Yin Yu's inherent resilience, but also because she understood that those who had perished were the very villains who sought to harm her and her sister. Standing beside her, the man responsible for this carnage, Chen Ping'an, was her savior. Reflecting on this, the girl glanced at the unblinking figure of young Master Li in the distance and, with a playful tongue out, mocked, "Ugh, despicable villain. You had intentions against my sister." However, as she observed Li's lifeless eyes, a wave of fear washed over her once more. Experiencing such a harrowing scene for the first time, she instinctively nestled closer into Chen Ping'an's embrace. Yet, as she did so, she noticed that he had seemingly fallen into a trance. Yin Yu raised her gaze to Chen Ping'an's handsome visage, contemplating the fact that he had just rescued her, protected her, and even spoken of taking her on a murderous escapade. Her eyes momentarily glazed over in admiration. Chen Ping'an truly was remarkably handsome. Suddenly, the image of the man's smirking expression reappeared in her mind. Remembering her first heartfelt confession and the unexpected response it elicited, Yin Yu's irritation surged. How dare he? I, Yin Yu, am indeed enamored by you. Humph. Observing the juxtaposition of Chen Ping'an's striking features with the grim aftermath of violence, a mischievous impulse arose within her. With audacity fueled by her youthful bravado, she tiptoed forward, pursing her pink lips in an audacious advance. Poor Chen Ping'an, a martial arts master, found himself unwittingly assaulted by this audacious girl not once, but twice within a single day. Meanwhile, within the depths of Chen Ping'an's contemplative mind, he persistently called out to the mysterious female voice. Yet, despite his fervent attempts, he received no reply, plunging him into deep reflection. Each encounter with the enigmatic voice had revealed fragments of information related to the simulator. Yet these tidbits seemed only tangentially connected to the impending apocalypse. The obscured nature of both the mysterious doomsday and the so-called truth of the system weighed heavily upon Chen Ping'an, instilling a sense of urgency in him. His strength was insufficient. Once these matters had settled, he resolved to seek ways to rapidly enhance his vitality and power. In this regard, a substantial dietary supplement would prove more effective than simulated enhancements. Perhaps, upon his return, he could indulge in a buffet to satiate his needs. Just as Chen Ping'an pondered his next steps, a sudden warmth enveloped his lips, abruptly breaking his train of thought. As his vision regained focus, he was met with the sight of a wealthy young girl, brazenly invading the personal space of a respectable youth. Yet, upon seeing her eyes closed and the earnestness of her kiss, he was momentarily taken aback. Chen Ping'an, ever willing to assist, found himself at her mercy. The taste was unexpectedly sweet. Yin Yu sensed the coolness of Chen Ping'an's lips, and, after a slight twitch, couldn't resist the urge to crack her eyes open just a sliver to sneak a glance. To her surprise, her gaze collided with Chen Ping'an's mischievous smile. He had anticipated that upon realizing his consciousness, Yin Yu would shyly retreat. The young lad, having felt somewhat taken advantage of, had even prepared to tease her about her boldness. However, the ensuing turn of events defied the expectations of the martial arts master. Yin Yu, with her large eyes fixed intently on Chen Ping'an, wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him with fervor. This left Chen Ping'an wide-eyed in astonishment. Help! A rogue girl. Oh no. She even dared to extend her tongue. Thus, young men, exercise caution when venturing out. This was the first time Chen Ping'an grasped this truth, and a bitter smile of regret crept onto his lips, setting aside the fact that he had already embraced and kissed Yin Yu. Their passionate exchange seemed to stretch on for an eternity. Suddenly, Yin Yu, with a soft whimper, playfully tapped Chen Ping'an, startling the inexperienced boy. Looking down, he realized that she was on the verge of rolling her eyes back. Immersed in the sweet aroma of Yin Yu, he hastily released her. As soon as she touched the ground, she gasped for breath, exclaiming, "Wow, I didn't realize kissing was so perilous." But that is not how it's portrayed in the movies. Hearing her exclamation, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed as he rubbed the back of his head. His robust physical constitution made such activities somewhat inconvenient, and he noted that caution was warranted next time. Otherwise, what began as a kiss might escalate into something far more alarming. Once, Yin Yu regained her composure. She recalled her earlier actions, her face flushing red. Summoning her courage, she said, "Brother Ping'an, I know a place with an enormous, soft bed. Would you like to come and see it with me?" Chen Ping'an was momentarily at a loss for words. This girl, appearing to be a pure and innocent little lady, was, in essence, quite the flirt. It was no wonder that under the pressure of the apocalypse and their simulated scenarios, he had completely indulged himself with her. Yet, aware of the horrors that lay ahead, Chen Ping'an knew each day before the cataclysm was of utmost importance. Thus, this enticing invitation from the wealthy young girl would have to wait until after the world had ended. Although he held a fondness for the little one before him, he remembered his obligation to provide an explanation to two individuals. He reached out and gently ruffled the hair of the big little lady, saying, "All right, you little minx. I came here specifically to rescue you. While you may be safe for now, given the gravity of the situation, it would be wise to inform your sister of your well-being." Yin Yu, momentarily bewildered, asked, "Brother Ping'an, how did you know I have an older sister? And you said you came to save me? Did you know that this bad person was going to ambush me?" Chen Ping'an shook his head. "I only knew you were in grave danger today. The specifics I have just recently discovered. As for my reason for saving you, perhaps it is simply because I cannot bear to see someone as adorable as you come to harm." At this juncture, Chen Ping'an felt a stir within his heart, as the hazy recollection of the young girl who had once rescued him faded entirely from his mind. Before Yin Yu could pose another question, Chen Ping'an continued, "I was once a university classmate of your sister. You should inform her about today's events." He suspected this individual to be a scion of the Li family, and he feared their conspiracy might extend beyond merely capturing her. Although your sister is far away in the magical city, it would be prudent to give her a heads up. His concerns were not unfounded. After overhearing the conversation inside the building, he had formed a rough understanding of the situation. Since young Master Li intended to devour the Yin family, it could not merely be a personal endeavor. Although he had already dispatched young Master Li, Chen Ping'an could not assure that Yin Qing, who was miles away, would remain unscathed until the end of days, just as in his simulations. After all, saving Yin Yu today was itself a significant butterfly effect. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Yin Yu grasped the gravity of the situation. Anxious for her sister's safety, she hurriedly picked up her phone, only to realize that the signal within the room had been blocked, rendering her unable to connect. After a few rings, a slightly subdued female voice emanated from the device, accompanied by the distant sound of an elderly man lecturing. "Yeah, what prompted you to call your sister all of a sudden?" "I'm still in class." Yin Qing glanced at the old professor, who had cast a scrutinizing gaze in her direction. She waved her hand apologetically while softly responding to her sister's call. The old professor nodded slightly, recognizing that the eldest daughter of the Yin family was typically composed, indicating that there must be an urgent matter at hand. However, the words that followed from the other end of the line left Yin Qing utterly unsettled. "Sister, the Li family is trying to kidnap me." "What?" Yin Qing exclaimed, rising abruptly in shock, her loud outburst drawing the attention of her classmates, who were intrigued by the sudden reaction of the renowned ice-cold beauty of the school. Yet, before Yin Qing could take action, Yin Yu continued, But a brother named Chen Ping'an saved me. He said he is your friend." Ping'an?" Upon hearing that familiar name, Yin Qing instantly recalled the despicable Chun who had unexpectedly requested her sister's photo in white silk the previous night. After hanging up the call last night, she had sat by her bed for quite some time. Given her temperament, anyone daring to lay a hand on her sister would surely face dire consequences. However, despite several attempts to call him, she found herself unable to take action against this junior. Frustrated, she eventually tossed her phone aside and buried her head under the blanket. She was convinced she had misjudged him. If he desired white silk, she could acquiesce, but why target her sister? The matter had vexed Yanqing so much that she had hardly slept well that night. Little did she expect to hear his name from her sister's lips at this moment. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the president of the club sitting beside Yanqing's desk, upon hearing Chen Ping'an's name, instantly brightened with interest. With her crimson eyes slightly narrowed, the president of the club, Yuan, wore a mischievous smile at the corners of her lips. "Xiao Ping'an, what on earth have you done?" Qing's reaction is rather unusual. Chapter 29. The mischievous ones in action. Yanyu, hearing her sister's astonished tone, felt somewhat perplexed but continued to elucidate the events that had transpired. "Sister, I was deceived by Li Yu. She, along with a person claiming to be the young master of the Li family, attempted to kidnap me to coerce you. I nearly lost sight of you, Yu. Initially, despair had enveloped her, but fortunately, Brother Ping'an rescued me, and he is incredibly formidable. He can even catch bullets with his bare hands." Wait, what? Upon hearing this, Yanqing began to suspect that her lack of sleep the previous night had led to auditory hallucinations. Catch bullets? Yu, have you been watching too many movies? Were it not for her knowledge that her younger sister was not prone to fabricating tales, Yanqing would have scolded her. However, the mention of the young master of the Li family and the notion of kidnapping struck a chord within Yanqing. She had never discussed the engagement with the Li family or the subsequent cancellation with her sister, as she instinctively harbored disdain for that family. Yet, she also held a deep-seated apprehension regarding the Li clan. Upon hearing her sister's words, the eldest daughter of the Yin family disregarded the astonished gazes of the elderly professor and other students in the classroom, promptly leaping from her seat and rushing out. The professor, initially merely an observer, was taken aback as he witnessed his promising student make a hasty exit and exclaimed, "Hey, Yanqing, what on earth is happening?" However, in the blink of an eye, Yanqing had vanished, leaving no room for her to pause and explain. Meanwhile, noticing Yanqing's sudden departure, Yuan also stood up. Apologizing to the professor, "My apologies. Professor Sunday, Qing has an urgent matter. I must assist her. Please grant us both leave." Without waiting for Professor Sun's consent, Yuan too dashed out of the classroom. Left behind, Professor Sun sighed in resignation and muttered, "What on earth are you and Miss Yin up to?" Suddenly, a thought struck him, recalling the rumors of Yuan's popularity among the ladies. Could it be? His gaze sharpened with newfound clarity, listening to the commotion from her sister's side. Yanyu realized that her sister seemed unaware of Brother Ping'an's capabilities. Feeling as though she had misspoken, Yanyu stuck out her tongue and glanced at the composed young man beside her. The sensation of being the sole keeper of Brother Ping'an's secret was rather delightful. On the other hand, Chen Ping'an had listened intently to the exchange between the two, even catching the reactions of others on the other end of the phone. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned about the exposure of his abilities, as he had never intended to hide indefinitely. In fact, given the opportunity, he contemplated reaching out to the authorities. The reason for his previous reticence was twofold: a lack of sufficient strength and a fear that revealing his abilities might jeopardize the rescue plan for Yanyu. However, at this moment, although I am merely a martial arts master who has transcended human limitations for the second time, conventional firearms have nearly lost their efficacy against me within the confines of the city. Given this reality, why should I continue to stifle myself? While I do not intend to act recklessly, I am prepared to eliminate any obstacles that stand in the way of protecting the small joys in my life, much like I have done for the likes of young Master Li. After all, my aim is to thwart the impending apocalypse that threatens to obliterate everything in 10 days. Rather than to witness the demise of millennia of human civilization in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, relegated to the role of a feudal warlord. In this moment, under the influence of the chivalrous spirit, my resolve to conquer the impending doom has never been clearer. I shall safeguard this land. On the other end of the line, Yanqing, having rushed out of the classroom, spoke with a grave expression. "Yeah? Open the video immediately. I need to understand your situation." Hearing her elder sister's urgent request, Yanyu hesitated. Although she was uninjured, the surrounding environment was unsettlingly inappropriate. Just as Yanyu found herself in a quandary, Chen Ping'an took her phone, gave her a gentle nod, and addressed the call. Sister Qing, this is Chen Ping'an. Ping'an, is that really you? What on earth is happening? Yanqing was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing his voice. I have eliminated a young masterly. He intended to use Yeya as leverage against you, but rest assured, I have rescued her. Ping'an, you have killed someone? Are you unharmed? Is it safe nearby? I will contact someone to assist you immediately. If the Li family intervenes, Yanqing will not let this matter rest. The barrage of news astonished Yanqing, yet instinctively, she did not doubt Chen Ping'an's words. Her concern for their safety overshadowed all else. Nearby, the president of the association, upon overhearing their conversation, felt a surge of curiosity and excitement in her crimson eyes. We are quite safe here, Sister Qing. Please take a deep breath and remain calm. Hearing the familiar voice of the young man, Yanqing's previously agitated emotions began to settle. However, in a fleeting thought, she recalled their conversation from the previous night regarding her sister, where he had mentioned twin ponytails and white stockings. It suddenly occurred to her that the girl in white stockings with twin ponytails was presumably right beside Chen Ping'an at this moment. With a sense of unease, Yanqing inquired, Ping'an, could you initiate a video call? There's nothing amiss with my sister, is there? Chen Ping'an was about to start the video call, but upon surveying the gruesome scene around him and the pristine appearance of Yanyu, he hesitated and replied somewhat awkwardly, there shouldn't be any issues. Although the situation was quite intense, I didn't soil Yeya's clothing. However, the environment we are in is currently unsuitable for a video call. Once we finish our business and return. Just as he was speaking, the call was abruptly disconnected. Chen Ping'an helplessly discovered that the signal on his phone had completely vanished once again, as the signal jamming within the mansion reappeared. After several attempts to establish contact proved futile, he resignedly set his phone aside. Forget it. I've already conveyed the gist of the matter to your sister. Yeya, let us descend. The surroundings here are too filthy. Moreover, those bodyguards must be running low on oxygen. With that, Chen Ping'an adeptly picked up Yanyu and turned to head downstairs. Meanwhile, Liu, who stood trembling by the corridor with her mouth covered, had inexplicably succumbed to a state of lifelessness. She had literally been scared to death. At Shanghai University, Yanqing stared at the abruptly disconnected call in her hand, her beautiful phoenix eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say? Why would you claim that you didn't dirty my sister's clothes? And Ping'an, when did you become so close to my sister that you could call her Yeya? Why is it inconvenient to video call? You scoundrel! What on earth happened? Chen Ping'an, answer the phone. I'm sorry, the user you are trying to reach is currently out of the service area. In that moment, Yanqing was entirely unconcerned about the Li family. All she yearned to know was what that scoundrel named Chun had done to her sister. Onlookers, relishing the unfolding drama, observed Yanqing's emotional turmoil with barely contained amusement. Having known Qingqing for many years, they were witnessing her in such a state for the first time. Haha. Qingqing's ice fortress has finally been breached. Little Ping'an, we have succeeded. However, who among the spectators feared the escalation of the situation? One curious onlooker leaned closer to Yanqing, whispering devilishly near her delicate earlobe, Qingqing, don't panic. Think positively. You might just have gained a brother-in-law. Suddenly, a string of rationality within Yanqing's mind snapped. Chen Ping'an, I swear I will make you pay dearly. That day, within the third teaching building of Shanghai University, everyone would remember the name Chen Ping'an. A certain professor, realizing that a charming young man by the name of Chen Ping'an was notably absent from his class, jotted a note in his small notebook. This lad, so handsome, yet skipping my class, shall lose his usual points. Chapter 30. The simulation resumes within the grand hall of the Li family mansion. A group of female bodyguards, confined behind specialized glass, looked up at the second floor with flushed faces. Do not misunderstand. It was merely a lack of oxygen, their condition worsened by hypoxia. More than the fear of potentially suffocating, they were far more concerned about what was transpiring upstairs. Though the events that transpired moments ago remained obscured, the anguished cries of Master Li and the severed limbs that tumbled from the glass enclosure unmistakably indicated that a horrifying incident had unfolded upstairs. As silence enveloped the surroundings, the bodyguards could only discern the faint sound of conversation emanating from above. Subsequently, they beheld a young lad descending the staircase, cradling the second young lady in his arms. Upon catching sight of Chen Ping'an's visage, the heart of each bodyguard, once frozen, experienced a subtle tremor. The carefree demeanor brought forth by his chivalrous spirit, coupled with an enhanced charisma that rendered him increasingly handsome, had transformed Chen Ping'an into a veritable aphrodisiac for women. Even the professionally trained female bodyguards found themselves momentarily besieged by his allure. After gently setting Yan Yu down beside the staircase, Chen Ping'an approached the glass enclosure. Observing the bodyguards trapped within, their faces flushed due to oxygen deprivation, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Had he not been present, both Yan Yu and they would have perished, and as bodyguards, their negligence was undeniable. Yet, his gaze fell upon Sister Wang, bloodied and uncertain of her fate in the center of the crowd, prompting a deep sigh from him. Despite their oversight, they exhibited a semblance of loyalty. The bodyguards, perplexed by Chen Ping'an's alternating expressions of furrowed brows and sighs, found themselves at a loss. One of them, presuming he was contemplating how to rescue them, stepped forward and expressed, "Sir, we are grateful for your assistance in saving our young lady. However, there is no need for you to concern yourself. This is military-grade special glass, extremely dense, impervious even to rocket launchers. Abandoning us would be the most prudent choice. Please, take the second young lady out of the signal jamming zone and contact our eldest lady. This is still the enemy's stronghold. Your presence here poses an imminent danger." Before the words had scarcely left their lips, the bodyguards beheld Chen Ping'an gently shake his head. In response to this, those fearful that he might not leave grew agitated. "Sir, we sincerely appreciate your desire to rescue us. But please trust our professional judgment. There is no need for you to feel regret. We have long since prepared ourselves for the possibility of sacrifice in our line of work. Moreover, as long as the second young lady remains safe, our eldest lady will surely see to our affairs." Chen Ping'an opted not to elaborate further. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand. The bodyguards, bewildered by his actions, were beset by various thoughts. He does not trust our expertise. Does he assume he can vanquish a few foes and become invincible? How tragic. He possesses such striking looks, yet is so obstinate. He must hasten and escort the second young lady away. It will be too late once the enemy arrives. He appears even more dashing up close. How I long for one last moment before death. It seems something peculiar has infiltrated my thoughts, but I shall not dwell on it. Under the scrutiny of the bodyguard's myriad gazes, Chen Ping'an inhaled deeply, channeling his vital energy into his right hand. A faint crimson glow flickered across his once pale arm, as his fingers clenched, coalescing power within his fist. As Chen Ping'an made his move, the chaotic thoughts of the bodyguards dissipated entirely, their attention irresistibly drawn to his clenched fist. Even behind a barrier more unyielding than steel, they could sense the lethal pressure emanating from him, a sensation they had never encountered, even when facing a giant python in the wilderness. At the moment when his vital energy reached its zenith, a resonant hum filled the air, and those within the glass enclosure perceived a fleeting crimson apparition. When they looked again, Chen Ping'an had already turned and approached Yan Yu, covering her ears with his hand. Before the bodyguards could entertain any other thoughts, a thunderous roar erupted, causing them to instinctively clutch their ears. Their faces, already flushed from oxygen deprivation, turned even redder in shock. In their astonished gaze, the tempered glass barrier that had confined them shattered into countless tiny fragments in an instant. Amidst the clattering sound of falling shards, the female bodyguards felt as though they were being pelted by a flurry of snowflakes. In but a moment, the snow had settled, leaving nothing but a scattering of debris. The once formidable tempered barrier was nowhere to be seen. The bodyguards stared in disbelief, their eyes wide open, questioning whether they had been drugged and were now trapped in a hallucination. Meanwhile, the young girl whose ears Chen Ping'an had covered excitedly leaned closer to him. For Yan Yu, the special glass impervious to rocket launchers was beyond her comprehension. All she knew was that Chen Ping'an was extraordinarily powerful. With a casual motion, Chen Ping'an lifted the eager Yan Yu into his arms and addressed the bodyguards, stating, "I will take Yan Yu back to the Magic City to find her sister. You can handle matters here." With that, before the bodyguards could respond, Chen Ping'an and Yan Yu vanished from sight. Staring at the scattered debris, the bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances, each feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. What on earth had just transpired? While the bodyguards grappled with their existential doubts, Chen Ping'an, cradling Yan Yu, dashed through the high-rises with wild abandon. This exhilarating experience, far more thrilling than parkour, left Yan Yu's eyes wide with excitement. Although she was usually well-guarded, she was undeniably a bold girl. At that moment, Chen Ping'an's destination was the high-speed rail station in the capital. Indeed, he planned to take Yu back to the Magic City by train. One might wonder why he didn't simply sprint back again, especially since the recently acquired skills had granted him a swifter pace. The answer was straightforward. Yu's body could not endure Chen Ping'an's speed. As he navigated the towering buildings with Yu in his arms, Chen Ping'an had significantly restrained his velocity. Otherwise, the jarring sensation of accelerating from a standstill to near supersonic speeds would not be a pleasant experience. It would feel more like a deadly embrace. Upon arriving at the high-speed rail station, they effortlessly purchased tickets back to the Magic City using only their mobile phones, thanks to the widespread adoption of electronic identification. These two individuals, one who has never set foot outside the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, and the other who has remained confined to the imperial capital of Beijing, are embarking on their maiden journey aboard the high-speed train. Within the bright and spacious high-speed rail hall, they gaze in wonder at the throngs of people bustling about in the magnificent terminal, as well as the sleek, pure white trains gliding along the distant tracks. As they stand in the world's foremost high-speed railway station, the two appear as inquisitive children, their curiosity evident as they survey their surroundings. It is remarkable that neither of them shows any signs of the harrowing experiences they have recently endured. One can only remark upon their unexpectedly robust hearts. Yet, with a strikingly well-proportioned young girl alongside the exceptionally handsome Chen Ping'an, they undoubtedly draw attention even in the imperial capital. Had it not been for the faint aura of pressure emanating from Chen Ping'an, a remnant of his recent violent encounter, they likely would have attracted a crowd. Upon boarding the high-speed train, as Chen Ping'an observes the ceaseless flow of trains departing from the capital, he experiences a profound epiphany regarding his homeland. The railway station functions as a heart, channeling an innumerable flow of humanity and goods through the vein-like high-speed rail lines, delivering them to the ancient lands of the great Yuan, which have slumbered for millennia. The strength of ordinary individuals may seem feeble. Yet when billions of them unite under a common purpose to construct a magnificent nation, no matter the adversities it has faced, it shall inevitably rise to become the mightiest realm upon this earth, reaching towards the stars and the seas. Seated on the return journey, the young girl, exhausted from a day filled with exhilarating experiences, soon drifts into a deep slumber against the window. Even in her sleep, her small hand remains tightly clasped around Chen Ping'an's, a testament to the lingering fear instilled by the day's events. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an reopens the simulator panel to continue the life simulation that remains unfinished. Currently, both of his talent slots are filled, with the crimson talent in the first slot being irreplaceable. However, the simulation allows for the introduction of an additional talent. As the system panel quietly unfurls in accordance with Chen Ping'an's will, a new round of life simulation commences, albeit with less favorable fortune this time, yielding two white talents that enhance hearing and strength, along with a green talent that slightly improves appearance. Without further contemplation, Chen Ping'an promptly selects the green talent to initiate the simulation, harboring an eagerness for the transformations to come. For he now possesses an extraordinary golden talent that surpasses all others. Yet, he remains uncertain about the changes this new talent will bring to his simulation experience. Temporal anchoring has increased, and the observer begins to record. Day 1. On New Year's Eve. Countless crowds preparing to celebrate the festival flock to the streets of the bustling metropolis. Under the dazzling lights, the city guards struggled to maintain order amidst the throng. Yet, unbeknownst to all, atop the highest tower of the metropolis, a young figure clad in black stood resolutely. In the winter, the biting wind at the tower's pinnacle could not chill you in the slightest. Under the moonlight, you calmly savored the last sip from the gourd. The time you had calculated in silence is nearing its end. The apocalypse is imminent. With a swift motion, the iron gourd in your hand disintegrates into a cloud of fine powder. Under the moonlight, it appears as though you have scattered a fragment of the Milky Way. As the clock strikes midnight, a myriad of splendid fireworks burst into bloom across the sky, while the crowd below rejoices, celebrating the arrival of a new year. Atop the tower, the solitary sentinel gazes into the once tranquil heavens. Within the tower, those you wish to protect remain blissfully unaware of the impending events. Yet high above, in the realm of the unknown, a vibrant rift suddenly materializes. The sky has torn asunder. Chapter 31. the 13 seconds of death struggle beneath the sky. The bustling metropolis ushers in the new year, while above looms a gaping chasm. You stand alone between heaven and earth, bracing for the apocalypse. Opposite the rift, a kaleidoscope of colors flickers ominously. Straining your vision, you discern nothing within the rift, but an ineffable malice and chill grips your heart as it emerges. In the first second, a colossal hand, vast enough to obscure the entire sky, abruptly appears above the city. In a daze, you perceive that the shadow envelopes all. In the second second, beneath that shadow, the world falls silent. Fireworks explode, crowds surge, and the joy of the new year remains etched upon every face. Yet, the vibrant scene seems muted, as if a silence button has been pressed, and in an instant, all sound vanishes. Only you perceive the unfolding changes in that fleeting moment. In the third second, the profound malevolence deepens. Merely gazing upon the outline of the giant hand fills you with an indescribable unease. This terrifying presence is undoubtedly linked to the end of days. You fixate on the monumental entity in the sky, striving for a clearer view. However, as you grasp its true form, your pupils constrict involuntarily. In the fourth second, recognition of the foe ignites a fierce resolve in your eyes. A blood-red aura, so dense it seems tangible, surges from your being. Having transcended the limits of humanity, you find yourself at the pinnacle of mortal capability. Under your will, your essence transforms into a tangible dragon of vitality, coiling around you. Commanding this dragon of life force, your presence becomes extraordinary. In the fifth second, the encroaching malevolence compels you to act. An ominous premonition stirs within you, suggesting that something truly dreadful is about to unfold. Amidst the sonic booms, you charge skyward. With each step, the air beneath your feet erupts into layers of explosive sound. Your unwavering gaze remains fixed on the giant hand as you ascend with resolute strides. With each explosive cloud that erupts beneath you, the distance between you and the celestial entity diminishes. Since the appearance of the giant hand, the accompanying malice has intensified, growing ever more terrifying as you draw nearer. The air thickens, chilling your very form, yet the dragon of vitality entwined around you dispels all foreboding. In the sixth second, you are merely 1,000 meters from the giant hand, now looming before you. Its vastness resembles an endless wall of despair. Though its entirety remains obscured, you can perceive the intricate details upon its surface. Countless bizarre, twisted symbols writhe upon the hand, as if they were sentient beings, exuding an aura of sinister otherness. As you strive to decipher the symbols, faint wails echo in your ears, and the moving symbols abruptly transform into a multitude of eerie human eyes. These eyes slowly open, their cold gazes fixed upon the earth, embodying a strange indifference. This colossal hand, capable of shrouding the heavens, is now enveloped by an unfathomable number of human eyes. A sight so indescribable it could drive any mortal to madness. In the seventh second, the distorted malevolence seems to reach a critical threshold. The throngs of humanity below begin to collapse, akin to harvested crops falling in waves. Yet, you possess no excess energy to concern yourself with the turmoil below. For even more bizarre occurrences unfold. The eyes upon the giant hand begin to undergo transformation, as if they are awakening. Will they escape? At this moment, the peril does not seem to directly threaten your life. Should you choose to flee now, perhaps you could survive alone. Yet, with the heart of a hero, you would never cower before formidable foes, nor would you turn your back to the malicious wolves that surround you. In this fateful encounter, it shall be the brave who triumph. There is no retreat from this battle. In the eighth second, you summon your vital energy, allowing your strangely awakened eyes to shatter explosively. Pain sears through your nerves, while the malevolence above sends your instincts into a frenzy. The blood that flows from you contorts your visage into a grimace. However, regardless of the trials you face, in this moment of blindness, you erupt into a hearty laugh. The sound reverberates once more in this realm of absolute silence. In the ninth second, the countless eyes upon the colossal hand seem to finally take notice of you. The insignificant ant striving against the heavens. An uncountable number of indifferent gazes fixate upon you. As numerous stares converge, you sense the twisted will of the universe magnifying geometrically. The wails echoing in your ears resound crazily within your mind, as if countless tormented souls from the depths of hell are demanding your life. In the 10th second, your brain, torso, organs, and limbs all begin an irreversible transformation. The power of your vital energy surges within, yet the force of this aberration gradually suppresses it. Your martial instincts forewarn you of a truly terrifying monster being birthed within. You cannot defeat the massive hand above, and you too shall become a monster that brings calamity to the world. Without a moment's hesitation, you reverse the flow of your vital energy. In a thunderous roar, a crimson hue spreads across this bizarre realm. The pinnacle of human martial form shatters into dust in an instant. Witnessing this, the myriad eyes atop the colossal hand vanish. Reverting to the eerie, distorted script, the entire world returns to silence. On the ground, those who had been reaped have, at some point, transformed into figures bearing grotesque smiles. Their tongues have been severed, their eyes plucked out, yet their lips curl into unsettling grins that stretch to their ears. You are dead. No, it is not yet over. In the 11th second, a dragon's roar erupts in the sky. In the moment of embracing death, you transcend the limits of humanity. Your will and vital energy unite as one. The disintegrating martial form coalesces swiftly in the heavens. Though you are weakened to the utmost, a nascent power compels even the monstrous entities above to take notice. In the 12th second, a five-clawed red dragon formed of vital energy materializes in the vast sky. Though your vital energy is nearly exhausted, and even if you were to break through once more, you lack the time and resources to solidify your realm. Yet, within your eyes, there is no trace of regret, only boundless combat spirit. The path of martial arts is a path of great struggle. Even in death, one must die on the road of charge. Amidst the desolate roar of dragons, the soaring crimson dragon, in the grip of atmospheric friction, trailed a dazzling tail of flames, akin to a blood-red meteor hurtling toward the vast palm of the sky. The enigmatic script upon the giant hand transformed once more into human eyes, coldly gazing at you, as if embodying an immutable chasm. In the 13th second, a voice echoed in your ear, insect. Beneath an ocean of malice, the weakened dragon of vitality collapsed on the path of its charge. You have perished. The simulation concludes, your survival time failing to meet the minimum standard. During the novice welfare period, it defaults to a survival of 1 day. The recorded survival time is 1 day, yielding a reward of body constitution 001. Will the player opt to retain the talents acquired in this simulation? Warning: an unknown entity has contaminated the observer. The observer is in a sealed state, having sustained damage during this contamination that necessitates repair. Due to the observer's impairment, the life simulator enters a dormant state. During this period, the simulation is paused, projected to resume in 12 hours. A word of caution to the player: the apocalypse you are to face is far from simple. Within the confines of the high-speed train, Chen Ping'an calmly closed the simulation panel, exhibiting no surprise at the simulator's failure. With a vacant gaze, he turned his head to behold the magnificent landscapes and bustling cities of the Flame Nation, which seemed to vanish as swiftly as flowing water, indelibly imprinted in his eyes. The Great Flame, Chen Ping'an's voice carried a hint of hoarseness, imbued with indescribable complexity. Only he understood that the grandeur of the nation before him, and indeed the entire world, would begin its descent into oblivion in 9 days' time. In truth, this simulation had left Chen Ping'an profoundly shaken. The mythos of martial arts was his greatest reliance at this moment, through which he had even garnered a talent that astonished the system, the hero's journey. Yet, within the simulation, even upon genuinely transcending the boundary of mortals and stepping into the first realm of martial myth, he found himself ill-equipped to confront the unknown monstrosity looming above. A glimmer of hope resided in the fact that his simulated self had yet to fully attain the extremes of martial myth. The myth of martial arts comprises 3 realms, and within the simulation, his self had forcefully broken through only after a self-detonation fueled by sheer will. Given ample time and resources to accumulate strength, perhaps he could genuinely ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess, making victory not entirely out of reach. However, at this moment, Chen Ping'an was left with merely 9 days until the apocalypse. The closer he drew to the end, the more palpable the profound despair became. Effortlessly dispatching the armed Li Dasha and others had momentarily instilled in him the illusion that he could transcend the rules. Yet, this simulation had tempered his previously inflated arrogance, restoring a semblance of calm. Just as the final unknown voice had proclaimed, he was but an insect in the face of the impending apocalypse. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an would never relent, whether to protect all that he held dear or to uphold his own pride. As the apocalypse descends, like in the simulations, will defiantly raise his fist to the heavens. Even if he falls, he will do so while charging forward. Ah, Ping'an, don't pull my twin tails from behind. Suddenly, Yin Yu's sweet, bashful voice echoed in the quiet train carriage. The charming tone, juxtaposed with the explosive content, instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the intense aura surrounding Chen Ping'an was barely held together. However, the corners of his eyes began to twitch slightly. This girl, does she still babble in her sleep? Dream talk is one thing, but what kind of beautiful dream could she possibly have in broad daylight? Twin tails. They are definitely not a steering wheel. Yin Yu's even louder exclamation completely astonished the other passengers in the carriage. A little girl seated across from Chen Ping'an tugged at her dazed mother and innocently inquired, "Mom, why are twin tails a steering wheel?" Uffed. The other passengers, who had been feigning seriousness, could no longer contain their laughter. The carriage was suddenly filled with a joyous atmosphere. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, who had been engulfed in a grim ambience just moments ago, felt a strong urge to leap from the window and make a swift escape with the train. If given the chance, he would surely drive that steering wheel 100 times over. Hearing the laughter, Yin Yu sleepily opened her eyes. Chapter 32. The murderous intent of the sister complex girl Chen Ping'an, with the control of a martial arts myth, restrained his vital energy to prevent his face from flushing. Then, with a calm demeanor, he turned to the side and gently rubbed the head of the drowsy little girl who had just been lost in an unknown dream. The little girl, upon seeing his serene and handsome face, seemed to recognize Chen Ping'an. Still somewhat dazed, she reached out to embrace him, even attempting to speak. However, a large hand firmly pressed down on her head, halting her next move. This action jolted Yin Yu awake. "Ah, good morning, Brother Ping'an. Did I fall asleep just now?" Chen Ping'an nodded expressionlessly. Upon receiving the answer, Yin Yu gasped and covered her face. "Oh no. I hope I didn't say anything embarrassing. I heard from my sister that I can be a bit restless while sleeping." With an expression akin to that of a lifeless doll, Chen Ping'an shook his head. What else could he do? Of course, he chose to forgive her. The passengers, having understood that the little girl was merely sleepy, turned their attention away, no longer wishing to embarrass the handsome young man. However, some younger girls couldn't help but glance back at Chen Ping'an. Who would have thought this handsome guy enjoyed such antics? I want twin tails too. Thus, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. The following day, most young girls in that train carriage had transformed their hairstyles into twin tails. Throughout the remainder of the journey, Chen Pi, on the other hand, Yanqing finally received a report from the bodyguards. At that moment, she realized that she had misjudged Chen Ping'an. He had unexpectedly appeared to save her sister and had not engaged in any adult activities with her. Regaining her composure, Yanqing calmly organized her personnel to launch a counterattack against the Li family. However, she soon received another piece of shocking news. "What? You say Chen Ping'an ran off with my sister?" In disbelief, Yanqing hastily dialed Chen Ping'an and Yin Yu's numbers once more. Yet, the call still indicated that they were out of service range and could not be connected. Simultaneously, the already poor signal of the Great Yin high-speed railway was traversing a lengthy tunnel. Inside the carriage, Chen Ping'an remained expressionless as he gently rubbed the sleepy Yin Yu. The two were oblivious to the missed calls that later appeared on their phones. Why aren't they answering? After finally regaining her icy demeanor, Yanqing erupted once more. At that moment, the mischievous voice of Yuan, the habitual troublemaker, echoed in Yanqing's ears. A lone man and woman, facing adversity together. And one of them is our notorious Chun. Qingqing, by this time next year, you might just become an aunt. With that, Yuan looked at her friend with anticipation, curious about her reaction. However, this time, Yanqing did not respond with fury. Instead, she spoke in an unusually calm tone. "President, our anime club may soon be down a member." The gossip enthusiast, Yuan, suddenly sensed the gravity of the situation and, gazing at Yanqing's altered expression, thought frantically, This is bad. This is bad. Little Ping'an. Qingqing has snapped." Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an on the high-speed train seemed to sense that something ominous was afoot, shivering slightly. At that point, the train had completed half of its journey, and Yin Yu had fallen asleep once more, her drool staining Chen Ping'an's hand. He sighed helplessly, grateful that Yin Yu was sleeping soundly. Had Miss Yin uttered any more shocking words, he felt he might truly have to flee the train. As they approached their destination, Chen Ping'an suddenly realized that he still did not know where Yanqing lived. making it impossible to deliver Yin Yu to her sister. Upon picking up his phone, he noticed a missed call from Yin Qing and 5 missed calls from President Yuan. Puzzled, he casually tapped on the contact labeled Bad Woman and called back. Initially, the call did not connect, but after nearly 10 rings, it suddenly went through. Yuan's urgent voice came through the receiver. Don't ask anything. Just come to my house to meet. Suddenly, a slender hand rested on Yuan's shoulder. A chilling voice made her hand, poised to hang up, freeze in place. President. Whose call is it? Ah, Ching. It's that kid Ping'an finally returning my call. Look, I was just about to give it to you. The president of the club wore an exceedingly obedient expression and timidly handed his phone to Yin Qing, who was beside him. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Chen Ping'an's face was marked with confusion. Hello, President, what do you mean by that? I just heard that Senior Qing is right next to you, correct? Yes, Ping'an. I'm here, came Yin Qing's response. Haha, Senior Qing, why does your voice suddenly sound so cold? Oh, don't worry, Yin Yu is with me. She was drooling in her sleep just now. Oh, so you've noticed that bad habit of you two. Chen Ping'an sensed that Yin Qing's tone had grown even colder. Though in the midst of the joy of returning home, he cheerfully continued, Yes, she's sleeping right beside me. Don't worry, Senior, we'll be back in Magic City tonight. Just send me your address, and I'll take her to your home. All right, I will definitely thank you properly, Ping'an. Haha, who are we kidding? We're old friends. Suddenly, the line went dead again. Ah, it's disconnected again. It's impossible to maintain a connection in this tunnel. Chen Ping'an sighed as he looked at the phone that had lost signal once more. Speaking of which, the despair that had once engulfed Chen Ping'an had dissipated entirely after Yin Yu's sleep-talking and his conversations with his 2 companions from the anime club. Although Chen Ping'an was an orphan, he still had many friends. The ability to rely on one another and confide in each other was truly a comforting sentiment. With his emotions no longer restrained, a genuine smile crept onto Chen Ping'an's lips. After traversing 1,000 miles and enduring 142 simulations, he finally felt a tinge of fatigue. As the system was also taking a break, he decided to treat himself to a brief respite. With a smile on his face, Chen Ping'an closed his eyes. After more than 30 hours, he fell asleep again. Meanwhile, in the grand residence of the Yin family, Chen Ping'an's good friend, Yin Qing, was expressionlessly sharpening a beautifully crafted pair of scissors. Beside her, the president of the club wore an innocent expression, feeling that this time, things had escalated significantly. This time, it seems the fun has gotten a bit too intense, but don't worry, little Ping'an. I, the president, will definitely save you. Chapter 33. The Shadow of Da Yin. As Chen Ping'an embarked on his journey home, a certain aloof sister, who had a penchant for younger boys, prepared to wield her blade against evil. In the grand residence of the Li family in the imperial capital, the female bodyguards, having contacted the young lady, looked around at the scattered limbs in the hall. After a moment of silence, they began to take action to clean up the aftermath. After the heroic rescue, the onlookers were left with the promising profession of cleanup. However, before they could start tidying up the mansion, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Wait, this is a private residence. What are you doing? Bang. The solid wooden door was forcefully kicked open, and a group of individuals clad in black uniforms poured in through the gaping entrance. When the shocked bodyguards inside turned to look outside, they could only see several guards who had already lost the will to resist. Who are you? Why are you trespassing into the Li family? The leading bodyguard glared at the group of unknown individuals and sternly inquired, simultaneously signaling to his comrades to obstruct the path to the second floor. Within mere seconds, a standoff had formed in the grand hall of the Li family. Strangely, despite the intruding figures clad in black, not brandishing any weapons, the bodyguards felt an unprecedented pressure. The leading bodyguard, mustering his courage, managed to complete his question. Yet, the intruders, with their palpable bravado, seemed utterly indifferent to his inquiry. The black-clad figures flowed in like a stream, parting into 2 lines. Through the gap emerged a solitary figure, a striking woman with azure hair, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. Ignoring the bodyguard's questions, she surveyed the disarray of the first floor. Upon noticing the scattered shards of glass and the remnants of severed limbs, a smirk of derision played at the corners of her lips. The Li family? Are you referring to the Li family of the young master you've already annihilated? Or perhaps the one we've dealt with for treachery against the nation? The leading bodyguard, startled by her words, realized that the untidy state of the ground floor had revealed a vulnerability, and the shocking nature of her statements rendered him speechless. He could only feign calmness as he retorted, I do not comprehend your insinuations. According to the laws of Dian, no one is permitted to intrude upon a private residence. Depart at once. Upon hearing the mention of Dian law, the woman raised an eyebrow, casting a curious glance at her black-clad companions before returning her gaze to the leading bodyguard. I never anticipated that I, Yuan San, would encounter someone invoking the laws of Dian. Just as the bodyguard believed his words had finally taken effect on this enigmatic woman, she revealed a smile for the first time, one that was both beautiful and chilling. Here, I embody the will of Dian. Moments later, all the female bodyguards present slumped in despair to one side. Although some contemplated resistance, they were unable to draw their weapons and were swiftly subdued. The intruders demonstrated unparalleled prowess, and after futile attempts to fight back, the bodyguards surrendered to the relentless search of the black-clad figures throughout the premises. Meanwhile, the woman known as Yuan San stood quietly at the center of the hall. Contemplatively toying with the shards of glass she had just collected, the subordinate paid no heed to the superior's demeanor and continued with the report. Another deceased male. Upon our identification, is the young master of the Li family, Yuan. He met his end through the violent severing of his head by an unknown force. And based on the expression upon his demise, we surmise he must have been engulfed in a state of extreme terror prior to his death. The sole female corpse belongs to Lady Liu, a distant relative of the Li family. At this juncture, the subordinate in black hesitated slightly. Yuan San's gaze remained fixated on the shards of glass in his hand, and he spoke in a flat tone. Speak, how did she perish? Seemingly recalling something ominous. Beads of cold sweat trickled down the subordinate's forehead as he trembled and replied, My lord, Liu was frightened to death. Considering the bizarre deaths of the previous individuals, I suspect it may be those entities. Huh. Yuan San finally diverted his attention from the glass shards to the quivering subordinate. What? Are you afraid? Upon hearing Yuan San's inquiry, the man in black stood upright, as if affronted, and exclaimed loudly, Lord Yuan, I am not afraid. Observing the slight tremor still coursing through the man's body, Yuan San sighed softly. Rest assured, this time it is not those entities. As for you, upon your return, you shall be reassigned to the Internal Affairs Department. When faced with those entities, fear equates to defeat. With that, Yuan San released his grip, and the shards had inexplicably transformed into stardust-like powder. Let us depart, since it has been confirmed that it is not those entities. And that woman has also bid us farewell. This place bears no further significance to us. Upon hearing Yuan San's decision to transfer him to logistics, the subordinate's face flushed crimson, as though he had received a profound insult. For them, serving on the front lines was a mark of honor, while logistics was reserved for the weak. Yet, it was undeniable that, deep within, he felt a flicker of relief. Finally, he would no longer have to confront those entities. However, as Yuan San turned away, a hint of indescribable melancholy lingered in his eyes. After glancing at the perplexed female bodyguards nearby, he instructed the middle-aged man in black standing beside him, Yan, erase their memories. The flames can only remain concealed in the shadows. Ordinary people need not be aware of our existence. The man named Yan, appearing as a disheveled middle-aged figure with heavy dark circles under his eyes, nodded slightly upon receiving Yuan San's order and proceeded directly to the side of the bodyguards. Upon standing before them, Yan suddenly extended his hands and pressed them against his own head. The bodyguards regarded the peculiar behavior of the man in black with curiosity, but mere seconds later, one by one, they succumbed to unconsciousness. Once the aftermath was addressed, the intruding figures in black departed the mansion as swiftly as they had arrived. At the moment the mansion's door closed, all the previously unconscious bodyguards seemed to receive some form of signal, simultaneously opening their eyes. Bewildered, they rose like puppets under control, beginning to tidy the house. Once the house was tidied up, it was as if a hidden button had been pressed, and the eyes of all present regained their luster. Yet, no one found it peculiar that the once messy mansion had transformed into a pristine abode, nor did they question when the sister stationed at the door had entered. It was as if nothing had transpired at all. Meanwhile, Yuan San, seated in a sleek black sports car, connected a call. Indeed, Your Majesty. This time it is not the usual disturbances. It appears to be merely a corporeal awakened. However, their strength is approaching mine, and their potential is commendable. Last night, Xiao Yuan reached out, urging us to safeguard the second young lady of the Yin family. Unexpectedly, we have ensnared the awakened known as Chen Ping'an. As Yin Sen spoke, Memories of the shattered special glass resurfaced in her mind. The female bodyguards were naturally tight-lipped, yet under the influence of the nightmare's power. Ordinary individuals could not conceal their secrets. Given the information previously obtained, Yuan instinctively connected the qualified corporeal awakened to Chen Ping'an. A man capable of shattering specialized glass with his bare fists must have exerted his utmost. Chen Ping'an, you are still too weak. When the opportunity arises, allow me to demonstrate to you the vastness of this world with my fists. An intriguing thought seemed to cross her mind, causing her breath to grow slightly heavier. On the other end of the line, a youthful voice imbued with a subtle authority responded, Yuan, my dear, catch your breath. I can't hear you panting from here. I am aware of the situation. Have someone assess Chen Ping'an's mental state. If feasible, recruit him into the Ember. I believe you are short-handed given the recent surge of anomalies. As for the Li family, they have ties to Minis, making it inconvenient to act against them for now. Let us keep them under control. The youthful authoritative voice conveyed a hint of exasperation. Although the great yin had grown significantly stronger, historical factors prevented it from ascending to the pinnacle of the world. Conversely, the world's foremost power, Minis, regarded the resurgence of great yin with apprehension, employing various insidious tactics that vexed the speaker. By the way, Yuan, you should make a trip to Magic City as soon as possible. I have an unsettling premonition regarding that place starting from noon today. Upon hearing this, Yuan-san's expression turned grave. I shall heed your will, your Imperial Highness. At the Magic City high-speed train station, Chen Ping'an arrived with the little girl. Chapter 34. The Restless 10th Gift in the Great Yin Kingdom. Outside the high-speed train station in Magic City, wow, Brother Ping'an, is this the Great Yin Magic City? It's so beautiful. Upon stepping out of the train station and gazing at the towering skyscrapers and the vibrant nightlife of Magic City, Yin Yu exclaimed with delight. At this moment, as the city lights began to twinkle, the night in Magic City was poised to reveal the charm of the illustrious pearl of the Great Yin. Yin Yu's hometown. The imperial capital, as the central city of the Great Yin, retained an air of historical gravitas in its architectural style. Although it too was bustling, it bore a completely different essence compared to the economically dominant Magic City. The young girl, who had never left her hometown, was immediately captivated by her first impression of the city. Of course, her admiration was also influenced by the fact that it was the hometown of the boy beside her. Upon hearing Yin Yu's praise, Chen Ping'an chuckled mischievously, stepping forward to gesture towards the bustling city behind him, boasting, Humph, impressive, isn't it? This is all the kingdom I've built for you, yeah. In response to Chen Ping'an's words, the young girl wrinkled her nose in displeasure and retorted, Humph. Bad brother, do not speak disrespectfully to the emperor. Although they had only spent a short time together, Chen Ping'an felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Yin Yu, likely due to the influence of their simulation. Naturally, he playfully pinched her fair, soft cheek, saying, Hee, it's all right, the great emperor won't mind. Feeling the warmth of his hand, the girl blushed, her combativeness dissipating entirely. Indeed, she was exceedingly easy to manage. In the realm of Dian, the title of emperor is a unique designation, one that blurs the lines between myth and historical reality. Legend has it that a century ago, the emperor emerged during a time of great turmoil, saving the realm of Dian from foreign invasion. In this process, the emperor seemingly displayed many extraordinary abilities. However, following the fall of the previous dynasty and the establishment of a new order, the legendary emperor has not made a reappearance. Strangely enough, despite the existence of primitive photographic equipment at that time, no images of the emperor were ever captured. Consequently, many of the younger generation in Dian harbor doubts about the emperor's existence. Some even speculate that the so-called emperor of Dian is merely a construct created by the heroes of the time, rather than a particular individual. Interestingly, the government of Dian shows no inclination to address these speculations. With the exception of those that are overtly absurd or malicious, most rumors go unchallenged. Thus, within the lore surrounding the emperor, tales abound of an immortal guardian who has protected Dian since ancient times, serving as its ancestral protector. Of unparalleled wisdom that laid the foundations of Dian's civilization, with contemporary society guided by the emperor's insight. And of formidable power that reshaped landscapes to create habitable environments for the people. Some fanciful tales even speak of the emperor having 3,000 maidens at his command, ascending to the heavens by day, The most ludicrous claim Chen Ping'an had heard was that the emperor was, in fact, a cute, red-eyed girl with white hair. To this, Chen Ping'an could only exclaim how utterly absurd it was. Had it not been for the fact that the speaker was his own club president, he would have felt compelled to confront such an outrageous assertion. Given the president's wild theories, Chen Ping'an even harbored concerns that she might have a penchant for younger girls, fearing she might tread a path of wrongdoing. However, seeing her preference for teasing older girls allowed him to rest easy, until the young lady, whom he secretly admired, was also charmed by this formidable figure. In the countless nights of his childhood, before his parents met with misfortune, Chen Ping'an drifted into slumber while listening to his mother narrate the legends of the emperor. After the tragic loss of his parents, he became an orphan, and the emperor, in a sense, became the most profound memory of his childhood. The system may not have randomly selected this boy, for within his heart, from his tender youth, lay the shadow of a heroic savior. Once a child who revered the emperor's grandeur, he now found a chance to embody heroism through the system's intervention. Gazing at the bustling metropolis behind him, Chen Ping'an recalled the emperor from his mother's tales, as well as the impending catastrophe that loomed in the skies above. Perhaps the seeds of fate had already been sown from the beginning. A heartbroken youth could indeed become a heroic savior, could he not? As thoughts swirled within him, a profound meaning flickered in his eyes, one that only he could comprehend. Yeah, I hold an immense love for this place, for its people, its city, and its nation. If one day she were to face peril, I hope to be a hero who can rescue this country, just like the emperor. The young girl, though unable to grasp the sentiments within the boy's heart, wished to accompany the one who had saved her. Perhaps she could even bear him a few children. Just as the young girl contemplated something that would surely infuriate her sister, a passing young man overheard her words and couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, what are you laughing at? Brother Ping'an can definitely do it. Yin Yu, incensed by someone daring to mock Chen Ping'an, erupted in anger. The young man, initially intent on ridiculing Chen Ping'an to assert his presence before the charming girl, found himself transfixed when he looked up and beheld the stunningly handsome youth. Chen Ping'an's gaze remained fixed on the distant, vibrant city, yet it seemed to penetrate far deeper. In the eyes of the young man, this exceptionally handsome boy radiated a presence that evoked a desire to kneel in reverence. Chen Ping'an, oblivious to the laughter beside him, found himself enveloped in a peculiar epiphany. This nation had endured immense suffering. Under the onslaught of invaders' artillery, the martyrs could only resist with their flesh and blood. In those times, countless ordinary souls, trapped in despair, yearned for a celestial emperor to sweep away external foes and restore clarity to the land of Dian. Thus, the emperor, in the hearts of the people of Dian, represented more than just a savior. He embodied the countless martyrs who had fought for the nation. Chen Ping'an firmly believed that such an emperor had indeed existed. But he was even more convinced that it was the countless unsung heroes, those who had sacrificed themselves, leaving no name behind, who were the true masters of Dian. As Chen Ping'an's thoughts surged within him, the crimson vitality coursing through his body responded to his innermost sentiments, roiling with fervor. In that moment, he felt as though his will had grazed something profound. Meanwhile, unseen to Chen Ping'an, the dormant system panel, which had previously contained only 2 slots in the talent section, trembled violently. The position for the 10th talent bar, which was not due to manifest for another 8 days, now radiated a brilliant red light, as if it were on the verge of breaking free. This red hue was so resplendent that it appeared ready to stain the talent bar and perhaps even the world itself in its vibrant essence. Yet, the long-absent mysterious voice emerged once more, this time tinged with a deep weariness. Wait. There are still too many possibilities. It is not yet your time to emerge. Upon hearing this voice, the red light seemed to flicker with reluctance, but ultimately succumbed to silence. Simultaneously, Chen Ping'an regained his clarity, and the previously dormant system panel suddenly materialized before him. Name: Chen Ping'an Doomsday Countdown, 9 days race, human attributes, Constitution 31, Spirit 11 talents, Martial Arts Myth, red. Heroic Journey, gold, system dormant. Recovery time 10 hours 42 minutes 53 seconds. Gazing at the panel, Chen Ping'an was taken aback. The recent epiphany had elevated his constitution to a third breakthrough beyond the limits of the human body. This newfound strength was palpable, and thus he was not entirely surprised. What truly astonished him was the introduction of a new attribute, spirit, for the first time. However, before he could inquire further about this new attribute. The system panel extinguished once more, leaving Chen Ping'an with his questions temporarily suspended in his mind. Meanwhile, the young man who had scoffed at Chen Ping'an had, unbeknownst to him, already knelt before him. Yeah, with a triumphant expression, raised her little head towards Chen Ping'an, resembling a victorious young general. Chen Ping'an recalled the events that transpired during his moment of enlightenment. The young man had knelt upon seeing him, an action seemingly linked to the epiphany he had just experienced. At that moment, it felt as though his will had intertwined with a vast consciousness that had persisted across millennia in this land. The young man's earlier derisive thoughts had succumbed to the impact of this will, resulting in his kneeling. However, it was likely that he would regain his senses shortly. It was not a significant issue. Chen Ping'an gently ruffled Ye's little head. Yeah, do you not find my previous words rather amusing? After all, many often regard the desire to be a hero as somewhat laughable. Yeah, like a cat, nuzzled her little head against Chen Ping'an's palm and softly replied. Yeah, doesn't he understand these things, but I believe in Brother Ping'an. Because when you saved me, you became my hero. As he gazed into the earnest eyes of the little girl, warmth flooded Chen Ping'an's heart. However, the little girl abruptly shattered the warm atmosphere with her next words. Brother Ping'an, can I come to your house tonight? I promise I won't climb onto your bed. With her sparkling, doe-like eyes, she appeared as though she might burst into tears if he declined her request. Yet, in Chen Ping'an's eyes, this little girl was clearly determined to climb. He gently tapped the girl, who had inexplicably flipped a peculiar switch. Do not think about it, Second Mississippi. I promised your sister to take you home. Let us set off now. Rubbing her little head, Ye felt a twinge of reluctance. However, the thought of soon reuniting with her sister brought her some solace. She secretly resolved to ask her sister to help her forge a connection with Brother Ping'an when the time came. Sister, your little sister is growing up. I will find you a brother-in-law myself. At the Yan family estate, Yanqing held a freshly sharpened pair of scissors, mimicking a snipping motion twice in satisfaction. A glimmer of cold brilliance flickered in her striking eyes, sending shivers down the spine of the club president. President, I've changed my mind. Our anime club will exclusively consist of girls. It must be that the troubles plaguing Ping'an stemmed from that bothersome root. So let me assist her. By the time Ping'an awakens again, she will have transformed into a girl. Gazing at the dangerously alluring Yanqing, the club president could only manage a few awkward chuckles. Little Ping'an, please do not come. Current Qingqing is truly terrifying. I feel as though I might wet myself from fright. Chapter 35, Action Guidance. The money-adding practitioner at 8 o'clock in the evening. A taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the Yen family's grand mansion. Chen Ping'an led Yen Yu to the door and gently pressed the doorbell. The camera at the entrance shifted slightly, and upon recognizing the two figures, the grand door quietly opened, accompanied by the mechanical voice. Intelligent robot Xiao A. Welcome Miss Ye home. Is this the latest artificial intelligence villa? It is said that there are very few like it in the entire magical metropolis. I never expected to see one here. With a curious expression, Chen Ping'an began to examine the opulent residence before him. Meanwhile, Ye joyfully linked her arm with Chen Ping'an's and exclaimed, smart homes are a product of our Yen family. Our family dominates this market thanks to a brilliant young female engineer who shoulders the responsibility. As she said this, her neck arched with pride, almost demanding praise. Chen Ping'an was certainly no fool. Hearing Yen Yu's words, he couldn't help but cast a skeptical glance her way. Could this girl truly be the genius engineer? Upon further reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. Chen Ping'an recalled that in a previous simulation, Ye had utilized her computer skills to infiltrate a secure archive, triggering an inexplicable and eerie attack. This seemingly simple-minded girl was, in fact, a talented young genius. Just as Chen Ping'an was about to commend Yen Yu, a chilling female voice emerged from within the open door. What are you two doing standing at the door? Hurry up and come inside. Unbeknownst to them, Yanqing and the club president had already arrived at the entrance. The first time Yanqing laid eyes on Chen Ping'an, transformed beyond the limits of human capability. She was momentarily taken aback by his striking features, causing her gaze to narrow slightly. However, being well-versed in the ways of the world, she quickly regained her composure. Chen Ping'an glanced towards the two senior sisters nearby, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Typically, Qing Jie maintained a certain aloofness towards strangers. Yet today her demeanor seemed unusually frigid, even more so than usual. As for the club president, She stood obediently behind Chen Jie, casting furtive glances in his direction. Chen Ping'an, with his heightened sense of smell, detected a faint, briny scent emanating from the president, particularly around her jeans. Was she feeling unwell? Yanqing maintained a poised yet polite smile, exuding the essence of a cold beauty. However, when her gaze fell upon her sister, who was affectionately linked to Chen Ping'an's arm, the corners of her eyes twitched ever so slightly. Very well, Ping'an, thank you for rescuing my sister today. Let us discuss this further inside. In stark contrast to Chen Jie's welcoming demeanor, the club president was fervently shaking her head behind Yanqing. Yet, the moment Yanqing turned around, the president instantly donned an innocent expression once more, leaving Chen Ping'an bewildered. Could it be that the Li family had taken action against Chen Jie and her companions, and now they were signaling him? Contemplating this, Chen Ping'an, who had initially intended to take his leave, followed closely behind Yanqing, accompanied by Yu, as they entered the house. As the president drew near to Chen Ping'an, she formed a gesture indicating he should make a hasty retreat. Run, you fool. If you proceed any further, you might become Ping'an's little sister. Chen Ping'an, brimming with confidence, nodded reassuringly at the president. Rest assured, no one will come to harm while I'm here. Upon his inaugural visit to Yanqing's residence, Chen Ping'an was struck by an overwhelming sense of cleanliness. The entire house was devoid of excessive ornamentation, characterized instead by an exquisite simplicity and purity. This aesthetic was a perfect reflection of Chen Jie's taste, minimalistic, elegant, and refreshingly clean. Under Yanqing's guidance, the group made their way to the living room and took their seats. Chen Ping'an couldn't help but noticed the absence of any servants thus far. Yanqing approached the coffee table and lightly tapped it 4 times. Shortly thereafter, a tray-carrying robot appeared, bringing an array of prepared snacks to the table. Once all the treats were arranged, Yanqing lifted her cup of red tea and directed her gaze at Chen Ping'an. So, Ping'an, may I inquire what you and my sister were up to this afternoon? How is it that you drooled in her sleep? Taken aback by Yanqing's question, Chen Ping'an found it perplexing, yet not something he couldn't address, responding candidly. This afternoon, Yu was sleeping right beside me, naturally. I would know. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's response, Yanqing, who had harbored a flicker of hope, felt her hands tremble slightly as she asked with a voice that carried a hint of distortion, "Is that so? Then aside from sleeping, you did not engage in any intimate activities, did you?" It was at this moment that Chen Ping'an realized Yanqing had misunderstood, believing he had taken advantage of her younger sister. Unable to suppress his laughter, he replied, "Senior Qing, do you not know who I am? How could I ever do such a thing to your sister?" However, as he uttered these words, Yuan, who had been maintaining a compliant demeanor under pressure, nearly spewed his tea in disbelief. "Little Ping'an, what a scandalous reputation you have. Are you not aware?" Meanwhile, Yanqing's mind echoed with the words Chen Ping'an had spoken the previous night. White stockings, twin tails, Lolita, little sister. As she observed Chen Ping'an with her sister clinging to his arm, she noted that her beloved sister did not rush to embrace her. Chen Ping'an's earlier statement was, in Yanqing's ears, transformed into a message of disdain. What a shame. Senior Qing, with those long legs of yours. How could you allow your sister's white stockings to be so enticing? Yanqing was furious to the point of hearing things. But that wasn't all. Hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Yu interjected with indignation, "Brother Ping'an, we have already engaged in such activities. My first time nearly left me breathless." At this, Chen Ping'an recalled that kiss, which had almost caused Yu to suffocate, and he awkwardly scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Yet, to the already exasperated Yanqing, Chen Ping'an was no longer the bashful young man. In her mind, she envisioned that fateful afternoon when the phone call had failed to connect, and there he was. The beast, holding her sister's delicate leg, licking his lips and murmuring, "Your sister is quite delectable." Yanqing's hands trembled so violently that the tea splattered. Some of it landed on her chest, and as the pristine white shirt became damp, a glimpse of what lay beneath was revealed, albeit marred by a dark object. Chen Ping'an, taken aback by the tea that had splashed onto him, was about to rise to assist when he suddenly noticed Yanqing glaring up at him with an ominous glint in her eyes. With a swift motion, she tore open the front of her shirt, revealing the black scissors she had sharpened earlier, charging directly at Chen Ping'an. "Chen Ping'an, I shall cut you." In a state of panic, Chen Ping'an and Yu were both stunned by the sight of Senior Qing brandishing scissors. "Senior, is that how you wield a weapon?" Meanwhile, Yuan, who had been observing Yanqing for quite some time, tossed aside his tea and shouted, "Little Ping'an, run, or you might end up as her sister." As he shouted, the loyal president, brimming with fear of the deranged Yan Qing, lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Yan Qing's slender waist. In an instant, the two girls tumbled to the ground, their garments soaked by the spilled tea, revealing even more skin. However, Chen Ping'an was unaware that he had already grasped the scissors that had previously been in Yan Qing's possession. This extraordinary individual, who had surpassed the limits of humanity, wore a look of astonishment as he beheld the two school beauties rolling on the ground. Oh my, who would have thought the president had such dimensions? Indeed, watching beautiful girls fight is quite a spectacle. Yuan Jia, will you continue to shield him? He actually dared to sleep with my sister. My sister has just come of age. Qingqing, please remain calm. Although Ping'an may be a bit lecherous and impulsive, and his first attempt was rather forceful, he will undoubtedly take responsibility. The rolling beauties seemed to have uttered something quite significant. On the sidelines, Chen Ping'an, engrossed in the spectacle, suddenly felt that something was amiss. At this moment, both he and Yin Yu realized that a tremendous misunderstanding had occurred. They exchanged a helpless glance. And Chen Ping'an couldn't help but notice a hint of longing in the large lowly's eyes. Ah, while you are indeed of age, being overly reckless will only lead to trouble. Qingqing, remember, Ping'an had already communicated with you. His elder sister, hasn't he? Though he may be lecherous, he is honest. Surely it's because Yaya is simply too adorable that he couldn't contain himself. Originally intending to mock the large lowly, Chen Ping'an felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing the president's words. President, I implore you, please keep silent. As the two continued to roll around more fiercely, their clothing becoming increasingly disheveled, Yaya, unable to bear the sight any longer, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Stop fighting. Please don't continue." Seeing that the large lowly had taken the initiative, Chen Ping'an felt it inappropriate to continue watching the brawl. He neatly set aside the scissors and dashed to their side, effortlessly pulling them apart. Upon seeing Chen Ping'an intervene, the president ceased her actions immediately. However, when Xingjie noticed it was Chen Ping'an who was pulling her away, her anger intensified. Observing her pitiful younger sister and recalling how she had been bullied by her esteemed junior, Yanqing gritted her teeth, preparing to take a bite out of Chen Ping'an. "Sister, please stop." With a loud cry, Yaya, unwilling to witness a confrontation between her sister and Chen Ping'an, covered her face and appeared to be on the verge of tears. Upon seeing her sister cry, Yanqing panicked. "Yaya, don't cry. I was wrong." Flustered, she rushed to her sister's side. Yet this normally aloof and proud Xiao found herself utterly at a loss on how to console her sister. However, once Yaya saw her sister regain her composure, she cheekily uncovered her face and made a playful grimace. "Silly. Sister, you always do this. Once you fixate on something, you simply cannot stop. If I hadn't intervened, you might have actually tried to bite Brother Ping'an." As Qingjie's closest sister, Yin Yu was well aware of her sister's personality, cool on the surface but prone to obsessive tendencies. Once she got caught up in a spiral, it would take a considerable effort to halt her rampage unless she cried. Seeing her sister's smile, Yanqing finally felt a sense of relief, and much of her anger dissipated in the chaos. With an irritated glare directed at Chen Ping'an, Yanqing returned to her seat, momentarily neglecting to tidy her disheveled attire. She addressed the two individuals directly, demanding, "Let us have a proper discussion. What exactly transpired?" Observing that Qingqing had regained her composure, the club president settled back into her chair, wearing an expression that conveyed her eagerness to hear the tale as she turned her gaze towards Chen Ping'an. Subsequently, Chen Ping'an recounted his experiences in the Li family mansion from his perspective, omitting the incident of being forcefully kissed by a certain large lowly. After all, how could one's first kiss be forced? That would be utterly humiliating. As Chen Ping'an spoke, both Yanqing and the club president found themselves momentarily speechless. Had it not been for Yin Yu's constant nodding in agreement, they would have undoubtedly suspected that Chen Ping'an was spinning a fanciful yarn. After all, the bodyguards had merely reported that Chen Ping'an had rescued Yin Yu and the others without delving into any details. What Chen Ping'an described, catching bullets with his hands, tearing apart foes, and smashing through reinforced shields, sounded like the plot of a third-rate anti-invader drama. However, one must remember that Inazuma had submitted to the emperor over a century ago. Such dramatic narratives were hardly captivating, even for a 3-year-old child. Yet, Observing Chen Ping'an's earnest demeanor and recalling the testimonies of Yan Yu and the bodyguards regarding their rescue, Yanqing and the club president exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Could it be true? Had little Ping'an transformed into a superhero? Noticing their incredulous expressions, Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of helplessness. After all, everyone had undergone years of materialist education. The sudden shift to a fantastical narrative was indeed overwhelming. He needed to devise a means to demonstrate his newfound prowess. Upon spotting a pair of scissors he had previously set down, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He seized the scissors and turned to the two skeptical upperclassmen, declaring, "What one hears may be false, but what one sees is truth. Allow me to demonstrate this extraordinary power." Two pairs of beautiful eyes, clouded with confusion, fixed their gaze upon the boy who wore an expression of self-importance. In the next moment, a crimson glow enveloped Chen Ping'an's palm. Within the embrace of this red light, the scissors, which he perceived as quite elegant, were easily manipulated as if they were soft clay. Before long, a sharp and sturdy pair of scissors was firmly grasped in his hand. As he flexed his fingers slightly, the two young women were utterly captivated by the spectacle. With a flourish, he opened his palm, allowing a round metallic sphere to drop onto the pristine marble floor, where it rolled away with a gentle clatter. "Now you must believe," he stated confidently. The two girls observed the rolling metal sphere, glanced back at Chen Ping'an, and then at the sphere still emanating a faint red glow, nodding mechanically in acknowledgement. Are my hands not impressive?" The president wanted to see something entertaining. And this surely must have startled you. Though Chen Ping'an maintained a serious demeanor, internally he reveled in the success of his grand display before the club president. Suddenly, an alarm blared, "Warning, warning, warning." The guest, Chen Ping'an, inadvertently damaged the owner's treasured artifact, the number 13 dragon-patterned iron scissors, which Xiaowei estimated to be worth approximately 8 million Dian coins. Xiaowei's alarm drew all eyes back to Chen Ping'an, and the atmosphere in the room instantly turned peculiar. Under the gaze of the young ladies, Chen Ping'an awkwardly wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and stammered, "Ahem, Senior Qing, I never imagined that your scissors for cutting people would be so expensive." A soft chuckle escaped someone, breaking the tension. And soon the laughter spread like wildfire. Apart from the still embarrassed Chen Ping'an, the other three women recalled his earlier blunder and erupted into laughter. Yanqing, supporting her younger sister, gazed at the awkward Chen Ping'an with a playful glint in her eyes and reassured him, "Don't worry, Ping'an, you need not compensate for it. After all, I initiated the attack." As she spoke, Yanqing earnestly regarded the junior she had always found appealing and, with a serious tone, expressed, "Ping'an, thank you for saving my sister. I will send you a token of gratitude later. It is merely a gesture, but please make sure to accept it." Thus, the mission to rescue Yan Yu was accomplished. After arranging to meet again to present Chen Ping'an with a special gift, Yanqing gently pulled her reluctant sister away, leaving the little girl in despair as they returned home. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an escorted the president, preparing to head back. Standing at the bus stop on that winter night, beneath the cold moonlight, both fell into a contemplative silence. Once aboard the bus, unable to endure the strange stillness, Chen Ping'an broke the silence. "By the way, President, your family must be quite wealthy. Why didn't you arrange for a private car and instead chose to take the bus with me?" That's a secret." The president, seated by the window, gazed at the dazzling city lights outside and casually posed another question to Chen Ping'an. "Speaking of your experiences today, did you encounter anyone particularly remarkable during your trip to the capital? Perhaps a certain cold and aloof woman in a black uniform?" From his vantage point, Chen Ping'an could only see the delicate profile of the beautiful president. This question puzzled him, but after a moment's reflection, he confidently replied, "Not at all." "Who are you referring to, President?" After a brief silence, just when Chen Ping'an thought she would not respond, a soft voice emerged, "A woman who almost married me. A woman who almost wed the president." Chen Ping'an was taken aback by her shocking revelation. Could it be that our president truly has an affection for women? Wait, if the president is indeed a lesbian, how can a Ning escape her grasp? As Chen Ping'an's mind overloaded and he fell into a stupor, the wise president turned to him, her eyes sparkling with amusement at his dazed expression, having guessed the foolish thoughts swirling in his head. Suddenly, the president revealed a mischievous smile, and her right hand stealthily reached towards Chen Ping'an's head. With a swift tap, a sound akin to striking metal resonated as she struck his head. Caught off guard, The president instinctively covered her aching fingers, exclaiming, "Ouch. Ping'an, your head is quite solid." Awakened from his reverie, Chen Ping'an looked at his president in bewilderment. Observing his evidently overloaded mind, the president irritably clarified, "Stop overthinking. I have no interest in women. She is merely my childhood friend. However, had she been born a boy, I might have considered marrying her. You know, the traditional betrothal kind of thing." Chen Ping'an tilted his head, contemplating her words, and found himself pondering the complexities of a wealthy individual's world. While they reveled in a life unattainable by ordinary folks, they were also bound by corresponding obligations. Perhaps the freedom of marriage was merely the least burdensome of all. As the president rubbed her reddened fingers, she continued to explain to Chen Ping'an, "I'm not entirely sure what she is up to now, but she mentioned last year that I could reach out to her if anything arose in the capital. Thus, after your call last night, I asked her to look after Yenyu. After all, you seem to be on the brink of something significant, yet were unwilling to disclose any details." It was at this moment that Chen Ping'an realized the president had already arranged so much the previous night. This was not surprising, as their whimsical president, despite her love for gossip and flirtation, held her own in high regard. Ignoring the approving gaze of her junior, the president opened her fair hand, curling her long fingers slightly before casually remarking, "If I hadn't seen her, it would have been for the best. That girl is a martial maniac. If she saw how formidable you are now, she would surely want to spar with you. But given your current state, if she were to be outmatched, it would spell trouble for you." Quite an intriguing predicament, indeed. At this juncture, the president could not help but scrutinize Chen Ping'an, continuing until he felt somewhat uncomfortable. She then remarked, "Speaking of which, I noticed a significant change in you during our dinner last night, and I never expected you to accomplish something so monumental today." Earlier, at senior sister Qing's residence, amidst the commotion aimed at transforming Chen Ping'an into a younger sister, no one had thought to inquire about the reasons behind his sudden transformation. Now, in their private moment, the president recalled the peculiarity of Chen Ping'an's change. After all, they had been acquainted for a year, and she was well aware of Chen Ping'an's past, having been no more than an ordinary person. In her life, aside from the little girl she had encountered in her childhood, this was the second instance of encountering such an extraordinary existence. It was, indeed, quite fascinating. Noticing the president's keen interest in him, Chen Ping'an understood that her curiosity was piqued. Trusting her implicitly, he began to contemplate the matter of revealing his intentions and seeking companions. As Chen Ping'an prepared to speak, a mysterious feminine voice, known as the Observer, suddenly resonated in his mind. "If you wish to shield her from corruption, refrain from uttering a word. The last simulation left me gravely injured after awakening that entity. Any further disclosure could precipitate the apocalypse." The urgent voice that had abruptly appeared in his mind curtailed Chen Ping'an's inclination to continue. It seemed that this matter was indeed urgent. Despite the weariness in her tone, the mysterious voice rapidly continued, "Chen Ping'an, in the coming days, you may reign supreme and indulge in whatever pleasures you desire. However, should you wish to avert the end of days, do not speak of them to others before the calamity begins. They are always watching, and do not harbor any illusions. You remain too frail. Their gaze could obliterate all that you possess. Remember, Chen Ping'an, you still have 8 opportunities to unlock your talent column." The voice grew increasingly feeble, and after delivering her last message, she vanished entirely, leaving only the countdown of the system panel, originally poised to confess and gather allies. Chen Ping'an's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness upon hearing the mysterious voice. The sudden interruption froze his demeanor, leading the club president to mistakenly believe that this matter was one best left unspoken. Suppressing her curiosity, the understanding president sighed softly. A gentle hand caressed Chen Ping'an's face, the warmth of the touch bringing him back to reality. "All right, our anime club has a rule. We do not pry into each other's secrets. So, if you happen to be a descendant of an ancient martial arts family, a cultivator of the immortal path, a cyborg, or a time traveler, I will absolutely refrain from inquiring." The president's words were heartfelt and respectful. However, as Chen Ping'an glanced at the president's slightly twisted smile, it became apparent that she was undeniably curious. Though the mysterious voice was akin to a riddle deserving of Batman's wrath, Chen Ping'an acknowledged that his powers were derived from her. Thus, he resolved to temporarily adhere to the system's admonition and keep the impending doom a secret. Yet, Observing the president's pitiful expression and recalling how she risked herself to protect him during the chaos with senior sister Qing, he sighed and remarked, "It seems that my concealed identity, hidden for so many years, can no longer remain a secret." President. Yes. Speak. I am listening. The president's captivating eyes were fixed intently upon him, as if anticipating a revelation of monumental proportions. In truth, I am the reincarnation of the great Flame Emperor, and my mission is to save the world in the future. For just 100 coins, I can unlock my ancient treasure and reclaim my lost power. President. I am the great Flame Emperor. Hurry and send the funds. Once I succeed, I shall grant you half of the realm. Chen Ping'an's declaration prompted the president to roll her eyes dramatically, nearly sending them skyward. Humph. I have already stated that. Our esteemed Lord Emperor is but a little lowly. You, dashing fellow, dare to impersonate the Emperor. Do you believe I would truly have Qingqing cut you down? From now on, let us all be sisters. Reflecting on that previous incident with Senior Qing's unhinged, Yandra-like scissor skills, a chill ran down Chen Ping'an's spine. Ahem, just teasing you. However, I must admit that the specifics of the matter are not convenient to disclose at this time. Yet, when the moment is ripe, I shall undoubtedly inform you. President Yuan cast a sidelong glance at this rascal Chen Ping'an, pondering whether to let him off the hook. Nevertheless, the audacity of Chen Ping'an to refer to himself as the emperor irked her, prompting her to huff. Very well, I shall overlook this matter. Let us discuss another topic. I, the eternal bystander, shall forever walk the path of gossip. Rua. Now, let us delve into what else transpired with Yaya. That girl may appear somewhat daft, yet she possesses remarkable initiative, akin to her sister. I refuse to believe that you, a well-mannered gentleman, could truly restrain yourself this afternoon. Confess. Have you not taken advantage of our dear Yaya? Huffed. President, do not tarnish my reputation. Thus, the pair continued their playful banter until they arrived at their destination, the central villa district of Magic City. Before parting ways, President Yuan observed Chen Ping'an, who had been jesting with her throughout the journey, and finally relinquished her concerns regarding his mental state. After all, suddenly acquiring power and having taken a life for the first time would naturally raise her apprehensions. As for the act of killing itself, given her family background, it was something she had long since come to terms with. Her worry for Chen Ping'an was the reason she chose to take public transport home. She needed more time to observe him and comfort this troublesome junior of hers. At this moment, feeling reassured, the president spoke earnestly to Chen Ping'an as they bid farewell. Ping'an, I understand that you may be far more formidable than I had initially thought. Qingqing has taken care of the aftermath for you. However, should any matters arise in the future, I sincerely hope you will discuss them with us first. Just as I expressed when I invited you to join our association all those years ago, please try to trust your president at all times. Upon hearing her words, Chen Ping'an was somewhat taken aback. Yet, witnessing the rare seriousness on his president's face, he began to comprehend why this mischievous woman had opted to take the bus, spending so much time allowing him to escort her. His gaze softened as he replied gently, "Indeed, I shall always believe in you." Moments earlier, at the military base outside Magic City, a specialized aircraft, having flown in from the capital, had just completed its landing on the winter night's airport runway. Only a handful of black-clad warriors awaited its arrival. The individuals aboard this aircraft held an exceptionally unique position within the military system, drawing the attention of all who gazed upon the landing craft, curious about the legendary members of the crew. Bang! The steel door of the cabin was forcefully kicked open. The tremendous force caused the door to slam violently against the side of the fuselage, eliciting a twitch from the soldiers present. At that moment, a strikingly elegant woman with long legs leapt directly from the aircraft's doorway. Chapter 38. The conclusion of the second night beside the airport runway, the liaison officers, who had received their orders in advance, gazed in astonishment at the beautiful woman who had leapt from a height of over 10 meters. A pale azure glow flickered for a brief moment as she descended, and despite the considerable distance she fell, there was not a whisper of sound. It was not until Yuan approached within 10 meters that one officer recalled his mission. Hastily, he saluted and stepped forward to present the pre-prepared dossier in his hand. Yuan accepted the file, deftly tearing open the wax seal marked Top Secret, and began to peruse its contents. At the top of the documents was a photograph of Chen Ping'an, followed by a series of psychological assessments and background investigations. Oh, the intelligence department remains as swift as ever. That old scoundrel Yin is quite impressive. His psychological rating is deemed safe? TSK. Have these analysts not seen the carnage left by the Li family? How can I possibly engage him in a fight if he is rated as safe? Slightly displeased, Yun San continued to flip through the remaining documents. As the head of this review, it was her duty to know everything about this reservist. It was not until she reached the last page, featuring a recent photograph of Chen Ping'an, that her impatience faltered. The image captured by a public surveillance camera showed Chen Ping'an laughing and conversing with the president of the association, and in that moment, a smile subtly graced Yun San's lips, a pale azure light shimmering in the depths of her eyes. The liaison officer trailing behind her felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, as if he were facing an arch-nemesis. However, the pressure was fleeting. Just as the officers stood bewildered, Yun San commanded, "Prepare the venue. I must have a proper fight with this lad tonight." "Yes, my lord." In the heart of the central villa area, within a residence that harmoniously blended Eastern and Western architectural styles, a young girl named Yuan sat on a small red chair by the glass balcony, quietly gazing at the moonlit sky. The twin moons of this night appeared fuller than the previous evening. Observing the lunar transformation, Yuan's face remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Her delicate visage was as exquisite as the finest doll, yet, much like a doll, it lacked vitality. "Miss, it is already 11:30. You should retire for the night," came the gentle reminder from her personal maid, Xiaoyu. However, Yuan continued to gaze at the moon, showing no inclination to respond. Noticing her young mistress's silence, Xiaoyu sighed in resignation. Typically, Yuan would retire by 9, yet tonight she seemed enchanted by the moon. Despite having reminded her 3 times, the young mistress showed no signs of wanting to rest or even acknowledge her words. But this time, upon hearing the maid's words, Yuan's exquisite eyes flickered slightly. "Is it already 11:30? I understand. I will go to bed now. Xiaoyu, you may leave." Upon hearing her young master's response, the maid, Xiaoyu, exhaled deeply, relieved to confirm that the indoor heating was functioning properly, ensuring that her young master would not feel the chill of the winter night. After bowing respectfully to the girl, she retreated, closing the grand door behind her. As the sound of the door shutting echoed in the room, the girl gazed at the twin moons in the sky, murmuring, "Chen Ping'an, are you also a deceiver?" A sense of melancholy enveloped her heart as the petite girl stood up with a blank expression, preparing to turn towards her own chamber. Time was slipping away. In the shadows, unseen by others, a solitary tear silently traced down the young girl's cheek, marking yet another betrayal of her hopes. Suddenly, a series of knocks against the glass interrupted her thoughts. Turning around, she found Chen Ping'an waiting outside the balcony glass, the very person she had anticipated for so long. With a hint of apology in his gaze, Chen Ping'an looked at the girl before him. In truth, he had arrived at her window around 10 o'clock. But the maid's vigilant watch over the girl, who had stayed up late, deterred him from revealing himself. It was only after the maid's footsteps receded that he seized the opportunity to appear. Having overheard the girl's murmured words and gleaning some understanding of her parents' plight from her diary, Chen Ping'an felt a surge of compassion for this child. "Brother immortal, you have finally come." Upon recognizing Chen Ping'an, a radiant smile illuminated the girl's face. Yet, the more joy she displayed, the more his heart ached for her. What kind of childhood had this child endured? "I'm sorry for being late tonight," Chen Ping'an said, and to his surprise, the girl burst into laughter. The seemingly delicate girl, akin to a finely crafted doll, suddenly exuded the vitality of a living being. "No, you kept your promise. You did not deceive me," she replied. Chen Ping'an stared at her beaming face, momentarily taken aback. While Ning and senior sister Qing were indeed rare beauties in the human realm, this young girl, when she smiled, captivated him utterly. She would grow to be a breathtaking beauty. "Wait, no, I'm not a Lolita enthusiast." Realizing his thoughts, Chen Ping'an slapped his own face to regain his composure. The girl tilted her head, observing his peculiar behavior with confusion. Although she was extraordinarily intelligent, she could not fathom why this older brother would strike himself. The strange older brother tapped lightly on the small window, prompting the girl to promptly open it. Chen Ping'an grinned, retrieving a piece of milk candy he had purchased on his way back from the capital, and offered it to her. "Here, Yuan, today. Brother treats you to some candy." The little girl gazed at the milk candy in Chen Ping'an's hand, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable light. In that moment, to her, Chen Ping'an's figure overlapped with a shadow from whom she could no longer part. The memories were hazy and distant. Yet the warmth and sense of safety they evoked made her heart flutter. As Chen Ping'an pondered this unexpected connection, Yuan gently accepted the candy, offering him a grateful smile. In the ensuing minutes, Chen Ping'an leaned against the glass canopy, gazing at the luminous moon above, while engaging in light-hearted conversation with the demure child, Yuan, who sat quietly in her chair. In that moment, Chen Ping'an realized that Yuan was indeed a remarkably tranquil child. Regardless of what he shared, she responded with utmost politeness, devoid of the disruptive tendencies often exhibited by children her age. Soon, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching from within the house. Yuan, someone is coming. Next time, your brother will return to play with you. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of reluctance crossed Yuan's eyes. Yet her understanding nature prompted her to gently nod in agreement. However, Chen Ping'an did not depart immediately. Instead, he regarded Yuan with a mischievous smile, saying, "Your brother has excellent hearing." Yuan looked at him with curiosity, puzzled by the unexpected remark at such a parting moment. "Though you praised my handsomeness last night, I must emphasize that I am no thief, our clever little Yuan." It was only then that Yuan comprehended that someone capable of discerning distant footsteps would certainly overhear her soft murmurings. Her doll-like, exquisitely delicate face seemed to blossom with a rosy hue, as her previously composed expression faltered. Observing Yuan, who had been outsmarted, Chen Ping'an smiled and bid her farewell with a promise to meet again. In the next instant, without awaiting her response, he leaped from the windowsill, soaring into the starry night. "Bad brother," Yuan murmured, covering her flushed cheeks. After a brief moment, she quietly rose from her small chair and returned to her room. As she closed the door, she gazed at the eternally unchanging night sky and softly whispered, "Good night." At that moment, the gradually full moon no longer seemed to evoke a sense of chill within her. Outside the balcony door, Xiaoyu stood silently for a while before turning back to venture deeper into the residence. As the clock struck midnight, a shadow spread throughout the mansion. Except for the balcony and the small room where Yuan resided on the second floor, all lights within the estate extinguished in an instant. Had Chen Ping'an remained there, he would have witnessed the Lin family mansion vanishing from its place, replaced by an indistinct phantom. Within this obscured silhouette, Xiaoyu continued her steady stride into the depths of the estate, navigating the darkness with ease. The echo of her high heels resonated faintly in the empty abode. After what felt like an eternity, Xiaoyu halted before a blood-red door. Countless bizarre black characters seemed to writhe upon the crimson surface, as if alive, flowing freely across the entrance. As the midnight chimes rang out, the second day of the Doomsday 10 had come to a close, and at that moment, Chen Ping'an had just leaped over the wall of the central villa area. "Ever since I acquired extraordinary abilities, I have grown increasingly averse to using doors." Just as he prepared to return home and embark upon a new day of simulations, suddenly, a shadow lunged directly towards him. Chapter 39. Yuan feels secure suddenly. From the dimly lit street, a shadow darted forth, swiftly colliding with Chen Ping'an, who had just leaped from the villa area. The speed of the shadow was so astonishing that even Chen Ping'an, having undergone 3 extreme breakthroughs, was momentarily oblivious to its presence. It was only when the shadow approached that he hastily raised his hand to defend himself. A dull thud resonated between the shadow and Chen Ping'an. As the air crackled with the impact, the fallen leaves on the road scattered in a whirlwind. Yet curiously, the once bustling street had fallen into an unexpected silence, as if the world had narrowed down to just the 2 combatants. With a light thump, both the shadow and Chen Ping'an landed steadily on the ground. It was at this moment that Chen Ping'an finally discerned the true identity of his assailant. Before him stood a tall, aloof beauty, her long azure hair cascading down to her waist, and her figure, clad in a sleek black combat suit, was undeniably striking. Yet, this enchanting woman had just unleashed a force and speed that rivaled Chen Ping'an's usual prowess. Realizing this, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but cast a look of astonishment towards the mysterious attacker. Yuan, intrigued, observed Chen Ping'an with interest, noting that her sudden assault had been entirely met with his defense. No, it was more than just a defense. She secretly clenched her slightly numb arm, increasingly anticipating the boy's capabilities. It seemed this young man not only possessed remarkable strength, but also impressive reflexes, making him quite exceptional among physical awakeners. With a mischievous thought, Yuan's gaze towards Chen Ping'an grew more fervent. Sensing the intensity of the young woman's stare, Chen Ping'an felt increasingly bewildered. He was certain that the strength and movements she had displayed were beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. However, while she appeared exceptionally capable, he was convinced that she had not cultivated any form of qi or blood martial arts. Instead, upon closer inspection, her aura seemed to subtly conflict with the essence of qi and blood. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Chen Ping'an inquired. In response to his question, Yuan revealed a fierce smile, showing no inclination to explain herself. Feeling the pure combat spirit emanating from her, Chen Ping'an instinctively began to assess his surroundings in preparation for the impending confrontation. The street was unusually quiet, with even the distant sounds from the villa area having vanished. Noticing Chen Ping'an's cautious observation, Yuan glanced towards a nearby high-rise where another figure in black was concealed. After receiving an okay gesture from the man, Yuan called out to Chen Ping'an, "Kid, not bad. Come, let's have a spar. If I enjoy myself, I'll tell you everything you wish to know." With that, she propelled herself off the ground, her dark boots thudding against the pavement. In an instant, the figure transformed into a shadow of azure, hurtling towards Chen Ping'an with an unprecedented swiftness, even surpassing the speed displayed during their previous encounter. Astonishingly swift, Chen Ping'an felt a jolt of alarm within. The woman's velocity seemed to eclipse his own normal capabilities, approaching the prowess he exhibited when catching bullets at the Leaf family estate. Yet, what truly astounded him was the contradiction to years of materialistic education that emphasized scientific reasoning. The speed and strength demonstrated by the woman defied all scientific explanation. As for Chen Ping'an himself, why concern himself with scientific rationale when he wielded his own extraordinary abilities? However, before he could contemplate further, the black-clad woman's long legs struck before him. In a moment of extreme velocity, it appeared as if a blade of azure was descending upon him, and he could almost sense the rush of wind. Yet, to Yuan, such swiftness was merely perceived as remarkable by ordinary standards. Following his innate transformation, Chen Ping'an's strength had ascended to an entirely new echelon. With a resounding thud, he countered her attack with a single hand, halting her strike with precision. Yuan, witnessing her initial assault thwarted, felt a surge of exhilaration. Just like that. "Come on, boy. Unleash your full potential. Do not disappoint me." Awakening technique, Azure Gale. A tangible azure light surged forth from Yuan's being. As it shimmered, the air thickened with the essence of wind, and beneath the azure luminescence, her speed surged once more. Her long, elegant legs sliced through the air like twin blades of azure, furiously aiming for Chen Ping'an. The immense power and velocity birthed a cacophony of piercing sounds as countless leg shadows tore through the atmosphere. Meanwhile, on a nearby high-rise, a member of the organization named Yuan frowned upon witnessing this display. Despite utilizing a realm generator to create a small isolated space, rendering the outside world oblivious to the unfolding events, the intensity of the newcomer's resistance only seemed to invigorate the battle-hungry captain. This could spell trouble. With her awakening technique unleashed, the captain was clearly becoming overly enthusiastic. A middle-aged man resembling Yuan felt a sudden shock, hastily rising to intervene. Yet, before he could utter a word, he became utterly entranced by the spectacle before him, harnessing the awakened power of wind within her. Yuan felt an exhilarating rush with each strike. Since her second awakening, she had not encountered a challenger who ignited such fervor within her. The crisp detonations echoed through the confined street, as the once solid pavement began to display faint, fractured lines under the impact of inhuman force. The shrill howling of the wind assailed the silent youth, and the combative woman slowly began to sense something amiss. After deflecting yet another kick, the fully ignited Yuan furrowed her brow. This boy was concealing his true strength. After several exchanges, the adrenaline of battle coursing through her veins, Yuan finally discerned Chen Ping'an's hidden prowess. Initially, when he had caught her attacks, the youth appeared somewhat clumsy, evidently lacking in combat experience. Yet, in a remarkably brief span, his responses to her assaults grew increasingly adept. Although still somewhat restrained, he now finds himself able to counterattack on occasion. This perilous combat ignited a fervor within Yuan. Sensing that Chen Ping'an might have reservations, Yuan excitedly exclaimed, "Go ahead, young one. Unleash your full strength. This is a special space. No one will discover you. Show me your true power. Yet, should your abilities prove insufficient, Do not blame me if my sister has to carry you away. At that moment, you shall belong to me. Yes, you will be directly incorporated into my team." No sooner had Yun San's words left her lips than a sudden and intense sense of danger flooded her mind. In that instant, she felt as though she were a child ensnared in the jaws of a beast, sensing that a mere flick of its strength could lead to her demise. Instinctively, Yun San withdrew from Chen Ping'an's side in an instant, and only after retreating 100 meters did the feeling of danger begin to dissipate. After taking a few tense breaths, Yun San raised her head, incredulously gazing at Chen Ping'an, whom she had just been dominating in battle. To her astonishment, the once steady youth brushed off the dust from his arms, a look of exhilaration gracing his face. "I believe I have discerned your identity. However, since you have expressed such confidence, I shall indulge you. Brace yourself and witness my true prowess." With a thunderous roar, a surge of vibrant energy erupted from Chen Ping'an's body, his aura transforming into something formidable. It was an extraordinary power, the essence of a martial arts master. As Yun San felt the overwhelming and terrifying force emanating from Chen Ping'an, a shiver coursed through her, and she muttered, "I was merely jesting, fishing for sport. And yet I have caught a true dragon?" Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an was beyond concerned with Yun San's murmurs, having acquired the legendary talent of martial arts. This was his first battle against someone close to his usual strength, igniting a fervor within him. The blood surged. The enhancement of the hero's journey reached its zenith. With a powerful push from his feet, the already cracked concrete beneath him shattered as if struck by an explosive force. Amidst the rising dust, a crimson figure shot forth. Akin to a meteor, hurtling towards Yun San. The 100 meters were traversed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the once steadfast youth transformed into a red war deity charging towards her. As an awakened warrior, Yun San managed to perceive Chen Ping'an's movements. But her body could not keep pace. "Woman, grit your teeth." The boy's previously gentle voice now held an undeniable authority. Instinctively raising her hand to defend, Yun San clenched her jaw in accordance with Chen Ping'an's command. With a resounding boom, Yun San felt as if she had been struck by a mountain. However, the originally prepared Yans, who intended to calm the captain, now appeared utterly astonished. As a spiritual awakener, his observational skills were exceptional. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Chen Ping'an's movements seemed to him almost like teleportation. All he perceived was a surge of vibrant crimson emanating from Chen Ping'an. And then his captain was sent flying as if tossed like a stone skipping across water. With a series of splashes, Yun San was violently propelled away by Chen Ping'an's heavy punch, crashing into the earth multiple times before bouncing up again. In that moment, Yun San felt the world spinning around her. Her entire face went numb, devoid of sensation, and her mind buzzed with disorientation. Finally, succumbing to the immense force, the leggy beauty did not come to a halt until she collided with the towering wall of the villa district, leaving deep imprints upon the barrier. As Yun San finally landed, gazing at the retreating figure of Chen Ping'an, who dissipated the blood-red aura surrounding him, her foggy mind echoed with the last thought, "What a formidable young man. Sister Xiao Yuan, I." In the next instant, Yun San lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the turning Chen Ping'an called out to the astonished Yans atop the nearby building. "You up there, come down and clean up." Rest assured, I held back. She merely fainted. Yans, finally snapping out of his shock, thought he actually noticed me. "Wait, Captain." The man in black hurriedly deactivated the dimensional generator and contacted the military district's logistics, who had been waiting outside for some time. As the logistics team lifted Yun San onto a stretcher, their expressions were filled with disbelief. They had been summoned to provide treatment for what they thought was an injured Chen Ping'an, only to find that the one ultimately incapacitated was the esteemed Yun San. While Yun San was being transferred to the vehicle, Chen Ping'an, filled with numerous unanswered questions, engaged in a calm conversation with Yans. Unable to help but smile innocently in the face of this youthful figure, Yans could only respond with sincerity. Chapter 40. You deceived me. This is how it is written in novels. On the expressway of the Magic City, a dark green military vehicle sped along. The logistics personnel in the front seats occasionally turned back, seemingly curious about something, but the cold confines of the vehicle entirely obstructed their view. Therefore, "You two are from the special forces of the imperial capital, known as Jean? This time, your visit is to recruit me?" Yans gazed with a sense of unease at the handsome young man before her, struggling to reconcile him with the formidable figure who had knocked out the captain with a single punch. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's question, Yan's nodded vigorously. So you and that woman, right, Yun-san, are both so-called awakeners? Yan's continued to nod, unable to restrain herself from adding, not just us, Mr. Chen. You are also an awakener, and the strongest physical awakener I have ever encountered. How did you determine that I am an awakener? Chen Ping'an cast a peculiar glance at the man clad in black before him, perplexed by the notion that he, a practitioner of martial arts, had somehow awakened an extraordinary physical form. Yan, with an air of nonchalance, stated, in this world, humanity recognizes only one form of transcendent existence, the awakened. If you are not among them, then you are merely a derivative of those entities. As he spoke, a flicker of unease crossed Yan's face as he cast several furtive glances at Chen Ping'an. Sensing this, Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of irritation and interjected. If there is more to say, please do so directly instead of looking at me like that. Yan, perceptive to Chen Ping'an's discontent, hastily replied, indeed. Initially, I too harbored doubts about whether you were a derivative of those beings. However, the vibrant aura you emanate surely distinguishes you from them. Thus, you must be an awakened. Upon hearing Yan's words, Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, you keep mentioning those entities. What precisely are they? After a moment's hesitation, Yan regarded Chen Ping'an and cautiously responded, those entities are simply that, those entities. I cannot adequately describe them. It may lead to complications. If you truly wish to know, you must join us, and we can reveal it to you in a special manner. Chen Ping'an's eyes brightened at Yan's words. Could these unspeakable beings be the very monsters targeting the apocalypse? Indeed, the creatures of the apocalypse must have existed long before. They merely await their complete eruption in 8 days. He glanced at the stretcher beside him, where Yun-san lay unconscious. It seems this woman harbors other latent powers. Though she might not measure up against a giant palm, she should suffice against ordinary anomalies. With this thought in mind, Chen Ping'an looked at Yan with excitement. Are you warriors opposing those entities? Surely, you have many formidable allies. Just how strong are the mightiest among you? Indeed, the Yin kingdom has endured for millennia. They must possess a means to conquer those beings. If only I can uncover this method, there might still be hope for our world. Yan, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and shifted his gaze to the unconscious Yun-san, her right cheek bearing a vivid red imprint of a fist. Following Yan's gaze, Chen Ping'an too looked over. Upon seeing the mark he had inadvertently inflicted, he assumed Yan was reproaching him for harming their comrade. My apologies. It was my first time experiencing such exhilaration. I simply couldn't restrain myself. However, as she bore no malicious intent, I did not strike with lethal force. Rest assured, she will come to no harm. Yan, completely unfazed by Chen Ping'an's flustered reassurances, continued to regard Yun-san with a profound expression. Mr. Chen, allow me to introduce to you this esteemed Ms. Yun-san, the commander of our Yin Shadow organization and the most powerful among us. Pain. This was Yun-san's first sensation upon regaining consciousness. The previous numbness on her face was now replaced by an agonizing throb. Before Yun-san could fully comprehend the situation, a somewhat familiar male voice interrupted, Is this it? You tell me she is the strongest of the Shadow of Dian? Isn't the prestige of your hidden organization rather low? Although the context eluded him, it seemed this individual was uttering quite impolite remarks. As Yun-san's awareness sharpened, a voice from beside him, belonging to Yin, chimed in, Mr. Chen, please refrain from speaking so loudly. We are a clandestine organization. We cannot indiscriminately divulge sensitive information. Was that Yin? With whom was he conversing? Be honest with me. Is there perhaps a deeper hidden organization? Maybe something like the Dragon Group of Yin Country, the Round Table Knights, or some puppet masters lurking behind the nation. He mused, recalling how such narratives unfolded in novels. At this moment, Chen Ping'an felt a wave of despair. He had imagined he had found comrades. Little did he know, upon arrival, he had unwittingly knocked out the boss of a hidden organization with a single punch. In the face of the apocalypse, their strength was utterly insufficient. No, I am not the strongest. Suddenly, a frail female voice interrupted, and turning around, Chen Ping'an was surprised to see Yun-san awake. His eyes brightened as he exclaimed, I knew there must be a hidden powerhouse. Just as he anticipated an explanation from Yun-san, he found her gaze fixed upon him, igniting a sense of foreboding within him. You don't mean to say I am the strongest, do you? He queried. However, Yun-san resolutely shook her head. rekindling a flicker of hope in Chen Ping'an's heart. With fervent eyes, Yuan declared, "Please give me your seed. Our child will undoubtedly be the strongest of Yin country in the future." Her words left both Chen Ping'an and Yin in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Chen Ping'an blinked, thinking, "Is your captain really losing her mind?" Yin reciprocated the blink, pondering, "I don't know. The captain has never been particularly close to men. She was quite normal before." Suddenly recalling something, Yan's gaze turned inquisitive. "Mr. Chen, could it be that your punch was too heavy?" Feeling the intense scrutiny from Yin and the eager gaze of Yuan, Chen Ping'an instinctively averted his face, thinking, "No way. The aloof battle maniac has been reduced to a fertility goddess by my punch. The president will surely have my head." Indeed, during the earlier skirmish, he had an inkling regarding the woman's identity. After all, the battle maniac, clad in black, was a woman, which inevitably reminded him of that woman he almost married, the president's childhood friend. Moreover, prior to boarding the vehicle, Yin had mentioned their journey from the imperial capital, confirming Chen Ping'an's suspicions. Yet, to think that the president's childhood friend would wish to have children with him after receiving a single blow, how could he navigate this predicament? "I sense you are pondering something quite inappropriate. Do not overthink it. I merely seek your seed, nothing more. Our Yuan family has a tradition of cultivating strong individuals. You are acquainted with Xiao Yuan, correct? Had I been a boy, I would have married her. Alas, I am a girl, and Xiao Yuan has yet to awaken." Upon hearing Yuan's words, Chen Ping'an was about to inquire about the connection between the president and the awakened ones when a sudden sound echoed. The door of the compartment swung open. Chapter 41. On the highway outside the Magic City, a green military vehicle sped along, cutting through the stillness of the early morning. Having distanced themselves from the clamor of the metropolis, the dimly lit highway at the city's periphery exuded an eerie chill. In the driver's seat at the front of the compartment, four logistical personnel were crammed together, one at the wheel and three in medical roles. These individuals had been temporarily reassigned from the Magic City's garrison by Yuan. Initially, she had feared that her exertion might harm Chen Ping'an, yet unexpectedly, it was she who found herself being carried onto the vehicle by these individuals on a stretcher. The medical staff, all in their 30s, upon realizing they could not enjoy their snacks due to the compartment's confinement, resigned themselves to silence, waiting patiently for their destination. Suddenly, a peculiar sound resonated, a soft click, as if something had been unlatched. The noise seemed to emanate from outside the window. The medical personnel failed to notice that everyone else around her had blurred into obscurity. The sound seemed to possess an enchanting quality, compelling her to investigate its source. However, upon glancing out of the window, she found nothing amiss, only an overwhelming darkness enveloping the road, devoid of any light. A disconcerting sensation washed over her, yet she could not pinpoint its origin. Turning to share her experience with her fellow medical staff, she was met with a pair of bloodshot eyes pressed closely against her face, staring intently at her. A scream of terror erupted within the compartment. Suddenly, all sounds ceased. The military vehicle continued to race along the highway, which now seemed even darker. The driver's cabin was eerily deserted, leaving the interior of the compartment steeped in an unsettling silence. "What a pity, I am a girl. And Xiao Yuan has not awakened either." Yuan expressed her disappointment to Chen Ping'an, as if the inability to marry President Yuan was a profound sorrow. This left Chen Ping'an regarding her with an oddly inquisitive gaze. "I had thought you were the bodhisattva of childbearing. But it appears you merely seek progeny and covet our president's beauty? How delightfully mischievous, Captain Yuan." Yet, from her remarks, it seemed that there was indeed a connection between the president and the awakened. What, exactly, was this awakening? Chen Ping'an was just about to voice his question when another click echoed, as if something had been opened, drawing the attention of all three individuals. They turned to see that the large door at the rear of the compartment had inexplicably swung open. However, beyond that door lay not the highway but an impenetrable void of darkness. As the lights from within the compartment illuminated that expanse, it appeared to be devoured by some unseen force. The trio stared at the bizarre scene, their voices fading into a profound silence. Endowed with extraordinary physical resilience, Yuan had managed to regain a semblance of mobility. She gestured gently to Yen. Upon noticing Yuan's signal, Yen retrieved an unusual rectangular device from her waist. Aiming the contraption towards the nearby engulfing darkness, which devoured all light, she activated it. Moments later, the machine displayed the ominous figure of 3 in a striking yellow hue. causing both Yun San and Yin to pale visibly. Chen Ping'an, puzzled by the sudden pantomime of the two, wore an expression of confusion, unable to comprehend their silent theatrics. Just as he intended to inquire, Yun San swiftly motioned for silence and hastily extracted her phone, typing furiously. After a brief interval, she held up the device, revealing the message. "We have encountered something sinister. Do not speak. This entity will attack if it hears a sound. It is formidable. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance. It is currently 2 in the morning. It will depart at dawn." Chen Ping'an pondered over the message on Yun San's phone, reflecting, is this what Yin referred to earlier? It appears distinct from the anomalies encountered in the simulations. Yet, this darkness evokes a profound sense of dread. As he contemplated approaching to investigate further, Yun San, witnessing his movement, leaped off the bed and lunged at him, halting his advance. Puzzled, he turned to her, only to be met with her exasperated gaze. What does he intend to do against such a formidable threat? If I were at full strength, leading a team might allow us a slim chance of repelling it. Though formidable, he was merely enhanced physically. Without specialized weaponry, he posed no threat to such beings. In a fit of frustration, Yun San resumed her rapid typing, then angrily tossed the phone to Chen Ping'an. "Stay still. I acknowledge your strength. However, these entities cannot be dealt with physically. We lack the necessary equipment to confront them. Remember, do not utter a sound." Behind her, Yin regarded Chen Ping'an with an expression of sheer terror. Having faced life-and-death situations numerous times, Yin understood that if Chen Ping'an disturbed the lurking entity, it would spell doom for them all. Since its inception, the Ember organization had been tasked with confronting these peculiar entities. Initially, they believed only level 1 anomalies existed, akin to how awakeners could only awaken once. However, following the emergence of the first level 2 anomaly last year, the frequency of such occurrences had escalated. The previous appearance of 3 anomalies had only been repelled due to Yun San's last-minute breakthrough to her second awakening, utilizing specialized equipment. Indeed, the Ember organization could only fend off these entities. Extermination remained elusive. Despite having dealt with these malevolent beings for decades, their understanding of them remained painfully scant. After countless lives were sacrificed, the following ironclad rules could be established. First, never make a sound in their presence, for they will attack any human who dares to utter a noise, subsequently slaughtering everyone present. Second, do not succumb to fear, as they possess the ability to amplify the terror within one's heart. Third, apart from specialized weapons and sunlight, nothing can force them to retreat. Yuan gazed expectantly at Chen Ping'an, hoping he would heed the captain's words. During their previous encounter with a third-level anomaly, a team member had screamed in fear, leading to a near catastrophe. Had it not been for the captain's timely intervention with a specialized weapon to repel the anomaly, all would have perished. Nevertheless, even with that, the team suffered significant casualties after the anomaly was momentarily subdued. Chen Ping'an observed the grave expressions on Yun San and Yuan, sensing the tension in the air. Meanwhile, the silence among the passengers in the carriage was peculiar. Outside, the darkness began to churn ominously. Chapter 42. We practitioners of martial arts must embrace science. The darkness, impenetrable to light, surged forth. Moments later, a grotesque head, assembled from 4 human skulls, emerged from the shadows. As Yun San and Yuan recognized the familiar faces upon the abhorrent visage, anger and sorrow flickered in their eyes. Chen Ping'an, noticing the change in their expressions, instinctively turned to see what had transpired. Yun San, enraged by the murder of medical personnel, was too consumed by fury to stop Chen Ping'an in time. When Chen Ping'an turned, both Yun San and Yuan were taken aback. "It's over." A pair of blood-red eyes, with eyelids torn apart, were fixed intently on Chen Ping'an's face. In disbelief, Chen Ping'an blurted out, "Didn't your mother teach you not to scare people at night?" Startled, he instinctively struck the grotesque head before him with his fist. Bang! In an instant, the anomaly's head shattered into countless fragments. The rear half of the carriage was instantly covered in a spray of blood and flesh. Chen Ping'an gazed at the remnants of the strange head he had obliterated, puzzled as to why Yun San and the others had been so fearful of such a feeble entity. Yet, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having been startled, he turned and remarked, "Well, it was unexpected. I'll be lighter next time." Upon hearing his words, the expressions of Yun San and Yuan grew complex. By now, Yun San had somewhat regained his composure and silently positioned himself in front of Chen Ping'an. while Yuan took a couple of steps forward as well. Chen Ping'an looked at them in confusion. Yun San, however, stared into the lingering darkness beyond the carriage door, his tone serious as he said, "Chen Ping'an, you are a civilian, and it is my duty to protect you. Stay behind me. I will do my utmost to hold it off. If you are fortunate enough to survive until dawn, remember to visit my grave each year." As his words fell, a delicate, emerald green glow enveloped Yun San. Bathed in this light, his presence transformed, becoming ethereal, akin to a spirit descended upon the earthly realm. Is this the hidden power I sensed within her? Chen Ping'an observed Yun San with great interest. Suddenly, the darkness outside the carriage began to roil once more. A peculiar sound echoed, and the flesh at the rear of the carriage seemed to receive a command, rapidly converging into the air. In mere moments, a grotesque amalgamation of heads re-emerged above. At that moment, the four faces, combined into a singular grotesque visage, revealed a striking malice within their uncanny eyes. With a sudden crack, the lower part of the head split open, unveiling a massive mouth filled with countless sharp teeth. After forming an eerie grin, it lunged swiftly towards Chen Ping'an, who had been the first to speak. "Dodge!" Yun San, seeing that Chen Ping'an remained rooted in place despite her warning, rushed over in exasperation, intending to push him aside. However, upon her arm making contact with him, she felt as though she were attempting to push a mountain. Chen Ping'an scrutinized Yun San, who was trying to move him. Surrounded by an emerald glow, Yun San's speed had astonishingly increased, yet her strength remained comparable to when they had fought. So, does her concealed energy only enhance her speed? And this power gives me a sensation akin to the wind. The grotesque head, observing the human who stood unmoving as if paralyzed by fear, sensed its malice deepening. The mouth opened again, with countless teeth whirring ominously within. "Captain!" Yuan's eyes widened in alarm as he witnessed the collision between his captain and Chen Ping'an, calling out in distress. At that moment, the grotesque head was less than a meter away from the two, poised to sever them in half. Chen Ping'an swiftly pulled the anxious Yun San behind him. A surge of vitality erupted from his body, and in the next instant, all that energy converged into his right fist. At that moment, Chen Ping'an felt as though he were grasping a sun. So hideous, yet it dares to frighten? Perish! Boom! The fist, charged with vitality, struck the grotesque head with tremendous force. This time, the head did not shatter but instead left a deep imprint on its surface, crashing against the edge of the darkness before finally halting. The darkness resonated with the sound of a tremendous impact, yet the malice within the grotesque gaze remained undiminished. Both Yuan and Yun San displayed no signs of relief, for they understood that the grotesque could not be vanquished. But in the next moment, a flicker of uncertainty passed through the creature's eyes, swiftly transforming into fear. The red imprint left by Chen Ping'an began to crack, with luminous fissures emerging from within. The cracks widened, and the crimson glow intensified. For the first time, the grotesque emitted a chilling scream, leaving Yun San and Yuan utterly astonished by the unfolding transformation. As the light reached an overwhelming intensity, there was an explosive sound. The grotesque had exploded into countless fragments, each ignited by crimson flames. In an instant, the abomination was reduced to nothingness. The darkness that seemed to consume all light in the rear of the carriage also dissipated, revealing a normal road illuminated by streetlights. Chen Ping'an flexed his fists, appreciating the satisfying feel of the impact. Should there be another opportunity, he mused that punch could be executed even more flawlessly. Observing the bewildered expressions of the two individuals beside him, Chen Ping'an shrugged and remarked, "I told you, I am not an awakened one. I am a martial artist. Those of us who practice martial arts are brimming with yang energy, capable of dispatching little monsters with a single punch. Quite scientific, wouldn't you agree?" Deep within the largest mansion in the central villa district of the magical city, a blood-red door stood ominously. Upon this door, strange characters appeared to writhe, as if alive. Suddenly, all the characters froze. In the next moment, they transformed into countless open human eyes. These eyes collectively gazed toward a direction beyond the confines of the magical city. Outside the city, on the highway, three individuals stared helplessly at a military truck that had plunged into the river. After emerging from that bizarre, dark environment, Yun San and Yin were left in shock, fixated on Chen Ping'an, who had single-handedly annihilated the creature. As Chen Ping'an explained himself, Yun San's eyes nearly rolled back into her head. That master ma from the capital, who claims to be a martial artist, was recently beaten to a pulp. And you, with a single punch, vanquished a monster, and you dare tell me you are a martial artist? Huh. Yet, recalling how Chen Ping'an had shielded her moments ago, Yuan felt an unfamiliar warmth blossom within her, something she had never experienced before. If this man is so formidable, perhaps the means of procreation could be reconsidered. With this thought, Yuan gaze towards Chen Ping'an grew more fervent than when she previously expressed her desire to bear his child. Chapter 43, the so-called awakening. However, before Yuan could once again voice her request for offspring, as the truck navigated a curve, an unmanned vehicle crashed through the guardrail. Beyond the guardrail lay a raging river, its dark waters appearing as a bottomless abyss under the night sky. Fortunately, none of the three were ordinary individuals. At the first sign of the truck losing control, they successfully leapt from the vehicle. The result was that they stood by the riverbank, helplessly watching the truck sink into the surging waters. "Captain, I have contacted the station troops in the magical city. They should arrive within 30 minutes, Yen reported. Setting down the communicator and addressing Yuan, who stood a short distance away. Yuan nodded gently, then turned back to Chen Ping'an, saying, "Since we still have time, allow me to elucidate the question you just posed. The head we encountered earlier is merely one manifestation of the enemies we have been combating. For more detailed information, I can only explain once we reach the special quarters at the military base, as what I say now could be overheard by them." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an displayed a contemplative expression. Were there unspeakable limitations at play? The peculiarities of those entities bear a resemblance to the oddities within simulations, yet they seem to diverge in certain aspects. However, given the current constraints that prevent a thorough explanation, I shall pose an alternative query. What, precisely, is the so-called awakening that you frequently mention? Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's inquiry, Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, remarking, "Are you not an awakener yourself? Each of us, upon awakening, can perceive the differences within ourselves." In response to Yuan's statement, Chen Ping'an candidly expressed, "I am merely a practitioner of martial arts. I once possessed a modicum of innate strength, but now I rely solely on my martial skills. If you wish to learn, I would be more than willing to teach you." Yuan dismissed his words as mere banter, insisting that awakening is not something that can be taught, and he raised his hand in surrender, saying, "Very well, my esteemed martial sage. In that case, let me elucidate. An awakener, as the term implies, is one who has awakened the latent powers within their body. The most common type is the physical awakener, who constitutes approximately 90% of all awakeners. The remaining 10% are more complex, as the current number of awakeners is quite limited, leaving no room for further classification. They may possess elemental abilities, or manifest as spiritual awakeners akin to the likes of Yan, or even display peculiarities such as yours." Chen Ping'an relinquished his attempt to correct Yuan's perspective. It was futile, for her stature dictated her authority. As for the process of awakening, our understanding remains vague. Often, it occurs spontaneously, and an individual simply awakens. The fundamental characteristic of an awakener is a significant enhancement in both physical prowess and mental resilience. What you witnessed earlier, ordinarily, a regular person would be immediately susceptible to its mental interference, amplifying their fears and ultimately succumbing to the taboo, resulting in their demise. However, as awakeners, we have transcended ordinary humans post-awakening. Unless we succumb to fear, the anomalies find it challenging to infiltrate our minds. Essentially, our knowledge regarding awakening is confined to these aspects. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is this truly all the information your organization possesses on awakening, given that you are a state entity?" Yuan, exasperated, spread her hands and inquired, "So, dear Ping'an, how long do you believe our organization has existed?" Surprised by Yuan's question, Chen Ping'an responded, "Do you not claim to be the shadow of Dian? Our Dian has existed for thousands of years. Surely your organization must have a history spanning at least a millennium. It should be akin to those mysterious organizations in novels, safeguarding humanity from the shadows of history." Yuan let out a sigh and replied, "Cease with the melodrama, Ping'an. You ought to read fewer novels. We have existed for merely a century. As of this year, our organization, the Ashes, has only just been established for 100 years. Upon hearing this response, Chen Ping'an found it difficult to believe his ears. While a century is a considerable duration for an individual, it is remarkably brief for an organization. It is worth noting that the entirety of the new Dian dynasty has also been established for just about a century. With this realization, Chen Ping'an's eyes brightened. Did you establish your organization only after the formation of the new Dian dynasty? Seeing Yuan nod in affirmation, Chen Ping'an exclaimed with excitement. I knew it. How could the leader of a hidden organization be as weak as you? You must merely be a fledgling group. Surely, there are ancient organizations lurking in the shadows of Dian. Yunsan's forehead throbbed with veins as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, if I am so weak, then I must apologize. However, do not indulge in fantasies. I must clearly inform you that in our Dian, there exists only one awakened organization, our organization, Jin. While there may be a few scattered awakened individuals among the populace, none have surpassed the threshold of the second awakening. And I, dear sister, am the only individual in our Jin organization to have achieved the rare distinction of a second awakening in a century. Chen Ping'an, feeling the immense power coursing through his body, lightly mimicked the fist-raising gesture he had used to send her flying earlier. He found it perplexing that Yun San would make such claims. If she were indeed what she claimed, a second awakened individual, Chen Ping'an believed he undoubtedly surpassed her by a significant margin. Observing Chen Ping'an's mocking gesture and bewildered expression, Yun San felt a surge of frustration welling up within her. TSK, I do not understand how you are so strong. Regardless, there will not be any individuals exceeding the second awakening, as informed by the Emperor. Wait, did you mention the Emperor? Indeed. Our Jin organization was founded by the Emperor after the establishment of the nation. Our purpose was to combat the formidable entities that emerged at that time. Alas, explaining these matters is rather cumbersome. Perhaps, in the future, you may inquire directly with the Emperor, Yun San remarked, turning away in irritation. She had once believed herself to be the pinnacle of power in this world. However, having been defeated by a single blow, as well as witnessing Chen Ping'an effortlessly vanquish the anomaly, she felt a profound disorientation. It was simply unscientific. Upon hearing Yun San's words, Chen Ping'an expressed incredulity. You mean to say the Emperor is still alive? How could you dare to claim to be the strongest if His Majesty is present? Recalling the legendary figure who had valiantly driven away invaders and transformed Dian, Chen Ping'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ultimately, he was deeply concerned. The notion of such a prestigious organization as the Shadow of Dian, with its most formidable expert being so easily overwhelmed by him, felt utterly absurd. This must be a ruse. Surely, if the Emperor still existed, she could not possibly be deemed the strongest. Sensing the disdain in Chen Ping'an's tone regarding her abilities, Yun San's chest quaked with indignation. However, unable to overpower him, she reluctantly clarified, the Emperor's circumstances are quite unique. He is currently unable to engage in combat. The specifics are classified information pertaining to Dian, and I cannot disclose them. At this juncture, Yun San raised an eyebrow. We have conducted a thorough investigation into your background and psychological assessment. Chen Ping'an, aside from your proclivity for lustfulness, you seem to possess no major flaws. So, what do you say? Would you like to join us? Chen Ping'an was not particularly surprised by the investigation. After all, it was a governmental organization, and such capabilities were to be expected. Yet, he was rather perturbed by one particular remark. As for the affairs of the youth, how could that be deemed a flaw? At this age, I am jolted awake each day. To harbor a disinterest in beautiful women is indeed a flaw. It is akin to being a eunuch. Yun San gazed at Chen Ping'an, who candidly confessed to his lecherous nature, without a trace of disdain. Instead, he regarded Chen Ping'an with a rather peculiar glint in his eyes and remarked, with a hint of playful amusement, it's quite all right. Being lecherous is splendid. Chen Ping'an felt a chill under Yun San's gaze and hastily redirected the conversation. All right. So, I can join your organization, the Jin. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Yun San's face briefly lit up with joy. However, before he could fully revel in this delight, Chen Ping'an raised two fingers and stated, but I have two conditions. Chapter 44. The mysterious stone house. At 4 in the morning, a military jeep slowly approached the garrison base outside the bustling metropolis. Upon entering the base, the vehicle did not halt but continued deeper into the compound. As the vehicle advanced, it became evident that elite soldiers, armed and vigilant, were stationed throughout, and numerous stringent checkpoints had been established along the way. Yet, upon recognizing the driver, Yun San, all the checkpoints promptly allowed passage. As for Chen Ping'an, Clearly a civilian in the passenger seat, no one paid him any heed. Upon arriving at the base, Yin had promptly reported to the higher-ups regarding the evening's developments. After several minutes of travel, the vehicle arrived before a peculiar stone house. Strangely, amidst the heavily fortified base, there were no guards stationed at this location. The stone house appeared to be about 5 or 6 square meters, modest in stature, with only a single low level and devoid of windows, featuring merely a large entrance. The doorway bore no obstructions. However, curiously, Chen Ping'an found it impossible to discern the interior of the stone house with his keen eyesight. A stone structure, so starkly incongruous within a base replete with modern apparatus, stood as Yuan San's destination. All right, let us enter. It is only within this stone house that I can discuss the information with you, he urged. Chen Ping'an observed the stone house with curiosity, sensing an inexplicable familiarity. The moment he stepped inside, he felt as though a layer had been stripped away from him, granting him a liberating sense of lightness. Simultaneously, all external sounds faded into silence. Though devoid of any light source, the stone house radiated brightness, and its entirety was visible at a glance. Yet, it contained no objects, presenting an air of emptiness. This stone house had abruptly appeared here a century ago, and the base itself was subsequently established around it. At that time, 3 such mysterious stone houses emerged across the Yin nation. Despite our relentless efforts, we could not destroy them. However, these structures exhibited no signs of danger. They resembled what you now see, empty and devoid of any valuable contents. These stone houses stood silently upon the earth, seemingly indifferent to humanity. It was only after the emergence of those peculiar entities that we began to recognize the significance of the stone houses. Upon observing the puzzled expression on Chen Ping'an's face, Yuan San continued her elucidation. The anomalies we encounter are those peculiar entities that manifested in this world a century ago. Beyond the few regulations I previously mentioned, all individuals who have encountered them and survived must adhere to another principle: refrain from mentioning them or even recalling their forms. I am uncertain how you manage it, but over the past century, we have only managed to fend off these anomalies with great difficulty. Yet, in repelling them, it seems we have also been marked by them. Each time we discuss or reminisce about them, our connection to them deepens. They re-emerge from the shadows, seizing every opportunity to devour those of us who have come into contact with them. In the early days of their emergence, our ignorance of their nature cost us dearly. However, during that time, we discovered that upon entering the stone house, we experienced a sense of relief as if something had been lifted from our shoulders. Subsequently, those who entered the stone house were not attacked again by the revived anomalies, unless they transgressed the anomalies' taboos and were marked once more. As she spoke, Yuan San gazed at Chen Ping'an with a strange intensity. I do not know how you accomplished this, but for decades we have barely managed to repel these anomalies. This time is different. Yuan San's eyes gleamed with fervor as she regarded Chen Ping'an as if he were a rare treasure. That particular anomaly has been utterly vanquished. For the first time, I heard its anguished cry. Do you understand? In the past, no matter how hard we tried, they only mocked us, for to them, we were mere prey. Yet this time, upon entering the stone house and speaking before the anomaly, I felt no sense of relief as if something had been lifted. Thus, I am certain that you must have slain that anomaly. Hearing Yuan San's words, Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow, pondering the notion of relief. Why did he sense such a feeling within himself? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Yuan San fervently continued, Therefore, Chen Ping'an, let us bear a child together. The offspring of an awakened one is likely to be an awakened one as well, and even if this generation does not awaken, future descendants may awaken similar abilities. She slightly parted her fitted leather attire, her well-toned physique accentuated by its contours, rendering her exceedingly alluring. Gazing into Yuan San's expectant yet bashful eyes, Chen Ping'an lifted her smooth chin. Observing her haughty visage, which now bore a youthful demeanor, he felt an impulsive urge to ride forth with abandon. While I find your proposition quite enticing, my favorite pastime is to deny those as self-assured as you. With that, Chen Ping'an turned and exited the stone house. Of course, had it not been for the way his waist bent to conceal the banner he had raised, he might have appeared more graceful. My word, this enchantress is truly captivating. However, the stone house is exceedingly peculiar, and why do I feel an unsettling sensation as if something malevolent is being stripped away from me? What exactly is happening? If Yuan San had chosen a different setting to confide in Chen Ping'an, perhaps he would have acquiesced. Yet, within this doorless stone dwelling. The prospect of such actions appears insurmountably daunting for Chen Ping'an. At the heart of the magical city, on the blood-red door of a mansion, countless pairs of eyes opened wide, fixated on a singular direction. If one were to stretch their gaze to encompass the entirety of the city and draw a straight line from those eyes, it would become evident that they were intently watching Chen Ping'an. An innumerable array of eyes stared into the void, their expressions gradually permeated by a sinister malice. However, upon Chen Ping'an's entrance into the stone house, it seemed as though all those eyes lost their focus and the malevolence began to dissipate. After a few moments, these eyes transformed into a series of bizarre characters, and the blood-colored door returned to a state of tranquility. At this moment, as Chen Ping'an emerged from the stone house, he beheld the middle-aged man, Yuan, approaching him. Instantly, his previously surging blood pressure settled. Chapter 45, Talent Repository Update. Yuan observed Chen Ping'an stepping out of the stone house, his countenance displaying a hint of apprehension. It was unavoidable. Witnessing Chen Ping'an obliterate a peculiar ghostly head with a single punch was profoundly exhilarating. The last time Yuan encountered a third-tier anomaly, it culminated in a harrowing battle that resulted in the demise of half his team. This left him, even now, grappling with disbelief regarding the previous events. Were it not for his confidence as a mental awakener, he might have questioned whether he had fallen into an illusion. Mr. Chen, your first request has been arranged. Upon hearing Yan's words, Chen Ping'an nodded slightly and followed him in the direction of another area within the base. While he had not sensed it in the vehicle, as he walked through the base, Chen Ping'an discovered that the entire establishment resembled a concentric circle expanding outward. The core of this circle was the enigmatic stone house he had just exited. Whether it was merely Chen Ping'an's illusion, for a fleeting moment, he felt as though the entire base was rotating like a colossal whirlpool. Yet, when he looked again, everything had returned to normal, with only the stone house steadfastly occupying the center, unchanged. Before dawn, the cafeteria within the military base buzzed with activity. This enormous dining hall was responsible for providing nutritious meals to tens of thousands of soldiers daily, necessitating that numerous chefs begin their labors at the break of day. As the early rising soldiers savored the meticulously prepared dishes, their attention was inevitably drawn to the figure at the center of the cafeteria, Chen Ping'an. However, his meal was somewhat extraordinary. In addition to an abundance of high-energy delicacies, it included various nourishing ingredients such as mountain ginseng, reishi mushrooms, bear bile, and deer antler. Chen Ping'an's first request was for an ample supply of high-energy food and restorative herbal dishes over the next 8 days. Which organization possesses the most abundant resources in this world? Is it corporations? Capitalists? Guilds? None of these. At least in the Great Yuan. It is the state that wields the most formidable resources. Upon receiving communication from the nightmare, the Magic City base swiftly mobilized all surrounding nourishing herbs. Enormous trucks trailed closely behind Chen Ping'an and his companions, arriving at the base. Meanwhile, skilled chefs, after a vigorous effort, transformed the ingredients and herbs from the trucks into the exquisite dishes that Chen Ping'an was savoring at that moment. How delightful! As he relished another bowl of sweet and fragrant bird's nest, Chen Ping'an could not help but exclaim in admiration. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of something shattering echoed throughout the venue. The seasoned warriors, trained through arduous practice, felt every hair on their bodies stand on end, as if a sharp needle were poised to pierce their eyes at any moment. However, a glimmer of delight appeared in Chen Ping'an's eyes as he deftly retracted the pressure he had inadvertently released. In the next instant, the peculiar sensation that had pricked the warrior's senses vanished. Chen Ping'an paused his feasting, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. The fourth limit of the human body had been breached. After an extravagant meal without regard for cost, a wealth of nourishing ingredients had transformed into resources propelling Chen Ping'an forward. At this moment, his physical constitution surged to 41 points, while his spirit reached 15 points. The fourth breakthrough of limits marked a qualitative change at the master stage. From then on, his vitality would be as robust as a billowing smoke, allowing him to manifest outwardly for extended periods, while his physical form began to nourish his spirit. From this stage onward, a martial arts master's body gradually approached the inhuman, while those below the third level of vitality still relied on martial intuition to evade firearms in advance. Yet, from the day vitality ascended like smoke, the martial body began to condense. Under the nurturing influence of vitality, the physical defenses and recovery abilities would continuously enhance. In this moment, Chen Ping'an felt a significant surge of power within him, believing that should he engage in combat with Yuan, even a mere finger would suffice to defeat her. Yuan, how rude. Having achieved a breakthrough in vitality, Chen Ping'an once again activated the simulator panel. The countdown for recovery had concluded, and simulation could commence anew. System update complete, temporal anchor increased, talent pool updated, third talent slot unlocked. Would the player like to begin simulation? Gazing at the familiar panel, Chen Ping'an was momentarily engulfed by a wave of nostalgia. Had he not obtained this golden finger, perhaps he too would have become a corpse with a sinister smile, resting eternally within the magic city after 8 days. Nevertheless, the information from this update held intriguing implications. Temporal anchor? Typically, anchors are used for stabilization. What has the system fixed? Furthermore, the talent pool has undergone an update, suggesting that my system may continue to evolve. Additionally, I wonder what changes lie ahead after I join the Ember organization. Contemplating the refreshed information from the system, a whirlwind of thoughts swirled in Chen Ping'an's mind. System. Initiate simulation. Please select a talent. 5 Tiger Breaking Doorblade, green, Elven Bloodline, blue, Dragonborn Bloodline, purple. Talent levels range from low to high. White, green, blue, purple, gold. Red. Once bound, red talents cannot be replaced. Upon seeing the talents displayed by the system, Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that the system's talents had undergone some alterations. How intriguing. Is this the effect of the talent library's update? 5 Tiger Breaking Doorblade, green, a common technique in the martial arts world. It often features a burly man wielding a hefty blade, being vanquished by a frail scholar wielding a delicate sword, which seems rather implausible. Effect. Gain 3 years of swordsmanship training experience. 3 years of swordsmanship training experience is rather vague. It does not specify what sword technique to cultivate, how to cultivate it, or the innate talent of the practitioner. Nevertheless, this category piques my interest, as I have indeed overlooked the aspect of technique, having relied solely on my superior physical prowess to achieve victory through sheer force. However, during my earlier battle with Yuan, I suffered from a lack of combat experience. If I had some martial skills to assist me, a single effort could yield multiple effects, which would be quite advantageous. Chen Ping'an nodded at this martial arts-related talent, realizing that the system had finally decided to attend to some serious matters. Elven Bloodline, blue, a common bloodline in the realm of fantasy, said to be possessed by stunningly beautiful elves with exceptionally long lifespans. However, male elves may exhibit certain weaknesses in some aspects, leading to the enchanting elven maidens often becoming the consorts of orc warriors in legendary tales. Effect. Beauty 2, lifespan extended by 300 years, intimacy ability 1. Let us forget I said that. It's the same familiar formula, the same recognizable flavor. System, are you trying to stir up trouble? Why does the elven bloodline come with side effects? I can accept that elves are proud in nature, but what is up with this side effect? The appearance of a lineage-related talent within the system should be a joyous occasion. Yet, given the side effects, who would dare to choose it? On to the next. Dragonborn Bloodline, purple. Chapter 46. The third day's simulation, Dragonborn Bloodline. Purple, the dragon, capable of soaring high above the 9 heavens and diving deep into the 9 abysses, is the most noble being birthed by heaven and earth. With open eyes, one can behold all things, and with closed eyes, one can traverse the seasons. The dragon is born transcendent. In your youth, you once glimpsed the shadow of a dragon in the vast wilderness, and under its breath, you have acquired a trace of dragon blood. Effect. Minor dragon bloodline. As Chen Ping'an gazed upon the final purple talent, he fell into deep contemplation. There was something amiss with this selection of talents, both in terms of content and strength. In the past, talents, aside from the martial arts master and the transcendent martial arts myth, leaned towards the more realistic category. Yet, following this update of the talent library, whether it be the distinctly martial arts-themed 5 Tiger Breaking Doorblade or the fantasy-infused Elven Bloodline, a marked departure from previous talents was evident. Particularly, the final purple talent, Dragonborn Bloodline, was exceedingly outrageous. The dragons here are evidently not the colossal beasts known as dragons in Western mythology. Those creatures resemble lizards adorned with bat-like wings, hardly worthy of the title of dragon. The individual described in the talent description merely chanced upon a dragon's silhouette and, under the influence of its aura, Acquired a talent rated at purple. What, then, could this so-called dragon actually be? Does such a being truly exist in this world? System. What is the nature of the talent library update? Where do these talents originate? Furthermore, why do I perceive this talent to be significantly stronger than those of the same rank previously encountered? Chen Ping'an initially believed that the system would remain mute, as it had in the past. However, to his surprise, upon completing his inquiries, the system promptly provided a response. The talent library update is the result of the stabilization of temporal anchors. Talents are the manifestation of world records. The rating system for talents possesses its own calculative logic, which cannot be elucidated to the player. Listening to the barrage of terminologies from the system, Chen Ping'an felt as though he understood, yet simultaneously grasped nothing at all. While he could not fully comprehend, it certainly sounded impressive. System, could you please elucidate it more clearly? Noticing that the system seemed more communicative following this update, Chen Ping'an was eager to acquire further information. Remarkably, the system obliged with an explanation. The version has been updated. Each generation of versions yields its own deities. The planners are not obligated to clarify character strengths to you. Having endured the tribulations inflicted by various gaming companies, Chen Ping'an quickly grasped the implication. Very well, system. I choose the Dragonkin bloodline. Purple. Let the simulation commence. Allow me to witness what encounters await me after joining the Ember. He was only aware that the apocalypse was imminent, yet he remained oblivious to what he would confront based on the previous simulation data. At that moment, on Chen Ping'an's character panel, a third empty slot appeared under the talent section. Upon making his selection, he observed as the other talent options gradually dimmed, while the purple Dragonkin bloodline talent glimmered with a mysterious radiance, ascending into the third talent slot. Martial Arts Myth, red. Heroic Journey, gold. Dragonkin bloodline, purple. Talent installation complete. Temporal anchoring, simulation commencing. Day 1. Yesterday, Yuan found you and expressed her desire to fulfill the second promise, leading you to the imperial capital. Would that promise only be realized 7 days hence? Nevertheless, he had not anticipated that this agreement would alter the starting point of the simulation. Knowing that the apocalypse is approaching, you utilize Ember's authority to bring along those you care about to the imperial capital. They seem to believe this is merely an ordinary vacation, harboring no suspicions. Ember's power appears quite substantial. It seems that joining Ember indeed introduces numerous variables into the simulation. Although you are unaware of what the apocalypse truly entails, the overwhelming vitality coursing through your body serves as your greatest assurance in safeguarding all. Upon reading this, Chen Ping'an's gaze became somewhat intricate, reminiscent of the solitary crimson dragon that once soared towards the heavens in his previous simulation. The vitality within one resembles a boundless ocean, reaching the 9th limit of life force, the true extremity of humankind. Though it may not yet border on the mythical, it remains in existence beyond the current realm of imagination. However, in the face of the unknown terrors that loom ahead, such strength is still insufficient. As you observe the crowd gathered in the capital city, a sense of unease washes over you. It feels as though something is amiss, as if something essential is lacking. When the clock strikes midnight, you find yourself alone before the expansive windows of the Grand Hotel in the inner circle of the capital, gazing out at the resplendent lights of the bustling metropolis. With the chime of the bell, a new year dawns, marking the deadline of an impending apocalypse that you are all too aware of. Yet, outside the window, no anomalies unfold, and your martial instincts offer no warning. A sigh of relief escapes you. After all, should the end times arrive, all that lies before you may turn to ash in an instant. Suddenly, a pair of arms, as white as freshly fallen snow, encircle your neck from behind. Ah, could it be Yaya again? As you reflect on returning to this familiar stronghold, it appears that you have once more fallen prey to this endearing little girl. Speaking of which, system, you always withhold the details. It is truly excessive. How can I immerse myself without context? The system disregards Chen Ping'an's complaints as it continues to refresh the information on the interface. A strand of azure hair gently brushes against your ear, revealing that Yuan, clad in nothing, has pressed her entire being against you. Faced with such a provocative display from a defeated adversary, you decide to let her witness the legendary artifact used by Diyu in his quest to tame the waters. What? When did you become so audacious, Captain Yuan? Chen Ping'an gazes at the information on the interface, feeling as though a wild horse has galloped through his mind. As you gallop forward, Your gaze falls upon Yuan Sen's smooth back, prompting you to recall the circumstances that led to this close-quarters grapple. In the days gone by, you had intended to impart the art of vitality martial arts to the members of your organization, only to discover that, despite their bodies surpassing human limits, they were incapable of mastering this discipline. Later, due to an unforeseen incident, you and Yuan Sen shared an experience born of passion. Following that encounter, not only did Yuan Sen achieve her third awakening, but your own vitality surged to unprecedented heights. Since then, there has always been a beautiful maiden with flowing dark tresses who would engage you in nocturnal battles. However, unbeknownst to you, your neighbor, Aunt Bai, has expressed considerable discontent with the noise emanating from your training sessions. Is it truly the case that awakened beings cannot practice vitality martial arts? Moreover, could awakened individuals and vitality martial artists engage in such training together? As for the noise of your exertions, Chen Ping'an chooses to disregard it. After all, the youthful vigor of two spirited individuals may well prove too much for Aunt Bai's soundproofing to withstand. Upon the conclusion of your fierce combat, the communicator on Yuan Sen's bedside suddenly rings. Once connected, you overhear news of disappearances in the Magic City, intensifying the sense of unease that has taken root in your heart. It seems you have overlooked something crucial. You and Yuan Sen make your way to the headquarters of your organization, where all members currently in the capital have been summoned. This occurrence is unlike any ordinary anomaly. The disappearance of a city with a population exceeding 10 million constitutes a catastrophic event of unprecedented magnitude for Jin. Following a meeting devoid of progress, Yuan Sen called you aside, preparing to escort you to meet the Emperor. This audience with the Emperor was, indeed, your second request. Chapter 47. The Simulation of the Third Day, Part 2. Upon learning of Jin's existence, Chen Ping'an was already inclined to join. The two requests were merely trifles. The first was to seek a method to enhance vitality outside the simulation, while the second was to expedite the meeting with the Emperor. The great Yin Emperor, who had survived for at least a century, seemed to possess considerable knowledge regarding awakeners and anomalies. Chen Ping'an harbored a premonition that the Emperor would be pivotal in the fight against the impending apocalypse. Yuan Sen readily acquiesced to the first request, yet hesitated upon hearing the second, merely stating that arrangements would be made promptly. Little did Chen Ping'an expect that his inaugural meeting with the Emperor would occur within the simulation. Yuan Sen led you deep into the headquarters of Jin, to a stone chamber exuding an aura of ancient desolation. Another stone chamber? If memory serves, Yuan Sen mentioned that the great Yin had discovered 3 such chambers. One in Magic City and one of the remaining 2 in the imperial capital, correct? As you followed Yuan Sen into the chamber, you encountered the eternal emperor of the great Yin Empire. Your eyes met the emperor's, and it seemed as though a familiar essence lingered within both your beings. What connection could I possibly have with the emperor? Am I, perhaps, a lost descendant of the emperor wandering among the common folk? The emperor appeared to possess the ability of foresight, albeit with a vague awareness of the terrifying changes occurring in Magic City. However, when he attempted to delve deeper into this perception, he coughed up blood and fell into unconsciousness. The emperor can actually foresee the future, and he sensed the upheaval in Magic City? Yet, the secrets surrounding the emperor are profound. Merely sensing that gigantic hand led to his bloodshed and fainting. It seems the emperor is far superior to Yuan Sen. How, then, can Yuan Sen dare to claim the title of the strongest? With little to gain from this encounter, you ensured the emperor's safety and returned to the hotel with Yuan Sen to rest, as both of you required greater strength. That night, you and Yuan Sen practiced tirelessly, with no incidents occurring. The following day, the garrison in Magic City relayed a report of reconnaissance. The entire city was engulfed by an unknown, immense shadow. Outside the shadow, sunlight remained normal, yet communication with the outside world was severed entirely within. All scouting teams dispatched had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Yan, still in Magic City, led several members of Jin into the metropolis. 5 hours later, he emerged alone. Yan's eyes had been gouged out, and his tongue severed. When the rescue team arrived, he had already succumbed to death, yet the corners of his tongueless mouth bore a sinister, eerie smile. You and Yuan Sen resolved to venture into Magic City personally. Now a 7th-level awakener, Yuan Sen manipulated the winds to carry you both towards the city. Observing the diminutive earth beneath you, a pang of envy stirred within you for the diverse abilities of the awakeners. Unlike yourself, who could only exert force to tread the air, presenting an air of sophistication but ultimately employing a brutish method. Your lack of appreciation is evident, a figure clad in white, traversing the void. Epitomizes the essence of masculine romance. Upon your arrival in the bustling metropolis, news from headquarters reached you. It appears that Inazuma's capital, another city boasting millions, has also lost contact, prompting the vassal state of Inazuma to issue a plea for assistance to the Grand Empire of Dian, compounding the situation. The fleet of Manes seems to be exhibiting unusual movements, hinting at an incursion into Dian's territorial waters. At this moment, the emperor remains in a state of unconsciousness, leaving Yun San, the nominal supreme leader of the flames, no choice but to venture overseas and ascertain Manes' intentions. Previously, during the simulation in the imperial capital, something similar transpired. In the 4 days leading up to the apocalypse, for megacities, Magic City, Dongare, Shobong, and Chuan City successively fell silent. However, did Dongare truly seek assistance from Dian immediately after losing contact? In my previous simulations, I had assumed a civilian identity and was entirely ignorant of such information. Moreover, with the impending apocalypse, why is this disruptive nation, Manes, not hastening its own fragmentation instead of encroaching upon us? At this juncture, viewing the impending doom from various perspectives, Chen Ping'an finds himself beset by an array of revelations and uncertainties. It seems that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, a multitude of events has transpired. You have now met with the highest commander of the station troops in Magic City, who appears to be quite familiar with you. You initially attributed this recognition to a previous encounter at the dining hall, sparing it further thought. After a brief exchange of information with the station forces, you ventured alone into the shadows. As you entered the shadowy expanse of Magic City, an oppressive force seemed to weigh heavily upon you, impeding the flow of your vital energy. Your martial awareness detected the source of this pressure emanating from the heavens above Magic City. Upon gazing upwards, your pupils constricted in shock. The sky above was not shrouded in darkness. Rather, it was a swirling vortex of vibrant colors, as if the heavens had been shattered by chaotic hues. Merely beholding such a spectacle evoked a sense of nausea within you. Sensing something amiss with your martial body, you lowered your gaze, diverting your attention from the bizarre sky. Continuing your journey toward the heart of the city, you encountered countless individuals sprawled upon the ground, their forms lifeless. Amidst a tumult of sorrow and fury, a flicker of relief washed over you, for those whom you hold dear were not among the fallen. As you advanced, the number of corpses around you multiplied, and gradually, a disquieting realization began to surface. Everybody seemed to be oriented toward the center of the city. Suddenly, your extraordinary hearing caught the sound of something crawling ahead. Yet, upon arrival, you were met only by a sea of lifeless bodies, frozen in a crawling position, though long deceased. Yet, as you turned your gaze, the sound of crawling continued from a place unseen. You turned once more, only to behold a corpse whose position had subtly shifted. Approaching it, you scrutinized it with your vital essence, confirming that it was merely an ordinary cadaver, devoid of any aberration. Yet, the grotesque, gaping mouth and the hollowed eyes evoked a sense of unease, even in you, who had pushed the limits of human endurance 9 times. You began to sprint towards the heart of the city, the sound of something crawling behind you growing ever louder, as if it were clinging to the nape of your neck. Unable to resist the urge, you glanced back, only to find nothing but emptiness. Unbeknownst to you, you had already reached the villa district at the center of the demon city. It felt as though a voice was beckoning you, urging you to continue deeper into this realm. The atmosphere grew palpably silent, each breath you took resonating in the stillness. Upon arriving at the very center of the demon city, you were confronted by a colossal blood-red gate standing ominously upon the earth. In that moment, memories surged forth in your mind, revealing what you had forgotten. On the night 7 days prior to the apocalypse, you had visited this place for the 3rd time. Suddenly, a frigid hand rested upon your shoulder. "I have found you," it whispered. "You are dead." Chapter 48. New changes in simulation. You are dead. Simulation complete. Survival duration this time, 2 days. Reward, Physique 002. Will the player choose to retain the talents acquired during this simulation? In the early hours of the 3rd day, within the dining hall of the garrison base, Chen Ping'an gazed at the simulation panel before him, refraining from making a choice and instead reflecting on the insights gained from this simulation. He had survived for 2 days, with the simulation taking approximately 10 minutes of real time to complete. During the simulation, some information had been refreshed, causing the panel to experience interference, which extended the duration. However, Chen Ping'an paid little heed to this issue, for the speed at which he replenished his vitality through nourishment had already surpassed that of the simulator. The most pressing matter was the information acquired through the simulation. Setting aside previously known details, 3 crucial revelations regarding the apocalypse emerged from this experience. First, the colossal hand vanished by the second day. According to the simulation panel, the sky over the demon city transformed into a bizarre whirlpool. Even you, having reached the 9th limit of human capability, would feel discomfort after prolonged observation. However, in this sky, the eerie giant hand was absent. While gazing upwards still posed some risks, it was no longer a guaranteed death sentence. Yet, if the giant hand had indeed disappeared, where had it gone? Contemplating the events of the second day, Chen Ping'an found himself formulating some hypotheses. Second, following the disappearance of the giant hand, a massive blood-red gate materialized in the villa district of the demon city. In the simulation, you ultimately met your demise before this ominous gate at the hands of an unknown entity. This indicated that, beyond the giant hand, there existed another presence capable of vanquishing even the 9th limit. When considering the center of the demon city, a small, perceptive figure came to Chen Ping'an's mind. Thirdly, within the simulation, it seems that the self I embody has forgotten the existence of Nan. Moreover, the final fragment of information from the simulation has piqued Chen Ping'an's curiosity. On the evening of the 7th day before the apocalypse, which is tonight, the simulated version of myself appears to have visited Nan's abode for the 3rd time. Consequently, this simulated self has suffered from amnesia. This is exceedingly irrational. It must be noted that prior to the simulation, I had already achieved 4 limit breakthroughs. Therefore, the version of myself that ventured to Nan's home ought to be in a similar state. Yet, despite being ablaze with vigor, capable of effortlessly overpowering Yuan San with a mere finger, this self has inexplicably lost its memory. What exactly transpired at Nan's residence? My mind is awash with a myriad of thoughts, leaving Chen Ping'an somewhat disoriented. In comparison to the aforementioned 2 pieces of information, encountering the Emperor can be considered a mere bonus. If one simulation proves insufficient, I shall conduct further simulations. As my strength increases, I am bound to uncover more information. With this in mind, Chen Ping'an resolved to continue simulating, but before doing so, he chose to retain the Dragon Man bloodline, purple. Upon clicking the confirmation option, the Dragon Man bloodline, purple, was secured in the 3rd talent slot. Sitting in the cafeteria, Chen Ping'an felt a powerful surge of heat coursing through his body, compelling him to shut his eyes momentarily. After a brief interval, he opened his eyes to catch a fleeting glimpse of golden ripples and curiously clenched his fist. Something felt distinctly different. The system interface suddenly materialized before Chen Ping'an, revealing significant changes to his personal information. Name: Chen Ping'an. Apocalypse Countdown. 7 Race: Human, Dragon. Attributes: Physique 4102, Spirit 15 Talents. Martial Myth: Red, Heroic Journey, Gold. Dragon Man bloodline, purple. Chen Ping'an sensed that his strength had nearly doubled compared to before, and his vision had also dramatically improved. A moment's reflection led him to understand the situation. Can a single point of physique in humans be equated to a single point in an elephant? Perhaps at elevated life levels, the disparity in power between the two would diminish. However, at lower tiers, the physical qualities derived from varying bloodlines are fundamentally different. In simpler terms, having integrated the Dragon Man bloodline, even with a physique of 40 points, the strength derived is nearly double that of a mere human. The physique value does not merely denote strength. It symbolizes the evolutionary advancement of life. 9 limit breakthroughs can be regarded as a continual ascent toward higher echelons of existence. It can be asserted that the essence of Qi and blood martial arts is the path from the mundane to the extraordinary. After briefly acclimating to the changes brought about by the bloodline talent, Chen Ping'an opted to initiate the simulation once more. Regrettably, in the subsequent 10 simulations, no talents superior to the Dragon Man bloodline emerged. Instead, some nonsensical talents such as the Orc's Iron Rod and Tentacle Power manifested. The results of the simulations proved to be less than satisfactory. Chen Ping'an even opted to leave behind a note in hopes of preventing the Emperor's coma or unveiling further possibilities. However, this time he discovered that the messages he had left bore no influence on his simulated self. In 10 consecutive trials, each iteration of his simulated self invariably chose to venture into the demon city, ultimately succumbing to the mysterious allure of a blood-red door. Why can I no longer leave notes to intervene in my simulation? Your act of leaving a message may increase your risk of exposure each time you meet your demise in the simulation. Exposure? Chen Ping'an furrowed his brows, pondering the system's response. Exposure to whom? What consequences would arise from such exposure? Regardless of his inquiries, the system merely reiterated its previous response. With no other option, Chen Ping'an resigned himself to the situation, yet it was clear that in future simulations, unless there was a change in his real-world circumstances, his simulated self would merely navigate the apocalypse armed with innate talent, aware that an end was nigh but ignorant of its true nature. Thus, should he seek more information, he must delve deeper into the realities around him. Ping'an, are you still here? Have you eaten well? Come, let me show you the privileges we possess in the ashes. A voice interrupted his thoughts. As Chen Ping'an pondered his next course of action, he suddenly felt a shadow obscure his vision. When he looked up, he found himself confronted by two towering peaks. The sight was striking. The contours of these mountains were both formidable and breathtaking. What are you staring at? You just rejected me, and now you're watching? Have you discovered my charm? Stepping back to reveal herself was Yuan, who had just arrived from the dining hall. Clad in a blue knit sweater beneath her coat, the color and angle combined to amplify her presence in Chen Ping'an's eyes. As she inquired further, the peaks of her form seemed to undulate, almost visibly. I would dub thee the blue-clad Valkyrie. Chapter 49. The Demon City Investigation Report. Yet, recalling his previous 11 simulations, where he had to engage in friendly competition with this woman at the outset, Chen Ping'an's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. I wonder, who truly pushed whom in that first encounter? Surely, with my bravery, I cannot be the one who was pushed, can I? Noticing Chen Ping'an's wandering gaze, Yuan felt a flicker of joy within her. After being rejected by him moments earlier, she had contemplated what had gone awry. Despite the emperor's affirmation of her appealing appearance and the fervent glances from men around her, why had Chen Ping'an not succumbed to her allure? Having been single for over 20 years, Yuan found herself pondering the art of seduction for the first time. After searching on her phone, she discovered that men generally favored warmth in their interactions. Having been trained for battle since childhood, Yuan was unfamiliar with the concept of warmth. However, after watching a few videos purported to evoke such feelings in men, she decided to reconfigure her appearance accordingly. Gazing at the somewhat dazed Chen Ping'an, Yuan couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Humph, your secrets are mine to claim." A sudden thought seemed to amuse him, prompting a mischievous chuckle. Upon regaining his composure, Chen Ping'an regarded Yuan, who was lost in thought and grinning foolishly. He felt certain that his recent indulgence had led to this bizarre fascination with the battle-hungry individual before him. All right, Captain Yuan, let us proceed. I am quite curious about Jin. As Chen Ping'an spoke, Yuan recalled the purpose of their visit and led him out of the dining hall. During their journey, Yuan elaborated on Jin's responsibilities and powers. In essence, Jin's paramount duty was to safeguard the tranquility of the Great Yin, ensuring that strange and inexplicable entities did not harm its citizens. Correspondingly, Jin's authority was formidable. The organization could intervene in matters concerning the safety of the Great Yin, and all official institutions were obliged to assist Jin unconditionally. After absorbing this information, Chen Ping'an couldn't help but inquire, with such immense power, does one not fear that absolute authority breeds absolute corruption? Yuan response was straightforward. The emperor has always vigilantly guarded this nation from the shadows, and Jin is but an extension of the emperor's will. As long as the emperor remains concerned for the people of the Great Yin, Jin will forever be but a shadow of the realm. If that is the case, Captain Yuan, I wish to request assistance from the officials of the magic capital for an inquiry. Chen Ping'an halted, speaking earnestly to Yuan. At 10 o'clock that morning, a classified document was placed into Chen Ping'an's hands. Here, Chen Ping'an, this is the information you sought. At this juncture, Yuan regarded Chen Ping'an with a peculiar gaze. However, the findings appear to differ significantly from your description. A sense of foreboding flickered within Chen Ping'an upon hearing Yuan words. He casually opened the sealed envelope in his hand. Inside, atop the contents, lay a black and white photograph captured on site. This image depicted an opulent mansion, identical to the one he recalled seeing at night, the residence of Nan. Indeed, Chen Ping'an had tasked the officials of the magic capital with investigating the details of Nan's home. Regardless of the circumstances, he had lost his memory during his visit there that evening. Moreover, Even when he simulated reaching the ninth limit, he could not recover his lost memories. Only upon personally arriving in the magic capital did those memories begin to resurface, yet each time they did, he would hear a voice that heralded his demise. As Chen Ping'an set aside the black and white photo, he revealed a colorful image beneath it. Upon examining the color photograph, his pupils constricted slightly. The upper right corner bore the date of the photograph's capture, which was indeed this morning at 9 o'clock. Although the scene had undergone significant alterations, Chen Ping'an could barely discern that this colorful image depicted the same location as the black and white photograph. However, the grand mansion he remembered had now been reduced to mere ruins. The desolate ruins appear to have been abandoned for many years, yet no weeds have taken root. Rather, the remnants exude an eerie grayness, as if they had emerged from the depths of a monochrome photograph. This derelict site stands in stark contrast to the surrounding opulent modern villas, rendering it an incongruous presence. Indeed, this is the abode you referred to, the home of the little girl. Had you not mentioned it, none of us would have discovered that such ruins lay hidden within the heart of the bustling villa district. We remain oblivious to how long this dilapidated structure has stood in the center of the metropolis. Even the investigator, after capturing this photograph, experienced a bout of amnesia. It was only thanks to Yuan's intervention that he successfully retrieved the image. The electronic archives of the city reveal no information regarding these ruins. However, we were fortunate to unearth some ancient documents in the city's oldest archive. Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow, setting the photograph aside to grasp the final paper report contained within the envelope. According to the analysis, these ruins are estimated to be around a century old, and the owner of the estate bears the surname Lin. A century ago, the Lin family was seemingly a prominent clan in the old metropolis, though their lineage was sparse. Records indicate that the last head of the Lin family had but a single daughter. During the invasion of the Great Yuan by the nation of Japan, the first battle unfolded in the old metropolis. The Lin family appeared to have had contact with the invaders, and following the Great Battle, both the government and the populace ceased to document any events related to the Lin family. It seems that all memory of their existence has faded. Every investigator who approached within 10 meters of the ruins would faint instantaneously. Those who were removed from the vicinity took roughly 10 minutes to regain consciousness. Yet they would forget the existence of the ruins entirely. All mechanical devices similarly malfunctioned upon entering the 10-meter radius of the estate. Due to the peculiar circumstances, no offensive experiments were conducted. The nation of Japan, known as Inazuma in ancient times, brought profound suffering to the Great Yuan a century ago, during which the emperor emerged to repel the invaders and restore the land. After being driven back to their homeland, Japan unconditionally surrendered and was thereafter renamed Inazuma by the emperor. Ping'an, do you know what the term Nanan signifies? Yun San's voice echoed in Chen Ping'an's ears as he furrowed his brow. Chen Ping'an looked at Yun San in confusion. Nanan is merely a term of endearment, meaning little girl. I do not believe any child's true name would be Nanan. I am unsure of what you have witnessed, but this bizarre phenomenon is unlike anything we have encountered before. I would advise against further investigation of this place. Upon finishing his statement, Yun San handed Chen Ping'an another black and white photograph. Chapter 50. The best way to face fear. In the black and white photograph, a young couple stands alongside an adorable little girl. Behind them looms the entirety of the Lin family estate. The man is attired in an antiquated Zhongshan suit, reminiscent of attire only seen in television dramas. Against the backdrop of such clothing, the man exudes a demeanor of uprightness and strength. Beside him, the young woman is clad in a beautifully tailored qipao. Although it is merely a black and white photograph, one can discern the woman's gentle demeanor and striking beauty. Chen Ping'an harbored a faint speculation regarding the identities of the individuals captured within the frame. The last figure in the photograph is a little girl, appearing to be no more than 8 or 9 years of age, dressed in a Western-style Lolita dress. Her radiant smile reflects sheer joy as she joyfully holds the hands of the adults beside her, resembling a blissful little princess. However, she is not Yuan. Upon closer inspection and comparing her features with his memories of Yuan, Chen Ping'an realized that Yuan's beauty was far more exquisite than that of this little girl. While the child indeed exudes an undeniable charm, Yuan's visage possesses an allure that could render Chen Ping'an momentarily entranced. No, this cannot be. This sudden realization jolted Chen Ping'an. Having awakened the mental prowess of a martial artist, how could he still be captivated upon seeing Yuan? That was abnormal. Such a level of beauty transcends the realm of ordinary humanity. Yuan observed Chen Ping'an's ever-changing expressions and sighed. Ping'an, this is a photograph of the last head of the Lin family along with his wife and daughter. Beyond this, we have no further information. Even their names remain unrecorded, as if some force has erased their existence from the annals of Yuan. Moreover, all the ordinary individuals involved in the investigation have forgotten the Lin family. This information was only retrieved by the awakened one, Yuan. At this juncture, Yuan lifted his gaze, his expression grave as he addressed Chen Ping'an. Let it go, Ping'an. Just like those stone houses, if it has stood in the heart of the demon city for a century, we should leave it be and allow it to remain in its current state. Upon hearing Yuan words, Chen Ping'an paused momentarily. The strangeness of this matter had indeed surpassed his capabilities. Yuan's advice held merit, yet Chen Ping'an had compelling reasons to pursue the investigation further. Could Yuan truly pose a threat to him? Memories of their brief encounters flooded his mind. Yuan was a tender-hearted little girl, intelligent and quiet. His interactions with her brought an uncommon sense of tranquility, perhaps stemming from their shared experience as orphans. Surely, Yuan would not harm him. They had met twice. And if she intended to, she could have acted long ago. Yet, this led to new questions. Why did the simulated version of himself lose his memory after visiting Yuan's home tonight? Who erased his memories? If such power existed, why not eliminate him outright? Instead, it seemed he was to be killed only after the apocalypse had descended. Furthermore, who was it in the simulation that sought his demise? And what of that ominous red giant door? What connection did it have to the impending doom? Why did it stand alone in the center of the demon city after the colossal hand vanished? And why was that peculiar Lin family mansion situated in such a location? As he contemplated these matters, the questions multiplied, revealing an intricate web of mystery. The simulation has come to a standstill, utterly incapable of yielding further information. Suppressing the myriad of questions swirling within him, Chen Ping'an turned his gaze towards Yuan, whose expression was laden with concern, and declared, I require more sustenance. Captain Yuan, I implore you to arrange for me the same provisions as this morning. I need an abundance. Strength is paramount. Only through greater power can one attain the ultimate answers. Regardless of the obstacles, I merely need to eliminate the source of the problem. Before the arrival of the apocalypse, I must become truly invincible. As Chen Ping'an's resolve solidified, his first innate martial prowess flickered subtly, while the violet radiance of his third gift seemed to undergo a transformation. Warriors may engage in combat with cunning or fortitude, may be lustful or reckless, yet they must never yield. On the third evening at 7 o'clock, in the heart of the magic city, Chen Ping'an, clad in black, arrived before the Lin family's grand residence. Indeed, he had resolved to meet Nanan once more, whether to uncover the truth of the Lin estate or to ascertain Nanan's identity. Evasion was not a viable solution. While avoidance may not be shameful, Chen Ping'an was determined not to deceive his martial spirit in addressing this matter. If he were to retreat now, would he continue to flee when the apocalypse descends? In the very center of the villa district, the eerie gray ruins, upon the fall of night, reverted to their appearance from a century past. A luxurious villa loomed in the heart of the magic city. Yet the surrounding structures were engulfed in darkness, for all inhabitants within a 3-kilometer radius had been preemptively evacuated by Yuan. On the glass balcony of the second floor, Nanan sat in her petite red chair, gazing serenely at the sky, where 2 crescent moons grew increasingly full. Whether it was mere illusion or not, the profound sorrow in her eyes seemed to have eased somewhat. Knock, knock. A gentle tapping resonated from outside the window. Nanan looked up to see Chen Ping'an standing there, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Big brother, she exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. She had not anticipated that Chen Ping'an would return so soon after their last meeting. As she beheld him outside, an inexplicable joy blossomed within her heart. Yet, Chen Ping'an did not immediately reciprocate her delight. Instead, the depth of his complex gaze deepened further. Previously, Chen Ping'an had relied on his exceptional hearing to discern the movements of others within the mansion. However, upon recognizing the anomalies of this residence, he attuned his ears once more and quickly discerned something amiss. Each footfall echoed with a uniform rhythm, suggesting that the others within the mansion were engaged in a synchronized repetition of steps. His prodigious memory recalled that the sounds he now heard were identical to those from his previous visit. The originators of those footsteps were likely beyond mere human description. Noticing Chen Ping'an's prolonged silence and the increasing gravity of his demeanor, Nan felt a sense of unease and instinctively stood, wishing to retreat to her room. At this moment, Chen Ping'an spoke, his voice unexpectedly dry. Yuan, I have a question I wish to ask you. Upon hearing his words, Yuan halted her steps. She, being perceptive, sensed that there was no malice in Chen Ping'an's tone. Rather, it bore a peculiar hint of sadness. What do you wish to inquire about, big brother? Yuan looked up, her beautiful, large eyes gazing timidly at Chen Ping'an. Chapter 51. You seem a bit weak gazing at the exquisitely ethereal Yuan before him. Chen Ping'an gently asked, how long have you resided in this home? Upon hearing his question, Yuan's expression relaxed immediately. Big brother, you frightened me. I thought you were up to no good. She continued, Yuan has lived here since she was very small, for as many years as I am old. Yuan responded fluently to Chen Ping'an's inquiry, but as she reached the last sentence, the little girl suddenly faltered. Strange, how old am I this year? It seemed she encountered an insurmountable dilemma, lowering her head and rubbing her little head as if trying to recall. How odd, in my memories. I seem to have always been gazing at the moon, waiting for my parents. Why do I have to wait for them? Haven't they already? Who is my father? Who is my mother? Her tone grew increasingly bewildered. Observing Yuan's confusion, Chen Ping'an felt a twinge of pity. If his suspicions were correct, then Yuan may have long since departed from this world. Yet, fixated on Yuan, he failed to notice the dimming lights of the Lin family mansion beyond the balcony. Who are you? Suddenly, a chilling female voice echoed in Chen Ping'an's ear. Who? He recoiled several steps, and upon turning back, he discovered a beautiful woman in a maid's outfit had materialized at the very spot he had just occupied. She regarded the retreating Chen Ping'an with a cold gaze, showing no intention of pursuing him further. The maid's eyes filled with compassion as they rested upon the bewildered Yuan on the balcony. Little master, it is time for you to sleep. The woman's voice seemed to possess an enchanting power, and upon hearing it, the disoriented Yuan collapsed, utterly spent, onto the pristine white carpet. As Yuan lay on the carpet in slumber, the maid, Yujie, turned her attention to Chen Ping'an. An awakened one, is it? This marks your third visit to seek the young lady, does it not? For her sake, I shall spare your life. However, your memories of this place must be expunged. With that, the maid instantly lunged towards Chen Ping'an. It was only then that he realized this woman before him had no heartbeat whatsoever. No, not just her. Throughout the entire mansion, apart from Yuan, every other presence bore no pulse. Moreover, even as the maid exhibited a willingness to attack, Chen Ping'an could not sense a hint of malevolence emanating from her. There was absolutely no indication of her intentions, and it was no wonder she could approach him so silently. She was the epitome of a perfect assassin. At this moment, Chen Ping'an, fully prepared, swiftly raised his hands to fend off the maid's rapid onslaught. With a resounding clash, their powerful strikes collided, creating visible ripples in the air. Upon witnessing her attack being countered, a flicker of astonishment crossed the maid's eyes. In this era, how can there be such a formidable awakened one? Nonetheless, this level is still insufficient. I have only exerted 30% of my strength. With a fierce kick, Sister Yu advanced towards Chen Ping'an, her beautiful legs encased in black tights slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. As Chen Ping'an absorbed the maid's attacks, his gaze towards her became increasingly peculiar. Mistaking his stare for a furtive glance at her skirt, Sister Yu's anger flared, compelling her to strike even harder. With a rapid succession of kicks, the maid unleashed a torrent of blows upon Chen Ping'an, each strike growing in ferocity. At this point, Sister Yu nearly forgot her initial intention of merely incapacitating him. Yet, Chen Ping'an withstood the maid's relentless assault, his expression becoming even more enigmatic. Fueled by his odd gaze, the maid, now thoroughly incensed, summoned all her strength. With a single kick, a faint sonic barrier formed. With a light crack, Chen Ping'an firmly grasped her calf, leaving the maid in a split position, frozen in place. Witnessing her full-force attack being neutralized, disbelief washed over Sister Yu's features. Chen Ping'an, with an unusual expression, remarked, you seem a bit weak. Sister Yu's face flushed crimson as she strained to withdraw her foot, yet no matter how forcefully she pulled, Chen Ping'an's grip remained as unyielding as iron. Thus, Chen Ping'an held the maid, clad in tights, in a split position, lost in contemplation. From her words, it seems she does not intend to kill me, merely to erase my memory. Moreover, her strength and speed appear to be equivalent to 6 times the human limit. No wonder I experienced amnesia when I arrived here at 4 times the human limit during the simulation. However, feeling the profound power within him, akin to an abyss, Chen Ping'an momentarily found himself in a daze. Perhaps he had been overly cautious. He did not intend to evade the enigmatic state of the Lin family. Yet he also wished to avoid an untimely demise. All he could do was elevate his physique to its utmost limit before arriving here. With the boundless supply of high-energy sustenance at the military base, Chen Ping'an's vitality surged to unimaginable heights. At this moment, his inner vitality resembled an ocean, deep and unfathomable. With each circulation of energy, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed within him. On the simulation panel, Chen Ping'an's physique had reached 100 points. This was the pinnacle achievable after the 9th breakthrough of human limits, representing the true extreme of humanity. At this stage, no amount of nourishment or training could propel him further. This was the zenith of a martial arts master. The path ahead was severed. To transcend this limit and continue down the path ahead is the myth of martial prowess. As Yu Jie gazed at the lecherous man who clung to her leg, her initial anger morphed into a desire for vengeance. The maid's sudden exclamation jolted Chen Ping'an back to reality, and as he lowered his gaze, he was met with a glimpse of flesh beneath her skirt. Oh dear, this is rather inappropriate. Upon feeling Chen Ping'an's grip loosen, Yu Jie swiftly withdrew her leg and retreated, casting a furious glare at him as if he were a pervert. Suddenly, a flurry of dark figures burst forth from within the room. Upon closer inspection, each figure was a Yu Jie clad in a maid's uniform. However, unlike the Yu Jie who had just fought, the eyes of these maidens were devoid of spirit, as if they were soulless. Attack! Sever his third leg. Hiss! Upon hearing the maid's command, Chen Ping'an felt a chill in his groin. Even the mightiest of men fear the misfortune of a third leg. Miss Maid, please allow me to explain. I certainly did not glimpse. Silence. Enraged, Yu Jie waved her hand, and the assembled maids charged at Chen Ping'an. Each maid possessed speed and strength equal to Yu Jie herself. Yet, even a multitude of 6th-tier opponents could not harm Chen Ping'an, who had already achieved the 9th breakthrough of his limits. Observing the overwhelming tide of battle, Yu Jie grew anxious. Just as she hesitated, pondering whether to unleash her final trump card, a commanding voice rang out. Enough. Shall you cease this at once? Chapter 52, The Blood-Colored Gate. A cool, authoritative voice echoed, revealing that Yuan, who had somehow awakened, stood on the balcony. As her words fell, all the maids attacking Chen Ping'an simultaneously halted their assault, performing a synchronized bow before quietly retreating. Yu Jie, who had been orchestrating the conflict, felt a flicker of panic at this voice. In the next moment, she hastily knelt, lowering her head to Yuan and pleaded, Master, Xiaoyu has failed in her duties and disturbed your slumber. Please punish me. Yuan disregarded Xiaoyu's contrition and instead turned her gaze upon Chen Ping'an. The intensity of her gaze felt unfamiliar to him. Yuan's once stark black and white eyes had transformed into beautiful golden red orbs. Even Chen Ping'an, who had reached the pinnacle of human capability, felt an aura of pressure under her scrutiny. Yuan, who exactly are you? Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's inquiry, Yuan did not answer directly. Instead, she continued to observe him, as if she had discerned something extraordinary within him. Just as Chen Ping'an intended to approach Yuan to scrutinize her condition, she finally spoke. Xiaoyu and I are merely guardians of the door. Since my earliest memories, I have been tasked with suppressing the great door deep within the estate. The door? Could it be the blood-colored gate that stands in the heart of the demon city post-apocalypse? Just as Chen Ping'an prepared to pose another question, the surrounding space abruptly shifted. The vast world outside the estate's glass balcony was supplanted by an ominous darkness. At this moment, Chen Ping'an found himself unable to ponder how he had been unknowingly transported to this place. His gaze was entirely captivated by the peculiar object before him. It was a door, tall enough for a person, seemingly ordinary, akin to the bedroom doors found in every household. Yet, upon closer inspection, this door was anything but mundane. It appeared to be stained with blood, and upon its dark crimson surface, countless bizarre characters seemed to writhe like living beings. The instant he beheld the door, a voice resonated within Chen Ping'an's heart, urging him, open it, open it, open it. On the simulation panel, his mental attributes began to fluctuate slightly. Chen Ping'an's expression turned vacant, as if under some form of control, compelling him to step toward the door. As he lifted his foot to take the first step, a golden dragon silhouette flashed before his eyes, accompanied by a resounding roar that echoed in his ears. In an instant, clarity returned to Chen Ping'an's gaze. What just happened? With newfound lucidity, his thoughts were momentarily disordered. It dawned on him, with a sense of dread, what he had nearly succumbed to. Was I truly controlled without a sound? What on earth is that door? Upon awakening, the blood-colored door seemed to lose its enchantment, just as Chen Ping'an prepared to investigate the nature of his surroundings. A mere blink later, a pair of malevolent eyes loomed close, fixated on him. The blood door, which should have remained in the distance, had inexplicably drawn near. The myriad of bizarre symbols had vanished, replaced by a multitude of human eyes covering the door's surface, each one brimming with an insidious malice. A strange and inexplicable sound emanated from the door, causing Chen Ping'an to feel an unsettling stir within his flesh. Yet, before he could fully process the sound, the space around him shifted once more. Before him knelt the pleading Xiaoyu, alongside the calm gaze of Yuan. Yuan's expression was astonishingly serene as she spoke to Chen Ping'an with an even tone, devoid of any fluctuation. You saw that thing, didn't you? Upon hearing her question, Chen Ping'an realized with clarity that the recent spatial transitions had been orchestrated by this seemingly innocent girl. Yuan, what exactly was that? The transformation of the bizarre characters into eyes on the door reminded him of the colossal hand that had overshadowed the world during the apocalypse. In a previous simulation, when Chen Ping'an observed the giant hand up close, he had seen it covered with countless strange symbols. When he had launched an attack in that simulation, those symbols had transformed into eerie human eyes. Now, having witnessed a similar phenomenon, Chen Ping'an could not help but question the connection between the two. In response to Chen Ping'an's inquiries, the girl with crimson eyes maintained a calm demeanor, softly stating, "That is the gate I guard. I have been here, watching over it for a century." Upon hearing her words, Chen Ping'an eagerly pressed further. What exactly is that gate? What would happen if it were to be opened? Why do you guard it? Who are you truly? At that moment, Chen Ping'an was overwhelmed with questions. Having finally discovered something related to the apocalypse, he unleashed a torrent of inquiries. Observing his urgent expression, the girl gently shook her head. I do not know. Since I became aware, I have been here guarding the gate. It seems a woman, whom I found comforting, once told me never to let this gate open. Yet, a century is an interminable stretch of time. I began to seek ways to pass the time. I appear to possess the ability to create dolls. I crafted many. And Xiaoyu is my most perfect creation. Aside from lacking a heartbeat, she is indistinguishable from a human. After creating Xiaoyu, I entrusted her with the task of watching over the gate, allowing myself to indulge in a long, long dream. In this dream, there was a little girl with loving parents. One day, however, after the father left, he never returned, and the mother wept, holding the girl close. The girl, unaware of the circumstances, felt a pang of sorrow at her mother's cries. But being so young, she could do nothing but hold her mother tightly, as if that might ease her suffering. At this point, a look of confusion flickered in the girl's eyes. I do not know who I am. I only remember someone calling me Yuan, and the sound of that voice evokes a profound sense of nostalgia. Observing the girl's bewildered gaze, Chen Ping'an, who had felt a surge of impatience, found himself calming down. Yuan, if you are indeed the guardian, can you assure me that this gate will never be opened? To this, Yuan nodded with conviction. From the moment I became aware, I have known that as long as I exist, this gate shall never be opened. Chapter 53. The Maid's Deadly Weapon Incident. Listening to Yuan's words, Chen Ping'an's expression turned complex. Though uncertain of the source of her confidence, the silent, subtle movements she had made earlier convinced him that this girl was far from simple. Yet, if what Yuan claimed was true, that as long as she remained, the gate would remain closed. Then on the second day of the apocalypse, the simulated version of himself had witnessed the blood-red gate swing open. This could only signify one thing. The girl before him would perish in the future. Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow, the threads of his thoughts unraveling. Yuan did not understand why she had become the guardian, and according to her, the gate would not be opened. Thus, where did the apocalypse originate? Was it truly that colossal hand which, in 7 days, would shatter the heavens and descend upon our world? No, that cannot be right. This grand portal is undoubtedly linked to the apocalypse. The coincidence is too striking. On the very first day, a colossal hand appeared in the bustling metropolis. and at its center lies this enigmatic door adorned with strange inscriptions. Just as Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation of the end times, a small hand gently pressed against his forehead, smoothing his creased brow. "Big brother, please don't look so gloomy. Seeing you like this makes me feel quite unhappy," the little girl said, her concerned gaze fixed upon him. At some point, she had materialized before Chen Ping'an, standing midair. "Is that you, little girl?" he inquired, astonished by her tone. With her golden red eyes shimmering, she tilted her head in confusion and replied, "Big brother, have you become foolish? I have always been me. Whether awake or asleep, it is still I, though I just woke up and feel a bit disoriented. But I apologize. I was still in a daze and inadvertently sent you to that door. I believe someone once told me that it should not be shown to just anyone. It could spell trouble for ordinary people." Chen Ping'an, feeling somewhat exasperated, gazed at the apologetic little girl. Had he been a casualty of her morning grogginess? Observing the innocent expression on his face, she sheepishly stuck out her tongue before swiftly changing the subject. "Ahem, big brother, I just remembered that I can fly. Come, let me take you with me." With that, she reached out and grasped Chen Ping'an's hand. In the next moment, she lifted her gaze towards the two radiant moons in the sky, a flicker of wonder gleaming in her eyes. A surge of invisible force enveloped Chen Ping'an, and under her guidance, he soared into the heights. 100 meters. The elevation continued to rise, and the mansion beneath them gradually shrank to a mere speck. On the ground, a distressed Xiaoyu knelt. Witnessing this spectacle, she sprang to her feet and shouted, "Rogue! Release my young master." Chen Ping'an, feeling the immense power surrounding him, glanced down at the agitated Xiaoyu, exasperated. "No, dear maid, you cannot speak such nonsense. It is your master who has whisked me away." However, he found himself bereft of the opportunity to defend his case. Despite his keen eyesight and acute hearing allowing him to perceive Xiaoyu's frantic cries, he was utterly powerless in his current state. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. As they ascended, the vista below expanded, revealing the entirety of the metropolis. Countless vehicles, illuminated by lights, coursed through the vibrant thoroughfares like crystalline lifeblood within the bustling city. In this moment, the brilliance of human civilization illuminated the ancient darkness that enveloped the earth after the sun's descent. Once humanity harnessed the power of fire, the night could no longer impede its forward march. Mountains, oceans, and the night itself. Humanity has gradually conquered this world. These are not the triumphs of any extraordinary individual, but rather the collective achievements of ordinary people like you and I, woven through generations, building a legacy of civilization. For the first time, soaring freely in such lofty skies and gazing down upon the marvels of human creation, a wave of emotion known as awe flowed through Chen Ping'an's heart. The worries that had previously plagued him, stemming from fears of impending doom, seemed to dissipate significantly. Suddenly, a tinkling laugh, reminiscent of silver bells, echoed from above. Upon looking up, Chen Ping'an beheld a joyful Yuan, her face alight with happiness as she gazed at the vast expanse of land beneath her. "Haha, big brother. For 100 years, I've been watching the moon. It seems someone once made a promise to me about it, though I can't quite recall the details," she exclaimed, shaking her head gently as she pondered, which caused a slight discomfort in her mind. After a moment, she continued to smile at Chen Ping'an, saying, "Now I feel so powerful, as if I could soar even higher. This is my first time away from home, and I never imagined the moons would see our world as so beautiful." As Yuan gazed at the land below, her eyes sparkled with wonder. For a century, her world had been confined to a small patch beyond the glass balcony. Yet now, having met Chen Ping'an, she felt a newfound desire to explore. Observing the joy on her face, Chen Ping'an's expression softened. Meanwhile, the anxious Xiaoyu paced restlessly on the ground, her eyes searching for her missing master, who had vanished from sight. "Oh no, that pervert has kidnapped my master. I've heard tales of wicked men in the human world who prey on little girls. If he is targeting me, my master is in danger," she muttered, oblivious to the fact that her young master was, in reality, at least 100 years old. If anything were to happen, it would be Chen Ping'an who would be seen as the inexperienced one. At that very moment, deep within the dark recesses of the mansion, the crimson door's eye opened once more. Malicious intent flickered within its gaze, tinged with a hint of confusion, as if the seal had weakened. Seizing the opportunity, it lunged towards the edge of the seal, attempting to break free. Just then, two figures descended from the sky with a rush. accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart. Thud! The muffled sound echoed through the dark space, only to be met with the sudden restoration of the seal's strength, sending the crimson door flying back. Its furious voice reverberated throughout the shadowy chamber. Damn that emperor! My master! Seeing her master return safely, Xiao Yu rushed forward, snatching the smiling Yuan from Chen Ping'an's grasp and enveloping her in her protective embrace. Then, as if guarding against a thief, she swiftly distanced herself from the equally joyful Chen Ping'an. Schoolyard room Kaiwo. Yuan's muffled voice emerged from Xiao Yu's embrace, but the maid paid her no mind. Instead, she fixed a wary gaze upon Chen Ping'an, declaring, Master, we must return home. A man as extraordinarily handsome as him must surely be untrustworthy. With that, the maid tightened her hold on Yuan even more. As Chen Ping'an gazed upon the girl, engulfed by the deadly weapon, he found himself devoid of the opportunity to counter Xiao Yu's slander. Instead, he cautioned her, I believe Nan is on the verge of suffocating. With a desperate struggle for breath, Nan, unable to inhale, became incensed at Xiao Yu's disobedience, and with a swift motion of her right hand, summoned an irresistible force that effortlessly pried Xiao Yu's arms apart, allowing Nan to escape her dire predicament. Once liberated from the embrace of the would-be assailant, Nan gasped for air, as the overwhelming moment had almost granted her a vision of the other shore. Yet, amidst this shock, some memories began to awaken. Chapter 54. Fragmented Nan. After breaking free from Xiao Yu's grasp, a vivid memory began to flicker in Nan's mind, before the Grand Lin family estate. A man clad in a Zhongshan suit waved at a mother and daughter, reassuringly saying, Do not worry, Wanru, take good care of Nan. I shall return. All will be well. However, beneath his cheerful facade lay a profound anxiety. Behind him stood a group of diminutive foreign soldiers clad in green military uniforms, their eyes glinting with malice and cruelty. The mother, dressed in a qipao, held the trembling little girl close, yet no one noticed the subtle tremor in her own hands. The scene froze in time. Who are they? Nan's spirit, at that moment, felt like an observer, quietly watching the tableau before her. For reasons unknown, her heart ached. Nan stared blankly at the unfolding image, sensing an emotion rising from the depths of her consciousness. Nan, young master. Suddenly, two voices called out, drawing nearer. Chen Ping'an, momentarily bewildered, watched as Nan, having escaped the clutches of the foolish maid, fell into a trance. Initially, he believed she was merely daydreaming. However, moments later, blood began to trickle from Nan's nostrils, coinciding with the disappearance of the unseen force that had held Xiao Yu. The maid, suspended in midair like a marionette, plummeted to the ground, and neither she nor Chen Ping'an could comprehend the transformation that had overtaken Nan. As Nan's eyes glazed over and blood flowed, her body became marred with a multitude of fine cracks. Xiao Yu had served Nan for decades, safeguarding her like a mother since the slumber of her primary consciousness began, while also fulfilling her duty as a sentinel. Yet, even Xiao Yu had never witnessed Nan in such a state. Before her stood a fragile porcelain doll on the brink of shattering. Chen Ping'an, however, sensed an even greater peril. His martial instincts screamed with alarm, and as the fissures on Nan's body multiplied, an overwhelming sense of imminent death loomed over him. Both individuals called out to Nan in urgent desperation, acutely aware that something was gravely amiss. Fortunately, their pleas resonated, and as their voices reached her, Nan's eyes gradually regained their spark, while the cracks on her form began to dissipate, as the spirit of the young girl, Yuan, fully revived. What greeted her was the anxious countenance of a pair of individuals, a young man and a girl named Xiao Yu. Big brother, Xiao Yu, why are you looking at me like that? With the return of her consciousness, the memories she had just glimpsed sank once more into the depths of her recollection. The little girl gazed at the two before her with a sense of confusion. However, as her words faded, Yuan felt what seemed to be droplets cascading down her face. Gently wiping her cheek, she soon realized that silent tears were streaming from her eyes. She wished to dry her tears, yet the flow seemed relentless. How peculiar. Why am I crying? I should be so happy to play with Big Brother today. As she spoke, her voice trembled with sobs, and she raised her head, her exquisite features marred by an unmistakable sorrow. Oh, I don't understand why my heart feels so heavy. I just want to cry. Little mistress. Observing Yuan's heartache, Xiao Yu felt as though her heart were shattering. She rushed back to Yuan's side, poised to embrace her tightly once more. "Stop. Please, don't." Startled by Xiaoyu's movements, Yuan quickly interjected, her weeping ceasing abruptly. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an, witnessing the exchange between the master and servant, could not suppress a chuckle. Hearing his laughter, Xiaoyu turned to glare at him, unable to contain her indignation. "Humph. It's all your fault for making our young lady cry." Standing before Yuan, Xiaoyu, emboldened by the need to defend, shot a fierce look at Chen Ping'an, completely disregarding her earlier experience of being suspended and punished. "Ah, well, you are the one with the advantage. So I suppose you have the final say." Chen Ping'an, adhering to the principle of not engaging in conflict with women, resolved that next time, he would ensure this foolish maid would be the one to shed tears. Their gazes clashed fiercely in the air. "No, it's not that. Playing with Big Brother brings me joy. It's just that, for some reason, I felt an overwhelming sadness earlier." Yuan's sweet voice emerged from behind Xiaoyu. The two, disregarding their previous silent battle of glances, hurriedly approached Yuan, eager to discuss the strange transformation that had just occurred. After listening, Yuan shook her head. "I don't know what happened either. It seemed as though I recalled something, yet upon awakening, that memory became hazy once more. However, I do remember one thing. I must not stray too far from here. The oddity I experienced earlier might be connected to my distance from this place." Upon this realization, Yuan quickly lowered her head, offering an apology to Chen Ping'an and Xiaoyu. "I'm sorry, Big Brother Xiaoyu. It was my own desire to play that caused you both to worry." Gazing at the obedient little girl before them, Chen Ping'an and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. However, after a brief pause, they averted their eyes, each letting out a huff. Xiaoyu approached Yuan, taking her hand in hers. "You did nothing wrong, my lady. It was that insufferable man with his doom-laden expression that led you to seek solace." On this occasion, Chen Ping'an was disinterested in continuing to bicker with this seemingly mature individual, whose inner self was far less developed than that of the young girl, Nan. Instead, he chose to comfort her, saying, "Nan, you need not blame yourself. The fact that I can soar through the skies with you today is something I will cherish for a lifetime. Thank you, Nan." After uttering these words, Chen Ping'an gently patted Nan's little head, much to the chagrin of Xiaoyu, who shot him a murderous glance. Upon hearing their kind words, Nan finally felt her worries dissipate. However, unbeknownst to her, above her small head, the gazes of the man and woman met once more. "Let go of my hand. You wretched man, do not touch my lady." "Humph, you foolish maid. You erased my memories in the simulation, didn't you? Next time, I shall ensure you experience the bitter sting of paternal affection." Suddenly, Nan exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, it's almost midnight." Her cry shattered the tense standoff above. Hearing her words, Xiaoyu's expression shifted, and she swiftly gathered Nan into her arms, racing towards the mansion. Meanwhile, the other dolls followed suit, dashing toward the grand residence. "Ah, the mansion," Nan shouted with excitement. But before she could wield her magical power to command Xiaoyu again, both she and the flock of dolls surged directly into the mansion. It was only then that Xiaoyu's voice leisurely echoed, "We can only appear between 6 and midnight. Please return at this time to find Our Lady." Moments later, the clock struck midnight, and the once vibrant mansion reverted to its desolate, gray ruins, as though the maid and Nan had been mere phantoms. Chapter 55. The fourth day sealed. Chen Ping'an stood motionless, gazing at the dilapidated mansion that had transformed before him, experiencing a sense of temporal dislocation. Yet, upon hearing Xiaoyu's final words, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, you foolish maid, you are somewhat competent after all." Despite her disdain for Chen Ping'an, Xiaoyu's invitation for him to return stemmed from her awareness that her young master held a fondness for him. Her personal feelings as a creation were insignificant. What mattered was the affection of her master. Therefore, although she found the lecherous man rather irritating, she felt compelled to extend the invitation for the sake of her young master. This was her duty as a maid, as a creation. While the true nature of the strange door within the mansion remained elusive, Chen Ping'an felt relatively content knowing that Nan was a friend rather than a foe. As for the deeper mysteries, he would have to await the enhancement of his own strength, at least to a level capable of suppressing the bizarre occurrences that had transpired before Nan, before embarking on further inquiries. A moment earlier, when Chen Ping'an was ensnared in the dark realm controlled by the ominous blood door, a resonant roar reverberated, awakening his spirit. Concurrently, in an unknown time and place, an unimaginably vast golden eye opened. At midnight on the fourth day, outside the villa district, Yun-san and Yin anxiously observed the fully sealed area. This region, confirmed through daytime observations, had proven its eerie nature. Although the grand mansion currently exhibits no signs of danger, much like the stone house, it merely causes ordinary individuals who approach it to lose their memories of its existence. However, if, as Chen Ping'an suggested, a little girl capable of communicating with humans resides within this mansion, the situation transforms entirely. The Ash organization has never encountered such a peculiar entity capable of communication. Typically, these anomalies represent the greatest adversaries of the Ash organization, as they are characterized by their cunning and cruelty. Never engaging in any form of dialogue with humanity, much like one would not converse with a plate of chicken. Standing outside the villa area, Yun-san recalled Chen Ping'an's words before he entered. "Captain Yuan, the worst that could happen when I go in is losing my memory. When you see me again, you must inform me about the mansion." Indeed, Chen Ping'an had taken precautions to ensure a connection with the girl. From simulations, it appeared that the encounter on the third night would not endanger his life. Thus, he asked Yun-san to wait for him outside, ensuring that even if his memory were erased, he could rely on her to jog his recollection. Just then, a familiar male voice echoed in Yun-san's ear. Lost in thought, she looked up to find Chen Ping'an standing beside them, having arrived without her noticing. "Chen Ping'an, are you all right? What transpired inside?" Seeing the anxious expressions on Yun-san and Yin, Chen Ping'an succinctly recounted the events that had unfolded within the mansion, revealing the eerie crimson door without reservation. This phenomenon was encountered in reality, unrelated to the strange giant hand. "So, you are suggesting that the little girl and the maid within the mansion, as well as the entire estate, merely act as guardians? Their purpose is to protect that bizarre blood door?" Yin asked, astonished. He had a vague understanding of Chen Ping'an's strength, capable of obliterating even third-tier anomalies with a single punch. Yet, the fact that someone as formidable as Chen Ping'an could be controlled by a door raised concerns about its true terror. At that moment, Yin remained oblivious to the fact that when Chen Ping'an had shattered the anomaly, he was merely in a state of ultimate breakthrough for the third time. In less than a day, at the cost of an entire warehouse filled with precious medicinal materials, this man had ascended to the 9th limit of vitality, mere steps away from becoming a true martial legend. Nevertheless, even such a powerful figure found himself constrained by that blood door. Meanwhile, Yun-san's demeanor was peculiar. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's account regarding the blood door, she maintained a contemplative expression. After Yin expressed his astonishment, Yun-san suddenly clapped her hands, exclaiming, "The 4-day seal." Her face lit up with excitement as she addressed Chen Ping'an. "I just remembered. What you described bears a striking resemblance to the 4-day seal mentioned by the emperor." Upon hearing her words, Chen Ping'an grasped her hand with enthusiasm, quickly inquiring, "Captain Yuan, do you know what that crimson door truly is?" As he felt the warmth emanating from the man's palm, the usually carefree Yun-san suddenly found herself enveloped in an uncharacteristic shyness. "Well, I'm not entirely sure," she stammered. "But I once overheard His Majesty the Emperor mention something akin to that. However, His Majesty's circumstances are quite unique, so he did not elaborate, only stating that there are 4 entities similar to the Blood Gate." Upon hearing Yun-san's words, a thunderbolt seemed to strike Chen Ping'an's mind. 4. After the onset of the apocalypse, for cities with populations in the millions fell in succession, but then the onslaught seemingly paused. I had always believed that the apocalypse merely began in populous cities. Yet what if the location of its manifestation is dictated by other factors? The strange runes on that blood gate bear an uncanny resemblance to the giant hand, and after the apocalypse, an eerie blood gate appeared in the heart of Magic City. It cannot be a coincidence. This 4-day seal must surely relate to the origins of the apocalypse. For the first time grasping the tale of the apocalypse, Chen Ping'an's spirit soared. "Ping'an, be gentle. You're hurting me." Yun-san's delicate cry jolted the excited Chen Ping'an back to reality. In his fervor, he had inadvertently exerted too much strength. Fortunately, Yun-san spoke up in time, or she might have been injured. Meanwhile, Yin looked at her captain in astonishment, her expression reflecting a shock even greater than that of discovering the blood gate's control over Chen Ping'an. "Goodness, how can our captain, the tough girl, be shy?" Chen Ping'an quickly released his grip and inspected the situation, relieved to find only a slight redness, avoiding any serious harm. Yuan shot him a disapproving glance, surprised that this seemingly innocent boy could be so rough. As if recalling something, a charming blush appeared on Yunsan's face. Chen Ping'an felt a bit embarrassed. But the matter was pressing, and he promptly continued, "Captain Yuan, I wish to meet the Emperor immediately. Could you assist me in arranging this?" Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's request, a hint of difficulty crossed Yunsan's face. "Ping'an, as a member of the Ashes, you certainly can meet the Emperor, but the situation is exceptional. You will have to wait at least 6 days before you can see him." Observing Yunsan's troubled expression, Chen Ping'an's thoughts raced. Captain Yuan has repeatedly emphasized the Emperor's unique situation. What could possibly be the matter? Nevertheless, even if Yunsan remains tight-lipped, I am aware of the Emperor's whereabouts. I only need to inquire about that location. In Chapter 56, The Catastrophe of the Emperor's Prophecy, Yunsan remained adamant, refusing to yield, insisting that Chen Ping'an must wait 6 days to meet the Emperor. Yet, knowing the Emperor's location, Chen Ping'an remained unfazed. As long as he could ascertain the headquarters of Ashes, he was prepared to seek out the Emperor alone. Thus, he shifted the topic, speaking of which, "Captain, having just joined Ashes, I am not well versed in the organization's matters. Would you be able to show me around the headquarters? I wish to meet more awakened individuals." Noticing Chen Ping'an's abrupt change of subject, Yunsan regarded him with suspicion. However, observing Chen Ping'an's serene expression, Yunsan contemplated for a moment before ultimately conceding, "Very well." After speaking, Yunsan, seemingly slightly apprehensive, added, "Ping'an, do not be hasty. The Emperor is currently indisposed. In 6 days, I will assuredly arrange a meeting for you with the Emperor. As for matters concerning His Majesty, I have pledged to maintain confidentiality, and thus, I am unable to divulge any details. I apologize, Ping'an." In the early hours of the 4th day, at 1 o'clock, aboard the supersonic aircraft of the military base in the Magic City, Yunsan and Chen Ping'an sat side by side. Uncle Yan, under the piercing gaze of Yunsan, dutifully retreated to the cockpit to engage in idle chatter with the pilot. Yet, the encouraging glances he cast before departing left Yunsan feeling somewhat perturbed. As it happens, my visit to the Magic City entails 2 objectives. Observing that Chen Ping'an's attention had been captured, Yunsan nodded in satisfaction. She raised a finger and declared, "The first purpose is to assess your capabilities and invite you to join our ranks. I am pleased to say this task has been successfully accomplished." Regarding the evaluation of strength, noticing Chen Ping'an's ambiguous smile, Yunsan felt a slight flush of embarrassment and quickly raised a second finger. "The second objective stems from the Emperor's premonition." "Premonition?" Chen Ping'an inquired, somewhat perplexed, looking at Yunsan. The simulation had indeed mentioned that the Emperor possessed a vague foresight of future events. Did this mean Yunsan's visit was prompted by some foreboding sensed by the Emperor? Yunsan nodded and continued, "It is important to clarify that the Emperor can indeed vaguely perceive future occurrences. This time, the reason for my presence is due to her premonition of an impending calamity in the Magic City." As she spoke, a thought seemed to strike her, and she added, "It was on the afternoon you saved the second miss of the Yin family that the Emperor suddenly sensed this foreboding." With a smile, Yunsan remarked, in retrospect, "It appears that the foreseen disaster is likely related to that peculiar and ominous Lin family mansion. Fortunately, with your presence, it has been resolved satisfactorily." Yunsan gazed at Chen Ping'an with fervent admiration, increasingly pleased by the sight of this powerful and handsome man. Having effectively sent Uncle Yin away, the cabin had been sealed, creating an intimate atmosphere conducive to deepening their relationship. In the supplementary materials regarding Inazuma that Yunsan had studied, the protagonists often found themselves in such settings, leading to unmentionable encounters. However, at that moment, Chen Ping'an was entirely engrossed in contemplating Yunsan's words. This was the first time he had learned that the Emperor had foreseen troubling events looming over the Magic City. But could it truly be related to the peculiarities or the girls? Why did the mere knowledge of this premonition instill such a profound sense of unease within him? As the supersonic aircraft ascended into the sky, Chen Ping'an gazed out at the gradually receding scenery and the distant, vibrant lights of the Magic City, his unease intensifying. Just as he contemplated turning back to discuss this disquiet with Yunsan, an alarming voice echoed in his mind. "Something has returned with me, Chen Ping'an," the mysterious female voice proclaimed suddenly. At the same time, in the darkened skies of the metropolis, a pitch black suddenly materialized. This was more profound than the night itself. Gazing upon it invoked a sense of despair and a plethora of intense negative emotions. The dot rapidly expanded before vanishing abruptly. In its stead stood a figure with bowed head. Under the moonlight, a man clad in modern attire stood silently, his head lowered. Yet, no one could truly perceive him as ordinary, for he hovered thousands of meters above the ground. The figure remained suspended in the air, maintaining its bowed posture. Apart from the extraordinarily perceptive Chen Ping'an, neither the occupants of the aircraft, including the likes of Yuan, nor the station troops of the metropolis on the ground, noticed his presence. Chen Ping'an's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Ever since the man's appearance, he had felt an unprecedented sense of peril. As he attempted to scrutinize the figure, it vanished without a trace. Just as Chen Ping'an sought to locate it, a ghastly visage pressed against the aircraft window, merely a finger's breadth away from him. The mouth stretched grotesquely, forming a twisted smile, while its eyes were entirely hollow, replaced by two deep, dark voids from which blood flowed. Sensing Chen Ping'an's gaze, the ghastly face opened its mouth, revealing not a throat, but a massive human eye. Yuan, quickly notify the base in the metropolis. The calamity foretold by the emperor has arrived, and you must flee. The farther, the better, Chen Ping'an exclaimed urgently. Not waiting for Yuan's response, he grasped the aircraft's door and, with a gentle force, twisted it open. The steel door yielded, and amidst the clash of internal and external air currents, the aircraft momentarily lost stability. Fortunately, Yuan, not being an ordinary individual, quickly secured himself to his seat. Meanwhile, Chen Ping'an disregarded the turbulent air, his gaze fixed intently on the eerie, levitating figure outside the door. With a powerful push of his foot, Chen Ping'an leapt from the aircraft and effortlessly returned the deformed door to its original position, thus quelling the fierce gusts from within. Suddenly, the cockpit door burst open, and the pilot, Yuan, rushed out, exclaiming, "Captain, we must make an emergency landing at once." The unexpected influx of air had startled both the pilot and Yuan. However, within moments, order was restored, though the aircraft had sustained structural damage and required an emergency landing for repairs. Yuan stepped out to assess the situation. But upon opening the door, he was met with a scene of chaos within the cabin and the twisted remnants of the steel door. Upon seeing Yuan regained his composure. With no time to explain, he rushed to the window to peer outside. Upon witnessing the scene beyond, Yuan's face turned ashen, and he immediately turned to Yuan, shouting, "Hurry! Contact the station troops in the metropolis. We need support. Urgently." Behind Yuan lay a severed arm, having smashed against the glass, which was now riddled with countless cracks. Through the shattered pane, the dismembered Chen Ping'an confronted a grinning humanoid figure. Chapter 57. The boundless vitality. As Chen Ping'an burst forth from the hatch, the grotesque figure of a maniacal smile distanced itself from him. Suspended in the air not far away, the figure observed Chen Ping'an with eyes that appeared human. With each forceful step he took, layers of shallow sonic clouds erupted beneath his feet, akin to treading water. Through his manipulation of the air, he garnered an upward buoyancy. Gazing at the eerie figure before him, Chen Ping'an felt an undeniable certainty that the calamity foreseen by the emperor was embodied in this entity. In the depths of his martial awareness, the mere presence of this figure radiated waves of distorted malevolence. This characteristic, coupled with its visage, immediately conjured memories of the transformed human slain by a massive hand in the city of demons just 10 days hence. Yet, for reasons unknown, the figure did not launch an immediate assault. Instead, it continued to scrutinize Chen Ping'an with its human-like eyes. "Chen Ping'an, you must vanquish it swiftly. It is using this vessel to pinpoint this timeline." A mysterious feminine voice echoed in Chen Ping'an's mind. Strangely, he sensed faint sounds of battle emanating from her end as well. The urgency in her words darkened Chen Ping'an's expression. "Hey, brother, you're truly hideous. Perhaps you should hasten to be reincarnated." No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous sonic cloud erupted beneath his feet. The immense recoil propelled Chen Ping'an toward the grotesque figure with astonishing speed. In a fleeting moment, just as his fist was about to connect, the figure vanished, taking with it Chen Ping'an's attacking right hand. Maintaining his stance in the void, Chen Ping'an's countenance grew grave, while the severed limb was already staunching the flow of blood with his vital energy. The grotesque figure reemerged at the edge of the cabin, clutching Chen Ping'an's right arm. It lifted the severed limb, inhaling its scent twice before seemingly losing interest and discarding it. The dismembered arm crashed against the cabin window, startling Yuan, who stood behind it, his face drained of color. As Chen Ping'an endured the excruciating pain of his severed arm, his mind remained unerringly composed. Was that teleportation? No, that's not quite right. I did perceive a faint trace of movement. Its speed was simply too great. It continues to observe me rather than attacking. Am I not the primary target? While the figure's human-like eyes continued to scrutinize the world, in an ancient stone dwelling within the imperial capital, a slumbering silhouette awoke, revealing a pair of crimson eyes. Yuan, tense, gazed into the sky. Chen Ping'an's earlier display of power had far exceeded his comprehension. Yet, even such a formidable individual was swiftly rendered armless. Meanwhile, upon receiving communication from the nightmare, the garrison in the city of demons mobilized immediately, and reconnaissance instruments detected two figures in the sky. However, when these figures appeared on the military's display screens, shock gripped the eyes of all present. Why could humans ascend to the heavens? Chen Ping'an gazed at his severed arm sliding down the cabin glass, observing the peculiar creature nearby that scrutinized him and the bizarre world around them. He gently shook his head, his left hand clasping his right shoulder where his arm had once been, a faint smile gradually gracing his lips. Hey, monster, do you know of the martial arts masters? His voice was captured by the observation instruments, relayed to the command room of the base. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion appeared in the eyes of all present. Martial arts masters? Exceptional practitioners of combat? I heard that several masters were shot dead by invaders during the twilight of the previous dynasty. What is martial arts? If not a series of flashy moves? Yet, the Supreme Commander did not quell the murmurs of his subordinates, but instead regarded Chen Ping'an with a glimmer of surprise. Is it him? As he beheld the expressionless, grinning figure, Chen Ping'an continued his self-dialogue. You wouldn't know, nor would anyone else in this world. Then, let me illuminate for you tonight the essence of a true martial arts master. A master is one who transcends the limits of the human body through the cultivation of vital energy and blood. Waves of deep crimson light began to emanate from Chen Ping'an's body, if gazing upon the grinning creature instilled fear and distortion. Witnessing this burgeoning scarlet aura evoked a sense of uplifting vigor. Upon breaking through the limits of the human body for the 7th time, the martial arts master enters the ultimate stage, the transformation of vital energy into a dragon. The surrounding crimson energy gradually took form, manifesting as a 5-clawed, crimson-scaled dragon, exuding an air of dominance. As the red dragon materialized, torrents of vital energy coalesced around Chen Ping'an's severed arm, and in mere moments, enveloped by the radiance, a complete arm grew anew. Chen Ping'an flexed his freshly restored right arm, recalling the agony inflicted upon him by the creature. A flicker of red light shimmering in his eyes. The wait is over. Let us commence the second round. Allow me, the solitary martial arts master of this realm, to treat you well. As his words fell, Chen Ping'an's figure flickered in the air, appearing before the grinning creature in an instant. The creature displayed no surprise, merely extending its hand once again, intent on tearing off the arm of this perceived prey. Yet this time, the circumstances were different. Chen Ping'an's eyes had transformed into a golden red hue. This was the 8th level of vital energy, the moment where intention and vitality intertwined, bestowing him with heightened reflexes. In that instant, the creature's previously uncanny speed held no advantage in Chen Ping'an's perception. Before the creature could grasp him, Chen Ping'an seized its arm first. A smile appeared on the faces of both combatants. The malevolence radiating from the creature coalesced upon its arm, forming visible waves of darkness. These malicious waves began to spread along the arm that Chen Ping'an had grasped, advancing toward him relentlessly, as he beheld the figure intent on tainting itself. Feeling the malevolent waves capable of distorting thousands, Chen Ping'an's smile remained unchanged. The paths of the mortal realm are but ninefold. When masters reach their zenith, they continuously elevate their vitality. Although a qualitative transformation remains elusive, the culmination of quantity embodies the true essence of the 9th level. The 9th breakthrough of human limits. Vitality soaring through the heavens. With a resounding roar, a powerful dragon's chant erupted from the mouth of the crimson dragon of vitality behind Chen Ping'an. In an instant, an almost infinite surge of terrifying vitality gushed forth from Chen Ping'an's being. The boundless night was illuminated in a scarlet expanse by his vitality. The black malevolent waves, under the relentless onslaught of his vitality, dissipated in mere moments. This vast sea of vitality transformed into an overwhelming pressure, flowing into the figure he grasped by the arm. The figure's eyes, resembling human eyes, revealed astonishment for the first time. However, a brief moment later, overcome by the impact of Chen Ping'an's utmost vitality, the figure was rendered to ashes, unable even to resist. Gazing at the bizarre figure, which he had vanquished through the martial arts of vitality, a surge of heroic spirit arose within Chen Ping'an, who had simulated death multiple times. Today, I shall slay you with the pinnacle of humanity. One day, I shall return in the form of a martial legend to battle you once more. Chapter 58. Trust in Science. At this moment, all those in the magical city who were awake witnessed the sky beyond the city transform into a crimson expanse. In an instant, various short video platforms were inundated with footage of the scarlet sky. As for how to explain this anomalous phenomenon to the public, that was a concern for the experts. With a gentle exhalation, Chen Ping'an quietly observed the bizarre figure reduced to ashes before him. With a casual wave, the tumultuous vitality returned to his body. The sky darkened once more, and under the serene moonlight, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. Though the battle had been brief, it epitomized Chen Ping'an's might. At that moment, his physical prowess had reached a pinnacle of 100 points, signifying completeness and true limits. As for how to transcend into the realm of martial legend, Chen Ping'an had some inklings in his mind, yet he still required an opportunity. After vanquishing the strange figure, Chen Ping'an remained aloft, pondering in his mind, what transpired? You mentioned this entity followed you back? This time, the mysterious feminine voice did not feign silence, but promptly replied. Do you recall the earlier simulation where you transcended into martial legend, only to be slain by a voice? The words of the mysterious voice reminded Chen Ping'an of the afternoon of the second day, when he returned from the imperial capital via high-speed rail. During that simulation, it was the strongest he had ever been in all simulations. Between life and death, his simulated self broke the limits, truly transcending into the realm of martial legend. Alas, the self who broke through amidst life and death was already gravely injured and lacked sufficient accumulation. Before the unseen puppeteer, he remained vulnerable. However, were those not merely events of simulation? What connection does the simulation of one's own demise have with the appearance of this enigmatic humanoid? With this thought, Chen Ping'an's brow furrowed in contemplation. Could the monstrosity from the simulation possibly transcend into reality? The feminine voice fell into a brief silence before responding. The future harbors countless variables. I merely observed the future most closely aligned with your simulation at the moment you chose to engage in it. Yet, I did not anticipate that the apocalyptic entity of your world would be so terrifying. The hint of trepidation in the mysterious voice caused Chen Ping'an's expression to grow grave. While I was observing your future, I was attacked as well due to your interaction with him. Although I managed to return to my original timeline in time, that encounter left me with traces of contaminated information. Most of the contamination has been eradicated, but some remnants intertwined with you have made their way into reality, ultimately giving rise to that peculiar monster. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping'an's countenance darkened considerably. Are you implying that I can no longer continue to simulate the future? If I persist, will I not once again encounter him? The woman's tone brightened slightly at Chen Ping'an's words. Rest assured, Chen Ping'an, that creature does not possess the true ability to traverse time and space. It merely exploits its bizarre characteristics to spread the contamination onto me, the observer. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed something she should not have, the mysterious voice quickly shifted the subject. Worry not, Chen Ping'an. I have entirely eliminated the interference from the contamination and fortified my resistance against it. The next time you simulate, such occurrences should not arise again. You may proceed with your simulations without fear. By the way, what you just obliterated was merely one of its eyes. Keep up the good work, Chen Ping'an. As her words faded, the mysterious voice vanished once more, yet her final statement left Chen Ping'an speechless. That enormous hand was of a size comparable to a metropolis, and the number of those human eyes upon it was densely packed and seemingly infinite. At the moment Chen Ping'an conversed with the mysterious voice, the supersonic aircraft had also completed its emergency landing. With a resounding crash, the deformed metal hatch was forcefully kicked open, and the anxious Yun San and Yin rushed out from the cabin. Upon raising their heads, they were met with a sky ablaze in crimson light. Merging into Chen Ping'an's form, with extraordinary vision, aided by the moonlight, the two could discern that the bizarre creature had entirely vanished. However, Before they could react, they witnessed Chen Ping'an plummeting directly from a height of 1,000 meters. In their astonished gaze, he descended like a meteor, accelerating with alarming rapidity. They were bewildered by how Chen Ping'an had ascended into the heavens, puzzled by the nature of the creature, and utterly perplexed by how the once formidable Chen Ping'an had suddenly fallen. Yet, their bodies acted more swiftly than their thoughts. Witnessing Chen Ping'an's terrifying descent, they instinctively rushed forward, determined to save him. As Chen Ping'an descended to within 100 meters of the ground, his falling speed peaked, producing a terrifying sound that echoed through the air. Suddenly, a resounding thud akin to a drumbeat reverberated from above. The descent of the crimson meteor slowed, and moments later, Chen Ping'an landed gracefully on the ground, facing the astonished figures of Yuan and Yen. After an intense battle, his garments were tattered, and observing the dazed expressions of the two, he quizzically inquired, "What are you two staring at? I hope I'm not indecent. Could you please help me find something to wear?" Yen did not respond to Chen Ping'an's request. Instead, he stared blankly and asked, "Who on earth are you? How can a person fly into the sky?" It was no wonder Yen was so astonished. Their organization's strongest member was merely a second tier like Yuan, and the notion of a human being able to fly contradicted all they had come to accept over the years. Chen Ping'an regarded Yen with a look of incredulity, exclaiming, "Sir, you must believe in science. Humans do not possess wings. How could they possibly fly?" Both Yuan and Yen simultaneously extended their fingers towards the scientifically minded Chen Ping'an. It dawned on him that they were referring to his earlier encounter with the peculiar humanoid. He chuckled. "You know how one can tread water to float? Martial artists can tread air in much the same way. Isn't that quite scientific? I merely chose not to continue treading air when I wanted to descend quickly. Once gravity brought me down to a certain height, I resumed treading air, generating an upward reaction force, allowing me to land smoothly. It's quite basic physics. Isn't it?" Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's explanation, Yuan and Yen exchanged glances, feeling somewhat insulted by the implication regarding their intellect. However, upon reflection, there was a strange truth to Chen Ping'an's words. Thus, a flicker of determination ignited in their eyes. "Master Chen, we wish to learn martial arts." They had finally ceased to regard Chen Ping'an as merely an awakener, for they had never encountered such an extraordinary individual before. Chen Ping'an waved his hand dismissively. "We shall discuss that later. The creature I just dealt with was undoubtedly the disaster the Emperor foresaw." Before he could finish his thought, he noticed the two regarding him with a peculiar expression. "Chen Ping'an, what exactly was that monster you mentioned?" Chapter 59. The simulation reopened yet again, feeling the chill of uncertainty rise within him at the sight of their puzzled gazes. Chen Ping'an was interrupted by the mysterious feminine voice that had previously fled. "You need not discuss this with them. The humanoid was an anomaly that should not have existed in this time and space. Had it continued to exist, it would have acted as an impurity, corrupting this reality and providing that monster with an opportunity to manifest here. With its demise at your hands, the world has corrected its distortion. Aside from you, who remembers its existence due to my presence, everyone else has forgotten it." These two awakeners retained merely a few fleeting seconds of memory from earlier. They will only recall your inexplicable ascent to the sky, followed by a burst of red light. Rest assured, they will soon rationalize everything that has transpired, which is a result of the world's rectification. Within the command center of the Magic City, the Supreme Commander declared the conclusion of the nocturnal exercise, prompting everyone to return to their quarters for rest as per the orders. Meanwhile, the images of Chen Ping'an engaging in combat gradually faded from the surveillance screens, replaced by the spectacle of Chen Ping'an bursting forth from the cockpit, unleashing a crimson aura that illuminated the surroundings. As the mysterious feminine voice echoed, Yuan and Yen were momentarily taken aback before turning their gazes back to Chen Ping'an. Yuan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Ping'an, I wish to learn martial arts from you. Those moves you demonstrated were incredibly impressive." The elder, Yen, also expressed his enthusiasm, stating, "I feel the same way." Observing the revised memories of the two, Chen Ping'an initially remained silent before breaking into a smile. "Very well, but first, let us find another aircraft to the imperial capital." As Chen Ping'an and his companions boarded another supersonic aircraft within the base, he paid no mind to Yuan, who was clad in a snug suit and leaning closer to him. Instead, he reopened the simulators panel. "The fourth talent slot has been activated. Would the player like to begin simulation?" Due to the defeat of a temporal foe, you are rewarded with a chance for talent enhancement. Would you like to use it? The first prompt was a standard occurrence for the fourth day, which Chen Ping'an accepted without hesitation. However, the second prompt piqued his interest significantly. He had not anticipated that vanquishing that enigmatic figure would yield such a reward. It is worth noting that the foundational talent of martial arts myth, Red, that he currently possessed was derived from the enhancement of a golden talent. If utilized properly, this enhancement opportunity could instigate a monumental transformation in his prowess. Contemplating this, Chen Ping'an examined the talent panel. Talent panel, martial arts myth, Red, heroic journey, gold, dragon bloodline, and transformation. The first two appeared relatively normal, yet upon encountering the dragon bloodline, Chen Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. Yesterday, having been preoccupied with enhancing his vitality through sustenance, he had not continued the simulation. Thus, this bloodline had remained unchanged. In the realm of darkness, when confronted by that peculiar blood gate, the dragon's roar that awakened him seemed intrinsically linked to this talent. System, what does this transformation entail? The dragon bloodline is undergoing an unknown factor's influence, currently in quality transformation. Completion time is uncertain, and enhancement is not possible. An unknown factor? Never mind. It should be a positive development. However, does this mean the only talent I can enhance is heroic journey, gold? System, let us reserve this opportunity for now. Please display the talent choices, as I wish to commence the simulation. The panel information shifted instantaneously, refreshing the available talents. Please select a talent. Succubus bloodline, blue, paladin, blue. Telekinesis, purple. Succubus bloodline, blue, a type of hellish demon, possessing weak combat abilities but remarkable allure. As a male succubus, in addition to your innate charm, you boast exceptional stamina. After all, as a sturdy ox capable of tilling the fields, your combat capability must be assured in bed. Effect, increase in allure. Enhancement of stamina. Suddenly, I find myself reflecting on the previous weak elven bloodline. Although both are blue, the male succubus from another household possesses both beauty and enhanced vitality. Alas, it seems that in the comparison of individuals, one must perish, and in the evaluation of goods, one must discard. Paladin, blue as an orphan. You were taken in by the church, and under its tutelage, you became a loyal paladin in the eyes of the faithful. However, to the heathens, you are the most fearsome executioner. Regardless of age or innocence, any adversary of the church shall feel the unwavering edge of your sword. Effect, holy crossbody refinement technique. Upon reading this introduction, Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow slightly. Is this the paladin from Europa? I have indeed heard of their legends. Yet, according to the description of their talents, they seem to possess a unique training regimen. Nevertheless, I cannot find affection for a sect that views others as heretics to be annihilated. After all, in our great Yin, we revere our ancestors and do not worship mere clay idols. Mentalism, the initial awakening of the spirit, grants the ability to influence reality through mental prowess. Though it imposes a significant burden on the brain, perhaps the world is material, yet how could the spirit, born of matter, completely detach from it? Effect, awakening of mentalism. Willful intervention in reality? I am but a step away from the mythos of martial arts, with only my spirit lacking. In prior simulations, I found myself at the brink of despair, using death as a stimulus to forcibly break through to the realm of martial arts myth. However, such a breakthrough is imperfect. My spiritual achievements are insufficient to uphold the grandeur of martial arts myth. I hope this talent can assist me in further developing my mental faculties. System. I choose mentalism, purple, to commence simulation. Time-space information anchoring in progress. Observer deployment successful. Before the apocalypse, you encountered the Emperor early, regrettably failing to acquire the desired information. After ensuring the safety of all your loved ones in the Imperial City, you ventured alone to Nanan's home, awaiting the arrival of the end. Indeed, in the realm of reality, I have already detected anomalies surrounding Nanan. Even if I, in the simulation, remain unaware of the cataclysm's first day when the City of Magic will witness the descent of a destructive giant hand, I would undoubtedly rush to Nanan's side to ascertain her condition. You are unaware of the true nature of the apocalypse, yet your concern for Nanan remains unwavering. Nanan warmly welcomes you, though she is perplexed as to why you are restraining Xiaoyu, who is crying out in distress. After enjoying a delightful evening, Xiaoyu and Nanan bid you farewell, leaving the mansion to revert to its desolate, gray ruins. As the midnight bells toll, the jubilant sounds of New Year celebrations resonate from the neighboring villas, yet your heart grows increasingly heavy. For you are aware that the first day has commenced, the day of reckoning has arrived. Chapter 60. Simulation of the fourth day. On the first day, you sat cross-legged in the void before the Lin family's grand estate. Your internal energy, now harmonized into a trinity, lay dormant like a dragon concealed in the abyss, profound and unfathomable. As the midnight chimes echoed, a palpable sense of threat emanated from directly above the Lin estate. In the pitch-black sky, a fissure suddenly emerged, radiating iridescent hues. The brilliance was breathtaking, yet even with your fortitude, a sense of discomfort washed over you. In the next moment, the heavens shattered. You witnessed a colossal hand, as large as a city, emerge from the rift. The hand unfurled, supplanting the skies over the demon city. Your martial intuition blared alarms. From the gargantuan palm that now dominated the heavens, a wave of malevolence surged forth unabated. Oblivious to the transformation of the gray ruins behind you into a pitch-black void, you remained fixated on the sky. The enormous hand loomed over the demon city, wantonly unleashing boundless malice. However, at this distance, the malevolence has no impact on your present self. At this moment, as you gaze upon the colossal hand, a peculiar thought briefly flashes through your mind. It seems as if the hand desires to grasp something. Suddenly, the darkness behind you erupts into a chaotic ruin, shattering into fragments. You hastily turn to investigate, neglecting the giant hand. What emerges from the debris is the blood-red door you once witnessed in the abyss, soaring straight towards the colossal hand. Yet, you find yourself devoid of the inclination to regard that eerie portal, as your attention is wholly captivated by a scene unfolding amidst the ruins. There, Xiaoyu holds Nan Nan aloft, but her hand has pierced through Nan Nan's chest, and in her grasp lies a golden heart. Confusion envelopes you, and you race towards Nan Nan, desperate to save her. As you approach, you notice blood tears streaming from Xiaoyu's eyes, reflecting an anguish akin to a shattered heart. Just as you reach out to separate the two, Nan Nan disintegrates before your very eyes into countless shards, all of which surge into Xiaoyu's form. You faintly perceive Xiaoyu's lips move, uttering, "Kill me." Yet, before you can act, the amalgamated Xiaoyu, now infused with Nan Nan, emanates a terrifying threat. Countless human eyes sprout around the maid, all gazing at you with malice and madness. In that moment, you can no longer afford to concern yourself with the mysterious giant hand in the sky. Instead, you focus all your attention on the creature that was once known as Xiaoyu. An hour later, the strange pressure above dissipates, only to be replaced by an eerie laughter resonating within your mind. Fortunately, your spirit has harmonized with your vitality. Although your mind momentarily spins, you do not succumb to unconsciousness. Xiaoyu stands mere inches away, her form surrounded by a multitude of eyes fixated upon you. After a fierce battle, 1/5 of the city of magic has been reduced to ruins. You lie within the center of this devastated city, propping up your battered body as you once again gaze skyward. Beside you, amidst the remnants of the Lin family, stands the blood-red door, now devoid of all its sinister essence, resembling an ordinary door that has been opened. Meanwhile, the colossal hand has departed the skies before the battle commenced. Yet the heavens above the city have transformed. Vibrant, kaleidoscopic lights swirl across the sky, and what should be brilliant colors instead evoke a wave of nausea. Having vanquished Xiaoyu with the might of martial divinity, you too have sustained grievous injuries. After casting one last glance at the bizarre sky, your weakened form succumbs to darkness as you close your eyes. So, is this the cause of my demise? Chen Ping'an observes the final message on the luminous screen, preparing to compile the information gleaned from this simulation. Yet, this simulation is far from over. The information continues to refresh. Upon your descent into unconsciousness, a horde of grinning humanoid monstrosities converge from all corners of the city towards the heart of the enchanted metropolis. In this state of vulnerability, you found yourself bereft of any capacity to resist, rendering you an easy target for these creatures. As one particularly grotesque figure approached, its hand outstretched towards your neck, it seemed your demise was imminent. Yet, in a flash of darkness, the grinning abomination was torn asunder. The first day passed in a haze, your slumber uninterrupted, accompanied only by the unsettling sound of something scattering across the ground. On the second day, a viscous liquid was poured into your mouth, and your body greedily absorbed the rare nourishment. As your eyes fluttered open, you were met with the anxious visage of Yun San, who, upon seeing you awake, excitedly discarded her supplies and enveloped you in a tight embrace. In that moment, you recalled the near-fatal encounter with Xiao Yu, who had nearly orchestrated your demise. Pushing Yun San away to survey her battered form and the eerie remnants strewn about, you were engulfed in silence. With Yun San's assistance, you emerged from the ruins of the enchanted metropolis, and perhaps it was merely an illusion, but as you stepped out, you believed you glimpsed the silhouette of Yuan. Yun San conveyed 3 pieces of news upon her arrival. First, the emperor lay in a deep slumber. Second, the bizarre occurrences witnessed in the enchanted metropolis had also manifested in the eastern regions. Third, the western nations, led by minis, had declared war on the Great Yin. Absorbing Yun San's revelations, you silently consumed a copious amount of restorative potions, mending the myriad wounds inflicted during previous battles. Yet, the clarity in Xiao Yu's eyes before her demise and her final words of gratitude occasionally haunted your thoughts. On the 3rd day, news of the fall of Shobang reverberated. The populace was engulfed in anxiety over the Western nation's declaration of war. As you navigated through the throngs of people, an overwhelming sense of solitude enveloped you. Fully restored, you soared above the borders of the Great Yin, facing the coalition of Western nations. For the first time since exiting the enchanted metropolis, a smile graced your lips. With a single punch, the mountains and seas trembled, and for the first time, the world bore witness to the might of martial legends. The Westerners branded you the ultimate demon, a title you bore with indifference. After checking on the still unconscious emperor and your other friends, you departed once more under the watchful gaze of the concerned onlookers. You ventured alone to the eastern regions and Shobang, where you discovered a blood-red gate standing tall in the center of both cities. Disappointment washed over you as you failed to locate the giant hand. You recalled Yun San's words about a 4-day seal. Yet the whereabouts of the 4th gate remained a mystery. Upon returning to the imperial capital, you engaged in brief reminiscences with the women, and after hearing your speculations, the president of the Fate Society proposed a theory. Observing your slightly despondent and frenzied demeanor, you closed the door. That night was utterly chaotic. Watching the slumbering inhabitants of the imperial capital, you felt the weight of responsibility intensify upon your shoulders. You journeyed to Chuancheng, silently gazing at the sky from the Wuhou shrine. On the 4th day, the heavens above Chuancheng were violently torn asunder, unleashing a malevolence far greater than what you had encountered in the enchanted metropolis. Prepared for this moment, you ignited the essence of your being, allowing your vital energy to surge outward without restraint. In that instant, the night was transformed into a crimson sky. Boundless malice was thwarted by your domain of vitality. Chapter 61. The Simulation of the 4th Day. You gazed upon the kaleidoscopic sky, your eyes brimming with profound hatred. Yet this time, it was not a colossal hand that emerged. A gargantuan eye, as immense as a mountain, peeked through the fissure, an unimaginable monstrosity lurking beyond the world. This eye bore no madness, only an utter indifference, akin to a remote deity in the heavens. The mere ripple of its gaze instilled in you a sense of impending transformation in your martial body. However, whether it was a stroke of fortune or a mark of shame, its attention swiftly shifted elsewhere. Your efforts to obscure the sky with your vitality went unnoticed by it. Beneath your sanguine cover, the inhabitants of Chuan City, who were previously unaffected, now underwent a bizarre metamorphosis. Under the malevolence of its gaze, your vitality lost its potency. Suddenly, its focus fixed intently on the heart of Chuan City, and with that gaze, a crimson beam ascended from the city's center. That was the last remnant of the 4-day seal. As the final blood gate floated into the air, it expanded, the strange characters morphing into a multitude of eyes, their expressions filled with delight and malice. The gate swung open, and the colossal portal, stripped of its sinister aura, merely stood upon the earth. Abruptly, you noticed a golden beam erupting from the nearby Qingcheng Mountain, soaring into the heavens. From this column of light, you sensed a familiar essence. As the beam shot skyward, a golden membrane faintly materialized in the firmament. The deity-like eye, which had remained perpetually indifferent, finally exhibited a flicker of emotion upon witnessing the golden beam and membrane. In your perception, all the citizens of Chuan City had perished. Their eyes, under an unknown force, vanished from their sockets, leaving behind 2 dark, blood-filled voids. Each corpse bore a grotesque grin, their mouths stretched unnaturally to their ears, instilling a chilling dread. The targets you sought to protect lay lifeless. You withdrew the vitality that encompassed the entire city into your being, and as you surveyed the eerie humanoid forms strewn about, a flame ignited within your heart. Insect, have you seen enough? A peculiar sound resonated directly within your mind, akin to a cacophony of countless human voices overlapping. Upon closer inspection, amidst the tumultuous symphony, one could discern myriad anguished cries and curses emerging. You raised your gaze, only to behold his eyes, fixed upon you from the heavens above. An overwhelming malice, magnified 1,000-fold compared to the appearance of his colossal hand, descended upon you, compelling you to push your vital energy to its limits in an effort to combat the aberrant impulses surging within your body. For the first time, a glimmer of surprise flickered within his gaze, as if he had not anticipated encountering a being capable of withstanding his stare. In an unprecedented gesture, he extended his hand toward you. Beneath the shadow of a hand large enough to envelop an entire city, you felt akin to an insignificant ant. Countless mutated creatures, born from the populace of Yuan City, surged towards you. In this moment, each creature's strength and speed rivaled that of the most formidable masters. As you beheld the relentless horde of aberrant monsters charging at you, your heart was devoid of fear, devoid of combativeness, only consumed by a fervent rage. As the flames of fury ignited within your heart, your vital energy surged outward, enveloping your form and expanding rapidly. Moments later, a colossal golden-red giant stood upon the earth. The golden-red figure raised its fists towards the sky with wild abandon. With each strike, a golden-red dragon silhouette soared upward. Each impact was potent enough to shatter mountains into dust. Yet, after hundreds of assaults, the result remained unchanged. The massive hand drew ever closer and scathed. Boom! The earth-shattering golden-red figure collided for the first time with the enormous hand. The standoff lasted but an instant before it was shattered, unleashing unfathomable waves of malice that spread wildly from the point of contact toward the golden-red figure. The once spirited vital energy, infused with martial vigor, was swiftly corroded by this malevolence. You relentlessly shattered the tainted vital energy, continuously igniting new vitality, and persistently struck at his palm. Bang! The giant hand descended, transforming the millennia-old Yuan City into a flat expanse in an instant. Underneath that hand, it felt as though you had plunged into an ocean of malice. The formidable vital energy, capable of enveloping an entire city, was dissolving at an unimaginable pace. As the final vestige of your spirit-infused vitality was eroded away, you will succumb to an eternal silence. You were dead. The simulation concluded. Your survival time was 4 days, due to your physical constitution having reached its limits. The points would be temporarily retained, awaiting your ascension to a higher plane of existence for further allocation. Would you, dear player, choose to retain the talents acquired during this simulation? Upon reading the final line of the simulation report, Chen Ping'an slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, he reopened them, meticulously reviewing the simulation details once more. The gains from this simulation surpassed any prior experiences, perhaps due to the telekinetic talent. By the end of the first day of the apocalypse, his simulated self had already transcended the limits of humanity, entering the realm of martial myth. This extraordinary martial arts myth, characterized by its remarkable breakthroughs, has finally earned the privilege to contend with that colossal hand. Although the outcome still resulted in being crushed, it was a far cry from the previous encounter where defeat came merely by hearing a sound. This time, valuable information was gleaned from the simulation. Firstly, the colossal hand's objective is indeed the blood-red gate, and it appears that its power amplifies with the increasing number of gates opening. Secondly, there are concerns regarding Xiaoyu, who seems to be under some form of control. Under this influence, she tragically killed Nan Nan. In the simulation, the self, embodying the martial arts myth, merely achieved a Pyrrhic victory against the altered Xiaoyu. Thirdly, the master of the giant hand seems to be constrained. It has attacked 4 cities in 4 days, seemingly compelled to depart our world after each brief sojourn. The abundance of information from this simulation left Chen Ping'an in contemplation for quite some time. However, as suggested at the onset of the simulation, it seems that his encounter with the Emperor did not yield the desired answers. Pondering this, Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow slightly. Despite the simulation's assertions, he resolved to seek out the Emperor directly to inquire about the sealing of the 4 heavens. For the ultimate aim of the colossal hand is indeed tied to this seal. Presently, the only one seemingly knowledgeable about the four-heaven seal is the Emperor. System. I choose to retain the talent of telekinesis, purple. This marks Chen Ping'an's inaugural acquisition of a talent related to the spiritual realm. The breakthrough within the martial arts myth lies in the fusion of spirit and vital essence. Vital essence represents the pinnacle of one's corporeal energy. And when the three treasures of essence, spirit, and mind converge into unity, one transcends into the realm of martial arts myth. As Chen Ping'an's words resonated, the fusion of talents commenced. Chapter 62, Awakened Spirit, Gold. At this moment, Chen Ping'an's spiritual value stands at 31 points. A figure that has increased through several breakthroughs beyond physical limits. The body and spirit are intrinsically linked. Discomfort in the body invariably leads to a decline in spirit. Conversely, as the body strengthens, so too does the spirit flourish. Currently, with the merging of the telekinetic talent, Chen Ping'an felt a cool stream gently unfurling within his mind. A refreshing sensation enveloped his entire brain, and amidst this comfort, a wondrous transformation unfolded. Moments later, the fusion of talents concluded. Chen Ping'an blinked in surprise, sensing a newfound distinction within himself. His gaze turned toward Yuan, who appeared somewhat disheartened after failing to entice him. As his focus settled upon the pristine mountain peak, an inexplicable feeling surged within him. In this instant, he realized that with mere thought, he could directly. Yuan suddenly gasped, clasping her hands to her chest, casting a dubious glance at Chen Ping'an. Yet, before she could fully comprehend his actions, he closed his eyes. Yuan, perplexed, observed the meditative Chen Ping'an, then adjusted her fitted attire to peer within. What transpired a moment ago? Why do I have the sensation of something brushing against me? After contemplating for a brief moment, observing the absence of any third party in the cabin, and noting Chen Ping'an's steadfastly closed eyes, Yuan reluctantly concluded that it must have been a mere figment of his imagination. Is this the essence of psychokinesis? Where the mind ventures, so too does power extend, albeit devoid of tactile sensation. What a pity. In Chen Ping'an's mind, he earnestly recalled the feeling of his inaugural encounter with psychokinesis. The mental value displayed on the panel surged from 31 points to 41 points following the integration of this extraordinary talent. Although the power of psychokinesis appeared modest at present, it sparked a plethora of innovative applications in Chen Ping'an's mind. However, before he could further experiment with this newfound ability, an intense heat suddenly erupted within his brain. Concurrently, the psychokinetic purple on the simulation panel became obscured. In the realm of Dian, every individual possesses the potential for awakening, a phenomenon intricately linked to the historical tapestry of this world. Chen Ping'an was indeed not what Yuan and others deemed an awakener. He was merely a consummate martial artist. Yet, this did not preclude the possibility of his awakening. At this moment, as the integration of psychokinetic talent commenced, Chen Ping'an's formal awakening began. Unlike the refreshing sensation experienced during the integration of psychokinesis, he now felt as though a bomb had detonated in his mind. The overwhelming heat caused him to emit a muffled groan, and blood began to trickle from his nostrils. This awakening was utterly anomalous. Logically, Chen Ping'an's physique at this juncture was exponentially more robust than that of Yin or Yuan at their times of awakening. Given that both Yuan and Yin, as ordinary individuals, could achieve successful awakenings, it seemed illogical for Chen Ping'an to undergo such a formidable shock. The explanation, however, was straightforward, as previously indicated in the simulation. Awakeners were incapable of cultivating the martial arts of qi and blood. The forces of qi and blood were inherently at odds with the power of awakening. Ordinarily, due to the potent qi and blood coursing through his body, Chen Ping'an's awakening would inevitably fail, leaving him only able to retain the new talent of psychokinesis. Yet, with a mental value already reaching 41 points, he attained the level of a fourth-tier awakener upon awakening. Although this mental prowess would swiftly be overwhelmed by a physique of 100 points of qi and blood, the collision of these forces resulted in a sensation akin to an explosion in Chen Ping'an's mind. Were an ordinary martial artist to awaken under similar circumstances, they would likely be rendered a simpleton in an instant. However, Chen Ping'an had surpassed the stage of qi and blood transformation, endowing his body with formidable recuperative capabilities, thus bestowing upon his awakening a chance for success. The mental energy of a spiritual awakener had begun to activate. although it was significantly diminished under the onslaught of qi and blood. In the end, a fragment of awakened mental energy lingered. This indicated that Chen Ping'an had officially become a fourth-tier spiritual awakener. In the previous simulation, Yuan, through the dual cultivation with Chen Ping'an, ascended to the level of a seventh-tier awakened in a mere few days. This demonstrates that within the bodies of those who practice martial arts, there exists a catalyst capable of enhancing the powers of an awakened. It is essential not to misconstrue this as something trivial. That particular element merely serves to transmit genetic information. The true answer is rather straightforward. The vital energy that coalesces into blood essence is the most effective tonic for augmenting an awakened strength. When two forces manifest within an individual simultaneously, they tend to annihilate one another. However, upon the successful completion of awakening, the integration of awakened power and vital energy can lead to mutual enhancement. Conversely, if an awakened begins to cultivate the martial arts of vital energy from the outset, the awakened power may obliterate the nascent vital energy. The relationship between the two is intricate, characterized by a dynamic interplay of creation and destruction. At this moment, as the spark of awakening converged with the vital energy, it resembled a single ember igniting a powder keg of vitality. Boom! The mental value on the simulation panel began to surge rapidly. As Chen Ping'an's awakening level ascended, a faint golden membrane appeared in the sky. This membrane seemed to have always existed within this realm, only manifesting now due to the resonance with extraordinary power. Just as the membrane was about to descend upon Chen Ping'an, a subtle dragon's roar emanated from him. The membrane trembled slightly before dissipating. Remarkably, Yuan, seated beside Chen Ping'an, remained entirely oblivious to these events. Ultimately, the mental value stabilized at 88 points, accompanied by significant changes in the talent section. Congratulations, host, on your successful awakening. Telekinesis, purple, has been elevated to Mental Awakener, gold. Mental Awakener, gold. The emergence of mental awakeners blurs the boundaries between matter and spirit. However, for some, acquiring such powers might lead to a desire to engage in trivialities like altering common knowledge or hypnosis. Effect: initial awakening of the mind, with new abilities gained as development progresses. To Chen Ping'an's astonishment, the mental awakener was indeed a golden talent. Yet, upon reflection, the fact that Yuan could elevate to a seventh-tier awakened in the simulation suggested that the reality of awakenings was far from simple. But why then? Were there no exceptionally powerful awakened in the real world? Gently shaking his head, Chen Ping'an mused that this question would likely need to be posed to the emperor. Recently, Yuan had been persistently seducing him. He pondered whether it would be better to simply let her take the initiative. If for Yao, the effect of mental awakening could easily hypnotize ordinary individuals, Chen Ping'an's experience post-awakening was entirely different. Now, with his mental power awakened, Chen Ping'an felt as if he had acquired a new eye to observe the world. He could sense the life forms aboard the aircraft and even vaguely perceive their thoughts. For instance, the young woman beside him harbored an abundance of rosy thoughts. The external perception was merely a supplementary ability stemming from the awakening of his mental attributes. The most fundamental effects of attributes undoubtedly act upon one's own body. At this moment, Chen Ping'an felt an unparalleled clarity, realizing how close he was to the realm of martial legend. In this instant, should he wish it, he could transcend the boundary that separates the mortal from the divine, uniting his vital energy and spirit to achieve a form of immortality. Once he crosses this threshold, as long as his vitality endures, Chen Ping'an shall not perish. Only if confronted by a creature of apocalyptic terror, wielding a more fearsome force and energy to exhaust his vitality, would he truly meet his end. The path of martial arts, having reached this juncture, could be said to have strayed into the realm of the extraordinary. In the novels Chen Ping'an had perused, one could tenuously assert that he had touched the threshold of high martial arts. Yet, he did not rush to break through, and the reason was simple. Having elucidated the essence of the martial legend, Chen Ping'an understood that entering this realm was merely the beginning, as it would unfold into 3 grand stages. With the unity of vital energy and spirit, the human form could transform into a combat-ready state at any moment. At this juncture, the limitation on the size of that transformation lay in the extent to which one's vital energy could expand. This range was determined by both the quantity of one's vital energy and the magnitude of one's mental prowess. In his previous simulations, His vitality could barely encompass an entire city, and when concentrated, could manifest a towering combat form reaching heights of 100 meters. All of this merely represented the first stage of the martial legend. What Chen Ping'an aspired to do now was to elevate his spirit to perfection, thus maximizing his enhancement when breaching the boundary between the mortal and the divine. Just as Chen Ping'an pondered how to advance in the martial legend, an announcement crackled through the airplane. "Captain Ping'an, we have arrived at our destination." Upon hearing Yuan's voice, Chen Ping'an was roused from his reverie. Looking out the window, he beheld the grand palace of the great Yuan Empire beneath their private aircraft. It turned out that during the time of his talent's ascension, the plane had already soared over the imperial capital. The great Yuan Palace, constructed during the previous dynasty, had most of its halls open to the public as tourist attractions after the establishment of the new dynasty. Only a few areas remained off-limits for various reasons. Listening to Yuan's implication, could the headquarters of Jin be concealed within the great Yuan Palace? Under the dark cloak of night, Chen Ping'an's gaze quietly surveyed the ancient palace. It was still the early hours of the morning, and the vast complex of palatial structures loomed like a mountain range across the land. This was Chen Ping'an's first encounter with the most significant embodiment of the nation's history, the Great Yuan Palace. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the grand outer gates of the palace. There, soldiers in immaculate uniforms were organizing something, seemingly preparing for a ceremony. Not far from the soldiers stood a throng of people, a sea of dark figures. Despite the biting cold of the winter's earliest hours, everyone stood quietly and orderly at a distance. In the crowd, there are individuals of all ages, their attire varied and their spirits markedly different. Yet, at this moment, they gaze with an inexplicable intensity at the soldiers in the distance. In their eyes, a flicker of power resonates, stirring something profound within Chen Ping'an. Could it be the point of realization? Suddenly enlightened, Chen Ping'an turned sharply to Yuan San and declared, "Captain, I have something to attend to. I shall descend momentarily." Without awaiting Yuan San's approval, he forcefully yanked open the airplane's hatch. The turbulent air whipped Yuan San's hair into disarray, mirroring the turmoil in her heart. What is this boy up to now? Bang! The cabin door slammed shut, and disregarding her tousled hair, Yuan San hurried to the window, only to see Chen Ping'an soaring away into the distance. Indeed, this time, propelled by his mental prowess, Chen Ping'an flew freely in the air, no longer reliant on mere footfalls upon the atmosphere. Floating in midair. How incredibly cool. Gazing in the direction Chen Ping'an had taken, Yuan San seemed to grasp his intent. Murmuring, "This boy, forsaking the beautiful women, has gone off to pursue that. Yet, perhaps it is for the best," a glimpse wouldn't he hurt. In the end, a slight smile graced Yuan San's lips. Chen Ping'an, the formidable figure she had known since their first encounter, seemed, at this moment, not so unattainable after all. At the break of dawn, the world is often shrouded in its darkest and coldest hour. Yet, in the imperial capital, during this bleakest moment, countless citizens from across the vast lands of Dian gather, braving the chill and darkness, solely to witness the ascension of the Dian flag. Indeed, what Chen Ping'an yearned to behold was the flag-raising ceremony of Dian. Dian has always belonged to the people, and before the palace, a symbol of the bygone era. The people's banner rises like the sun, unfailingly every day. Chen Ping'an's flight was executed with utmost caution, yet no one seemed to notice the shadow soaring above. All eyes remained fixed on the open ground ahead, where valiant soldiers stood guard by the flag. Stealthily, Chen Ping'an descended into a corner of the crowd, aligning himself with the ordinary folks as they watched the flag being escorted to the raising platform by the flag bearers. When the flag met the pole, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, allowing only the faint sound of collective breaths to be heard. In this solemn tranquility, the flag bearer raised his right hand and struck his chest with a resounding thud. The grand anthem of Dian erupted in harmony with the flag bearer's motion. Accompanied by the stirring national anthem, the 9 stars and rising dragon flag ascended steadily towards the heavens, under the gaze of all, filled with anticipation, reverence, and pride. The 9 stars represent the 9 provinces of the realm, while the rising dragon symbolizes every citizen of Dian. In our land, may all be as dragons. As the flag reached its pinnacle, the dawn's light illuminated the golden banner. The dragon soared in the morning glow, gliding freely among the 9 stars, seemingly proclaiming to the world that Dian shall once again reign in glory. Chen Ping'an quietly gazed at the flag of his nation ascending. perhaps in his school days. He felt a tinge of boredom during the weekly flag-raising ceremony, or perhaps he had been ridiculed for openly expressing his patriotism. Yet, as he matured, Chen Ping'an began to comprehend the profound significance of the moment. When the national anthem resonated and the flag fluttered, every citizen of the great Yin knew precisely where their heart's true home lay. At that instant, Chen Ping'an was neither a mythical warrior nor a shadow of the great Yin. He was simply an ordinary citizen of his nation. As the ceremony concluded, he remained standing for a prolonged moment, yearning to articulate something, only to find the words eluding him. Within him, the sudden surge of spiritual energy had left him feeling somewhat ethereal, but following the ceremony, it gradually settled into a tranquil state. Suddenly, a small hand grasped the corner of his garment. In chapter 64, Am I the Father? Chen Ping'an, who was immersed in the tranquility of his spiritual energy, was taken aback when he felt a tug at his clothing. Turning around, he saw only the crowd of spectators, their faces alight with satisfaction and excitement. No one seemed to be paying attention to him, nor was anyone pulling at his clothes. The lack of notice was, in fact, a manifestation of his awakened spiritual energy. Under his conscious control, ordinary individuals would overlook his presence. To exaggerate slightly, even if Chen Ping'an were to infiltrate a women's bathhouse and stand before the ladies, he would remain undetected. Thus, the one who had seized his garment could not possibly be an ordinary person. Just as Chen Ping'an pondered this, a diminutive figure materialized in the void before him. Due to the disparity in height, all he could discern was a silvery white head. The owner of that head tugged at his clothing with a tiny hand. As he beheld the small figure, a thought sparked in Chen Ping'an's mind. This must be the heart of the Ember's base. Who would have thought that witnessing a flag-raising ceremony would lead to encountering an awakened one? Yet, judging by her earlier demeanor, could this child be an awakened being with the ability to become invisible? Before Chen Ping'an could voice his inquiries, the small head tilted up, and upon seeing the child's face clearly, he found himself momentarily stunned. Beneath silvery strands was a youthful and exquisite visage. The little girl, with her bright crimson eyes, fixed her gaze upon Chen Ping'an, her expression as innocent and clear as that of a young fawn. If I were to have a daughter in the future, I would wish for her to resemble this. This thought instantly crossed Chen Ping'an's mind. The little girl tilted her head slightly, adorably regarding Chen Ping'an. Just as he was about to ask her about her origins, she opened her delicate lips and exclaimed, "Daddy." Chen Ping'an, bewildered, stared at the little girl and quickly clarified, "Little one, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am your older brother, not your father. And you must be an awakened one, right? Do you know Yin-san? I am a newcomer brought by her." Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the little girl blinked her clear eyes and stared intently at him. Just as he thought she had comprehended his statement, the moment lingered in uncertainty. As I beheld the petite figure of the little girl springing towards me, I instinctively caught her in my arms. A waft of delicate fragrance enveloped me, and for reasons unknown, despite this being our first encounter, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with her. Seizing the moment while I held her, the little girl gently pressed her small forehead against mine. Her enchanting crimson eyes fixed intently upon me, as if she were discerning something. After a brief pause, she confidently declared, "Daddy." Upon hearing her unwavering assertion, I was utterly bewildered. Could it be that, unbeknownst to me, I had a daughter? A closer inspection of this adorable child made me ponder that perhaps having such a daughter wouldn't be a misfortune after all. But wait, I vehemently shook my head, dispelling the fanciful thoughts of fatherhood that had invaded my mind. Before I could engage in further conversation with the little girl, a pair of strong hands landed upon my shoulders. I had managed to obscure myself from others through a mental influence, and it appeared that the little girl had initially maintained a state of invisibility, evading detection. However, as she emerged from her concealed state, those around us immediately became aware of her presence. Initially, onlookers were taken aback, marveling at the sheer adorableness of this child. Strangely, anyone who gazed upon her felt an overwhelming sense of affection, with no ill intentions crossing their minds. Some observant young women began to speculate whether the child had gotten lost. If so, they were eager to assist her, to scoop her up in their arms and shower her with affection. Yet, upon the little girl's exclamation of "Daddy," the crowd suddenly noticed an extraordinarily handsome man standing nearby. Indeed, I had merely disrupted their perception momentarily. Once my presence was acknowledged, the veil of invisibility was shattered. Having just awakened to my mental capabilities, I was oblivious to the fact that my disguise had been lifted. As the bystanders processed the little girl's call, they found a degree of clarity regarding her cuteness upon seeing my face. However, my subsequent denial caused their expressions to shift sharply. Wait, he claims he isn't your father? Could the little girl have gotten lost and mistaken him for someone else? He is so handsome. I want to call him daddy too. City guards, come quickly. Various thoughts raced through the minds of the onlookers. Those with a sense of urgency rushed towards the city guard station nearby to maintain order. When the guards arrived, they were greeted by the sight of a man holding a remarkably adorable little girl in his embrace. Given the earlier discussions regarding potential child trafficking, the justice-driven guards hastened their steps and placed a hand on my shoulder. Sir, we kindly ask you to accompany us. Within the security bureau adjacent to the flag-raising square, Mr. Chen, are you here to witness the flag-raising ceremony? It seems this little girl has mistakenly taken you for her father, hasn't she? The city guard regarded the handsome man before him with a stern expression. Indeed. Chen Ping'an nodded, feeling somewhat helpless. The officer was merely fulfilling his duty, wary of potential child abduction incidents. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Ping'an felt disinclined to resort to any forceful measures and thus opted to provide a brief explanation. The city guard, maintaining his serious demeanor, scrutinized the little girl clinging tightly to Chen Ping'an and reiterated, Sir, are you truly not her father? It is rather unusual for a child to become so attached to a stranger. Chen Ping'an himself was puzzled by the situation. Ever since the peculiar little girl had nestled in his arms, she had shown no inclination to move, even upon arriving at the security pavilion. When female officers attempted to pry her away, she refused to budge, remaining steadfastly by his side. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ping'an suggested uncertainly, Could it be that it's because I am rather handsome? The investigating officer, observing the strikingly handsome visage that had drawn the attention of his female colleagues, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, suppressing the urge to comment. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside the investigation room. And before the city guard had a chance to step out and investigate, the door was forcefully kicked open. Yuan, standing outside, had yet to take in the scene within but immediately exclaimed, Haha, I heard you've abducted a little girl, Ping'an. Upon entering the investigation room, Yuan's gaze fell upon Chen Ping'an, who wore a resigned smile. This fellow grows increasingly handsome. I wonder what our future children would look like. After more than 20 years without romance, Captain Yuan found herself perpetually lost in daydreams of love following this first encounter. However, when her eyes landed on the silver-haired child nestled in Chen Ping'an's embrace, her pupils dilated slightly. Citizens of Dian exhibited a myriad of hair and eye colors, with the pure black hair and eyes of Chen Ping'an being quite rare. While silver hair was not entirely absent in Dian, it was still uncommon. What truly astonished Yuan was the inexplicable sense of familiarity that washed over her upon seeing the child, a sensation she had only experienced with one other person. The city guards in the room exchanged bemused glances at the long-legged woman who had barged into the investigation room. Yet, upon noticing the director following closely behind her, they observed him signaling for silence. Yuan strode directly to Chen Ping'an's side, and as she turned to fully behold the silver-haired child's face, she gasped in astonishment, Your Highness. However, realizing the presence of others, she quickly stifled her exclamation. The director and the city guards looked at her in confusion. Your Highness? Chen Ping'an addressed Yuan directly. Captain, I've encountered a wild companion. She surely cannot be one of ours. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Yuan felt a surge of indignation, causing his chest to heave violently. He gently tapped Chen Ping'an's shoulder, admonishing him not to speak carelessly. Who is wild? He retorted. Without further ado, Yuan, in his capacity as a member of the confidential department, formally handed over Chen Ping'an to the director, thus absolving him of any suspicion regarding human trafficking. Thus, on his first day in the capital, Chen, who had been suspected of abducting a little girl, had an experience that nearly landed him in a cage. His peculiar life journey continued to expand. Upon exiting the security bureau, Yuan instructed him to follow and briskly set off ahead. Chen Ping'an observed Yuan's urgent demeanor and sighed in resignation. Tightening his embrace around the quiet little girl with red eyes, he effortlessly trailed behind. Moments later, Yuan arrived at the entrance of a secluded hall within the imperial palace of Dian. Along the way, Chen Ping'an noticed numerous observers lurking in the shadows. Yet their gazes retreated as soon as they caught sight of Yuan. Yuan produced a silver-white metallic card from his waist and gently swiped it across a corner of the door before them. Instantly, the ground beneath their feet vanished, and they plummeted downward. The descent revealed a long, sloped pathway. Both of their physical constitutions far exceeded the ordinary, rendering the fall inconsequential. Nevertheless, filled with confidence, Chen Ping'an made sure to protect the quietly nestled little girl in his arms. The slide was traversed in an instant, and they came to a halt before a colossal stone door. This place was evidently an underground palace. Without allowing Chen Ping'an the opportunity to voice his inquiries, Yuan abruptly turned and knelt on one knee before him, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I beseech your forgiveness for my earlier indiscretion, as it was necessary to conceal your identity." Chen Ping'an did not for a moment believe that Yuan was addressing him as the emperor. After all, his purpose for coming was to stealthily locate the emperor within the stone house, unbeknownst to Yuan. Now, as Yuan spoke, the only individuals present aside from him were himself and the little girl in his arms. An emperor? Chen Ping'an gazed incredulously at the petite, adorable girl with red eyes he cradled. It was utterly unfathomable to associate her with his idol, the emperor. Suddenly, a previous conversation sprang to mind. "Little Ping'an, let me tell you, the emperor of our dying kingdom is actually a little girl with white hair and red eyes. Super cute." In the summer, within the confines of the anime club, the president, clad in shorts, idly kicked her long, slender legs while addressing Chen Ping'an, who was engrossed in reading the emperor's biography. Upon hearing the president's words, Chen Ping'an set aside his meticulously collected volume on the emperor's 3,000 consorts, fixing a serious gaze upon her. "President, please refrain from indulging in such unnecessary fantasies. Otherwise, I fear rumors may circulate about our club president being a lowly enthusiast. Come on, little Ping'an, trust me. When have I ever deceived you? And I don't have a lowly complex. I simply admire." The memory of that conversation with a certain mischievous woman lingered in his mind, as if it were but yesterday. "Before me stands what appears to be the little lowly of the emperor, who is tightly embracing me with a pair of adorably enchanting eyes fixed intently upon me. President, I was mistaken. Next time, even if you tell me that the sun rises from the west, I shall believe you." Initially, the little lowly was comfortably nestled against Chen Ping'an, but as if sensing his gaze, she lifted her head to look up. Observing Chen Ping'an's somewhat peculiar expression, she tilted her head from side to side in contemplation and exclaimed, "Daddy." Upon hearing her call, both Yuan and Chen Ping'an felt as if they were about to crack. "Your Majesty, please refrain from jesting. I am a newly recruited member of the Gene team, summoned here to seek your assistance." "Your Majesty, are you not still in slumber? Why are you here, and why do you call Chen Ping'an in such a manner?" The voices of Chen Ping'an and Yuan echoed simultaneously, causing them to exchange bewildered glances. "Slumber? So this is why Captain Yuan said we must not meet the emperor? This deceiver, who clearly promised me he was not here to seek the emperor. Truly, a man's words are but the fabrications of a ghost." The lowly with crimson eyes, said to be the emperor, upon hearing their voices, looked up at Chen Ping'an, whose presence felt oddly familiar and warm to her. After pondering for a moment, she nestled back into Chen Ping'an's embrace. At that moment, Chen Ping'an, who had yet to enter the realm of martial myths, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. When the red-eyed lowly first appeared in the flag-raising square, as the banner was hoisted, streams of golden energy began to coalesce around her from the flag and the surrounding crowd. At the headquarters of Gene, in the round-table conference room, the leaders of the 4 divisions sat quietly at the corners of the table. 3 men and 1 woman exhibited signs of impatience as they awaited the proceedings. After all, who would relish being summoned at the dead of night by that woman, only to sit for 3 hours? Suddenly, the door to the conference room was kicked open. That familiar kicking stance. She finally understands the urgency. Yuan seems to have grown stronger. I long to return to my slumber. Ah, sister is so dashing, surpassing me. Thoughts raced through the minds of the 4 leaders. In the next moment, Yuan strode in with a confident gait, leading the way into the conference room. However, the attention of the 4 division leaders was immediately drawn to a figure behind the captain. Upon recognizing the silhouette, all of them sprang to their feet in astonishment. Chapter 66. The 4 division leaders. The awakened are beings who suddenly appeared in this world a century ago. At that time, a portion of the populace of the Great Yin under certain circumstances, unexpectedly awakened special abilities. Upon awakening, they would generate a unique energy within their bodies, significantly enhancing their mental resilience. Among the awakened, a select few would even discover their own extraordinary capabilities. Those who did not awaken such abilities would be collectively referred to as physical awakened. Among the awakened beings devoid of extraordinary abilities, they constitute approximately 90% of the total. Upon their initial awakening, all awakened individuals experience a direct enhancement of their physical prowess, surpassing the boundaries of human limits for the first time. As time progresses, the awakening energy within them continues to accumulate, until their physical attributes reach the pinnacle of the initial human threshold, quantified as a score of 20 in constitution. Conversely, the remaining 10% of unique awakened beings not only experience an elevation in their physical capabilities, but also acquire a myriad of exceptional abilities. In a certain sense, these rare individuals, representing merely 1/10 of the total, embody the true essence of what it means to be awakened. However, the growth of awakening energy remains an enigma, even to Jean, who can only discern that the rate of increase varies among individuals. The current record for the fastest progression is held by Yuan. A year ago, Yuan awakened her ability to manipulate wind elements, and merely 6 months later, she reached the limits of her initial awakening. Her exceptional combat acumen allowed her to swiftly distinguish herself within Jean, ultimately becoming one of the leaders of the 5 factions. Moreover, an intriguing fact emerges: Jean, as an organization of awakened beings, regards the anomalies as its greatest adversaries, entities that similarly manifested a century ago. Over the past 100 years, all awakened individuals have believed that the first awakening represented the pinnacle of their capabilities, akin to the anomalies, which have only exhibited 2 levels throughout the century. This fragile equilibrium persisted until an anomaly hunt 3 months prior. The sudden emergence of a level 3 anomaly transformed Jean's 5 factions into 4, resulting in the immediate death of the commanding officer. Fortunately, Yuan achieved a breakthrough amidst the chaos, becoming the first level 2 awakened being in a century, allowing her to barely repel the anomaly. Following that event, she ascended to the position of commander of Jean. In the 3 months since assuming command, Yuan has felt invincible, until she was struck by a punch. However, as a relatively inexperienced commander, the attitudes of the other faction leaders towards Yuan vary significantly. The leader of the Eastern Blue Dragon faction, Qing Yi, is a robust young man, easily identifiable by his striking green hair. He harbors considerable resentment towards a girl with merely a year of experience becoming a commander, resulting in frequent humiliations at the training grounds, where Yuan has bested him soundly. The leader of the Southern Vermilion Bird faction, Yuan, is a middle-aged man adorned with black-rimmed glasses. He bears no ill will towards Yuan. On one hand, his responsibilities lie in the scientific endeavors of Jean, and on the other, he recognizes the limitations of age. Competing for rank with a young girl is simply not worth his effort. The leader of the Northern Black Tortoise faction, Xin, appears to be a gentle, portly young man. At the round table, he occupies 2 seats due to his ample size, which, despite his bulk, lends him a somewhat endearing aura. As the logistics officer of the team, he harbors little interest in combat. As long as he can enjoy his meals and rest peacefully, he is content. However, being summoned for this impromptu meeting has left him feeling utterly exhausted. Captain Bai Wu of the Western White Tiger Squad is, apart from Yuan, the only female among the notable leaders. In contrast to Yuan attention-grabbing long legs, what captivates most about Bai Wu is the formidable weapon she possesses in front of her. To put it succinctly, she is indeed a woman capable of charging through with force. She oversees the entire intelligence department of the organization, having personally conducted the psychological assessment of Chen Ping'an. As for why the young Master Li and his bodyguards were defeated by Chen Ping'an, yet she still deemed him psychologically safe, one might find the answer in her flushed face upon seeing Yuan. When Yuan entered the roundtable conference room, each individual's thoughts diverged. However, upon noticing Chen Ping'an, who stood behind Yuan, they all rose in astonishment. Do not misunderstand. All awakened individuals possess enhanced mental resistance. Thus, Chen Ping'an's enchanting appearance did not strike them as overwhelmingly impactful. What truly astonished them was the diminutive silver-haired figure cradled in his arms. That must be Her Highness the Emperor. A singular thought flashed through everyone's minds. The emperor is an extraordinarily unique presence, with no one truly understanding what type of awakened being she is. Yet, any citizen of the Great Yan, upon seeing her, would instinctively feel a sense of closeness. Even those who have undergone awakening themselves experience this feeling, which seems to stem not from any alluring ability, but rather from a higher, more profound cause. Observing the surprised expressions of the squad leaders, Yuan San's lips curled into a faint smile. Finally, I am not the only one taken aback. Cough, cough. Everyone, calm down. Her Highness is quite familiar with our new member, so let us not overreact, Yuan San instructed. Upon hearing her words, the crowd cast incredulous glances at her. Familiar? When has our esteemed emperor ever behaved like a child leaping into someone else's embrace? Yet, seeing the emperor's tranquil demeanor, they wisely refrained from causing a commotion. However, the four squad leaders couldn't help but scrutinize Chen Ping'an with keen interest. After a moment's appraisal, Bai Wu displayed a look of surprise. Is it him? The one called Chen Ping'an? Since he is here, it seems he has been won over by the captain. Truly worthy of my Captain Yuan. Perhaps lost in thought. Bai Wu's blush deepened. Yuan San, disregarding the inner turmoil of the squad leaders, stepped forward and pointed at Chen Ping'an, declaring, I abhor unnecessary complexities in my work. As you all know, I shall spare you the superfluous details. This is Chen Ping'an, who recently joined us in the organization, and he will henceforth serve as the deputy commander. What? Has this woman lost her mind, beaten senseless? Qing exclaimed upon hearing Yuan San's proclamation. The notion that an inexplicable newcomer would ascend to the position of deputy commander in our nation's highest clandestine organization was utterly outrageous. Qing, filled with indignation, shouted, Do you think this organization is solely yours to command? What enchantment does this dandy hold over you? Where have you placed His Highness the Emperor? In response to Qing Yi's query, Yuan San merely gestured lightly towards Chen Ping'an. As Qing Yi's gaze followed the direction of Yuan San's finger and settled upon Chen Ping'an, he fell into silence. Indeed, it seemed that the emperor resided within him. Chapter 67. You are too weak. Upon seeing the tranquil emperor nestled in Chen Ping'an's embrace, Qing Yi's emotions momentarily became disjointed. As we prepare for a desperate battle, why has His Highness chosen to yield first? Suddenly, a sultry voice emerged from behind Qing Yi. Sister Yuan, I too am curious about what makes this Mr. Chen so remarkable that you hold him in such high regard. Bai Wu, armed with lethal intent, advanced, her gaze fixated on Chen Ping'an with palpable hostility. The spot closest to Sister Yuan must belong to me. This man is too near her. He must be coveting her presence. No, I must remain vigilant. Chen Ping'an, upon noticing the woman before him and the weapon she wielded, couldn't help but be astonished. Coach, I wish to play basketball. Yuan San regarded the two opposing captains with a somber expression. When they showed no inclination to relent, she turned to the remaining captains. So, Xin Si, Yu Er, what are your thoughts? The two merely rose in silence, standing behind Qing Yi and the others. Though they bore no ill will towards Yuan San, they found this decision utterly ludicrous. Ah, splendid. You no longer heed my words. Yuan San, exasperated yet amused, felt no desire to explain Chen Ping'an's strength, for how could she admit to being bested in a single blow? Thus, the old custom was invoked, a contest. Whoever triumphs over Chen Ping'an shall assume the role of vice-captain. Very well. If we must fight, I am eager to see what makes this dandy so impressive. The hot-headed Qing Yi readily accepted the challenge. Chen Ping'an, bewildered by the conversation between Yuan San and the others, found himself in a state of confusion. I merely came to inquire a few questions of the emperor. How have I suddenly been thrust into the position of vice-captain and compelled to engage in a battle? Yet, observing the mischievous smirk at the corner of Yuan San's mouth, he grasped the situation. The cunning club president's confidant could not possibly be a naive sweetheart. Clearly, Yuan San, having been bested herself, sought to have others experience the same. However, a battle? That could be arranged. With this thought in mind, Chen Ping'an stepped forward and declared, That green-haired monster, I have tolerated you for far too long. My appearance is as unremarkable as that of a certain ancient celebrity. How can I be labeled a dandy? Come, if we are to fight, let it be a battle where I take on all of you at once. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the four captains were momentarily taken aback. As the pinnacle of the Jin organization, they believed that, except for Yuan San, no awakened individual could contend with them on equal footing. Yet, this lad dared to challenge all four of them simultaneously? It was akin to a calf piloting an aircraft. boasting beyond belief. Yuan San, astonished, turned back to Chen Ping'an and winked. Is it really necessary to be so cruel, Ping'an? Chen Ping'an directly connected to Yuan San's mind using his mental power, transmitting his thoughts. Isn't this precisely what you, the team leader, wish to witness? It is also an opportune moment for me to test their awakening abilities, as I have a plan that involves the awakened. Yuan San was taken aback as Chen Ping'an's voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind, casting a curious glance at him. Do not be astonished. This is merely a simple application of mental power. I just awakened on the plane. If you wish to convey something, simply think it. We are currently linked mentally. And I can discern your thoughts. Yuan San's mouth fell agape in astonishment. You can read the minds of the awakened? His surprise was understandable. For while the fellow mental awakener, Yin, could manipulate the memories of ordinary individuals, that was only due to their fragile mental defenses. Awakened individuals and ordinary people exhibit a fundamental difference in mental resistance. A first-level awakener can even withstand the mental interference of second-level anomalies. At this moment, Yuan San remained oblivious to any signs of mental intrusion. That Chen Ping'an could connect with him indicated that his mental prowess far surpassed Yuan San's. Feeling a flush spread across his cheeks, Yuan San thought, not only in physical prowess, but also in mental strength, how extraordinary Chen Ping'an was. If he could obtain Chen Ping'an's essence, how exceptional would their offspring be? However, sensing a sudden influx of inappropriate images in his mind, Chen Ping'an abruptly severed the connection. Observing Yuan San's peculiar smile, Chen Ping'an felt a wave of innocence wash over him, as if he were a young child. A single woman for over 20 years, what a terrifying prospect. He and Yuan San exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for words. White 5, evidently displeased, interjected, I agree. I am eager to see how you plan to outnumber us. With that, he pressed a button on the round table. Buzz. The entire conference room began to descend. Moments later, the doors opened to reveal an expansive training ground, beyond which lay an endless underground cavern. Only the training area was illuminated by electric lights. It was unimaginable that such a vast subterranean space existed beneath the imperial palace. Yuan San, shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, led the way into the training ground. Since both parties had consented, it was time to prepare and commence battle. Seemingly recalling something, Yuan San addressed the 4 captains. You all should give it your all. Chen Ping'an is formidable. Upon hearing Yuan San's words, White 5 and Yu Air exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. The 2 responsible for intelligence and research would not overlook the information provided by their captain. Qing Yi merely scoffed with disdain, while Xian Si, he appeared to be on the verge of dozing off, while standing. In a moment, Chen Ping'an and the 4 captains took their positions on opposite sides of the battlefield. The emperor was temporarily entrusted to Yuan San, who seemed somewhat perplexed by his current state. In the training ground, Qing Yi boldly addressed Chen Ping'an. Kid, I cannot fathom why Yuan San holds you in such high regard, but she has clearly misjudged you. You are not the only second-level awakened being here. No sooner had Qing Yi's words echoed than a massive wooden stake abruptly rose from the ground beneath him. Standing atop the stake, Qing Yi cast a haughty glance at Chen Ping'an. You lot, hold your horses. Let me demonstrate to this young lad what true power entails. The 3 captains behind him gazed in astonishment at Qing Yi, who had evidently broken through to the second level. Their eyes sparkled with an inscrutable hue. Yet they ultimately chose to let him bask in the limelight. Remember this, kid. I am a wood element awakened being, the captain of the Qinglong team. Qing Yi, do not forget the name of the man who has bested you. With a vigorous wave of his hand, dozens of colossal wooden stakes erupted from the soil surrounding Chen Ping'an. Thud, thud, thud. In mere moments, Chen Ping'an was buried beneath the wooden stakes. Qing Yi cast a disdainful glance at the pile of timber, smugly assuming that the lad had been caught off guard and buried alive. Never mind, important matters take precedence. I shall rescue him later. With this thought, Qing Yi turned to Yuan San. Yuan San, it's your turn. Face me in battle. What right do you have to be the commander of the flames, being a woman? However, Yuan San regarded him with a smile. No, that was incorrect. Qing Yi suddenly realized that Yuan San was not smiling at him. At that moment, a male voice resonated beside Qing Yi. Oh, do I need to introduce myself? A curious warrior, Chen Ping'an. You need not remember my name. You are far too weak. Chapter 68. The benevolent Chen Ping'an, when did this happen? Qing Yi was startled by the sudden voice ringing in his ear. Yet, before he could react, a hand, poised as if to snap, hovered before his eyes. Have you ever been flicked on the forehead at supersonic speed? Flicked on the forehead? What is he talking about? No. I must respond quickly. Qing Yi's thoughts had not fully formed when Chen Ping'an's finger gently flicked. Boom. The air in front of Qing Yi was torn asunder. Under Chen Ping'an's terrifying speed and strength, the seemingly innocuous action of flicking his forehead unleashed a powerful shockwave. Qing Yi felt as though his brain had been struck by a cannonball, and he was sent hurtling from the wooden stake. Bang! He collided with the outer wall of the training ground before finally crumpling to the ground, unconscious and frothing at the mouth. Suspended in midair, Chen Ping'an regarded the incapacitated Qing Yi before turning his gaze towards the three captains, who were still in shock at the scene that had unfolded. They could hardly comprehend the spectacle they had just witnessed. The newly awakened second-level Qing Yi had been defeated in an instant. They had all seen Chen Ping'an buried beneath Qing Yi's assault, yet the next moment, it was as if he had teleported, standing effortlessly in midair beside Qing Yi. In mere seconds, the insufferable Qing Yi was left battered and defeated. Chen Ping'an regarded the three individuals who were on guard against him and offered a gentle smile. Do not be anxious. As I mentioned, come at me together and let me see the extent of your capabilities. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the trio advanced silently. Being seasoned warriors, they would not choose to yield, even against an opponent of seemingly extraordinary prowess. Flames ignited around the middle-aged Manu heir. While the stout Xianxi stood resolutely, his body enveloped in layers of hardened earth-toned armor. So, the Zhuke captain wields fire, and the Xuanwu captain commands earth? These awakened individuals are truly remarkable. How do they manipulate such diverse elements? It defies logic. Chen Ping'an observed the two captains, who were exerting their utmost effort, and sensed that they had indeed reached the level of second-tier awakeners. However, when his gaze shifted to the final captain, by who, he was momentarily taken aback. A pair of fluffy white cat ears sprouted from her head, and a long tail, striped in black and white, extended from her back. Whiskers reminiscent of feline features appeared on her cheeks, and her eyes transformed into slitted pupils akin to those of a wild animal. Her weapon had grown more formidable, straining the buttons of her already taut uniform to the brink of bursting. A cat girl? Chen Ping'an exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Bai Wu's transformation. Hearing his words, Bai Wu's temper flared, her elongated canines giving her an even wilder appearance. You wretched cat. I am the white tiger. Glasses-wearing man, rotund fool. Let us join forces and obliterate this fool. With that, Bai Wu darted forward towards Chen Ping'an, with Yuan and Xianxi following suit in perfect synchrony. Having also undergone their second awakening, the trio's physical prowess was now comparable to Chen Ping'an's when he first arrived in the imperial capital. Furthermore, they possessed extraordinary awakened powers. Had he faced such a formidable array upon his initial arrival, even a victory would have come at a grievous cost. Yet, merely 2 days later, as he observed the ferocious trio before him, Chen Ping'an found himself in a position to appreciate their oncoming assault with a sense of leisure. As the three intensified their attacks, perceiving Chen Ping'an's stillness as an opportunity to dominate, they were emboldened by the recent defeat of Qing Yi. Just as their strikes were about to connect with Chen Ping'an, a sense of impending triumph surged through their minds. However, in the next moment, Chen Ping'an's calm voice resonated in their ears. You are not lacking, but unfortunately for you, you have encountered me. When the trio regained their senses, they found themselves collapsed beside Qing Yi, their bodies feeling as though they had been shattered, rendering them incapable of further movement. Yun San, witnessing the captains who had been defeated in an instant, could not suppress his astonishment despite having prior knowledge of Chen Ping'an's strength. When did these four individuals collectively achieve their second-tier awakening? The strength of Ping'an is quite overwhelming, far exceeding the last time he struck me, leaving one to wonder if martial artists are inherently this formidable. Witnessing Chen Ping'an's remarkable prowess, Yun San's body trembled with excitement. Ignoring Yun San, whose face had turned crimson, Chen Ping'an reached out to take the white-haired little girl, gently ruffling her hair, before turning to Yun San and saying, Captain Yun, you previously mentioned promoting me to vice captain. Yun San, puzzled, nodded in agreement, only to see a mischievous grin appear on Chen Ping'an's lips. Then, esteemed captain, I challenge you. I do not wish to be beneath you. The roundtable conference room reverted to its original state, while the four squad leaders lay slumped over their respective seats like defeated dogs. This was not due to Chen Ping'an's excessive force. In fact, He had perfectly controlled his strength, merely sending them flying and temporarily incapacitating them. Well, except for a certain green-haired individual who was left frothing at the mouth. Each of the four had initially come to the meeting with the intent to play the role of the underdog, only to find themselves collectively overwhelmed by a newcomer. All right, stop pretending to be dead. Look at me. I have an announcement. Upon hearing Yuan San's words, the four reluctantly lifted their heads. Yuan San tapped the table and addressed the battered group. Effective immediately, Chen Ping'an is now our captain. You have all felt his strength firsthand. Do you have any objections? The four gazed at Chen Ping'an, seated in the captain's chair with a kindly expression, and shook their heads resolutely. Well, strength is paramount in the organization. Having a more powerful captain isn't entirely a disadvantage. This captain's strength defies logic. Could he possibly be a level 3 or 4 awakener? My head is spinning. I feel like sleeping. The captain's strikes are so ruthless. They were even more exhilarating than when Captain Yuan hit me. Chen surpassed me while testing his mental connection abilities. Chen Ping'an cast a surprised glance at a serious-looking white tiger girl. Noticing Chen Ping'an's gaze, Bai Wu trembled slightly. Had he not been able to hear her thoughts, he might have genuinely believed she was afraid of him. A submissive personality beside me? Chen Ping'an turned his head to glance at Yuan San, contemplating that it was only after delivering her a solid punch that she wished to bear his child. Are the women in the organization this wild? Chapter 69. The underestimated emperor disregarding the bewildered expression on Yuan San's face. Chen Ping'an spoke earnestly. It seems we have become acquainted through this clash. I now have a question for everyone. Has anyone heard of the 4-day seal? Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's inquiry, the four squad leaders displayed expressions of confusion. Yuan San, who had previously provided intelligence, stepped forward and said to Chen Ping'an, Ping'an, I have occasionally heard the emperor mention the 4-day seal. It is not surprising that they are unfamiliar with it. However, given the current state of the emperor, it is likely that no one can answer your question. Upon hearing Yuan San's words, Chen Ping'an turned to gaze at the serene little girl with white hair nestled in his embrace. As if sensing his gaze, the girl, referred to as the emperor by Yuan San, lifted her head and looked at Chen Ping'an, exclaiming, Daddy. The four captains, upon hearing the emperor address Chen Ping'an in such a manner for the first time, wore expressions of sheer astonishment. This utterance was nothing short of a revelation that would resonate with them for an entire year. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Ping'an affectionately ruffled the emperor's little head and remarked to Yuan San, Surely, the emperor is meant to be a majestic figure? How could this young girl possibly embody such a title? Yuan San sighed in exasperation and replied, I too am at a loss. The elders have told tales that since the founding of our organization, the emperor has always appeared in this youthful form, unchanged for a century. Yet her demeanor and actions hardly reflect that of a child. Those of us who have interacted with her feel as though she has existed for an eternity, exuding an air of authority and wisdom. Authority? Wisdom? Chen Ping'an observed the emperor's expression of comfort as a result of his gentle touch. Casting a peculiar glance at Yuan San, flustered by Chen Ping'an's gaze, Yuan San retorted, I have never witnessed the emperor in such a state. Moreover, she should be in slumber at this hour. Do you recall the stone house in the Magic City? There is a similar one in the imperial capital. For centuries, the emperor has regularly entered slumber within the stone house for approximately a week at a time, a fact known to all members of the captain rank. Thus, when you expressed a desire to meet the emperor, I declined. Since the day before yesterday, upon my arrival in the Magic City, she has begun her slumber. When the emperor sleeps, the stone house is entirely sealed. Those of us outside cannot gain entry. At this point, Yuan San regarded the emperor, whose demeanor had notably transformed, and spoke with a tone of confusion. The emperor has always been the true leader of our organization. She possesses the ability to foresee potential crises within the Great Yin. It is under her discreet guidance that we have maintained stability in our struggle against the anomalies for a century. To be honest, witnessing the emperor in this state leaves me feeling somewhat uneasy. Upon hearing Yuan San's words, the other captains fell into a contemplative silence, while Chen Ping'an sank into deep thought. No wonder, in my previous simulations, I failed to obtain information regarding the 4 seals in the imperial capital. It appears that the emperor, who holds the key to such knowledge, has encountered an unexpected predicament. However, the emperor's periodic slumber has been a norm for centuries. Why has she awakened so suddenly this time, and sought me out? Pondering these perplexing threads, Chen Ping'an turned to the captains and inquired, Dear friends, during your time at headquarters, has anything particularly noteworthy occurred in the past few days? Any detail will suffice. Please reflect carefully. The four captains, recognizing the gravity of the situation concerning the emperor, began to recollect diligently. Yet, over the past 2 days, the entire base had been remarkably tranquil, and they struggled to recall any significant events. Suddenly, with an exclamation of surprise, Bai Wu's voice pierced through the silence, drawing the attention of all. He excitedly inquired of the others, "A breakthrough? I experienced a sudden breakthrough around 1 o'clock this morning. When did each of you achieve your second-level awakening?" Upon hearing Bai Wu's words, the other three nodded in astonishment. Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow. 1 o'clock in the morning? The time when that eerie, smiling figure descended upon Magic City? How could it be related to the awakening of the awakened ones? Could it be that the emperor awoke because of that entity? Observing the chattering crowd, the emperor, who had been quietly nestled in Chen Ping'an's embrace, tilted her little head to glance at him, then at the noisy group, and suddenly spoke. "Daddy, I sensed something malevolent appearing in Magic City, which is why I awakened. Then I got hungry and went out to eat and found you." Upon hearing the emperor's address to Chen Ping'an, even Captain Yuan looked pained. How had their dignified emperor come to this? Yet, Chen Ping'an was taken aback, staring intently at the emperor. How could this be? Wasn't the world corrected from the influence of that interdimensional monster? Shouldn't I be the only one who remembers its descent? Why does the emperor possess memories of its arrival? At that moment, Chen Ping'an realized he could not fathom the small, white-haired figure before him, apart from their initial encounter. When the emperor had appeared abruptly, Chen Ping'an had only perceived her as an ordinary child. But how could an emperor, who had lived for over a century, be merely an ordinary being? The emperor suddenly yawned and remarked, "Daddy, there were many of those golden things this morning. I ate my fill and now feel so sleepy. As for the 4-day seal you inquired about, I don't quite remember. It seemed to pertain to 4 doors that absolutely must not be opened." The emperor struggled to keep her eyes open, eager to continue speaking. But her crimson eyes gradually succumbed to drowsiness. But in a few decades, the seal will lose its power. However, I can't recall what it sealed. Good night, Daddy. Ultimately, the emperor could no longer resist her fatigue and drifted into slumber. Just as Chen Ping'an was about to pose further questions, he suddenly found the small emperor in his arms had vanished. Yun-san, observing Chen Ping'an's astonishment, explained, "Although the emperor lacks combat prowess, she can appear wherever she desires. Judging by her earlier behavior, she has likely returned to the stone house." Chen Ping'an nodded in understanding and began to contemplate the implications of the emperor's words. First, the emperor might be far more powerful than one could imagine. She could retain memories of information corrected by the world. Second, the emperor indeed knew about those 4 doors, and the objective of that colossal hand was to open them. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an recalled a transformation of that monster. When in Magic City, that monster could only extend a hand from the sky. However, after the 3 doors were opened, at the last door's location in Chuan City, the monster revealed its true eyes for the first time, and its powers seemed to have multiplied significantly. So it is the sealed entity? No, it was not sealed. Chen Ping'an suddenly remembered a detail from the initial simulation. Chapter 70. Chen Ping'an's small experiment in the previous simulation on the first day of the apocalypse. A colossal hand emerged in the sky, followed by the appearance of the little jade devourer and the blood gate that flew out from the Lin family mansion. At the moment the blood gate burst forth, it was in a closed state according to the simulation's description. Thus, in the absence of an open blood gate, the giant hand manifested first. This scenario presents 2 possibilities. One is that the creature itself is not something that was sealed. It may have descended for the first time at the onset of the apocalypse, and breaking the seals of the 4 heavens was merely to facilitate its entry into this world. The other possibility is that the creature is indeed controlled by the seals of the 4 heavens, yet it had already broken part of the seals at the beginning of the apocalypse, enabling it to wield some of its power, thus necessitating the breaking of more seals to liberate its full might. Both possibilities elucidate why its power has intensified following the opening of the seals. However, with the current scan information, Chen Ping'an is unable to ascertain whether the creature is an invading foe or a being that has broken free from its confinement. The crucial key to unraveling this mystery lies with the emperor. Yet, as Yun-sen mentioned, the emperor is evidently different from her usual self, likely due to her slumber being interrupted. Therefore, if she could assist the emperor in awakening sooner, perhaps more information could be gleaned. With this thought in mind, Chen Ping'an turned to Yuan San. Take me to the stone chamber where the emperor rests. I have matters of great importance to discuss with her. Yuan San cast a puzzled glance at Chen Ping'an, unable to comprehend his unwavering fixation on the four heaven seals. Nevertheless, observing the seriousness etched upon his face, she nodded gently and led him out of the conference room. Throughout their journey, both remained somewhat taciturn. Chen Ping'an pondered the information that had just been revealed by the emperor. It seemed that the emperor had been influenced by the intruder, prompting her premature awakening. Upon awakening, she had visited the flag-raising square, where she mentioned consuming some golden substances. These so-called golden items must have been beneficial to the emperor. While Chen Ping'an was uncertain about the exact nature of these golden substances, he recalled another element advantageous to awakeners. In prior simulations, his simulated self had engaged in dual cultivation with Yuan San multiple times, thereby elevating her to a level 7 awakened. Chen Ping'an did not believe that mere physical exertion could yield such a significant enhancement. The only plausible cause for this improvement was the vitality and blood essence. Chen Ping'an intended to utilize this vitality and blood essence to assist the emperor, hoping to expedite her awakening from her dormant state. However, this hypothesis required experimental validation. With this in mind, he glanced at Yuan San, who was leading the way. Yuan San stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, her waist-length azure hair tied simply into a single ponytail. From behind, her petite ears appeared particularly exquisite. Furthermore, the most striking feature was her long legs, which seemed capable of delivering a lethal grip. Indeed, in every conceivable sense, they could be deadly. It appears that Chen Ping'an's gaze was somewhat piercing, prompting Yuan San to suddenly turn and look at him. By the way, Ping'an, there is something I forgot to mention to you. What is it? Yuan San turned away from Chen Ping'an and continued. Our captain-level members refer to each other by code names. For instance, by Wu and I, Yuan San, are not our real names. Now that you have directly become the chief captain, you ought to come up with a code name for yourself. This does resemble a mysterious organization, but your code names seem rather casual. Shouldn't they typically be names associated with beverages or something similar? For instance, how about Jin? Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Yuan San turned back and shot him a glance. Don't assume I haven't watched the anime from Inazuma. We, the Jin, certainly have no internal traitors. So, Chief Captain, what do you plan to name yourself? A code name, huh? There's no rush. I can think of one later. However, I do wish to ask you for a favor, Yuan San. Yuan San looked at Chen Ping'an with curiosity as he approached her. But when he grasped her hand, her face turned crimson. What are you doing? We can't do that here. Someone might see us. Despite her frequent mentions of wanting a seed, as a girl who had never interacted with boys for over 20 years, the thought of doing something in the bustling corridor made her feel a bit timid. Chen Ping'an gazed at the blushing Yuan San in silence. While one might consider her innocent, her words had an entirely different connotation. Don't think too much, my dear Vice Captain. I will infuse some vital energy into your body shortly. You just need to express how you feel afterward. This is crucial for both the gene and my forthcoming actions. Infuse into my body. And I have to articulate my feelings? Yuan San seemed to recall something, her azure eyes glistening as she glanced at Chen Ping'an. Be gentle. However, before she could finish her sentence, a surge of scorching vital energy flowed from Chen Ping'an's grasp into Yuan San's body. As soon as this power entered, the awakening energy within her surged forth, drawn magnetically to her arms. Chen Ping'an utilized his mental energy to observe the situation within Yuan San. Noting how the azure awakening force seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, this caused him to furrow his brow during his own awakening. His mental force had similarly attracted the vital energy, resulting in a collision that nearly led to a catastrophic explosion in his head. Was his assumption incorrect? Did uplifting another still require physical exertion to facilitate the merging of vital and awakening energies, just like in the simulations? With a tinge of concern, Chen Ping'an moderated the infusion of vital energy, allowing only a minuscule portion to reach out and connect with Yuan San's awakening force. Soon, a collision transpired between the two energies, yet no explosion occurred. Instead, that slight infusion of vital energy acted as a catalyst, slightly amplifying the azure awakening energy. Observing this outcome, a flicker of joy appeared on Chen Ping'an's face, prompting him to release the constraints on the vital energy, allowing it to merge more harmoniously with the awakening force. On Yuan San's face, a flush of warmth emerged. unable to utilize her mental strength for introspection. She could only describe her sensations in accordance with Chen Ping'an's instructions. Ping'an, I feel a bit warm, somewhat comfortable. Chen Ping'an, engrossed in his experiment, swiftly replied. That is precisely how it should feel. Next, I will intensify the input. Take a moment to feel it. At the corner of the hallway, Bai Wu, who had just wandered nearby, overheard the conversation from around the bend. Curiosity piqued, she pressed herself against the wall, her demeanor turning restless. I never anticipated that Captain Chen and Captain Yuan shared such a relationship. Chapter 71. The Golden Barrier, without mentioning the misunderstandings of the cat girl at the corner. Yun-sen was thoroughly astonished by the changes occurring within her body. Initially, the awakening energy within her was akin to a shallow stream after her second awakening. However, following Chen Ping'an's manipulation, the awakening force within her began to surge rapidly. In mere moments, the awakening power nearly doubled, and Yun-san's strength progressed from a novice in the second awakening towards its very limits. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, as Yun-san approached the threshold of her third awakening, a golden membrane gradually materialized in the void. Once this membrane appeared, it swiftly surged towards the underground headquarters, targeting the oncoming breakthrough of Yun-san. Along its path, palaces, soil, and metallic barriers failed to impede its passage, as though the membrane and these structures existed in entirely different realms. As the membrane penetrated all obstacles, drawing near to Yun-san, neither she nor Chen Ping'an seemed aware of its presence. Suddenly, a barely perceptible dragon's roar emanated from Chen Ping'an once more. The golden membrane hesitated, seemingly assessing the situation before it. In that fleeting moment of indecision, Yun-sen successfully transcended to a level 3 awakened. The membrane, having lost its target, faded back into the void. Following Yun-san's ascension, the awakening energy within her fell into a profound stillness. Regardless of the stimulation from her vitality, there was no response, as if she had entered a state akin to sage time. Observing all of this through the lens of his mental faculties, Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow and withdrew his hand from Yun-san's grasp. Is this a state similar to cooldown? Since the simulation can extend to level 7. It indicates that such enhancements can be utilized repeatedly. I shall experiment again later. For now, it is evident that vitality can indeed propel awakening energy. Chen Ping'an's movement startled Yun-san, who had been lost in ecstasy. Ping'an, you are incredible. I have never felt anything like that before. Chen Ping'an pushed away Yun-san, who was leaning closer to him, and called out over his shoulder. Come out, Bai Wu. Stop eavesdropping and refrain from your fanciful thoughts. I can hear your thoughts from here. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, Yun-san's gaze instinctively turned toward the corner. Moments later, a flushed Bai Wu slowly emerged from around the bend. Upon witnessing the immaculate attire of Yun-san and Chen Ping'an, she was momentarily taken aback. Captain Chen, were you not just at 34? This is a corridor. What could I possibly do here? I merely conducted a minor experiment. It's too cumbersome to explain. But rest assured, it will be applicable to you later. After speaking, Chen Ping'an turned to Yun-san. All right, Yun-san, please continue to lead the way. Bai Wu observed the distant figures of Yun-san and Chen Ping'an and murmured, in truth, if we really wanted to, it wouldn't be impossible. Chen Ping'an and Yun-san traversed the underground base for some time before arriving at a sealed metallic door. It dawned on Chen Ping'an that this underground facility was perhaps far more expansive than he had initially envisioned. Curiously, after employing his mental acuity, he discerned that the entire base constituted concentric circles radiating outward, and they had reached the very center of it. Yun-san approached the metallic door and input a lengthy sequence of codes, causing the door to gradually part. Before them lay a stone chamber, nearly identical to one found in the magical city, equally incongruous with its surroundings, instilling in Chen Ping'an a profound sense of antiquity. However, unlike the previous structure, the entrance to this stone chamber was obstructed by a layer of golden substance. Ping'an, this is the place where the emperor rests during his slumber. He enters this state periodically, each time for approximately a week, and during his slumber, the entrance to the stone chamber is sealed by this golden material. Yun-san turned to Chen Ping'an and added, I regret to inform you that this golden substance is utterly indestructible. We have no means to contact the sleeping emperor. We can only await his awakening. Indestructible? Chen Ping'an echoed Yun-san's words, stepping forward to the entrance of the stone chamber. Simultaneously, he endeavored to probe the interior with his mental prowess, But upon contact with the stone chamber, his mental energy dissipated instantly. In his mental visualization, the stone chamber seemed to vanish from existence, replaced by a black void of the same dimensions. At the center of this void, where the door should have been, lay a golden barrier. This golden shield exuded an aura of immortality and invincibility. His intangible mental energy, upon encountering the barrier, merely slid away, as if the shield were a higher plane of existence, entirely isolating them from external disturbances. Fascinating, mental energy is ineffective. What if I try this? Chen Ping'an slowly raised his right fist. Just as Yuan was puzzled by his actions, a terrifying sense of pressure emanated from his direction. The formidable vitality characteristic of half-step martial mythology rapidly coalesced at his fist's tip. Though separated by hundreds of meters, Yuan felt as if she were submerged in the depths of the ocean, struggling to breathe. The vital energy concentrated upon Chen Ping'an's right fist surged intensely, and the sense of oppression she experienced mounted exponentially. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an's right fist transformed into a stream of crimson light, forcefully striking against the golden barrier before him. The terrifying sense of oppression vanished in an instant. However, no sound emerged. Chen Ping'an gazed at his shoulder-level vanishing right fist and the completely unaltered golden barrier, momentarily taken aback. Yet, after a brief pause, a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. This was it, this unreasonable force that could subdue me. At that moment, Chen Ping'an felt exhilarated. This overwhelming power was precisely what he sought, a force capable of resisting the apocalypse. Yet the most pressing issue now was how to awaken the slumbering emperor and inquire about matters of power and the monsters. Yuan, observing the distant laughing Chen Ping'an, was perplexed by his demeanor. Due to the angle of her view, she had not noticed that Chen Ping'an's arm had already vanished. In the next moment, Chen Ping'an sat cross-legged on the ground, his right hand propping up his chin, his gaze eagerly fixed on the golden barrier. For the martial arts master who had achieved the 9th breakthrough of his vitality limits, losing a limb could lead to instantaneous rebirth. Initially intending to reserve this opportunity, it seemed the time had come to utilize it. Now, let me behold the scenery that follows the myth of martial arts. Chapter 72. To live towards death system. I wish to utilize the opportunity for talent sublimation. Grant me the sublimation of the Spirit Awakener, Gold. As Chen Ping'an's words fell, a transparent vortex suddenly appeared on the simulation panel. The vortex gradually expanded, and the textual information on the panel was slowly drawn into it. Only the previously fixed 3 talents remained stable and unmoved. When the Spirit Awakener, Gold, was also absorbed into the vortex, the transparent vortex took on an immortal golden hue and began to spin rapidly. As the rotation accelerated, the gold grew ever brighter until a shade of crimson emerged from the center of the vortex. In an instant, the entire vortex was dyed red, reaching a peak in its rotation. Buzz. The vortex abruptly dissipated, revealing a new line of red talents on the simulation panel. Congratulations. Player has acquired the red talent. Ego Resonance. Ego Resonance. Red due to an experiment from the ancient era, humanity believed it had grasped the secrets of the divine. Among them, the Spirit Awakeners, with each awakening, drew closer to the unknown void. The nearer they approached the unknown void, the more powerful they became. Yet most Spirit Awakeners became lost in the infinite void. Only a select few could comprehend their true selves, achieve a transcendent elevation of spirit, and subsequently condense their essence, finding their guiding beacon within the void. Effect: the essence of the spirit materializes, the true self converges. Name: Chen Ping'an. Doomsday Countdown. 6 Race: Human, Dragon. Attributes: Constitution 100, Spirit 100. The player has reached the limits of mortality. Talent: Martial Arts Myth, Red. Heroic Journey, Gold. Dragon Bloodline, in Transformation, True Self, Red. As the enhancement of his talents reached fruition, Chen Ping'an, seated in a meditative posture before the golden barrier, gradually began to levitate. In a world unseen by Yuan, Chen Ping'an's spirit detached from his body, and with a sense of novelty, he surveyed his surroundings from an entirely fresh perspective. His current state resembled the ancient legends of a soul departing the body, yet it possessed a fundamental difference. At this moment, Chen Ping'an could still effortlessly control his physical form. He was acutely aware that his present condition was merely an external manifestation of his spiritual essence. With mere intention, He could revert his spirit back to his body or allow it to exist in the external realm for an extended period, unfettered by the tempestuous influences of wind, rain, or thunder, unlike the traditional tales of soul detachment. However, this state of spiritual energy merely reflected the normal manifestation of having reached the ninth limit of spiritual power. Chen Ping'an's purpose in transcending his spiritual talent was to achieve a state of spiritual completeness. While attaining the ninth limit of vital energy undoubtedly aids in the growth of awakening energy, it necessitates ample time and quantity. Moreover, as the quality and quantity of awakening energy escalated, so too would the efficacy of vital energy's enhancement diminish. In previous simulations, Yuan had only reached the seventh awakening when the apocalypse commenced, a factor linked to this gradual decline. What Chen Ping'an lacked most at present was time. Thus, he opted to elevate his spiritual talent. Judging by the results of this enhancement, it was evident that Chen Ping'an had accomplished his objective. Now, with both spirit and constitution reaching the limits of humanity, the martial arts myth loomed tantalizingly close. As his spirit abruptly returned to his corporeal form, Chen Ping'an opened his eyes. Then, let us break through. His tranquil voice resonated throughout the silent hall. Behind him, Yuan gazed at Chen Ping'an with a look of bewilderment. In the next moment, Chen Ping'an shattered before Yuan's astonished eyes. His body gradually disintegrated into countless glimmering fragments. However, these were not mere shards of flesh, but radiant star-like specks glowing with a crimson hue. Yuan, unable to comprehend the transformation that had befallen Chen Ping'an, felt a surge of fear and rushed towards him. Suddenly, Chen Ping'an's voice echoed through the void. Vital energy martial arts is a novel path forged by martial artists upon realizing the limitations of the physical form. The repeated breaching of bodily limits empowers martial artists to transcend humanity. Yet even those who have achieved the ninth limit of martial prowess remain bound by the constraints of mortality. Humans, after all, are destined to perish. This is the immutable law established by the operation of the heavens and earth. Lifespan is an inescapable topic. The ultimate martial artist can live for 3,000 years. And even until the very last moment of life, their vitality shows no sign of decline. Yet, despite their unparalleled prowess, they remain human and are ultimately subject to death. No matter how extraordinary one may be, dominating an era, in the end, one is reduced to mere dust. This is an inescapable truth faced by countless martial masters. Until one day, a voice proclaimed, "We are essentially one with the stars. Before my birth, my essence already existed within the universe. When I depart, all that I am will remain in the cosmos." Perhaps, compared to the eternal heavens and earth, we humans are merely fleeting moments amidst the myriad changes of existence. However, the heart of a warrior is to battle against heaven and earth, embodying an indomitable spirit. If the universe is eternal and unchanging, then we warriors shall seize this fleeting moment of our existence within the infinite, transforming it into our own eternity. Suddenly, a voice ceased, and at that moment, Chen Ping'an's form completely transformed into countless crimson, shimmering star fragments. Within the hall, his presence vanished entirely, leaving Yuan in a state of shock. She could not comprehend the nature of Chen Ping'an's breakthrough, yet her instincts clearly conveyed the grim truth. Chen Ping'an was dead. In a daze, Yuan approached the spot where Chen Ping'an had once meditated in midair. The ground was now scattered with tiny red star fragments, the once dazzling shards quickly dimming. As if symbolizing Chen Ping'an's demise, Yuan gazed around, bewildered, as everything felt dreamlike. Had the man she had cherished for the first time really perished without explanation? A single tear slipped from the corner of Yuan's eye, gently falling onto a star fragment. This was the first tear she had shed in her life. Roar! In the next instant, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed through the void. Countless scattered star fragments seemed to respond to an unseen command, levitating and converging towards a central point. In the astonished gaze of Yuan, Chen Ping'an gradually reformed in the emptiness. His voice resonated once more, from death to life, shattering the limits of mortals. Henceforth, my vitality and spirit shall merge as one. As long as the essence of vitality endures, the warrior shall not perish. Wherever the spirit reaches, the warrior shall roam unfettered. This is the essence of the martial legend. Chapter 73. The essence of the golden barrier before Yuan. Chen Ping'an's form fully coalesced and restored. At that moment, Merely gazing upon him ignited an overwhelming desire within her to embrace him. For Chen Ping'an embodied a perfect manifestation of strength and beauty, evoking in Yuan an irresistible impulse. What she did not realize was that Chen Ping'an had completed a transcendence of life. Though he retained a human appearance, procreation had become exceedingly difficult. Ordinary individuals could not conceive normally. Only beings whose life levels approached his could bear offspring with him. Thus, in a sense, he was free to indulge without the fear of unintended consequences. This, too, could be deemed an unforeseen delight of his breakthrough. After the breakthrough was completed, Chen Ping'an slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, the world before him appeared utterly transformed. What are these two soft, round objects resting atop my head? Chen Ping'an, bewildered, gazed at his obscured vision. This narrative seems amiss. Typically, upon a breakthrough, one would expect a moment of clarity, perceiving the vastness of the world. Why? Upon merely opening my eyes, am I colliding with someone? With a frown, Chen Ping'an pulled Yuan down from atop him. The woman had entwined her legs around his waist, embracing him entirely, while brandishing a weapon dangerously close to his head. Yet, as he beheld Yuan's eyes sparkling with affection, Chen Ping'an recalled that his current aura was an irresistible delicacy to those of a lower life level. Realizing this, he pressed one hand against Yuan, who still sought to lunge forward, while simultaneously beginning to control the aura emanating from his being. Moments later, as the indescribable allure that had escaped his body retracted within, Yuan gradually regained her senses. However, upon regaining clarity, her gaze towards Chen Ping'an grew peculiar. Particularly, her eyes drifted downwards, and her mouth slightly agape, as if in astonishment. Following Yuan's curious gaze, Chen Ping'an looked down and discovered that during his breakthrough, he had shattered all his garments. Now that his body had reformed, he stood completely unclothed. With a bemused expression, he flicked Yuan, who was still in awe, on the forehead, exclaiming, "Do not stare." As his words fell, a surge of vitality erupted from Chen Ping'an's body, reconstituting a layer of ethereal clothing upon his form. Following the breakthrough, this vitality could now exist externally for extended periods without requiring his conscious effort to sustain it. However, this act of cloaking himself in vitality imparted a peculiar sense of vacuum, ignoring the regretful expression of the older woman who could no longer gaze upon him. Chen Ping'an turned his attention back to the stone house. Yet upon closer inspection, his expression subtly shifted. In the void before him, countless golden streams of substance flowed ceaselessly from the external world into this space, ultimately converging upon the stone house. The previously nearly indestructible golden barrier posed no obstruction to these golden streams. Intriguing, what could this possibly be? Chen Ping'an extended his hand, wishing to touch the golden substance. Yet, in the next moment, his palm passed through the golden material effortlessly, as if it were mere illusion. Nevertheless, Chen Ping'an's demeanor grew solemn at the moment of contact. He seemed to hear a sound. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out again, this time placing his hand within the golden streams, allowing them to flow through his palm. In the next moment, a vivid scene unfolded before Chen Ping'an's eyes, within a dilapidated classroom. A grimy little boy sat at an old desk, surrounded by a dozen similarly dressed children, quietly absorbing the latest knowledge imparted by a teacher who had traveled from beyond the mountains. The imagery shifted rapidly. The teacher's figure grew increasingly weathered, while the children gradually matured. The scene stabilized once more, revealing a young man returning from a bustling city to serve in his underdeveloped hometown. The young man's visage bore a faint resemblance to that of the boy from earlier, as he brought new direction and vitality to the backward village. The imagery swirled again, the youth transitioning into middle age, yet his eyes remained as clear and earnest as they had been in the classroom years ago. The scene settled again, where humble earthen dwellings had transformed into charming brick houses, and the once desolate village now shimmered with the radiance of civilization. In a bright classroom, an elderly man, now graying, stood at the podium, sharing tales of the nation's future and hope with the bright-eyed children below. Was this the educational support initiative of Dian? A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Ping'an's face. His parents had tragically perished in a flash flood during a similar teaching mission, leaving him, an infant, to be returned to the bustling metropolis. He had never understood why his parents chose to forsake their lives in the city to teach in a remote village. Yet, Witnessing the transformation of the little boy and the entire village through educational support, Chen Ping'an began to grasp a deeper understanding. He placed his palm upon another stream of golden water, and as expected, a new image materialized before him. Countless streams flowed from the void, traversing the outer defenses into this subterranean space. Each time Chen Ping'an touched a golden stream, a different scene emerged: firefighters battling blazes, doctors and nurses caring for patients in wards, laborers sweating to build infrastructure, kind women tending to families and neighborhoods, and numerous students striving for excellence within the campus. Each golden stream depicted the lives of the citizens of Dian, illustrating their growth and achievements. At that moment, Chen Ping'an comprehended the essence of this golden barrier. It was an indomitable shield forged by the collective spirit and will of billions of Dian citizens, influenced by an unknown force. Chen Ping'an gazed in awe at the golden barrier before him, aware that it was something he currently lacked the power to shatter. Yet, if this barrier remained unbroken, he could not awaken the emperor. The consequence of the emperor's continued slumber would be dire. In 6 days, an unknown entity would descend upon this world once more, resulting in the instantaneous demise of the 2 million inhabitants of the metropolis. With this thought, Chen Ping'an's resolve solidified. Having discerned the nature of this barrier, he contemplated an alternative means to breach it. He turned to Yuan and declared, "Yuan, I will be away for a moment. Wait for my return." Yuan could not comprehend where Chen Ping'an intended to go, but before she could inquire, she witnessed Chen Ping'an transform into a crimson radiance, hurtling directly toward the golden barrier at the entrance of the stone house. In a previous encounter, Chen Ping'an had ventured a fragment of his mental energy into the golden barrier. However, as soon as his mental energy breached the barrier, it lost connection with its source. Initially, he assumed that his mental energy had been obliterated by the barrier before him. Yet, upon observing the countless golden streams converging into the barrier, he realized that it was, in fact, a confluence of innumerable thoughts and wills. Thus, his previous mental energy had not vanished. Rather, it had been diluted by countless intentions. In a certain sense, this barrier was nearly indestructible. Another method for breaching the barrier occurred to Chen Ping'an. One, but that was rather simple. If one cannot overcome, then one must assimilate. Having become a myth in the martial arts realm, his vital energy and spirit had merged into one. At that moment, he was capable of transforming entirely into a form of vital energy at will. With a mere thought, he instantly became a streak of crimson light, surging forth like the myriad golden streams, directly colliding with the golden barrier. However, no impact transpired. The crimson light seamlessly integrated with the golden barrier, akin to a river flowing into the sea. In an instant, the crimson glow vanished entirely. Within the vast underground space, only Yuan remained, quietly waiting, alongside the seemingly unchanging enigmatic stone house. At the moment Chen Ping'an's crimson light collided with the golden barrier, his consciousness entered an expansive golden realm. Beyond his sight, the entire interior of the stone house was enveloped in golden light. At the center of the house lay the emperor, adorned in a dark-hued Han garment, eyes closed, peacefully resting. Beneath the embrace of countless golden rays, the emperor slumbered undisturbed. In this boundless golden expanse, Chen Ping'an's crimson radiance appeared strikingly luminous. He could sense that his current form, the blood light, was being diluted by this golden realm. However, having transcended into a myth of martial prowess, the highly refined vital energy and spirit made this dilution a gradual process. This allowed him a measure of freedom to navigate within this golden ocean. Guided by an intuitive impulse, Chen Ping'an advanced toward the center of the golden sea. In his bloodlight form, propelled by his mental energy, he traveled at a velocity exceeding 10 times the speed of sound, swiftly traversing the golden space. Yet, although this golden realm was merely the size of a room in reality, it felt boundless to Chen Ping'an's perception. After 5 hours, the bloodlight that Chen Ping'an had become was diluted by 1/10, and finally, a change appeared before him. Within the golden world ahead, a small black dot emerged for the first time. Chen Ping'an sighed in relief. If this continued, he would remain ensnared in this unchanging golden realm. He must consider leaving soon. Otherwise, remaining in this state poses a risk of complete dilution. After 2 more hours, as Chen Ping'an drew near, the dark spot began to expand rapidly. The emperor, who had been slumbering within the golden realm, finally appeared before Chen Ping'an. The crimson glow abruptly halted beside the emperor, instantaneously transforming back into Chen Ping'an. However, this time, he remembered to utilize his vital energy to conjure garments as well. After all, standing before the emperor in a state of nudity felt exceedingly inappropriate. Furrowing his brow, Chen Ping'an gazed at the emperor before him, only to find that he could not fathom the depths of the emperor's essence. Whether this was due to the peculiarities of the environment or the emperor's unique nature remained uncertain. In Chen Ping'an's vision, the emperor appeared as an ordinary little girl, devoid of any discernible traces of awakened energy. With no clear direction, Chen Ping'an extended his hand, intending to channel a measure of vital energy into the emperor, to ascertain if it would yield the positive effects he anticipated. Yet, the moment his arm made contact with the emperor, the previously tranquil golden world erupted into chaos. In an instant, it felt as though the weight of the universe bore down upon him. Chen Ping'an was caught off guard, and under the immense pressure, he was compressed into a streak of crimson light, merging into the body of the emperor before him. Once Chen Ping'an vanished, the tumultuous golden world returned to a serene stillness, as if the terrifying pressure had been but a figment of imagination. Meanwhile, the emperor, who lay in the center of the golden realm, experienced a slight tremor at the corner of her eye. Enveloped in a sensation akin to being submerged in water, she found herself unable to open her eyes or breathe. It felt as though something had been inserted into her nostrils, assisting her respiration. Faint voices of men and women echoed nearby, their excitement palpable. "We did it. The plan can finally proceed. Ha! We were right. Her will remain feeble." And after a brief moment of awareness, she sank back into silence. Countless awakenings blurred her consciousness. The voices of men and women fluctuated, yet a select few voices persisted. Though not all conveyed joy, the frigid liquid surrounding her began to recede. "Open your eyes. Open your eyes." As her eyelids fluttered, a pair of crimson irises beheld the world for the first time. In the heart of this realm, a man looked upon her, laughing joyously. In the stone chamber, the emperor, lying quietly at the center, trembled more intensely at the corners of her eyes, as if on the verge of awakening. "From this day forth, you shall be my daughter." A handsome man joyfully lifted a small infant, while several similarly attired individuals behind him cast worried glances at the tiny child. An endless darkness enveloped the entire world, and the one referred to as the father had blood long since congealed. A figure with white hair and crimson eyes gradually ascended towards the heavens. The sun once again shone upon the scarred earth. In the sky, a small golden amber descended like a shooting star, landing upon the ground. Inside the stone house, the emperor slowly opened his eyes, a solitary tear silently sliding down from the corner of his crimson gaze. Within the depths of his eyes, a semblance of confusion lingered. After a moment, the crimson irises regained their brilliance. "Has this period of slumber come to an end? It seems I have dreamed of those things again," he murmured softly in the center of the stone house. As his words echoed, the golden essence that filled the chamber gradually dissipated. The golden barrier at the entrance slowly became transparent and vanished. "Chen Ping'an." Suddenly, a blue figure burst into the stone house, shouting. Upon closer inspection, it was Yuan, who had been waiting outside. The emperor regarded her with curiosity, noting the urgency on her face. "Yin girl, is there something pressing? And who is Chen Ping'an?" Chapter 75. Chen Ping'an wants to take responsibility. Gazing at the diminutive emperor, who regarded him with an authoritative demeanor, the anxious Yuan halted abruptly. "Your Majesty, you have finally awakened. Have you seen a man within the stone house?" As she spoke, her worried gaze scanned the modest interior, yet all she found was the emperor observing her, with no sign of Chen Ping'an. The emperor furrowed his brow slightly. "A man? The stone house was sealed during my slumber. It is impossible for anyone to have intruded." With a hint of concern, the emperor observed the anxious Yuan. "Are you all right, Yin girl?" Floating effortlessly, the emperor approached Yuan and gently touched her head with her delicate, fair hand. "There are no signs of mental control over you." As the emperor sensed Yuan-san's condition, her expression suddenly shifted. "What is happening? Yin girl, how have you broken through to the third level of awakening?" Before Yuan could respond, the emperor murmured to herself, "This should not be, in this world. At this time, there shouldn't be any third-level awakeners." Yuan replied urgently, "Chen Ping'an helped me break through. He is the physical awakener we intended to recruit before your slumber. He mentioned that he had an urgent matter to discuss with you, then transformed into a blood-red light. crashing into the golden barrier at the stone house's entrance before vanishing. It's been a full 15 hours. Upon hearing Yun San's words, the emperor's expression changed dramatically, fury igniting within her. How could he be so foolish? The indestructible barrier cannot be breached recklessly. The emperor's anger was not unwarranted. The golden barrier had naturally formed as a protective measure during her slumber. Any extraordinary abilities that collided with it would be instantaneously nullified. While normal life forms attempting to breach, it would be forcefully repelled with equal strength. However, the emperor, ensnared in slumber, was utterly powerless to wield this force. If, as the young lady Yuan had suggested, that fellow named Chen Ping'an had somehow transformed into a blood-red light, transmuting into pure, extraordinary energy that collided with the barrier, it would be a senseless demise. The thought of potentially having unwittingly slain a citizen of the great Yin darkened the emperor's expression. Observing the emperor's troubled countenance, Yun San's unease intensified. Initially, Chen Ping'an had merely stated he would be away for a short while, prompting Yun San to wait patiently outside the stone chamber. Yet, after a full 15 hours, the golden barrier remained unchanged, and Chen Ping'an seemed to have vanished from this realm entirely. Yun San's feelings shifted from anticipation to anxiety, and finally to desperation. When the golden barrier dissipated, she rushed inside, only to find the stone chamber occupied solely by the emperor. No, that was not right. The emperor suddenly furrowed his brow, closing his eyes as if attuning to something. Moments later, he opened his eyes wide and commanded, "Come forth." A crimson light erupted from the emperor's being. With a resounding thud, the crimson light transformed back into Chen Ping'an, crashing heavily to the ground. Disoriented, Chen Ping'an blinked open his eyes, seemingly bewildered by the turn of events. A delicate, rosy foot landed upon his head. The emperor's icy voice echoed from above. "Who dares to intrude upon my thoughts?" The emperor's gaze fell upon Chen Ping'an's handsome visage, and inexplicably, a wave of warmth surged from within. Yet, as her gaze drifted downward to Chen Ping'an's exposed physique, the emperor's eyes grew cold once more. Shameless scoundrel. Fuming, the emperor forcefully stamped her foot down upon Chen Ping'an multiple times. Glancing at Yun San beside her, she commanded, "Yun girl, teach him a lesson." However, upon uttering this, she noticed that Yun San stood frozen in delight, gazing at the transgressor with an expression akin to that of a devoted spouse. Recalling her earlier conversation with Yun San, the emperor's brow furrowed. "Yun girl, this rogue is the very Chen Ping'an you spoke of?" Before Yun San could respond, the dazed Chen Ping'an gradually regained his senses. Noticing the soft sensation and sweet fragrance atop his head, and still not fully alert, Chen Ping'an instinctively grasped the small foot pressing down on him. Sweet. Ah. The emperor gasped, attempting to withdraw her foot, only to find Chen Ping'an's grip as unyielding as iron. The emperor's startled exclamation finally roused Chen Ping'an's awareness completely. He beheld the figure hovering above him, adorned in dark robes, with white hair and bare feet, her face etched with astonishment. Realizing the absurdity of his prior actions, Chen Ping'an awkwardly released his hold. Your Majesty, have you had something to eat?" The emperor felt the cold, slick sensation beneath his feet. Although he could not comprehend why his protective abilities had completely failed against this individual, his only desire was to deliver a decisive kick to end him. Essentially, after colliding with the golden barrier, I entered a resplendent world of gold. After soaring for quite some time, I finally caught sight of your figure. Just as I intended to rouse you and made contact, I lost consciousness. Dressed in a dark-hued Han robe, the emperor sat at the head of the round table, regarding the man before him with a gaze reserved for a criminal. Behind him stood Yun San, casting a skeptical glance at Chen Ping'an, while his mind churned with other thoughts. No wonder I was so proactive, and yet Ping'an had remained indifferent. I initially suspected he might prefer men. Little did I expect him to favor someone like the emperor. Such an inclination is indeed a crime. Ping'an, am I not alluring enough as an elder sister? Yun San looked at Chen Ping'an, who was recounting his previous encounters, with a sorrowful expression. However, as his thoughts shifted, Yun San seemed to arrive at another conclusion. Wait a moment. The emperor must be at least 100 years old, which implies that Ping'an actually prefers those of greater age. Perhaps I simply do not measure up in maturity. Indeed, the complexities of a man's preferences are quite perplexing. Ignoring Yun San, who had been influenced by certain educational films, Chen Ping'an awkwardly continued to narrate the events that had transpired. In my haze of consciousness, I seemed to have glimpsed certain scenes, but upon awakening, they faded like a dream, growing increasingly indistinct with contemplation. However, in the end, I believe I saw a golden amber fall to the ground. The frosty-faced emperor's expression shifted upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words. Had he experienced a similar dream? Before the emperor could voice any inquiries, Chen Ping'an continued, "Then I awoke, still in a daze. But rest assured, your majesty, I will take responsibility." Hearing this, the emperor recalled the preceding events. Never having encountered such treatment, her face flushed crimson as she retorted, "What a beautiful thought." Chapter 76. The emperor's past too. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's declaration of responsibility, the emperor shot him an exasperated glance. For reasons unknown, she always felt a sense of relaxation and nostalgia in the presence of this man. Despite her irritation, she could not bring herself to dislike him. Observing Chen Ping'an as he scratched his head in an attempt to mask his embarrassment, the emperor recalled his earlier words and directly inquired, "Little Ping'an, did you say you dreamt of a golden amber?" Leaning slightly forward, the flawless skin of the emperor accentuated her breathtaking beauty, and within her crimson eyes flickered a complex curiosity. "Yes, I seem to have dreamt of many scenes, yet upon waking, this was the only moment that remained clear." Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the emperor's gaze momentarily faltered. A subtle pressure emanated from the quiet emperor, silencing the room instantly. As Chen Ping'an beheld the tranquil figure of the emperor, it was challenging for him to reconcile her with the adorable girl who had once clung to him, calling him daddy. Although the current emperor appears as a youthful girl, her aura inexplicably exudes a profound maturity and weariness. After a brief moment, she shook her head, seemingly taken aback by the answer she sought. Her crimson eyes turned once more towards Chen Ping'an, her melodious voice resonating within the tranquil confines of the conference room. "So, little Ping'an, what brings you to me? What compels you to breach the barriers for this meeting?" Having awakened from multiple shocks, Chen Ping'an recalled the matter at hand. "Your Highness, I wish to inquire about the information regarding the 4-day seal." The emperor's gaze sharpened slightly. "How did you come to know the name of the 4-day seal?" Before Chen Ping'an could respond, she glanced at the uneasy Yuan beside her and deduced the source of this knowledge. "That is not something you should be privy to." The emperor's demeanor turned somewhat frigid upon addressing the subject. Upon hearing her refusal, Chen Ping'an stepped forward with fervor, grasping the emperor's petite shoulder, and implored, "Please, your Highness. The information about the 4-day seal is of utmost importance to me." Feeling the warmth radiating from his hand through her delicate attire, the emperor's face flushed a deeper shade. "Why, you are quite bold." Yuan had previously mentioned that the emperor could not engage in battle in the realm of the ashes. She was indeed the mightiest, a fact that was indisputably accurate. The emperor was an extraordinarily unique being. Her powers truly mirrored her appearance, indistinguishable from an ordinary young girl. Yet, she possessed an absolute distinctiveness. In the century since the establishment of the ashes, the emperor's visage had remained unchanged, and no one could touch her. Indeed, the emperor was untouchable. When she slumbered, she automatically materialized at the center of the stone chamber, enveloped by a golden aura of protection. When she awakened, any extraordinary force that attempted to assail her would be rendered ineffective upon contact, and no physical attack could reach her either. It seemed as if the emperor existed behind a veil separating her from this world. This protection was beyond even her control, leaving her puzzled as to why this man before her could repeatedly make contact with her. The emperor's composed demeanor faltered, her cheeks flushed as she murmured, "I do not understand either." Chen Ping'an halted in disbelief, seeking confirmation from her. "Your Highness, you are uncertain?" Sensing his sudden stillness, the emperor struggled to regain her composure. Yet this time, it was difficult for her to maintain her icy demeanor. This matter was known to the original elders of the ashes, unfortunately. Most of those aware have long since passed. For ordinary awakened beings, a century is indeed a considerable span. As if recalling something poignant, a hint of melancholy crossed the emperor's features. This time, Chen Ping'an refrained from urging her, patiently awaiting her words. After gathering her thoughts, the emperor continued, "I actually possess no memories of the past. A century ago, the former dynasty was riddled with corruption, and external foes perpetually sought to divide the great Yuan amidst this tumultuous era." With that, the emperor opened her eyes. She remained uncertain of her origins, only recalling that she was referred to as the Empress. Adrift without purpose, she observed this world with a sense of bewilderment. She remembered seemingly having completed a final task. Yet the nature of that task eluded her memory. Silently, she watched over this land that felt both familiar and alien to her. In the conference room, I possessed no recollections of my past. A century prior, I had abruptly arrived in this realm. Since then, it seemed I had undertaken numerous endeavors, yet upon reflection, all that remained were vague impressions, as if a certain force prevented me from recalling my history. By the time my awareness became clear, I had already ascended to the position of the Empress of Dian, and the first generation of the Jin was now under my governance. From that moment onward, I operated from the shadows of Dian, employing my foresight to guide the members of Jin in addressing the peculiar incidents that arose. However, within my memories, there were a few certainties. If Dian were to develop properly for 150 years, the seal of the four heavens would eventually lose its potency, and I would be able to attain complete liberation. During this 150-year span, the first century would witness no awakened beings of level 2 or higher, while only after a century would the upper limits of their awakening gradually rise. Noticing the eager expressions of Chen Ping'an and Yuan, the Empress waved her hand, continuing, "Do not inquire about the reasons. I am not entirely certain myself. These memories have resided within my mind since I assumed control of Jin. Yet I cannot recall any further details." As she spoke, the Empress turned her gaze towards Chen Ping'an. "I do not comprehend why you are inquiring about the seal of the four heavens, but regrettably, I possess little knowledge of it as well. However, every time I mention it, I experience an inexplicable sorrow." The Empress's inability to provide further information left Chen Ping'an feeling somewhat disheartened. He found himself unable to penetrate the Empress's mind with his spiritual power to retrieve her lost memories. At that moment, he recalled his previous experiences and came to a realization. The entity he had encountered within the golden space was not the Empress's true form, but rather her spiritual essence. Merely grazing her spiritual being had caused him to faint, rendering it impossible to obtain more information through a mental probe. A flicker of confusion danced in the Empress's eyes. "Little Ping'an, I have waited for a century. I have witnessed 100 years of Dian, enduring the transitions of several generations within this nation. I do not know what ultimate liberation entails, but I shall continue to protect this land until the final moment arrives." Upon hearing the Empress's words, Chen Ping'an remained silent, contemplating how to assist her in recalling her lost memories. "Your Highness, do you remember the Lin family from the Demon City and a little girl named Yuan?" Chapter 77. Your arrival is timely since the Empress could not recollect the information about the seal of the four heavens. I decided to directly share the information I had gathered, hoping that it might trigger further memories within her. Upon hearing Chen Ping'an's words, the Empress's gaze shifted slightly, revealing a flicker of recognition. "Lin family? Yuan." Images began to materialize in the mind of the Emperor. "Dear one, today marks your 5th birthday. Let us see what gifts your father has prepared for you." A man, clad in a Zhongshan suit, gazed tenderly at his adorable little daughter as he presented her with a beautifully wrapped box. "Thank you, father." The little girl, adorned in a Western-style dress, sweetly replied as she joyously accepted her birthday gift. Upon opening the box, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Father, what a beautiful dragon." Within the small box lay a golden piece of amber, cradling a faint silhouette of a dragon soaring gracefully. Beside the blissful father and daughter stood a gentle woman in a qipao, her soft gaze fixed adoringly upon the two most cherished individuals in her life. Yet, beneath her tender expression lurked a hint of complexity. On the coffee table, the morning's freshly printed newspaper lay open, its headline revealing the news of the previous dynasty's navy suffering a catastrophic defeat at the hands of the Japanese. The emperor, dressed in a dark qipao, floated through the ruins of the Lin family mansion, now reduced to ashes. Within his crimson eyes burned a coldness more frigid than the harshest glacier, while outside the estate lay a multitude of grotesque corpses, transformed into sinister caricatures of humanity. The once resplendent mansion had devolved into a charred wasteland. Yet the emperor walked resolutely toward its heart. Under the dual moon's light, his shadow elongated into the abyss. He halted upon encountering two charred figures locked in an eternal embrace. Within the conference room, images flitted rapidly through his mind, yet a force simultaneously hindered the emperor's recollections. In the throes of this fierce conflict, he instinctively clutched his head in agony. Observing the emperor's torment, Yuan and Chen Ping'an stepped forward, concern etched upon their faces. Chen Ping'an was bewildered, Unable to comprehend why his mere words had inflicted such distress upon the emperor, he instinctively placed his hand upon the emperor, seeking to transfer his vital energy to alleviate the pain. This vital energy, a distilled essence of life, would serve as the finest sustenance for any living being, provided that Chen Ping'an harbored no ill intentions. As he channeled his energy, he remained unaware that the emperor's body could shield itself from supernatural intrusions in moments of consciousness. Remarkably, Chen Ping'an's life force flowed seamlessly into the emperor's body. Under the nurturing embrace of this pure energy, the emperor's expression of anguish began to dissipate. Once the pain subsided, he cast a gaze filled with complexity upon Chen Ping'an. "Thank you." Relieved to see the emperor restored, Yuan and Chen Ping'an exhaled deeply. The emperor, regaining his composure, addressed Chen Ping'an. "I apologize, dear Ping'an. The information you provided seemed to have triggered my memories, yet the recollections quickly slipped away." Noticing the hint of disappointment on Chen Ping'an's face, the emperor felt a pang of sorrow. "However, I retained a fragment of memory. It appears that Japan and the Four Heaven Seal are intertwined, and I believe I may have released something in the east. Indeed, I have renamed the land of the rising sun. It is now called Inazuma. My apologies, Xiao Ping'an, I cannot recall further details." Chen Ping'an, observing the slightly embarrassed emperor, could not help but smile gently and reached out to stroke the emperor's small head. "It's quite all right. It is I who has caused you discomfort, and I feel truly sorry for that. However, since you have mentioned Dongare, I shall take a look into it next." "Thank you, Your Majesty." For the first time in a century of consciousness, the emperor felt a head pat, causing his delicate face to blush once more. "And no, it's fine. As the great emperor of Yan, it is my destiny to assist the citizens of Yan." Sensing the peculiar atmosphere between the two in front of him, Yuan stepped forward. "Ping'an, pat my head too. I have been waiting for you for a full 15 hours. I was so worried." Seeing the playful demeanor of this long-legged goddess, Chen Ping'an reluctantly extended his other hand. "All right, thank you, Captain Yuan." Yuan felt the gentle touch on her head and burst into a joyful laugh, her long azure ponytail swaying lightly behind her. Chen Ping'an watched Yuan carefree expression and remembered her once cold and proud demeanor upon their first encounter. He could not help but reflect on the punch he had thrown back then. Was it truly too forceful? It seems my timing is not ideal. Suddenly, a charming female voice drifted in from the doorway of the conference room. The three turned to see Bai Wu, her face a portrait of astonishment. Bai Wu gazed at Chen Ping'an, who was patting the heads of the emperor and Captain Yuan. The emperor was somewhat understandable given his unusual state during the day. But Yun-san's behavior was exceedingly rare. It was known that while Yun-san possessed striking beauty, she was exceptionally fierce in combat. Bai Wu still reminisced about the days when she had been pinned down by her. Yun-san quickly composed her silly grin and turned to Bai Wu. Bai Wu, do you have something to discuss?" Upon witnessing Yun-san's calm demeanor, Bai Wu briefly thought she had misperceived the earlier scene. "Good evening, Captain Yuan, Your Majesty. An esteemed commander. I am on duty at headquarters tonight. I noticed the lights in the conference room were still on as we approached midnight, so I came to check." "Oh, I see. There's nothing amiss here. Bai Wu, you may proceed with your patrol elsewhere." Upon hearing Yun-san's words, Bai Wu promptly turned to leave. "Understood, Lady Yuan." However, just as Bai Wu's figure faded from sight, her voice echoed back from outside. "Lady Yuan, your bashful demeanor is absolutely adorable. And seeing His Highness the Emperor calling for Papa and being patted on the head is simply too cute. Haha, being this mischievous. Will Lady Yuan hit me harder next time?" A certain cat girl, thrilled by her own excitement, quickened her pace. Bai Wu's enchanting voice faded into the distance, leaving a bewildered Yun-san and the emperor within the conference room, ignoring the socially awkward Yun-san beside him. Chen Ping'an focused on a key phrase Bai Wu had mentioned. "Yun-san, is it nearly midnight?" When achieving the myth of martial arts, Chen Ping'an shattered all his possessions, including his mobile phone, which was consequently lost. The headquarters of the Ember was situated in an underground space, where the distinction between day and night was utterly imperceptible. It was only when Bai Wu explicitly stated the time that Chen Ping'an realized the fourth day was drawing to a close. Thus, it was time to commence the simulation for the fifth day. Chapter 78. The changes in simulation. Indeed, after you entered the barrier, 15 hours had elapsed outside, and it was nearing midnight. Yun-san instinctively replied to Chen Ping'an's inquiry, yet her thoughts were preoccupied with how best to reward Bai Wu next time, ideally to the extent that it would render her forgetful. Both were oblivious to the emperor, suspended in the air, whose expression had turned into a state of stupor. Before the emperor could unravel his confusion, a fragment of memory surged forth in his mind. During his slumber, he seemingly sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the direction of the demon city. Consequently, he transitioned from a state of deep sleep to a semi-conscious state. However, as he emerged from the ember's base in this half-awake condition, that menacing presence abruptly vanished from this realm. Awakened prematurely, he instinctively began to absorb energy at the flag-raising square. Among the throngs of passers-by, none noticed the emperor, yet they instinctively avoided his vicinity, until a figure, somewhat familiar to him, appeared amidst the crowd. Guided by an instinctive feeling, he reached out to grasp the corner of the figure's garment and seemingly called out, "Father." Within the conference room, the emperor, now fully recalling past events, felt his small frame tremble slightly, particularly in the subsequent memories. He had called out to Chen Ping'an in front of those little ember creatures. "Ah!" the emperor exclaimed in shock, disappearing once again into the void. "I am going back to rest. Do not seek me out." Yuan and Chen Ping'an exchanged puzzled glances as they observed the emperor's sudden departure. However, Chen Ping'an quickly regained his composure and turned to Yuan, saying, "Yuan, please prepare a resting room for me. Now, let me see what changes the simulation will present." Observing Chen Ping'an's urgent gaze, Yuan felt assured of her position. Upon arriving in the headquarters resting area and dismissing Yuan, who wished to linger in the room, Chen Ping'an reopened the simulator panel. The 5th day's talent column has been unlocked. Will the player commence the simulation? Due to the player's first breakthrough in life levels, the difficulty of simulation observation has increased, reducing the daily simulation frequency to once. As compensation, the number of talent selections has increased to 5, with a guaranteed golden talent as a baseline. The attribute points feature has been optimized. Upon completing the daily simulation, the player will receive 10 free attribute points, which can be allocated to any already unlocked attributes. The simulator panel instantly displayed a wealth of new information. After a careful examination, Chen Ping'an grasped the essence of the changes. Due to the enhancement of the player's prowess, the simulator imposed certain restrictions, yet it also provided 2 compensatory benefits. The first compensation entails the immediate grant of 10 free attribute points following the simulation. According to previous simulations, it would typically require a staggering 10,000 days to accumulate such a quantity of attribute points. Moreover, these points are designated as free, allowing the recipient to allocate them to preferred attributes rather than merely augmenting physical strength. This shift permits the enhancement of conspicuous weaknesses, a change that is undeniably advantageous. Another form of compensation is the reduction of simulation attempts to 1, while simultaneously elevating the number of talents to be selected to 5, ensuring at least 1 guaranteed golden talent. This safety net is indeed commendable, considering that on the 2nd day, Chen Ping'an undertook over 140 simulations, scrutinizing more than 5,000 talents without encountering a single golden talent. Hence, this safeguard is indeed worthwhile. However, it also presents a dilemma. One can no longer obtain future information through multiple simulations. Nonetheless, the impact of this limitation is minimal. In recent simulations, this issue has arisen. Ever since Chen Ping'an disturbed that monstrous entity of the future, the simulator has progressively diminished his access to future insights. From the description, it appears that this restriction is correlated with the enhancement of his own power. Could it be that the higher his strength, the more challenging it becomes for the system to simulate? You are not mistaken, player. This system can observe countless possibilities of ordinary life forms. The moment a person awakens and opens their eyes, even a second earlier or later can lead to divergent futures. However, as you elevate your life level, your future becomes increasingly constricted. Much like a great river of fate, most people drift along like floating weeds, whereas you have gradually transformed into gravel, making it less likely for you to branch out within this river of destiny. Currently, the system's observation level still surpasses that of the player. Thus, it can still perceive your future. However, observing you at this moment requires a greater expenditure of energy, and to prevent further contamination of the system, the observation frequency must be reduced. In summary, congratulations, Chen Ping'an, you are gradually beginning to grasp the qualifications to master your own destiny. Upon hearing the system's elucidation, Chen Ping'an's gaze deepened with contemplation. Was acquiring this simulator merely a stroke of luck? What truly transpired in the past and future of this world? An abundance of questions surged within him, yearning for answers. Yet, at this moment, pondering further serves no purpose. System, initiate the simulation. In an instant, the panel information transformed. On the pale simulation interface, a colorless, transparent vortex abruptly emerged. Moments later, 5 beams of light shot forth from the vortex, 2 violet and 3 golden. Please select your talents. Buff Stacker, purple. Actor President, purple. Nameless Individual, gold. Self-reproduction, gold. Shepherd, gold. What an astonishing array. 2 purple talents and 3 golden talents. Chen Ping'an gazed in amazement at the options presented this time. Buff Accumulator, purple. Firstly, you are biologically male, yet internally perceive yourself as female. However, you also identify as a homosexual, thus psychologically attracted to women. Simultaneously, you are a cross-dresser, adorning yourself in male attire. In summary, you are a man in male clothing who is enamored with women. Logically, you are a homosexual with cross-dressing tendencies. Coupled with a psychological gender identity disorder, you epitomize a minority group. Thus, in certain unprogressive nations, you hold a significant status. Effect, moral high ground status 2. Public opinion bias 2, intelligence 1. Ah, what a conundrum. A man, yet burdened with such formidable buffs. It is as if you are wielding a tome of destruction. Nonetheless, across the vast ocean in minis, such peculiar entities seem to abound. Men, despite their biological reality, can access women's restrooms and infringe upon the rights of other women, only to proclaim their inner femininity when apprehended. In a country that champions such absurdities, where lies the hope for our world? Chen Ping'an had previously heard that in Europa and minis, there were even transgender athletes claiming victory in competitions. While he harbors no discrimination against transgender individuals, it raises the question, is it truly acceptable for men who have not undergone surgery to compete against women in standard categories? It appears that minis refers to this as freedom. Living in a nation grounded in normalcy, Chen Ping'an often finds himself feeling out of place, deemed insufficiently deviant by the so-called mainstream. Chapter 79, The Shepherd, Gold. Actor President, purple. You are a commendable actor, having portrayed an exemplary presidential character, earning the trust of your citizens who believe you can lead the nation effectively. You find their sentiments reasonable, thus you ran for election, succeeded, and eventually delivered a resounding victory. Of course, this may also stem from your indifference towards the nation itself, focusing instead on the attitudes of certain prominent powers. Effect, acting skill 5, intelligence 2. Is it truly possible for a nation to elect an actor as president? And if those in high positions fail to consider the populace, they might as well return home to sell sweet potatoes. Chen Ping'an observed this talent. And while the effect of 5 is deserving of its purple classification, he felt apprehensive. An intelligence level of 2 is quite alarming. What if such a leader were to commit treasonous acts? That would indeed be foolish. Unnamed individual, gold. A general may perish in countless battles. Yet the valiant hero returns after a decade. Behind the grandeur of a general's accomplishments lie the countless nameless corpses that succumbed far from home. These individuals, in pursuit of their lord's glory and ambition, sacrificed their youthful lives. But history only remembers the victors' names. The nameless remains are forgotten. In the final moments as life departs the body, what lingers in their gaze towards their homeland is a fleeting affection, be it a longing for family or a yearning for life itself. Effect, near-death state. Life extended for 1 second, combat powers significantly enhanced. At last, the first golden talent of the day has emerged. After perusing the description of the unnamed individual, gold, Chen Ping'an furrowed his brow slightly. The description of this talent is exceedingly vague. What precisely constitutes a state of near death? After forcibly extending for another second, will the individual succumb to death immediately? Furthermore, the depiction of the drastic enhancement in combat prowess is also overly ambiguous. Overall, this talent can be perceived as a final desperate measure, a last stand in the face of insurmountable foes when one is cornered. Considering this talent as an option, Chen Ping'an turned his gaze to the next one. Self-reproduction, gold. The distinction of gender among species exists to ensure genetic diversity, increasing the chances of survival through a rich variety of genes. However, you have chosen an alternate path. The difference in gender no longer applies to you. Reproduction can be accomplished singularly, provided you are endowed with sufficient time and resources. You are a species unto yourself. Effect, gender characteristics are nullified. and the ability for self-reproduction is acquired. In a certain sense, this is indeed a formidable skill. Even if I were the last human on Earth, I could still recreate human civilization. However, the so-called nullification of gender characteristics must be as I envision it. Never mind. I dare not choose. I dare not choose. Chen Ping'an felt that the difficulty of possessing a self-reproductive talent was far too great for a virgin, so he shifted his attention to the final talent. The shepherd, gold. You are the shepherd of the divine, tending to the pasture of the gods. Though the livestock bears your likeness, you are acutely aware of your superior existence. You proclaim the divine will to the ignorant beasts, and in return, you shall receive their utmost adoration. Yet, you regard them with disdain, for to you, they are merely talking livestock. Assisting the divine in harvesting these creatures is your most honorable endeavor. Effect: the system of faith power is activated, gaining the gaze of the divine. As Chen Ping'an contemplated this talent, a frown gradually creased his brow. The term faith power conjured memories of the countless golden streams he had witnessed before the stone house. Could those be the essence of faith power? Was the emperor a shepherd? In the next moment, Chen Ping'an resolutely shook his head. Having lived for 20 years in the Great Yuan, he deeply understood that the nation's objective is to ensure a good life for every citizen, rather than offering the populace to some nebulous deity. In fact, the people of Great Yuan, who have thrived through adversity, intrinsically recognize the significance of country and home, rather than some ethereal god. Thinking of the divine, the visage of the emperor involuntarily surfaced in Chen Ping'an's mind. Ageless, immortal, and possessing remarkable foresight, he might have been regarded as a god or a messenger of the divine in ancient times. With this thought, Chen Ping'an began to grasp why the emperor had left no visual documentation and had not continuously held power over the nation. Even now, there are an increasing number of citizens who consider the emperor to be a mere figment of imagination. She and the officials remain indifferent to this notion. For the people of Dian, there is no need for an everlasting emperor. The citizens themselves are the true protagonists of their era. After contemplating the 5 options for talents, Chen Ping'an fell into deep thought. Among the 3 golden talents, it was evident that the shepherd's talent held the most promise. By selecting it, he could gain mastery over an entirely new power. However, the description of the shepherd left Chen Ping'an with an unsettling feeling. A person should embody dignity, not be relegated to the status of livestock under someone's care. Thus, the only talents left for Chen Ping'an to choose from were the nameless, gold, and self-replication, gold. It appeared there were options, yet in truth, they were mere illusions. Chen Ping'an had no desire to become an entity devoid of gender. System 34, I choose nameless, gold. Commence simulation. Temporal information anchored, excluding interference from advanced life forms. Confirming selection, observer deployed, observer deployment successful, simulation commencing. In the days leading up to the apocalypse, you followed the emperor's guidance to the eastern region of Inazuma, where you experienced the charm of Inazuma's JK fashion. Inazuma? JK? Wait, system. What exactly did I do in Inazuma? What does experiencing charm even mean? Realizing he had stumbled upon key phrases, Chen Ping'an hurriedly inquired of the system. However, the system showed no intention of responding, instead continuing to refresh the information. Having gained immense rewards, you returned to the imperial capital, bringing all your friends to await the impending apocalypse. During this time, you sought the emperor to inquire about the 4 seals. But the stone house was once again obstructed by a golden barrier. This barrier seemed to have undergone new changes, rendering you completely unable to enter. Knowing of the existence of the 4 seals, you worried that they were related to the apocalypse. You frequently checked the seals in Magic City and Inazuma, but both locations were well fortified, leading you to suspect that the apocalypse might be linked to other factors. Indeed, it was through the simulated information that I learned the 4 seals were located in Magic City, Eastern Region, Shobong, and Chuanqing. The emperor had no recollection of the locations of the 4 seals. Prior to my simulation, the only place known from the emperor's lips was the Eastern Region. Yet, if the seals in Magic City and the Eastern Region were entirely intact, why did that colossal hand appear in Magic City at the outset? Could it be that it was indeed a sudden arrival of an otherworldly monstrosity on that fateful day? As the clock struck midnight, the first day of the apocalypse began. Standing atop the sky tower of Magic City, you gazed warily at the bustling crowds below. Unaware of the specifics of the apocalypse, you prepared to unleash unparalleled power to eliminate any potential crises. However, Until the sun rose and the darkness receded, Magic City remained in a state of tranquility.